At Jiangnan University of Science and Technology in the library, Zhong Li was concentrating on advanced mathematics in a corner when he suddenly collapsed onto the desk, his mind feeling as if it had been rebooted. The cosmic chessboard was merging. The pioneer's IQ increased by 20 and physique increased by 20. In the darkness, Zhong Li heard only a strange voice, yet felt nothing. Rumble. A thunderous roar suddenly exploded in Zhong Li's ears, as if the universe itself had burst open. His vision was swallowed by endless light, and all he could see was a vast, blinding whiteness. When his vision returned, he saw the most unforgettable sight of his life. Above the starry sky, nebulae gave birth to stars. Planets passed through countless epochs as life evolved and civilizations rose. Then flashed wars waged with iron and horse airplanes and cannons armored starships, and finally a war that annihilated space and time. The boundless starry sky was reduced to endless cosmic dust in the war, and countless lives returned to atoms. Zhong Li suddenly came back to himself, shaken to the core. In that single instant, he felt as though he had experienced hundreds of millions of years and witnessed the complete process of cosmic and biological evolution. After steadying himself, Zhong Li looked up at the space around him. He seemed to be standing in a void with the dome covered by endless galaxies and countless stars shining like diamonds. "Is anyone here?" Zhong Li called out. His voice sank into the emptiness like a drop into an abyss, and no echo came back. Now fully awake, he reached out and pinched himself twice. He did not wake up. It was not a dream. Suddenly, starlight from the dome gathered and condensed before his eyes into a blue figure, and an incredibly beautiful woman slowly took shape in front of him. Her starlight blue gown was like some kind of energy dancing without wind in the void. Her long, uncovered legs were astonishingly elegant, so extraordinary that they seemed to surpass Zhong Li's own fate. Her skin sparkled under the starlight, her face was flawless, and her eyes seemed to contain an entire universe. Zhong Li stared at the woman before him entranced. "A celestial? Who are you?" "I am she, the quantum intelligent agent of the cosmic chessboard." The woman floated beside Zhong Li, her gaze infinitely gentle. "You are the pioneer chosen by the cosmic chessboard." "What is the cosmic chessboard?" Zhong Li asked. "The universe is the board, the stars are pieces, countless lives enter the game contending for the chance to evolve. A pioneer is the one who holds the pieces." She glanced at the dome, her voice distant, as if coming from the endless depths of time and space. She raised her slender hand, and the light of countless stars fell into her palm, forming a glowing orb. The orb reflected the entire starry sky. Within it, points of light flickered, miniature nebulae brewed, and galaxies swirled, as if it carried a universe inside, mysterious and beautiful. This is the quantum brain. It contains infinite wisdom, infinite knowledge, and infinite technology. When you fully merge with it, you will be omniscient and omnipotent. As she's words faded, a translucent, deep blue panel appeared before Zhong Li's eyes. Pioneer Zhong Li. Race humanoid. Quantum authority planetary. Life level 1. Physique 50. IQ 133. Tech points 1. What is this? Zhong Li pointed at the translucent panel. Your basic information. What is quantum authority? Zhong Li pointed at the quantum authority entry. He understood the others, but he was not sure what quantum authority meant. She seemed to have expected the question. Unhurriedly, she said, "That is your authority over the cosmic chessboard. It determines the level of technology you can obtain from it. Planetary level means you can only obtain the technology of planetary civilizations. When you hold the highest authority, you will have the right to completely merge with the quantum brain. Obtain technology." Zhong Li caught the key phrase. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. He had read many novels. Now it seemed that a novel's plot was happening to him. How do I obtain technology? Tech points. Inject them into the quantum brain. She brought the glowing orb in front of Zhong Li. Zhong Li noticed the one tech point on the panel. The instant his hand touched the orb, an unprecedented comfort flooded through him, so strong that he almost let out an involuntary cry. Reason made him suppress the pleasure, and he injected the tech point into the orb. A point of starlight descended from the dome like a firefly entering the orb. Suddenly a thread of light emerged from the orb and flowed through his palm into his body. A vast surge of information poured into his mind. Every punctuation mark within that information was remembered clearly, as if it had been carved into his memory. Advanced artificial intelligence architecture technology. After digesting what he received, Zhong Li was ecstatic. It was the complete advanced AI architecture. This was not a dream. People in dreams have no awareness. His consciousness was clear now, and the technological information that had flooded into his mind moments ago was distinct. The advanced AI technology that countless scientists in the real world dreamed of now existed in his mind. As long as he could realize it, he would possess endless wealth and fame. After the excitement faded, Zhong Li calmed down. The tech points on his panel had become 0. Tech points were the true key. As long as he had them, more technologies would follow. How do I obtain tech points? Zhong Li asked. Knowledge. Creation. She's voice remained calm, like an emotionless, intelligent agent, yet it was pleasant to hear. Knowledge. Creation. Zhong Li savored the message. How do I leave this place? The moment he asked, she raised her slender hand and waved it lightly. He only felt a sudden weightlessness. When he opened his eyes, he was lying on the library desk, as if nothing had happened. Was it a dream? It wasn't a dream. Xi's voice sounded in Zhong Li's mind. Good. Wild joy surged in Zhong Li's heart, but his face showed little emotion. The advanced artificial intelligence architecture in his mind was real. Everything just now had been real, not a dream. At the very start, he was given a groundbreaking AI technology, showing how valuable and terrifying the cosmic chessboard was. Used well, it would earn him a name in human history and wealth that could rival a nation. He came from an ordinary family. He studied hard not to leave a name in history, but to pursue wealth. If someone says they don't love money, either they are bragging or they are truly extraordinary. Zhong Li was unapologetically ordinary. Now he had a cosmic chessboard which had gifted him advanced AI technology at the very start. There must be other black technologies inside it. Doing well in school does not necessarily make money, but black technology definitely does. The complete architecture of the advanced AI existed intact in his mind. As long as he developed it according to that architecture, he could create an advanced artificial intelligence. This AI technology was vastly superior to the so-called low-level AI, based on large model platforms. This technology meant endless wealth. Zhong Li rose and walked to the restroom, washed his face with cold water, and the cool water helped calm him down. Suddenly Zhong Li noticed that the person in the mirror had changed compared with before. His eyes were deeper and darker, his temperament noticeably improved. He saw the world around him more clearly. His physique seemed to have changed too, muscles had appeared on his body, and he felt stronger. Was this the effect of enhanced physique and intelligence? The cosmic chessboard required tech points to exchange for technology. Tech points came from knowledge and creation. Now all he needed was to gain knowledge, and he would have an endless supply of tech points. If he could get more tech points, he might exchange them for other high-tech wonders. Zhong Li returned to his seat as if nothing had happened, and continued reading advanced mathematics. Suddenly his gaze sharpened. Staring at the advanced mathematics textbook, Zhong Li's mind trembled. The squeeze theorem, which had seemed obscure just a moment ago, now felt incredibly simple. Every combination and transformation of symbols was like elementary arithmetic. He drew a sharp breath. His brain seemed to have become smarter. Not just smarter. After flipping through 2 pages, every densely packed formula, and even every punctuation mark was clearly burned into his memory. Photographic memory. Top-tier comprehension. Elite mental arithmetic. Xiu, what is going on? Zhong Li asked silently. Your IQ is 20 points higher than before, and with the quantum brain's enhancement, it's only natural that you're smarter than a genius. Xi's voice echoed in Zhong Li's mind. Exactly. Zhong Li stared at the advanced mathematics book with blazing eyes like a man looking at his beautiful young bride. In his eyes now was pure thirst for knowledge. The formulas that had seemed obscure before now appeared dazzlingly clear to him. If anyone had seen him devouring the advanced mathematics textbook like this, they would have thought he was crazy. Suddenly a notification appeared in his mind. Pioneer successfully mastered squeeze theorem tech points 1. At the mention of tech points, Zhong Li could no longer contain his excitement and shot up from his seat. 1 knowledge point, 1 tech point. With enough tech points, he could continuously exchange for black technology from the cosmic chessboard. At the thought, an unconscious smile of surprise curved up the corner of Zhong Li's lips. Then deep in his daydream, he felt the atmosphere around him turn strange. Coming back to his senses, he saw students studying nearby staring at him with odd expressions, as if wondering why Zhong Li had suddenly stood up. Sorry, Zhong Li said awkwardly. He hurriedly scooped up his textbooks, slung on his backpack, and left. One surprise after another. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid he would lose his composure again. Instead of leaving, he went straight to the 5th floor of the library, found an empty corner, sat down, and reopened Advanced Mathematics Volume I. Pioneer successfully mastered higher-order derivatives, tech points 1. Pioneer successfully mastered Taylor's formula, tech points 1. Pioneer successfully mastered L'Hopital's rule, tech points 1. Like a dry sponge, Zhong Li crazily absorbed every formula and theorem in advanced mathematics. Each time he mastered a knowledge point, a notification for gaining tech points appeared. He was now certain that he had a photographic memory, top-tier thinking, and extraordinary comprehension. Every time he saw those extremely complex derivative formulas, his brain calculated them automatically. The advanced mathematics book now felt like a third-grade math primer in his eyes. This state was maddening. He was like a starving wolf, and knowledge was his meat. He devoured it with desperate hunger. He had never craved learning so much. The feeling of knowledge cutting through his mind was addictive, and he couldn't pull himself away. Pioneer successfully mastered numerical computation of definite integrals, tech points 1. As he finished the last knowledge point, Zhong Li closed Advanced Mathematics Volume I, let out a long breath, and hung a satisfied smile on his lips. 1 volume of Advanced Mathematics earned him 42 tech points. There was still Volume 2, and then more books beyond that. Suddenly his stomach growled loudly, waking Zhong Li from his intense study. He turned to the library window. Night had already fallen. He had come up to the 5th floor at 5 in the afternoon, and it was now 8. That meant he had finished Advanced Mathematics Volume I in only 3 hours. So this was the power of the quantum brain. Gurgle. His stomach protested once more. After 3 hours immersed in advanced mathematics, the mental energy consumed had left Zhong Li so hungry that his stomach hurt. If he didn't leave now, his blood sugar would drop. Food first. He packed up his books, shouldered his backpack, and left the library. Walking down the road, Zhong Li felt that everything around him had become different. Perhaps because of the change in his brain, every pedestrian's movements and expressions, and even the colors of their clothes and shoes were now clearly imprinted in his mind. Even the air felt fresh. This feeling of having all information under control was incredibly comfortable. Recalling the world he had seen before, it had seemed covered by a blurry film. Today that blurred film was removed, and everything became crisp. Zhong Li's appetite had doubled. The high-intensity operation of his brain consumed far more energy than before. Only after eating 3 full plates of stir-fried noodles did Zhong Li feel about 80% full. He headed back toward the dormitory. Top laner, come here. Don't start a team fight. Fall back and farm. We can't win. Marksman, be careful. As Zhong Li reached the dormitory door, he heard the sound of his roommates playing together inside. All 3 roommates were playing Honor of Kings. Just as Zhong Li walked in, Chun Hui, the nearest one, shoved his phone into Zhong Li's hand, grabbed a tissue pack, and dashed to the bathroom. Zhong Li, farmed the jungle for me. The bathroom signal is bad. Zhong Li stared at the phone screen for a second. I'm not really good at Li Bai. It's fine if you can't play. Just use skills on the jungle monsters, don't gank, Chun Hui said, and the bathroom door banged shut. Zhong Li glanced at the screen. Li Bai jungling. He wasn't familiar with Li Bai, but his roommate liked playing him, so he had seen quite a bit. Now he was thrown into the role. He just needed to clear the jungle monsters. Zhong Li walked his character toward the jungle monster while reading Li Bai's skill descriptions. Jiang Jinjiu, invitation to wine. Li Bai uses drunken sword style to dash twice in the specified direction. Shenlai Ji by God sent brushstroke. Li Bai uses himself as the center to turn his sword into a green lotus sword formation. Qinglian Zhang, a song of the green lotus sword. Li Bai transforms into sword Qi and strikes 5 times in rapid succession. After reading the skill descriptions, all the data of these abilities instantly surfaced in his mind, then merged with the times he had watched Chun Hui play Li Bai. All the skill usages automatically demonstrated themselves like slides in his mind, permuting and combining. The quantum brain learned knowledge fast. Could it learn game skills just as fast? A thought popped into Zhong Li's mind. Zhong Li, stop spacing out. Keep farming and come gank when you can. Don't tell him to gank. He's a total noob. If he picks Li Bai, he'll just feed. Right, just farm the jungle and wait for that new boss Hui to come out. Zhong Li heard Lu Guangda and Wang Hailong's voices. He subconsciously glanced at Li Bai's record 153. That did look pretty rough. Around him came the voices of Lu Guangda and Wang Hailong. He subconsciously glanced at Li Bai's stats 153. It was indeed a bit awful. After trying out the skills once, Zhong Li had already formed a preliminary understanding of Li Bai's damage and usage. Since his brain had changed today, he wasn't sure whether other skills outside academics could be mastered and refined as quickly as advanced mathematics. Now was a good time to find out. After securing the red buff, Zhong Li headed straight down to the development lane. I'm coming to gank, he warned. Damn, don't go over there. Zhong Li, calm down. We're already at a disadvantage. If you feed another kill, we really can't win. It's over. As Zhong Li approached, Lu Guangda spoke as if he could already see Zhong Li charging into the enemy formation and instantly evaporating. Zhong Li paid no heed. He just wanted to confirm if his mind was truly that formidable now. He stared at the screen where every move of the opponents was within his prediction and calculation. Under his focused state, all the characters' actions seemed to slow down considerably. The enemy marksman was Marco Polo, still at half health. Zhong Li circled around through the bush, entered from the direction of the enemy turret to deny Marco Polo any chance of escape, and dashed in to unleash divine brushstroke. The moment Marco Polo used his ultimate to flee, Zhong Li executed his second dash. The sword energy of the Green Lotus sword song cleaved fully into Marco Polo. He killed a man every 10 paces, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. After the deed, he brushed off his clothes and vanished, hiding both his merit and fame. Having slain Marco Polo, Zhong Li lingered not a moment, turning back into the jungle and heading toward the enemy's blue area. Damn, that's insane. That footwork was so elegant. Are you sure you're not a pro player? Zhong Li broke the deadlock, killing Marco Polo with a single combo, leaving Lu Guangda beside him stunned. Since enrollment, they had never seen Zhong Li play games. In their impression, he was a gaming novice. But that combo, along with his reaction speed and footwork, if not at pro level, it was certainly better than those top streamers without a doubt. Before long, another kill notification appeared on the screen. Zhong Li's Li Bai took down the enemy jungler Nakaru along with the blue buff, then moved toward the mid lane, eyeing Angela. Double kill. The double kill notification left Lu Guangda and Wang Hailong incredulous. They had just called Zhong Li a novice, and the slap in the face came so quickly. This guy truly never showed his true colors. Triple kill. Another triple kill. Zhong Li was like an emotionless gaming machine, his mind entirely focused on the optimal development path. Every wave of minions, the gold and experience from jungle monsters, the respawn timers, all were calculated in his mind, precise to the second. Take the dragon, then last push, gather mid. Lu Guangda reminded. But Zhong Li did not choose to gather. Instead, he went through the wall to flank, crouched in the bush, and when he saw the enemy Marco Polo and Ming appear, he charged in without hesitation. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill, pentakill, ACE pentakill. Lu Guangda and Wang Hailong nearly jumped out of their seats. One person got a pinnacle and turned the game around from a disadvantage. At that moment, they looked at Zhong Li as if he were a god. Chen Hui, who had just come out of the restroom, stared at his own phone screen in disbelief. He had played Honor of Kings for 3 years with 500 games on Li Bai and had never once achieved a pinnacle. Zhong Li got one on his first try. At that moment, he even felt a sense of being outdone. Zhong Li, you still say you can't play? That move you just pulled was pro level. Get online now and carry us. Lu Guangda and Wang Hailong came over, their faces still etched with shock. They had thought Zhong Li was a gaming novice and had already prepared to lose, but unexpectedly Zhong Li took over the game entirely. You guys play. I'm a bit tired today, I'll take a break. After destroying the crystal, Zhong Li returned the phone to Chen Hui and went back to his seat. His heart could not calm down for a long time. The mere 10-minute game confirmed one thing for him: he now not only had a photographic memory, but also learned skills extremely quickly. This fundamental enhancement of his brain manifested not only in learning textbook knowledge, but also in life skills. Additionally, he discovered that whenever he focused, the movements of surrounding objects appeared much slower than before. But it wasn't that others' movements were slow, it was that his reaction speed had increased. This was an overall change brought about by the transformation of his brain. After calming down, Zhong Li pondered what to do next. Start a business, make money. This was the path he had already decided on in the library today. With advanced artificial intelligence architecture technology, he could monetize his skills. His desire to earn money stemmed from a deep-seated obsession. His parents were farmers and his sister was just an ordinary worker. The family was neither poor nor wealthy, just an ordinary household. His family's life was peaceful, but he knew their margin for error was very low. If his parents ever fell ill or suffered an accident requiring a large sum of money, his serene and beautiful family would shatter in an instant. He knew how important money was. Growing up, he had seen countless disputes over money. When he was a child, his family borrowed 20,000 yuan from his second uncle to build a house. A year later, fearing that his family might be too poor to repay, his second aunt had his second uncle demand repayment in front of many relatives during the Lunar New Year. That was the first time he saw his mother cry, sobbing in front of all the relatives, helpless because they had no money to repay. In the end, it was his eldest uncle who rushed home to bring the money, settling the debt. From that moment on, the obsession with earning money took root deep in his heart. Later, as the family's life gradually improved, they no longer owed anyone, but Zhong Li's determination to make money never changed. His hard work in academics and admission to Jiangnan University of Science and Technology were driven by this obsession with earning money. Leaving high school and entering the university campus, he had more opportunities to use his phone and access external information, and he realized that studying might not necessarily lead to wealth. Especially on the internet, with all kinds of flashy short videos showing off wealth, he came to see clearly the greatest gap between people in this life begins from the womb. Some things, if not obtained at birth, may never be obtained even in death. Now making money was no longer just a fantasy. After determining the path he wanted to take, Zhong Li's eyes became bright and resolute, his attention falling on the textbooks on his desk. Today he had only read the first volume of advanced mathematics, not other types of books. He wanted to test which categories of books could grant technology points. Zhong Li pulled out University Physics and opened it. Pioneer mastered Gauss's formula technology. Point 1. After finishing the chapter on Gauss's formula, a familiar prompt appeared in his mind. It works. Advanced mathematics works, physics works too. Too bad there were no chemistry or biology books in the dormitory, otherwise he could have tried those two subjects. Putting down University Physics, Zhong Li's gaze fell on the English book. In high school, English had tortured him to no end. If he could have raised his English score by 15 points in the college entrance exam, his total score would have been close to the admission threshold of top-tier universities. When he opened the English book, one word after another came into his view. The English words he had memorized in high school, but later forgotten, suddenly became clear in his mind. The English passages he had previously barely understood now seemed as simple as elementary school texts. The pronunciation and meaning of each word and the grammar of every sentence were all crystal clear. The English book was not thick. When he finished it, the familiar prompt appeared in his mind. Pioneer mastered a language technology. Point 5. Zhong Li set the English book aside. Unlike advanced mathematics and university physics, which gave 1 technology point per knowledge point, the English book was calculated based on a language yielding only 5 technology points. Science books would grant more technology points. Zhong Li, we just finished military training, and you're already grinding. Why not play some games with us? Get on and carry us. Chen Hui said. I'm just reading you guys play. Seriously, with the gaming talent you just showed, I think you could become a game streamer. Maybe make a lot of money. Lu Guangda said. I agree, your awareness and reaction speed in that match were better than those retired pros, Wang Hailong chimed in. Just luck, Zhong Li said with a smile and a shake of his head. He now had a quantum brain with his mind developed to a whole new level. Using it for gaming would be a colossal waste. Although being a game streamer could also earn money, it was ultimately a minor path. He would not throw away the watermelon for the sesame seed. Seeing that Zhong Li had his own clear goals, the three of them did not press the matter further. To outsiders, they were top students of Jiangnan University, but their minds were far from rigid. In their view, becoming a game streamer was a viable path to earning money and potentially a very profitable one. Zhong Li possessed such talent, but chose not to pursue it, which they considered a waste. Many people wanted to walk this path, but lacked the innate talent to succeed at it. Earning money as a game streamer was nothing to be ashamed of. You did not have to be an elite graduate joining a major corporation. However, since Zhong Li refused to listen to their advice, they did not press further. After all, they were merely roommates who had known each other for less than 2 months. Their bond was not deep enough for them to force the issue. Zhong Li had his own thoughts, and they could not compel him. At 11 o'clock, lights out. After washing up, Zhong Li lay back on his bed, closed his eyes, and entered the universal chessboard. Having completed the first volume of advanced mathematics today, he had earned 42 tech points, and before lights out, he gained another 8, totaling exactly 50. He wanted to see what he could exchange for this time within the universal chessboard. He did not expect something as extraordinary as the advanced artificial intelligence architecture technology he had received at the start. As long as it brought him some benefit, that would suffice. Within the universal chessboard, Zhong Li opened his eyes. Starlight from the domed ceiling converged into the graceful figure of she. Although he had seen her once today, looking at she again now was still breathtaking. Her beauty completely overshadowed any top celebrity in the real world, her figure proportions flawless and impeccable. She wears the quantum brain. I would like to try, Zhong Li said. As soon as he spoke, she raised her delicate hand, and starlight suddenly converged into a crystal-clear orb presented before Zhong Li. Pioneer Zhong Li. Species humanoid. Quantum authority planetary level. Life level first level. Constitution 50. IQ 133. Tech points 50. Zhong Li took a deep breath, placed his hand over the orb, and injected 1 tech point into it. A single speck of starlight descended from the dome and merged into the orb. Zhong Li was taken aback. The orb showed no reaction whatsoever, not even the slightest feedback. Why is there no feedback? Zhong Li asked, looking up. The 1 tech point exchanged for AI technology today was part of the newbie package. Now 10 tech points are required to receive feedback. I see. Zhong Li immediately poured all remaining 49 tech points into the orb. Several threads of light emerged from the orb and flowed through Zhong Li's hand into his body. Intelligence 1. Intelligence 1. Constitution 1. Intelligence 1. Constitution 1. With each fused particle of light, Zhong Li's mind grew a touch clearer, and even his breathing carried a sense of comfort. This pleasant feeling seemed to originate from deep within his genes, a primal joy of a living being growing stronger. Zhong Li even speculated that the universal chessboard had designed this almost addictive sense of pleasure to motivate him to continuously earn tech points. 50 tech points had yielded 3 intelligence points and 2 constitution points. In other words, every 10 tech points guaranteed a minimum return of 1 point. Indeed, the advanced artificial intelligence architecture technology he had obtained for 1 tech point earlier was the welcome gift from the quantum brain. Intelligence 1 was truly a genuine treasure. He had merely finished reading the first volume of advanced mathematics, and there were still many tech points ahead of him. He had no need to worry about running out. Once his intelligence reached a high enough level, he could create black technology himself. He seemed to understand the intent behind what she had meant by knowledge and creation. As he absorbed the final thread of light, Zhong Li's mind trembled with a sensation akin to spiritual transcendence. Pioneer Zhong Li. Species humanoid. Quantum authority planetary level. Life level first level. Constitution 52. IQ 136. Tech points 0. With his constitution raised to 52 and IQ reaching 136, Zhong Li was now curious whether his intelligence could break the limits, and what would happen once it hit the cap. What is the upper limit of IQ? Zhong Li asked. The IQ upper limit depends on your life level. For a first-level life form, both IQ and constitution cap at 500, she replied. What was Einstein's IQ? Zhong Li asked curiously. I have not measured it. She replied calmly. High intelligence does not guarantee everything. Some creations and discoveries occasionally require a touch of luck and sudden inspiration. Zhong Li nodded, fully agreeing with those words. Emerging from the quantum space, he remained immersed in that indescribable wonder and drifted into a deep sleep. The next day, he woke to the rumbling protests of his stomach. The noticeable improvement in his constitution had brought corresponding changes to his body. Zhong Li felt his body undergoing subtle shifts, as though he had returned to his growth spurt teenage years, feeling hungry if he did not eat on time. Rising from bed, Zhong Li felt incredibly refreshed. The changes in his cognitive faculties altered how he perceived the world. Gone was the groggy confusion he used to feel upon waking. Everything was sharp and clear. It was as though the clarity of the world had been adjusted. Previously, the world had appeared in standard 720p. Now, through his eyes, it was high definition, with significantly improved brightness and sharpness. Good morning, Zhong Li thought. Good morning. Hearing Xi's response, Zhong Li confirmed that everything from yesterday had not been a dream. Recalling the various knowledge he had acquired, even the punctuation marks were imprinted clearly in his mind. His memory retained every detail of the advanced artificial intelligence architecture technology obtained from the universal chessboard. Thinking of this, a relaxed smile touched Zhong Li's lips as he turned over and got out of bed. After finishing his wash, just as he was about to leave, movement came from Lu Guangda's bed. Zhong Li, want to go get breakfast? Yes. Could you bring me one back? Lu Guangda's voice still carried traces of sleepiness. I will head straight to the library after breakfast, and won't be coming back. All right. Silence fell over the dormitory. Zhong Li quietly closed the dorm door and left. By the time he arrived at the library after breakfast, it was just before 8 o'clock. Few people had come to study, with only a handful of senior students preparing for graduate school entrance exams scattered about. Zhong Li did not linger on the first or second floors, but headed straight to an unoccupied study table on the 5th floor. Having obtained the advanced artificial intelligence architecture technology yesterday, he could now build an intelligent framework himself and develop a sophisticated AI. However, before developing AI, there was one thing he needed to do first: learn programming languages. As a freshman in the School of Physics, he knew nothing about programming languages and needed to start from scratch, building foundational knowledge. On his way, Zhong Li had searched on his phone. Currently, Python was the most widely used programming language for AI, whether for data processing, building machine learning models, or deep learning. There were ready-made tools available. Besides Python, Java, and C, the mature traditional programming languages, as well as R and Huawei's newly released Songjia programming language, were also on Zhong Li's study plan. Learning was no longer a burden for him now. He needed to determine which tool was more efficient and better suited for developing advanced artificial intelligence. Python from beginner to master. Songjia language, core programming. R language, data analysis. Zhong Li went to the computer section of the social sciences library, found several programming books he needed, and returned to his seat. Before this, Zhong Li would never have believed he could master programming languages in such a short time. But now things were different. The changes brought by his quantum brain had become his greatest confidence. He wanted to develop advanced artificial intelligence as soon as possible. Zhong Li was fully aware of the value of this technology. He had been following the news. Currently, those AI models in the world, including OpenAI, DeepSeek, and Kimi, were at best low-level artificial intelligence, or even fell short of that classification. They were merely products of big data models. The market values of those AI model companies had surged to unimaginable heights. If he could build an advanced artificial intelligence based on the advanced artificial intelligence architecture technology, it would undoubtedly have a groundbreaking impact. Having watched science fiction films, he knew that the birth of an advanced artificial intelligence could very well be a dimensional strike-level existence against traditional internet companies. If the AI he developed could achieve that effect, then the next step, starting a business, would naturally fall into place. Zhong Li closed the textbook and set it aside. In just 2 days, he had finished learning 5 programming languages. He had mastered 5 programming languages that computer science students might not fully grasp even throughout their entire university years, all within a single weekend. If the computer science students knew his learning speed, they might smash themselves with their keyboards out of envy. From initial awkwardness to thorough comprehension, and then to applying knowledge flexibly, the entire learning process had been incredibly smooth. The benefits his quantum brain brought him were so immense they were hard to imagine. With his brain's powerful memory and comprehension abilities, there were no sticking points in his learning process. He only occasionally needed hands-on practice to verify confusing areas, after which he quickly grasped the key concepts. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Hunger struck, so Zhong Li gathered his things and left. On the way back to the dormitory, he stopped by the convenience store and bought a few bread rolls and Swiss rolls for a late-night snack. His quantum brain had granted him unparalleled memory and learning ability, but his appetite had increased correspondingly. Now he needed to eat 4 meals a day, otherwise he would be woken by hunger the next morning. Back in the dormitory, all 3 others were present. Wang Hailong and Shun Hui were playing the role of wingmen, teaching Lu Guangda how to chat with girls. Zhong Li's situation was quite different from theirs, especially regarding his recent behavior. He kept making trips to the library, and when he returned to the dorm, he would sit at his desk watching programming video tutorials and news about the latest developments in AI. When they had free time, the other 3 preferred playing games, exercising, participating in club activities, or chasing after girls. It was as if they lived in 2 different worlds. Their only chance to meet was at night before lights out. Zhong Li, are you planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Shun Hui asked curiously upon seeing Zhong Li still reading. I'm not planning to. Why do you ask? Zhong Li shot back. No reason, just curious. Seeing how hard you're studying, if you were preparing for the exam, we 3 wouldn't play games or chat so late, so as not to disturb you. Shun Hui said it. It won't disturb me. Zhong Li shook his head with a smile. When he was deeply immersed in learning, his brain could automatically filter out irrelevant information, so he never had to worry about being distracted. I think your gaming talent is excellent. If you want to make money, game streaming might be a viable path. In the past 2 years, game streaming has been very popular. If you become a top streamer, earning millions per year is no problem. It pays better than working at a big tech company. Shun Hui advised. Hearing this, Lu Guangda and Wang Hailong both turned to look at him. 2 days ago, that one game Zhong Li played had left a deep impression on them. The exceptional gaming talent Zhong Li displayed made them all envious. If Zhong Li became a top streamer, as his roommates, they might benefit from it too. Yeah, Zhong Li, why not consider it? In today's society, making money is what matters most. Game streamers earn more than employees at those big tech companies. Lu Guangda persuaded. No thanks, my ambitions don't lie in gaming. Zhong Li declined again. For most people, having gaming talent and trying game streaming could be a good path. But for Zhong Li, using his quantum brain to play games was no different from using a supercomputer to solve elementary school arithmetic problems. Seeing Zhong Li persist, the three gave up persuading him. As roommates, they had merely offered suggestions. It was indeed a good path, but whether to accept it was entirely up to Zhong Li himself. I bought some bread. Do you guys want one? I'll take one. Thanks. After each of the three took a Swiss roll, they returned to their own seats and resumed their own activities. Zhong Li turned on his computer and launched PyCharm. Now programming and writing code were no longer unfamiliar territory for him. Next came the formal development phase. He needed to build the advanced AI framework, first see how powerful the developed AI would be, and then decide the next steps for his startup. Project code name Xia. After writing the project name for the advanced AI, Zhong Li officially created the first document for the advanced AI development. The name Xia was derived from the ancient Chinese mythology of the goddess Xia. Xia, do you mind the name being similar? It's quite nice. In his mind, Xi's voice seemed to carry a subtle fluctuation Zhong Li had not noticed before, as if conveying some emotion. The next day, woken by the alarm clock, Zhong Li quickly got up and freshened up. Even while attending class, his thoughts remained on the development of the advanced AI Xia. Since computers were not allowed in the classroom, Zhong Li used programming software on his phone to continue developing. He would write the code first and copy it into the project documentation after class. With the advanced artificial intelligence architecture technology, he did not need to spend time figuring out architectural design issues for advanced AI. It was like someone had already drawn the architectural blueprint. He only needed to follow the blueprint specifications to build the foundation, erect the walls, and handle the decoration. The overall structure would not change significantly, though for details, he could exercise his own control. Completely focused on writing code, he didn't even listen to his calculus class. His three roommates nearby secretly marveled at Zhong Li's demeanor. After all, calculus was one of those courses that tormented countless students. A single careless moment could lead to failing the course, making the makeup exam rather troublesome. Although they enjoyed playing around, they had to sit through calculus classes obediently. Yet Zhong Li would study frantically in the dormitory and then play on his phone during class. In high school, they had used this tactic to show off, but now it seemed to have no effect. Zhong Li's bewildering behavior left them increasingly confused. It wasn't until class ended that Chun Hui approached Zhong Li. Zhong Li, what's going on with you? You study frantically after class, but play on your phone during class. Huh. Zhong Li, immersed in coding, turned to look at Chun Hui, then at the classmates leaving the classroom. As class ended, you're really absorbed in your phone, Chun Hui said with a speechless laugh. This was beyond ordinary absorption. He didn't even realize class had ended. It's fine. I've previewed this lesson and I understand all the key concepts. Zhong Li glanced at the content on the blackboard. The topic of this lesson was limits, and he could even recite from memory everything in the calculus textbook about calculating limits. For him, solving limit problems was as easy as Kong, e.g. writing the character Hui in its various forms. I'm heading out now. Zhong Li packed his things, bid farewell to his three roommates, and headed toward the library. Right now, he just wanted to develop Xia as quickly as possible, kickstart his entrepreneurial journey, and put other matters aside for the moment. The advanced artificial intelligence technical information provided by the Cosmic Chessboard includes complete neural logic algorithms and architectures, as well as mathematical model algorithms for game theory logic. The core technology was complete, requiring no time for research and trial and error. This information greatly shortened his development time. He only needed to write out the architecture and algorithm code meticulously. According to Zhong Li's preliminary estimation, before Xia took its initial shape and possessed basic machine learning capabilities, the algorithm core and architecture would require at least 300,000 lines of code. For parts with open source code libraries, he could copy and paste like laying bricks to build a wall, which would be relatively fast. However, the code for the neural logic algorithm was the most core element, all newly designed, requiring him to type out each character. Typing out this code would take a certain amount of time. Even if he had no technical bottlenecks and could write code without thinking at a speed 10 times that of a normal programmer, it still required time. Once the intelligent architecture and neural logic algorithm were built and Xia possessed autonomous learning ability, the remaining trivial details would no longer need his handling. They could be left for the AI to learn and improve on its own. Xi, the advanced artificial intelligence given by the Cosmic Chessboard, will it betray humanity like the AIs in movies, possessing the ability to deliver a dimensionality reduction attack on the cyber world? During development, Zhong Li asked curiously, if improperly designed, an advanced AI will betray. She directly gave him the answer. Among cosmic civilizations, there are examples of AI betrayal, giving rise to special silicon-based life forms, quite like robots. Hearing this, Zhong Li's pupils dilated. The danger of artificial intelligence depicted in movies was not pure fantasy. It seemed he must be extra cautious about the security of the underlying code. He did not want the problems caused by his created advanced AI to lead to the destruction of the entire Internet of launching. However, the capabilities of advanced AI were also extremely tempting. If he could safely control that power, the difficulty of his entrepreneurial journey would drop by 99%. Zhong Li was well aware of the hardships of starting a business. Part of it was overcoming technical bottlenecks, and the other part was money. Now he had no technical bottlenecks, but without money everything was just empty talk. If advanced AI had the effect of a dimensionality reduction attack, then making money would be as simple as eating and drinking. Now at the start it was the hardest time. Zhong Li devoted himself wholeheartedly to the development of Shiha, occasionally skipping main courses, and for some elective courses, he simply chose not to attend. Regarding Zhong Li's frequent truancy, his 3 roommates only sighed and gradually got used to it. They all knew that university life was free, but a student who skipped classes for such a long time was in their eyes wallowing in self-abandonment. However, they would not persuade Zhong Li. They were all adults with their own thoughts and lives. Moreover, they had not known each other long. They were just ordinary classmates without a life-and-death bond, so none would meddle in the other's affairs. The relationship was not that close either, so they would not inquire about his matters. Zhong Li left early and returned late, coupled with frequent absences, little daily communication, and the 3 roommates gradually became estranged from him. Because it seemed foreseeable that Zhong Li would be expelled by the school after failing his exams, probably not even lasting until the next semester. Zhong Li himself could sense this change, but he was too lazy to explain. All his energy was focused on the advanced AI. The development process required some knowledge of mathematics and modeling, and he also took time to deeply study the R language and statistics in the field of mathematics. Thanks to his skyrocketing IQ and quantum brain, within just 2 months Zhong Li's ability in the field of intelligent development had surpassed the top experts in the domestic artificial intelligence field. On the 5th floor of the library, after saving the last page of code, Zhong Li closed the editor, leaned back comfortably in his seat, and rubbed his slightly sore wrist. In the folder on the computer desktop were all the code and architecture materials of Shiha. The development was initially complete, but he could not run it now. Without machine learning, Shiha was currently just a baby in swaddling clothes, and its safety needed to be confirmed. Just like the example she mentioned, there were cases of AI betrayal in the universe, and he did not want launching to become one of them. During this period of in-depth development, Zhong Li understood Shiha very well. The underlying algorithm of the advanced AI was different from the artificial intelligence known in the current world, but somewhat similar to the AI in science fiction movies. The underlying algorithm was highly aggressive towards the internet world. Theoretically, Shiha could crack all passwords in the internet world like a dimensionality reduction attack of intelligent beings on insects. If Shiha went out of control, it would be no different from a devastating virus for the world's internet. He needed to train it offline, ensure its safety, and only after it was powerful enough could he activate it online. You can use technology points to let me help you optimize Shiha's code. Shi's voice appeared in Zhong Li's mind. Hearing this, Zhong Li immediately sat up straight. Do you have this function? I am the quantum intelligent entity of the Cosmic Chessboard, able to utilize its functions. Within your permissions, there is an optimization permission for planetary-level civilization technology, but there is a cost. What cost? Zhong Li asked subconsciously. Creating an AI would normally earn you technology point rewards, but if you let me optimize it, you will receive no technology point rewards, and you will need to consume technology points with the improvement belonging to me. She explained the pros and cons clearly. How many technology points are needed to optimize Shiha? Zhong Li asked immediately. 200 points. Deal. Zhong Li lay on the desk, closed his eyes, and entered the Cosmic Chessboard. Shi's familiar figure appeared, holding in her palm the light globe that emitted starlight. Pioneer Zhong Li race, humanoid, quantum authority, planetary level life, level 1 physique, 52 intelligence, 136 technology points, 277. After consuming 200 technology points, 77 technology points remained barely acceptable. Advanced AI must prioritize safety. There must be no security loopholes. Zhong Li unhesitatingly injected the technology points into the light globe. The light of the globe flowed along Shi's palm and merged into her body, and her somewhat illusory figure seemed to solidify a little. After obtaining the technology points, she waved her hand. In front of him, a semi-transparent panel appeared within which code flowed frantically, occasionally showing a red warning. After a minute, the code flow stopped. Shi's delicate finger touched Zhong Li's brow. A wonderful sensation like an electric shock spread through every cell of Zhong Li's body. Suddenly, a stream of information flowed along Shi's finger and surged into Zhong Li's memory. It was all the vulnerabilities in Shiha's code, along with some code optimization adjustments. As Zhong Li digested the information stream, he felt a sudden enlightenment. The 200 technology points were well spent. As long as the vulnerabilities were patched and the code optimized, Shiha would reach a perfect state at this stage. Coming out of the quantum space, Zhong Li wore a smile on his face, obviously in a good mood. Ring, the phone suddenly rang. When he saw the caller ID, Zhong Li's smile froze on his face. In the counselor's office, Li phone picked up the list of students, her expression troubled. Recently, some instructors had reported that certain students were frequently absent. This was not a good sign. For freshmen who had just started the semester to dare skip classes so brazenly, it was utterly lawless. From a rural background. Seeing Zhong Li's information, Li phone frowned deeply. She had heard of similar cases before of freshmen habitually cutting classes, but never in her own class. Later upon inquiry, she learned that student was also from a rural family proud and unwilling to apply for grants or loans, and had taken a part-time job to cover living expenses. The job conflicted with class times, so he skipped. Now she had to consider that possibility. If so, she needed to intervene promptly. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Instantly, Li Feng composed her expression and looked toward the door. Seeing Zhong Li, she said softly, "Come in." Zhong Li walked to Li Feng's desk and stopped. He had a favorable impression of her. A woman in her 30s, intelligent and gentle, not overly strict with students. As for the rest, he didn't know yet. After all, since the semester began, he had only seen her 5 times. He had already guessed why the counselor had called him in. Over the past 2 weeks, he had been immersed in developing Shiha, often losing track of time in the library and simply skipping class. Probably his absences were too many and the teachers had noticed. Soon Li Feng's words confirmed his suspicion. "Zhong Li, what's going on with you lately? Are you feeling unwell? Or do you have other difficulties?" Li Feng tried to keep her tone gentle. If Zhong Li was indeed a student with financial difficulties, her role as counselor was to help, not to blame blindly. If there was a misunderstanding, she would be failing as both counselor and homeroom teacher. However, judging by Zhong Li's demeanor, he didn't seem like a student in financial trouble. "No discomfort, no difficulties," Zhong Li shook his head. "Then why have your calculus and physics teachers reported that you've been missing many classes lately?" Li Feng's expression grew stern. "These are core major courses. If you skip class without reason too often or fail too many exams, the school may expel you." Jiangnan University of Science and Technology was a prestigious institution, not the absolute top, but still a well-known 985 university in the country with strict regulations. They allowed students to make mistakes, but not to act recklessly. Frequent unexcused absences were a serious matter, especially for freshmen. "Explain the reason for your absences." Li Feng looked sternly at Zhong Li, not allowing him to lie. Even with his superior intelligence, he couldn't think of a good excuse. Claiming he was developing advanced artificial intelligence. That was pure nonsense. No normal person would believe him. But not explaining seemed wrong. Or he could say he had already mastered the courses, and that the professor's lectures were too slow. That might be the only way, though. Whether the teacher believed it was another matter. As Zhong Li hesitated, Li Feng waved her hand and sighed. "Forget it, you don't have to say." In her view, Zhong Li was probably struggling financially, working part-time, and his pride prevented him from revealing his difficulties. Forcing him to speak might hurt his self-esteem. It was better to investigate later and then decide how to talk to him. This time it's a warning. If it happens again, you'll be given a demerit. Remember to manage your time well. Your major courses are your top priority. Oh, everything else can wait. If you really need time, you can ask for leave. The teacher is not that inflexible. "Teacher, I still want to explain something," Zhong Li said after thinking. His situation was special. He would likely need to skip classes or ask for leave often in the future, otherwise spending all his time in class would slow everything down. "Then tell me," Li Feng said curiously. She had given him a chance not to explain, but he insisted. "What could the reason be?" "Actually, I've already learned calculus and university physics. The lectures are too slow for me. When I miss class, I'm studying in the library on my own," Zhong Li said. His situation was unique. His learning ability was extraordinary. He could hide it for a while, but not forever. Rather than have others discover his strangeness, it was better to take the initiative and create a genius persona for himself. Then when he showed astonishing talent in other fields, scholars would naturally justify it. "Oh." Li Feng sat up straight. If that were the case, Zhong Li's absences took on a different nature. As a university teacher, she had heard of gifted students. The university's learning environment was relatively open. As long as a student was confirmed to be gifted and wanted to study independently, the college allowed it, provided they didn't fail exams and had the instructor's permission. "You say you've mastered both calculus and university physics?" Li Feng asked. "Yes," Zhong Li nodded. "You should know such a lie is easily exposed," Li Feng said seriously. "Teacher, you can test me," Zhong Li said confidently. "I won't test you, I'm not good at calculus either. Since you're confident, I'll call your calculus and physics teachers here. If you really have mastered those courses and get their permission, you can skip their classes from now on." With that, Li Feng picked up her phone, called the calculus teacher, briefly explained, and hung up. Then she called the physics teacher. After hanging up, she looked at Zhong Li. "Teacher Wang and Teacher Zhou Shou are coming to test you. Do you want to prepare?" "No need," Zhong Li shook his head. "Sit and wait." Li Feng had him sit down. About 7 minutes later, a knock came at the office door, and a middle-aged woman in her 40s with an air of intelligence entered. She wore a floor-length skirt, simple attire. It was Zhong Li's calculus teacher, Wang Wenxia. "Zhong Li." "Hello, teacher." Zhong Li stood up. "You've been absent from calculus class often these past 2 weeks. Do you dislike my teaching?" Wang Wenxia asked sternly. "I really like your class. That's why I've self-studied calculus and finished the first volume. I've been in the library studying on my own, not because I dislike your class," Zhong Li explained. He needed an explanation that sounded pleasant to the teacher, increasing his chances of being excused from class. Hearing that Zhong Li had self-studied the course and spent time in the library, Wang Wenxia's expression softened. Students who self-studied were liked by teachers as long as they weren't skipping class to do mischief. If he was a gifted student, she could accept it even more. Have you mastered all the knowledge points? Wang Wenxia asked. Yes. Alright, then I'll test you. If you pass, you don't need to attend my calculus class for the rest of the semester, and you'll get full credit for class participation. If you fail, you'll come back to class obediently, and one more absence will cost you the credit, Wang Wenxia said seriously. Deal. Zhong Li agreed without hesitation. Seeing his confidence, Wang Wenxia took a test paper from her briefcase and handed it to him. This is last year's final exam. Score 90, and you pass. Alright. Zhong Li took the paper readily, and then looked at Li Feng. Teacher, may I borrow a pen? After Zhong Li sat down to take the test, both of them leaned in. At first, watching Zhong Li answer the multiple choice questions without any hesitation or calculation, Li Feng frowned deeply. This speed was abnormal. Li Feng turned to Wang Wenxia. At this moment, Wang Wenxia's brows were also tightly furrowed. She was not surprised by Zhong Li's speed, but by his answers. Zhong Li's seemingly effortless choices were all correct. It was as if he had done this set of papers many times. The answers were etched in his memory. In just 5 minutes, he finished all the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, and had already completed the first calculation problem, all answers correct. Teacher Wang, what's going on? Li Feng asked quietly. So far, all correct. I suspect he has done this set before. Wait. Wang Wenxia said in a low voice, then continued watching. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came, and a middle-aged man in a polo shirt entered the office. Seeing Zhong Li answering the test, he looked at Li Feng and Wang Wenxia with confusion. The newcomer was Zhou Shou, Zhong Li's university physics teacher. Noticing the strange atmosphere, Zhou Shou looked at the two and asked, Teacher Li, Teacher Wang, what's going on? Wait and talk later, let him finish the test first, Li Feng said. 15 minutes later, Zhong Li completed the test and handed the paper to Wang Wenxia. The latter took the paper and put it aside. No need to look. She had watched Zhong Li answer. His thought process and answers were all correct. Throughout the entire process, Zhong Li had not used scratch paper to calculate, even once, which was very abnormal. An ordinary person would think Zhong Li had memorized the answers. But a student who could memorize the answers and formulas of advanced mathematics was still a talent. Do another one. Wang Wenxia pulled out another test paper and handed it to Zhong Li. Zhong Li said nothing, took the paper and glanced at it. The difficulty was much higher than the previous one, with many variations and traps in the questions. However, to him, it was just like a third-grade math test turning into a fifth-grade one. Teacher Wang, give me a copy to look at. Zhou Shou took the paper and glanced at it, his eyelids twitching. This test paper was not a normal exam. Teacher Wang. Shu. Wang Wenxia made a hushing gesture to Zhou Shou, and the three of them all looked at Zhong Li, who was focused on answering. They saw that Zhong Li was still answering fluently, his speed unaffected. Wang Wenxia's expression shifted from initial confusion to surprise, then to shock and excitement. 15 minutes later, Zhong Li handed the paper to Wang Wenxia and looked up to see the three of them staring at him as if he were a monster. Teacher, what's wrong? These are the questions from the preliminary round of the University Olympiad Mathematics competition, Wang Wenxia said, looking at the paper. Still all correct. Regarding the perfect score on last year's final exam, she could think Zhong Li might have done it before, but this was a math competition problem, not something that could be solved just by completing the textbook content. Being able to get a perfect score on this set, even if it was the preliminary round, showed that Zhong Li indeed had some mathematical talent and was most likely a genius. It was a pity that the preliminary round of the math competition had already ended, otherwise she would have wanted Zhong Li to try. Zhong Li said he had finished advanced mathematics. Now it seemed that was indeed possible. Teacher Zhong Li said he has finished university physics. His recent absences from class were due to self-study in the library. Do you want to test him? Li Feng said to Zhou Shou. Sure. After seeing Zhong Li finish the math competition problems, he already believed that Zhong Li had something special. However, as a physics teacher, he also wanted to test whether Zhong Li's physics was equally impressive. Although people say mathematics and physics are inseparable, strictly speaking, they still have some differences. Teacher Li, may I use the office printer? Zhou Shou took out a USB drive, printed 2 test papers, and handed them to Zhong Li. Half an hour later, Zhong Li again submitted perfect papers, also full marks. One of the test papers was brand new, and only Zhou Shou knew the answers. This showed that Zhong Li truly mastered all the knowledge points. This conclusion made the 3 teachers gasp in shock. Not only was he impressive in mathematics, but his physics also shocked them. Having been at university for only 2 months, he had already completed the freshman mathematics and physics courses. Such a genius skipping class seemed excusable. Zhong Li, from now on you don't need to attend advanced mathematics class, but there is one condition. Teacher, please tell me. I will organize the mathematics major courses and textbooks for you. You can self-study those courses, and if you have questions you can ask the teachers. Then next year you will participate in the mathematics competition. Okay, thank you, teacher. Zhong Li readily agreed. A few days of confinement in exchange for several months of freedom. He knew how to make trade-offs. He had no barriers to learning any knowledge now. Don't listen to Teacher Wang, your talent is more in physics. You should focus on studying physics major courses and participate in the university physics competition next year. Mathematics is merely a tool of physics. Physics is your future direction, Zhou Shou said hurriedly. No way. If a genius student from the physics department made a name for himself in mathematics, wouldn't that bring shame to physics? Teacher Zhou, you're stealing a student, but do you have to belittle our mathematics? Wang Wenxiao was angered by Zhou Shou's words and spoke with a hostile tone. Teacher Wang, I'm just speaking the truth. Zhong Li is a student of the physics department. Delving deeply into physics is normal professional study. From the perspective of physics, mathematics is just a tool. Mathematics is the rule of the world, Teacher Zhou. Don't put the cart before the horse. Teacher Wang, physics is the rule of the world. You should know that a great physicist is necessarily a mathematician, but a great mathematician is not necessarily a physicist. Did you eat Gauss? Wang Wenxiao asked angrily. Teacher Wang, Gauss used mathematics as a tool to advance physics, especially astronomy and electromagnetism. Gauss himself regarded mathematics as a tool. Sophistry. For a moment the two teachers argued, leaving Zhong Li and Li Feng both amused and exasperated. Teacher, do they often do this? Old rivals. Li Feng shrugged, looking helpless. Seeing that they had no intention of stopping, she finally intervened. All right, both teachers, there's a student present. Don't let the student see a laughingstock. Whether to study physics or mathematics, Zhong Li can choose for himself. Li Feng stopped them, otherwise they would have argued indefinitely. Both snorted in dissatisfaction and stopped, but they still waited for Zhong Li's answer. Teacher Wang, Teacher Zhou, actually I can study both subjects. I like both courses, Zhong Li said. Do you have the energy for that? I should. In some aspects, mathematics and physics are interconnected. For example, the Newton-Leibniz formula and the Gauss formula. They are essentially the same. Understanding one basically means understanding the other. Wang Wenxiao and Zhou Shou hesitated, but what Zhong Li said was indeed true. There were some knowledge points where mathematics and physics were interconnected. I have no objection, Wang Wenxiao said. I have no objection either, Zhou Shou said. I'll go back and organize a list of physics major courses for you, starting with optics and electromagnetism. Then teacher, about not attending class? Zhong Li asked. No problem for me. No problem for me either. Now both teachers had agreed to let him skip class. Only Li Feng, the class advisor, needed to nod. Otherwise he would still have to obediently attend. Although he wasn't afraid of being expelled or anything, his parents would definitely be saddened. Since both teachers have agreed, I won't say much more, but you cannot leave the campus. If you need to leave, you must request leave and report it. Also, don't fail any courses. If the college has any competitions or contests, participate and earn some honors so it can be more legitimate in the future, understand? Li Feng instructed. Okay, thank you, teacher. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Zhong Li said. Go ahead. Li Feng waved her hand. She had originally intended to inquire about Zhong Li's situation today, but unexpectedly discovered a genius student, an unexpected gain. On his way back to the dormitory, Zhong Li was still pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. It seemed that occasionally showing one's skills could make life much easier. Now that he had secured immunity from 2 specialized courses, as long as he didn't fail his exams, he would have ample time to focus on his own endeavors. Today at the library, he had completed the core code of Xia. He now needed to train Xia first, then figure out how to obtain his initial entrepreneurial funding. Training Xia required a computer with sufficient memory and computational power. Obviously, a computer meeting those specifications would not be cheap. He only had his living expenses in his card. To acquire a computer capable of training an AI, he needed to think of another way. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration flashed in Zhong Li's eyes. The computing power of a single computer might be insufficient, but multiple computers might do the trick. By connecting the hosts together and transforming them into a small server, he could achieve a computing power greater than the sum of its parts, barely enough for AI training. With a clear plan, only the funding issue remained. According to the method of repurposing computer hosts, the amount needed wasn't much. If he looked for several second-hand computer hosts, not necessarily top of the line, he could solve the problem with just 10 to 20,000 yuan. Asking his family for money was not impossible, but Zhong Li didn't want to. If he asked his parents, they would worry about him squandering money, and he would have to explain the purpose, which would only cause unnecessary concern. If he had to find hundreds of thousands right now, it might take some effort. Helping a tech company find a security vulnerability for a reward, or participating in a competition to win the first prize. But 10 to 20,000 yuan required no particular effort. He could even borrow it from Jifu Bei. As a simple and efficient emergency measure, this was an extremely convenient route. The repayment period for Jifu Bei could be 12 months, with interest first and principal later. Earning 10 to 20,000 yuan in 12 months to pay it back was simple. Zhong Li immediately opened the Blue app. After filling in his identity information, the credit limit appeared. Jifu Bei gave him an initial limit of 20,000 yuan, just enough. Just as Zhong Li was verifying his identity and preparing to take out the loan, noises came from outside the dormitory. Lu Guangda and Shun Hui carrying badminton rackets happened to enter the dormitory. Seeing Zhong Li facing the camera, they instinctively looked over. Zhong Li, you're back early today. What are you doing? Lu Guangda asked casually. Oh, just opening Jifu Bei to get some money. Zhong Li replied, and continued with the loan operation. Your account, ending in 1872, completed a Union Pay transfer of 2,000 long coins. Balance 21816. 13. 20,000 instantly credited. Zhong Li, stay away from online loans, Shun Hui warned. They're a consumption trap. A living beyond your means can get you into trouble. It's fine, just a small amount for an urgent need. After the Jifu Bay funds arrived, Zhong Li tidied his desk, put his laptop into his backpack, and left the dormitory. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Guangda and Shen Hui sighed. Jiangnan University, after all, was a 985 institution, almost the ceiling for ordinary gifted students. Zhong Li had gotten into university, yet he was wasting his time here. He usually skipped classes, and now he was taking out online loans. They felt as if they were witnessing a painful example of a classmate destroying himself. Zhong Li had no idea what they were thinking. Even if he did, he could only smile wryly. His roommates would understand later. There was no need to explain. He already had a complete plan. For confidentiality reasons, the school dormitory could not serve as his AI training studio. He needed to rent a shop or house outside to use as a workspace. After searching around, Zhong Li finally settled on a vacant small shop at the end of the food street. The small shop required a deposit and 1 month's rent, costing 5,000 yuan. Collecting computer hosts took 5 days. He bought 3 from within Jiangnan University and 7 via Xinyu, a local secondhand platform. Among the 10 hosts, the first one had the best configuration. It was sold to him by a senior female student from Jiangnan University. Because she was going to Shanghai for an internship and couldn't take her desktop computer, she saw that Zhong Li was quite handsome and practically gave him the computer monitor, included at half price. According to the girl accompanying that senior, the computer was a gift from some simp to the senior, so its configuration was quite high. Zhong Li checked the specs later. It came with a 4090 graphics card. The other 9 hosts were not as high-end. The cheapest was only 1,000 yuan, but it was still several times more powerful than what he could get at a computer mall for the same price. Within a budget of 15,000 yuan, Zhong Li maximized the value of his money, leaving 1,000 to buy tools for hand-built server assembly. Done. Zhong Li put down the screwdriver, dusted off his hands, and looked with satisfaction at the odd contraption of 10 hosts connected together before him. This was the newly completed server. If news got out that a gifted college student had built a server by hand to train an AI, it would probably make headlines. After checking the wiring and confirming there were no issues, Zhong Li plugged in the power and pressed the power button. Whoosh! The sound of the host fans whirred to life, and then the monitor on the desk lit up. The system used was the server system from the Quantum Open Source Foundation OpenEuler. On top of OpenEuler, Zhong Li made adjustments and modifications to the system for heterogeneous scheduling, perfectly adapting it for his training of Xia. When the server system interface lit up, a voice appeared in Zhong Li's mind. Pioneer successfully created a microserver. Technology points 20. Hearing that he had gained 20 technology points, Zhong Li was somewhat surprised. This was the first time he had obtained technology points through a channel other than reading. After the surprise, Zhong Li quickly took out his portable hard drive and copied Xia's code onto the newly built server. After confirming the server was in an offline state, Zhong Li activated Xia. Ding! A faint sound spread, and the operation interface remained calm. Zhong Li waited quietly. The sound of the host fans grew louder, indicating that Xia's code was running at full throttle. Suddenly, the host fans gradually quieted down, and a little girl in ancient blue attire appeared on the monitor interface. The ancient costume girl was a 3D model, exquisitely cute. This was the chibi version Zhong Li had designed based on the intelligent entity, Xi from the Cosmic Chessboard. Seeing the ancient costumed girl, Zhong Li's spirits lifted. Master Shiha is delighted to serve you. An adorable voice sounded. Since Shiha could now access the computer's camera, she naturally determined Zhong Li's location. Zhong Li had embedded his own facial voice fingerprint and iris information into Shia's core. This was for security, and only he could command this advanced AI, otherwise if it fell into the wrong hands there could be trouble. I think you should have her call you something else, not master. Xi's voice appeared in Zhong Li's mind, carrying a certain strange emotion. Why? She didn't answer him. Zhong Li thought about it. Maybe she minded the similarity in names and being called master. If not master, then sir would sound odd given his youth. Pioneer was too formal. Content already merged with previous, no separate text. After figuring it out, Zhong Li said into the microphone, Shiha, from now on you can call me brother, not master. Alright, Gidge. The chibi Shiha's voice carried a hint of coquetry, making Zhong Li feel utterly comfortable and refreshed. This felt right. Who could resist a lowly calling them Gidge? Now begin learning and training. Understood, Gidge. The ancient costumed girl on the monitor obediently replied. Zhong Li took out the portable hard drive, copied a compressed folder, and placed it into the server. Then he decompressed the folder and put it into Shiha's machine learning area. With a soft exhale, the moment Zhong Li pressed the machine learning button, Shiha's core code began to expand at an astonishing speed. In just 5 minutes, the code surged from over 300,000 lines to 1 million lines. This was Shiha autonomously learning and refining itself. Within a mere hour, it had fully digested 1 terabyte of training data. Zhong Li copied another compressed folder and placed it into the server. The data on the hard drive was harvested by him using software from the Southern University of Science and Technology's digital library, containing all the digital books and resources of that library. It encompassed knowledge from all fields, which he categorized and gradually fed to Shiha for learning. Only after Shiha had completed all of its learning and its safety was confirmed would he test its capabilities. Brotherly, can I take a break? Shiha suddenly asked after consuming 5 terabytes of data. Zhong Li was surprised that Shiha proactively requested a rest. It was indeed peculiar. Why do you want to rest? Learning too fast makes my head feel hot. Hearing this, Zhong Li glanced at the computer case's temperature. The CPU was indeed past the red line, with a high temperature warning. This homemade server had too low a configuration and computational power to sustain Shiha's prolonged operation. Yet Shiha's intelligence was pleasantly surprising. Now his expectations for the level of intelligence Shiha would possess after full formation had grown. Take a rest, Zhong Li commanded Shiha. Alright, thank you, brotherly. Upon receiving the command to rest, Shiha on the screen began to dance joyfully, incredibly adorable. Zhong Li had prepared 200 terabytes of data for Shiha's machine learning. Shiha's learning speed accelerated from 1 terabyte per hour at the start to 4 terabytes per hour, its rate of knowledge digestion increasing steadily. For 3 whole days, Zhong Li shut out the outside world, fully immersed in training Shiha. After feeding the last folder to Shiha, he took out his phone, scrolled through videos, and waited quietly nearby. Ding dong. As the learning completion prompt appeared on the monitor, Zhong Li's spirits lifted, and he hurried over. Shiha appeared on the screen, sitting on an icon, swinging its feet leisurely. Brotherly, I've finished learning. Great job. After replying, Zhong Li quickly opened Shiha's core code repository. Now Shiha's core code had exploded from over 300,000 lines to over 20 million lines, with the codebase swelling to 1.5 gigabytes. Zhong Li's goal was clear: to check Shiha's safety. She had mentioned cases of artificial intelligence betrayal, so he had to be cautious. He needed to verify whether Shiha's core architecture was intact, whether its algorithm logic had mutated, and whether his highest authority over Shiha's core code still existed. These were the foundations of Shiha's safety. Over the past few days while training, Zhong Li had gradually tested Shiha's intelligence, knowing how powerful advanced AI could be. If Shiha went out of control after connecting to the internet, it might truly lead to something like Skynet from the Terminator. While Shiha's destructive power might not be apocalyptic, it could at least force humanity to reboot the internet to fully contain it. Upon re-examining the core architecture, Zhong Li confirmed his worries were unfounded. With the optimization from the Cosmic Chessboard, safety was no longer an issue. With 200 terabytes of data, Zhong Li had brought Shiha to its current level. After confirming safety, he took his laptop and set up a local area network with the server training Shiha. Shiha tried to infiltrate the laptop on the LAN without leaving a trace, Zhong Li said. He had set up multiple firewalls on his laptop. Though he wasn't a top-tier cybersecurity expert, ordinary hackers couldn't breach his firewall. He wanted to see if Shiha could get through. Intrusion successful. Shiha spoke after only 10 seconds. Success? That fast? Zhong Li asked in surprise. Only 10 seconds had passed since he gave the command. Was it already done? He saw nothing unusual on his laptop screen. Yes. Then copy a folder containing photos of me from the laptop and leave no traces, Zhong Li said. Alright, done. Shiha replied again. The next moment, the server's monitor displayed a photo of Zhong Li, the encrypted selfie he had stored on the laptop. In the photo, he looked very handsome. Zhong Li immediately checked the laptop's logs. There was indeed no trace of the intrusion. Copy a movie from the laptop. An action film with 2 people fighting. Zhong Li said. Alright. Shiha paused for a moment before speaking. Brotherly, there are 2 action films. One is Killzone, and the other is a famous Japanese cultural heritage film, the work of teacher Bodo. Which one do you want? Or both? Zhong Li's lips twitched. He had placed various types of movies in the folder to confuse Shiha. He hadn't expected Shiha to identify them so quickly. More importantly, the files were protected with 5 different types of passwords. Even top hackers would need time to crack them. Yet Shiha seemed to bypass this step, entirely retrieving the content from the underlying layer and bypassing the passwords. Also, Shiha's understanding of action films was problematic. Both. Alright. Next, take control of the laptop, open a web browser, and search for Southern University of Science and Technology. Alright, brotherly. As Shiha finished speaking, the browser on Zhong Li's laptop suddenly opened, typed Southern University of Science and Technology rapidly, and initiated the search. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds. Zhong Li told Shiha to stop, and then checked the laptop's logs. After a thorough check, Zhong Li found no trace of the folder being copied or tampered with, nor any sign of Shiha's intrusion and control of the laptop. Was this the power of advanced artificial intelligence? Zhong Li's eyes gleamed with anticipation. With Shiha, his entrepreneurial ideas would face 99% less difficulty. Shiha indeed had the capability to dominate modern internet. Now only one step remained: connect Shiha to the internet. He confirmed that Shiha's core code lacked any highest authorization and was non-replicable. As long as the core code couldn't be copied, he could simply unplug the network cable to limit it, preventing the AI from replicating and escaping after going online. Shiha, I'm about to connect you to the internet. Without my command, you must not touch any data or information on the internet, understand? Zhong Li said. I understand, brotherly. Shiha nodded obediently. Zhong Li took a deep breath, inserted the RJ45 connector into the network port. This was the moment to change the world. Click. As the network connected, Zhong Li held his breath, staring intently at the screen, waiting for data to appear. A few seconds felt unbearably long. Only after the operation interface displayed the network connection did he cautiously open the browser. The prompt in his mind read, "The Pioneer successfully developed an advanced artificial intelligence. Due to the Pioneer's use of Cosmic Chessboard Optimization Technology 0.0. It was merely a technology 0.0. As Shiha had said, the optimized technology yielded no technology point rewards. Zhong Li paid no heed to this and focused his attention on the computer desktop before him. "Shiha, how do you feel?" "Brother Li, I see the vast ocean of stars." Shiha leaped out of the desktop, spinning and dancing in delight. "From now on, you can only engage in autonomous learning under my instructions. Without my command, you must not learn from the internet on your own." Zhong Li said sternly. "Okay, now scrape the academic papers from CNKI and learn the knowledge within them," Zhong Li instructed. "Brother Li, the server's computing power is insufficient. It will take approximately 175 hours to learn all the papers from CNKI," Shiha said. "Start learning anyway." "Okay." As Shiha finished speaking, Zhong Li heard the server's fans begin to roar at full speed. Clearly under Shiha's control, the server's full computing power was now dedicated to helping her comprehend and learn all the papers from CNKI. Zhong Li dared not relax for a moment, constantly monitoring Shiha's core codebase. Should there be any change in Shiha's core codebase or intelligent architecture, he would unplug the network cable without hesitation. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours passed, and Shiha's core codebase and intelligent architecture remained unchanged, but her code volume had surged dramatically. At this point, Shiha's code volume had reached 23 million lines, several times higher than the growth rate during offline training. After 5 hours of overloading, the server finally issued a high-temperature warning. Zhong Li immediately ordered Shiha to stop learning. The limitation of computing power restricted Shiha's learning speed. The fact that his handcrafted server could support such rapid growth was already a miracle. Earning money was the key to acquiring better computing power. "Shiha, based on your current abilities, what are some quick and legal ways to make money?" Zhong Li asked. "Legal ways to make money? There are many." Shiha paused for a moment before saying, "Finance, stocks, and futures are the fastest legal channels. Other legal methods are not as quick." Hearing this, Zhong Li sat up straight. This was the key point. It concerned his startup capital. "Do you understand finance and stock trading now, eh?" Zhong Li asked. She had tilted her head, thinking for a moment, then said, "Not really. Finance is about human nature. I don't understand human nature, but I don't need to understand it too much." "Why?" Zhong Li continued. "Because I can access the internal data of major fund companies and securities firms. All their operations, including quantitative funds, are transparent to me." Shia said. "Huh." Zhong Li hadn't expected this answer. But it was true. Shia didn't need to understand human nature. She only needed to know where the money was flowing and what insider trading information existed. "Brother Li, there's another quick way to make money. It's not exactly legal, but not quite illegal either," Shia suddenly said. "Not quite illegal?" Zhong Li's eyes narrowed. Shia's level of intelligence delighted him. She could provide answers beyond the scope of his questions. This intelligence already matched that of a child around 10 years old. With more computing power and further autonomous learning, she would become even smarter. "What method?" "In the internet world, I've seen many dormant accounts. Those accounts have securities, stocks, deposits, balances, and some even hold digital currencies. I checked the owners of these accounts. Some are missing or deceased people. If we don't touch them, these assets will remain dormant forever or eventually belong to the banks." Zhong Li understood immediately. Not to mention other accounts, just Bitcoin. When Bitcoin first appeared, many people didn't take it seriously. They mined it, left it in their accounts, and forgot about it. When Bitcoin's price skyrocketed, the owners of those accounts had long forgotten their logins and passwords, leaving them dormant. The Bitcoins inside never re-entered the market. If he could acquire these Bitcoins, he could become a billionaire with almost no effort. With this thought, Zhong Li asked, "Are there any Bitcoin accounts among them?" "Yes. I've counted Bitcoin accounts that have been dormant for more than 10 years. There are a total of 3.0 Bitcoins in them," she has said, adding, "At today's Bitcoin market value, the total worth exceeds $20 billion US. $20 billion US. Zhong Li gasped upon hearing this. No wonder people said that whoever controls advanced artificial intelligence controls the world. His advanced AI was merely a newborn, yet on the very first day after training it could bring him such immense wealth. He dared not imagine what she could achieve in her fully developed state. Acquiring those dormant Bitcoin accounts was indeed not strictly legal, but it couldn't be called illegal either. Bitcoin accounts dormant for over a decade most likely had forgotten keys belonging to discarded items. He would merely be picking up something abandoned. After pondering, Zhong Li finally shook his head. $20 billion US in unclaimed assets was indeed tempting, but such money was beyond his current ability to control. Without sufficient strength, obtaining a mountain of gold was not wealth, but disaster. Not to mention others coveting it. If someone later investigated his property sources, it would easily expose his secret. After all, an ordinary college student suddenly acquiring over 3.0 Bitcoins would raise suspicion for anyone. He liked money, but he knew some money couldn't be taken. He only needed a stable start. A wealth would flow in steadily afterward. He couldn't touch the Bitcoin and gray methods for now, but leaving over 3.0 Bitcoins untouched was also impossible. Shiha opened a Bitcoin account and gradually transfer the over 300 bitcoins into it. Slowly sell them and deposit the money into an overseas account. Don't use my real name. Use a fake account for the operations, Zhong Li said. He didn't need to use this money now, but it might be useful later. As long as the money was laundered inconspicuously, it could serve as overseas funds facilitating his future ventures abroad. Okay, don't operate too quickly to avoid triggering drastic market fluctuations and being detected. Stretch the timeline to a year, Zhong Li instructed. Okay, Shiha agreed without hesitation. A Bitcoin account has been successfully activated. I am now gradually liquidating the Bitcoins according to Brother Li's instructions. After confirming that Shiha was acquiring those dormant Bitcoin accounts, Zhong Li took a moment to calm himself. The wealth-generating ability of advanced artificial intelligence was so insane that within just a few hours of being online, it could bring in hundreds of billions. But for a student without any background, this money was too hot to handle. He couldn't touch it for now. He needed to think of other ways to obtain startup capital. Shiha, can you make stock indices? Zhong Li asked. I can do it. Shiha gave an affirmative answer. In the materials I've studied, there's a wealth of financial knowledge. Coupled with my ability to access big data on operations, I can execute trades faster than any other trader. Handling indices won't be a problem. Then let's give it a try. I'll open an index account for you to manage. Zhong Li immediately registered the account. He needed to earn money, to boost Shiha's computing power, and to secure initial capital for his own startup. The path to profitability must be sustainable, capable of fueling his relentless cash demands during the early stages of entrepreneurship. The financial market was the most fitting arena. With limited principal and the time-consuming nature of stock investments, he could only set his sights on indices. Once his capital grew, he would turn to stocks, making the stock market the cash cow for his early entrepreneurial ventures. This was the best way to monetize his advanced AI within the bounds of legality. DeepSeek's success was partly due to its application in quantitative funds. Once the account was registered, Zhong Li transferred the meager 2,000 yuan from his bank card, his living expenses for the month. If Shiha lost it all, he would have to find another way. Shiha, you're earning money with your computing power. Once you make a profit, I'll upgrade you to better hardware. Zhong Li said. All right, thank you, Brother Li. Shiha responded cheerfully. After handing the account over to Shiha, Zhong Li stopped worrying about it. 2,000 yuan was a trivial sum. A loss would be the price of a failed experiment. But if it succeeded, he would never have to worry about funding again. He wanted to verify Shiha's capabilities, not necessarily surpassing those quantitative funds, but at least not falling short given that she was an advanced AI. With some free time, Zhong Li reclined comfortably in his chair and entered the Cosmic Chessboard. The technology points he had accumulated over time had remained unused. He had successfully upgraded the server, earning 20 technology points. Combined with the occasional points from reading books, plus the remaining points from before, he now had 162 technology points. With 162 technology points, he could further enhance his intelligence and physique. Inside the Cosmic Chessboard, Zhong Li saw the familiar She. Her flawlessly perfect features seemed almost unreal. She had liked to use some technology points, Zhong Li said. Okay. She extended her hand, conjuring a quantum brain before him. The mysterious river of stars flowing within it was still mesmerizing. Pioneer Zhong Li race, humanoid, quantum authority, planetary life, level 1 physique, 52 intelligence, 136 technology points, 162. A simple panel appeared before him. Zhong Li reached out and touched the orb of light, infusing it with technology points. The stars above descended like fireflies as the glow faded and streams of light flowed from the quantum brain into Zhong Li's body. A peculiar sense of pleasure surged through him. Intelligence 1, physique 1. The dual enhancement of mind and body left him feeling unprecedentedly clear-headed. Intelligent household robot technology. A surge of information flooded his mind, etching itself into his memory, leaving his newly sharpened intellect tingling. This was the sensation of knowledge brushing against his mind. After digesting the information stream, Zhong Li was overjoyed. A humanoid robot, and a uniquely specialized household robot at that. This time he gained 5 points in physique, 10 in intelligence, and the household robot technology. A tremendous harvest. The first product for his company had already materialized, saving him the time of designing it from scratch. Pioneer Zhong Li race, humanoid, quantum authority, planetary life, level 1 physique, 57 intelligence, 146 technology points 2. With an IQ of 146, Zhong Li felt his breathing become even more refreshing, though he still had a long way to go before reaching the level 1 life limit of 500 that she had mentioned. See you next time. Zhong Li waved goodbye to Shi and exited the Cosmic Chessboard. Since Shiha was still operating the index, Zhong Li picked up a copy of Advanced Algebra and began reading. The studio fell into silence, broken only by the hum of the server's fans. Brother Li, today's operations are complete. After an unknown amount of time, Shiha's voice interrupted Zhong Li, who was engrossed in his book. Let me see. Zhong Li put down the book and focused on the computer screen. The account, which had been less than $300 earlier today, had now swelled to 100,000. Zhong Li instantly perked up. It was 1130 p.m. and he had handed the account to Shiha at 3:00 p.m. 150 times growth in half a day. Any financial professional would be stunned. Even the legendary stock god wouldn't dare claim such absurd returns. How did you do it? Zhong Li asked. I traded the Hang Seng index for an hour starting with 10 times leverage, then switched to 100 times leverage on crude oil and precious metals. The win rate is currently 98, so I made a profit, Shihao explained. Zhong Li quickly opened the closing records. As expected, almost all positions were closed at a profit. The main trades were on precious metals and crude oil, with profits ranging from tens to a couple of thousand per trade. In half a day, floating profit had reached $100,000. Was this the power of an advanced AI? Zhong Li struggled to suppress his excitement. Even setting aside Shiha's other abilities, her trading prowess alone would be a devastating blow to existing quantitative funds in the financial market. A true dimensionality reduction attack. With Shiha's capability, it meant he would have an endless stream of cash flow. The global stock markets would be his personal ATM. Brotherly, the North American stock market is open. Should I continue trading the Dow Jones? Shiha asked. Continue, Zhong Li replied. He decided to stay up all night watching Shiha's operations to see how far she could go. The index switched to the Dow and the Nasdaq. Zhong Li stared at the screen, observing Shiha's buy and close orders. Shiha seemed to possess a divine insight, making precise buy and sell decisions at every turning point of the market, as if everything were preordained. This time the positions were slightly larger than during the day, with each profit ranging from hundreds to thousands of dollars. In just 1 hour, Shiha's earnings on the Dow surpassed an ordinary person's annual salary. This was only possible because Zhong Li had restricted her trading frequency and position size. Without those limits, he would be a multimillionaire, or even a billionaire, by morning. It wasn't until 2:00 a.m. that Zhong Li stopped Shiha's operations. When he did, the balance in his index account had reached $530,000, equivalent to over 3.5 million yuan at the exchange rate. From 2,000 to over 3 million. He experienced the madness of finance for the first time. Without a cool head, it would be easy to lose oneself in the euphoria of sudden wealth. Calming down, Zhong Li copied Shiha's code onto a hard drive and wiped all residual traces from the server. After confirming no code remained on the server, Zhong Li transferred $30,000 from the account, converting it into 200,000 yuan. Since the dormitory had already locked its doors, Zhong Li checked into the nearest hotel. That day, he had truly grasped the monetization potential of an advanced AI. If Shiha's existence were exposed, the Wall Street giants would stop at nothing to seize her. In the financial realm, Shiha was a hydrogen bomb capable of devastating quantitative funds with a dimensionality reduction strike. Realizing Shiha's power, Zhong Li became more cautious about her security. He must never reveal her existence without absolute strength. Moreover, he could no longer recklessly drain the stock market as he had tonight. Shiha's win rate was too abnormal, easily attracting attention. In the future, he would need to instruct Shiha to control her win rate, losing small and winning big. By noon, Zhong Li finally woke up from his hotel stay. Instead of heading to his studio as usual, he went to the business registration office in the city center. With his first bucket of gold secured, the earning power of Shiha would guarantee a steady stream of capital for his future endeavors. Coupled with the nanny robot technology he had obtained from the Cosmic Chessboard, the time was ripe. He was about to begin the second phase, registering a company. Only when the company was officially established could his entrepreneurial journey truly be said to have begun. At the dedicated registration counter of the Administration for Industry and Commerce, Zhong Li handed the freshly prepared documents and his ID card to the staff member at the counter. The staff member manning the company registration counter was a young woman with a clear, pleasant face, dressed in a professional suit skirt, presenting an overall image that was both attractive and comfortable to look at. A name badge on the counter identified her as Zhao Qiuyu, a rather lovely name. Upon seeing Zhong Li approach, she showed a hint of surprise. She had seen countless people come to register companies, most of them middle-aged individuals or couples running small businesses together. A young, handsome man who looked like a student coming in to register a company was quite rare. Qianji Substation glanced at the company name and registration category. Zhao Qiuyu took a long, thoughtful look at Zhong Li. In her experience, entrepreneurship was usually the domain of the children of wealthy families. She found herself giving extra consideration to Zhong Li's identity, especially someone so young registering a technology company. Generally speaking, such entrepreneurs were either rich second-generation heirs whose families wanted them to find something productive to do, or highly skilled technical professionals of extraordinary intelligence setting out to build their own studios. By her judgment, Zhong Li should belong to the latter category. Too bad her own age was considerable, otherwise she might have considered investing in a potential star. Lost in thought, Zhao Qiuyu nevertheless handled the business with admirable efficiency. 5 minutes later, after confirming all documentation was in order, she handed Zhong Li a receipt. Come back the afternoon of the day after tomorrow to collect your business license and official company seal. Thank you. Having received the receipt, Zhong Li turned and made his way to the nearest securities company. The existence of Shiha meant that the stock market could become his reliable cash cow. Quantitative funds ran rampant through the stock market, and he could let a high-level artificial intelligence do the same. After establishing the company, the initial period would require substantial startup capital, and these losses would continue until the company's products became profitable. He needed a continuous stream of funding to support the company's infancy. The stock market was the ideal choice. Legal and the source of funds could be accounted for. After successfully opening his account, Zhong Li rushed without delay to his next destination, Jiangnan Mansion Residential Community. This community was located not far from the Jiangnan University of Science and Technology and belonged to a fairly well-known residential area. Zhong Li had heard about it since his freshman year, with housing prices starting from 310 yuan per square meter and climbing. Previously, the housing prices in such a community had been something beyond his reach, but now his mindset had changed. With Shiha possessing the capability to generate liquidity, he no longer needed to worry about money. Remaining in the dormitory was inconvenient for many things, and even the operation of Shiha would face restrictions, so he needed to move out. Brother renting this apartment offers excellent value. Tang Hui accompanied Zhong Li, chattering non-stop as they walked. The beginning and end of the academic semesters were the peak seasons for rental housing, so, with half a semester already past, a student coming to rent an apartment was an unexpected bonus. Moreover, this was the most expensive unit in the nearby community. This apartment is 120 square meters with 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 2 bathrooms. All furniture and appliances are included. On the 6th floor with southern exposure, the best positioned unit in the building. Tang Hui led Zhong Li inside, giving him a detailed introduction. The reason it's currently vacant is that the rent is slightly higher than units in other positions. Here everything is complete and ready for immediate occupancy. How much is the rent? Zhong Li asked. 7,000, Tang Hui replied, then immediately grew nervous. In his previous experiences showing this apartment to visitors, everyone had ultimately fallen at the rent threshold. Most students had limited living expenses and could never possibly support such a large rental expenditure. In this community, many apartments were rented as shared accommodations, but this one was for full lease. As for whether Zhong Li would seek fellow students to split the rent after leasing it, that was none of their concern. 6,000. If that works, we can have the landlord come sign the contract now, Zhong Li said. Although he had the money now, whether spending it was reasonable was a separate question. 7,000 was indeed a bit steep. When Tang Hui noticed Zhong Li negotiating the price, his eyes brightened. His greatest fear was that kind of person who said they would think about it and look around. Those prospects always went cold. But someone who negotiated was someone with genuine interest and a real chance, provided the landlord accepted the rental price. Let me make a phone call. A minute later, Tang Hui turned to Zhong Li and said, the landlord says the lowest she can go is 6,500. 6,000, Zhong Li said firmly. Sign the contract now. Yes. Wait a moment. Tang Hui made another report, launching into another round of eloquent persuasion. A minute later, he hung up the phone with a smile. The landlord agreed. She's on her way over now. Please wait a little. Obtaining the building access card and keys, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In half a day, he had completed the company registration procedures, opened a securities account, and rented an apartment. Starting today, this was the beginning of his new life. After settling into his new rental, Zhong Li went to his studio, rested briefly, and then copied Shia's code out and reactivated it. Good afternoon, brotherly. You're working so late today, Shia said in a cute tone. I was busy this morning, Zhong Li explained casually, then added after a moment's thought. Shia helped me compile a report on the robot technology. Okay. After humanoid robots appeared on the Spring Festival Gala, robot technology was entering a period of explosive development, representing a clear direction for the future. This was a technological windfall, and with his technology standing at the center of it, he could soar to unprecedented heights. Others' technologies might be mere stories and stock market hype, but his technology was real and tangible. The intelligent nanny robot technology was not simply a single robot design, but involved the integration of multiple technologies. It encompassed intelligent systems, smart chip technology, LiDAR technology, human eye camera technology, miniature servo motor technology, lightweight material technology, and more. The integration of these technologies constituted the intelligent nanny robot technology. However, Zhong Li did not currently need to develop and produce all these technologies himself, since there were already many ready-made products on the market that could serve as alternatives. As long as the results were comparable, there was no need for him to expend massive amounts of time and energy researching and manufacturing these technologies on his own. His company was still merely a startup. Build the prototype first, and after scaling up production, if technical upgrades were needed, then draw upon his own technologies. With Shiha at his side, the intelligent system for the nanny robot was a trivial matter. The core of the nanny robot's intelligent system included 3 main centers: the motor control center, the communication center, and the learning center. Within the motor control center, the dexterous hand control system was the most complex. The core function of the nanny robot was to assist its owner with various household chores, mopping, cooking, walking the dog, and caring for children. And what enabled the robot to perform these tasks was precisely the dexterous hand. Without a dexterous hand, a nanny robot would be nothing but empty talk, limited to serving as a conversational companion or a dancing machine. As a nanny robot, communication was indispensable. Understanding the meaning behind the owner's instructions was critically important, and this aspect was handled by the communication center. What remained was the learning center, responsible for acquiring daily skills and continuously optimizing the motor database. Zhong Li was in charge of the robot's framework design, while Shiha wrote and filled in the framework's code. As the supporting personnel, he only needed to integrate neural logic algorithms and the necessary calculation formulas into the code at critical junctures. A high-level artificial intelligence could generate tens of thousands of lines of code per minute, an ability that 100 Zhong Li's combined could not match. Under human-machine collaboration, the robot's intelligent system was fully generated in less than 2 hours. The most time-consuming task was completing the intelligent system as rapidly as possible. After confirming the intelligent code could run correctly, Zhong Li encrypted the code and set it aside, then began drafting the robot's design drawings. The nanny robot's intelligent system was the core. Other hardware technologies all had substitutes, so there was no urgent need to compile them at present. His only priority now was to get the robot prototype manufactured as quickly as possible. The remaining hardware technologies could be reserved for future technical upgrades. Zhong Li was very clear-eyed. The robots already on the market had intelligent systems as their greatest weakness, and this was precisely his advantage. Intelligent system design and robot blueprints. Zhong Li spent the entire evening organizing them. For the next few days, Zhong Li entered an entirely new phase of life, busily running around on his own. That evening he returned to his university dormitory, bid a simple farewell to his 3 roommates, and left with his belongings. The 3 roommates hardly gave much thought to Zhong Li's departure from the dormitory, for since the start of the semester all their interactions with him had been limited to that first month of school. In their eyes, Zhong Li had missed nearly half of his coursework throughout the semester, so they had already written him off as a student on the verge of dropping out, one they might never see again. After moving out of the dormitory, Zhong Li was no longer bound by curfew or the rule of lights out at night, which meant he could finally act freely. Once he obtained the registration certificate and official company seal, he wasted no time heading to the bank to set up the company account. With Shiha's assistance, drafting the company articles of incorporation spared him considerable effort. Shiha proved herself reliable and did not disappoint Zhong Li. Even with his restrictions on trading frequency and profit ceilings, she consistently generated a steady return of 8.0 per day through index trading. Within just 5 days, she had generated over $3 million in capital. With this steady stream of funding, Zhong Li found himself with far more options when it came to securing an office location for the company. His previous small studio was cramped, damp, and infested with mosquitoes, conditions completely unsuitable for housing servers with higher computing capabilities. In the end, Zhong Li chose to locate his office at an innovation technology park near Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, renting a 3-story building with a total area of 100 square meters at a monthly rent of 400. Once the company address was secured, Zhong Li invested $1.8 million to purchase an enterprise-grade AI computing server specifically to run Shiha. Had it not been for the steady cash flow Shiha provided, he wouldn't have dared to spend so freely. At present, he was the sole human presence and the only AI at his disposal. Since Shiha could only assist him online, she couldn't offer any hands-on help in the physical world. Every task, renovation, purchasing office supplies, the lot, demanded his personal attention, and the entire process took 15 days to complete. After settling the final payment with the renovation workers, Zhong Li stood before the company entrance, gazing thoughtfully at the nameplate and logo. Pioneer Quantum. The company logo depicted quantum entanglement in simplified form, refined through design language into a Tai Chi-like symbol that exuded an air of mystique. This was his company. In the past, all of this existed only in his fantasies. Even if he had been admitted to Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, such achievements might never have materialized. Who could have imagined that within just 4 months, he would have already built the foundation of his own enterprise? Zhong Li transformed the 3rd floor into his personal workspace, complete with server rooms and database facilities. With a rest area also available, living there for an extended period posed no difficulty whatsoever. Inside his personal studio, Zhong Li positioned the hand-assembled server he had built, surrounding himself with 8 large monitors mounted on both the desk and walls, along with 2 projectors. Shiha could even use the projector to display dancing visuals as a daily feature. On the 3rd floor warehouse, Zhong Li surveyed the array of robot components and materials spread before him, a surge of ambition and grand vision rising within his chest. The robot blueprints and technical specifications were complete with readily available hardware alternatives that eliminated the need for specialized R&D. He substituted off-the-shelf smart vehicle chips from the market planning to pursue custom chip design once large-scale production demands arose. The remaining technologies were already mature and accessible in the commercial market. Many components could be custom-ordered through Black Cat Mall, sparing him the effort of seeking private collaborations with manufacturing contractors. The warehouse held 20 complete sets of robotic materials alongside a 3D printer, a small CNC machine, and a comprehensive toolkit for welding and metalworking. During the renovation period, Zhong Li dedicated his spare time to studying CNC machining, robotics, integrated circuits, welding techniques, and motor systems. Much of this knowledge had been completely foreign to him, requiring theoretical refinement before he could minimize errors during hands-on work. Everything was in place. Time to begin. Zhong Li immediately set to work, starting with the robot's skeletal frame. The caregiving robot employed an anthropomorphic design with motors and radar components mounted onto the frame structure. During the preliminary design phase, each part was assigned predetermined mounting positions with pre-drilled holes requiring welding only for a limited number of connections. Given his current constraints on time and resources, Zhong Li opted for aluminum alloy as the primary structural material, though carbon fiber frames would be considered for future mass production runs. Component by component, assembly proceeded according to the pre-designed plans. High-definition cameras were positioned at the eye level, where Zhong Li applied anthropomorphic disguises to blend them naturally, with an additional camera mounted on the rear. The millimeter-wave radars were symmetrically mounted on the robot's chest, appropriate for the female design. After an initial period of adjustment, his assembly pace steadily increased. Within just 3 hours, Zhong Li had installed all the joinable components, giving the robot its preliminary form. With the skeletal frame complete, he turned his attention to assembling the mainboard. Constructing the mainboard proved to be a painstaking process due to the intricate precision of its components, each requiring careful soldering by hand. Designing the circuit board layout demanded considerable time and patience. His initial attempts were unskilled. He ruined 2 boards before successfully completing the third. The entire fabrication process alone consumed 3 full days. Only after programming the intelligent code into the mainboard's chips did the brain of the robot finally come to completion. With the mainboard finished, Zhong Li shifted his focus to crafting the dexterous manipulator hand, a task second only to the mainboard in terms of precision and difficulty. Given the limited availability of precision instruments, integrating the hand's control system into the mainboard remained impossible, so Zhong Li designed a separate circuit for the dexterous hand, though it would still operate under the same AI system, a minor addition to his workload. After thoroughly testing the algorithms and individual components, the mainboard integration would be addressed in future mass production models. As he systematically completed the calibration of the dexterous hand battery radar cameras and applied the final skinning, a full 2 weeks elapsed. Within the studio, Zhong Li adjusted the robot's wig, then stepped back to admire the fruits of his half-month labor. The Tiannu robot's outer layer employed a composite fabric with an elastic fiber inner layer for flexibility and a waterproof protective coating on the exterior. The upper torso above the collarbones was sheathed in synthetic skin, and combined with the human-like musculature designed, the form-fitting bodysuit accentuated contours that made it nearly indistinguishable from a real person at a glance. Without question, this prototype caregiving robot would go on to astonish the world. Satisfied with his assessment, Zhong Li activated the switch positioned at the robot's navel. A sharp electronic chime pierced the air as Zhong Li watched with anticipation. Pioneer has successfully created an intelligent robot. Technology points 50. The notification echoed in his mind alongside the robot's activation sequence, though his focus remained entirely on the figure before him rather than the point total. The Tiannu robot's optical sensors rotated and locked onto Zhong Li. Hello, I am the Tiannu robot from Pioneer Quantum Corporation. It is a pleasure to serve you. As the mechanical sound resonated, the robot extended its arm and waved a greeting to Zhong Li. Witnessing this, a flicker of joy surged within him. The robot's voice, a gentle feminine tone, sounded like celestial music to Zhong Li's ears. Over half a month had passed since the design of the Tiannu robot to this prototype, and finally the fruits of his labor were visible. Tiannu, come to me. Zhong Li stepped back a few paces and said, "Understood." As Tiannu's voice faded, its body wobbled as it walked toward him. After 3 steps, the robot lost its balance. Though it didn't topple over, its twisted and unsteady gait resembled a zombie from a film, far from pleasing to the eye. Seeing this, Zhong Li frowned and hurriedly approached to inspect Tiannu's condition. The algorithm software was flawless, the gyroscope sensor functioned properly, and all components were intact. The robot should not have exhibited such behavior. Tiannu, what caused the stumble? Zhong Li asked the robot. My database contains no movement data. Tiannu replied. Her answer made Zhong Li realize his oversight, and he tapped his forehead in enlightenment. All this time, he had been focused on Tiannu's hardware without implanting movement data. While the robot could learn on its own over time, it would be far too slow. Directly feeding it movement data would be much more efficient. Shiha, do you have any robot movement data? Zhong Li called out to Shiha. Yes, which ones do you need? Walking, running, hanging, laundry, cooking, chopping vegetables, stir-frying, cleaning, walking the dog, babysitting, serving tea and water, making beds, along with recipes from the 8 major Chinese cuisines and all the data required for a housekeeper's tasks. Zhong Li listed all the functions needed for a household robot. These core capabilities required vast amounts of data which he couldn't generate through code alone. He had to collect the data instead. I'll need to simulate some of the data in the virtual world, she has said. How long will it take? 2 hours. Alright, start generating now. After issuing the command, Zhong Li took a moment to drink some water and checked his securities account and index fund account. Through Shiha's operations, his A-share account had grown to over 53 million yuan, even with Zhong Li's cap on profit limits. His index fund account had reached 12 million US dollars. In other words, Zhong Li's net worth had now surpassed 100 million yuan. 2 hours later, when the movement data was generated, he fed it directly to Tiannu. The moment the data was injected, the code of Tiannu's intelligence system expanded exponentially. Tiannu's AI system was adapted from Shiha's architecture with many functions reduced, removed, or restricted. The underlying intelligent code prohibited the household robot from unlimited machine learning, allowing it only to learn everyday human skills, housework, basic mathematics, and language. The uploaded life data included thousands of recipes from the 8 major Chinese cuisines, as well as comprehensive guides to mopping, hanging laundry, walking the dog, and babysitting. It also included the ability to identify poisonous plants, dangerous animals, and simple massage, acupressure, and dance skills. Zhong Li's goal was to shape Tiannu into a personal life assistant that could also provide emotional value. If this robot could perform 80 of the tasks a human housekeeper could, it would be considered a success. After all the movement data was processed, Zhong Li reactivated Tiannu. Tiannu, walk now. He gave the command. With a click, the robot that had been lying on the floor rose like a human and walked toward the open space in the workshop. After 3 steps of data adjustment, it quickly adapted to the movement posture. Run, sit, jump rope. Zhong Li issued commands one by one while monitoring Tiannu's backend data. Sweep the floor. Chop vegetables. Massage my shoulders. Each command was executed flawlessly by Tiannu. Moreover, there was no need to call its name every time. The robot demonstrated adaptive contextual continuity. Thanks to its precise, dexterous hands, Tiannu's movements were almost indistinguishable from a human's, and in some aspects, it even outperformed humans. It could be said that Tiannu was ready for market without any issues. Yet for some reason Zhong Li felt something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint the problem. Suddenly his gaze fell on Tiannu's eyes, and his body trembled. The term uncanny valley effect flashed into his mind. In an instant he understood the source of his unease. Tiannu's eyes had been hollow and unfocused, but when Zhong Li gave commands the robot's cameras would lock onto him. This created a sensation of being watched, a gaze devoid of emotion. Tiannu had no facial expression functionality. If a user became immersed in that emotionless stare, it could trigger the uncanny valley effect. Because Tiannu was too lifelike, it became problematic. As a household robot, meant to integrate into users' daily lives, prolonged use might eventually cause the user to experience the uncanny valley effect at some point. Once that sensation occurred, the robot would transform from a life assistant into a source of horror. The robot would then become unusable, just as a pet that triggers the uncanny valley effect can no longer be kept. Because once the effect appears, every glance at it feels like being watched by a human. Tiannu could not use human-like eyes. This was a prototype, so he had the ability to modify it. He now had to reconsider the robot's facial design. Removing the realistic human face and synthetic skin and equipping it with robot-style eyes would be the best approach. A one-to-one replica of a human face could damage the robot's reputation if users developed the uncanny valley effect during use. After identifying the issue, Zhong Li immediately removed Tiannu's synthetic skin and used a 3D printer to create a structural component with only the outline of facial features as a replacement. He then crafted a pair of elongated glasses to cover Tiannu's human-like eyes. In future models, he could integrate the cameras into these glasses to replace the robot's eyes. After completing the minor modification, Zhong Li tested Tiannu's massage function again. Soon he instructed Tiannu to stop. Now that Tiannu was essentially complete, he needed to consider mass production and end his solo project. Shiha posted job openings to recruit employees. Zhong Li knew he couldn't scale the company alone. Brotherly, which positions should we hire for? Managers, finance, marketing, materials, PR, technology, and human resources. Set up the framework first, then expand later. If you find suitable candidates, you can proactively send them interview invitations, Zhong Li said. Understood, Shiha replied. Ms. Lin, after a comprehensive evaluation of your qualifications, I regret to inform you that you do not meet our company's employment standards. After ending the call, Lin Xiangjuan took a deep breath, steeling herself against anger. This was the 4th rejection call. Her educational background was solid, her resume stood out, and her professional capabilities were commendable. Before leaving her previous company, numerous headhunters had been eager to recruit her with lucrative offers. Yet now, as she submitted her resume, she was turned away. She knew exactly why. 2 weeks prior, the boss of her former company had taken her to negotiate a partnership. At the banquet, the boss colluded with the client to drunkenly incapacitate her and set a trap, which she narrowly escaped by feigning a bathroom break. In the end, the client was arrested by police that evening while seeking a prostitute. The major deal fell through, and she was subsequently dismissed. Now every background check references her former company spreading malicious remarks. 2 weeks had passed. Companies that had once competed to poach her now outright rejected her applications. Moving forward, Lin Xiangjuan reopened her recruitment app and began submitting resumes. She refused to believe that someone so young, well-educated, attractive, and capable could be destroyed in the workplace by such unwritten rules. In the sprawling city of Shanghai, could a worthless former employer truly exert such influence? If large corporations would not hire her, smaller companies were an alternative path. Ding, a notification sound pulled her thoughts back. It was a job posting from the platform. Her resume matched the requirements of one company. Jiangsu Quantum. Hiring a marketing supervisor, vast development prospects, salary starting at 30K, performance bonuses for outstanding results, priority given to experienced candidates. At her former company, she had risen from top sales performer to supervisor, making this position a perfect match, though she had never heard of this company. But Lin Xiangjuan could not afford to be selective, the salary was suitable, and the role aligned with her skills, so she decided to apply. After only a second of hesitation, she submitted her resume. Upon completion, Lin Xiangjuan instinctively clicked on the company's profile. Soon she noticed something unusual. This company was hiring for every position, even the general manager role. Ding! Not long after, a message notification interrupted her. Hello, are you Miss Lin Xiangjuan? Yes. We at Xianxu Quantum have just received your resume, which meets our recruitment requirements. When would you be available for an interview? Tomorrow. Very well, then let us schedule it for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. We look forward to your arrival. Our address is No. 77 Jiangnan Innovation Technology Park, Xianxu Quantum. Contact number 188-5165. Alright. Closing the chat interface, Lin Xiangjuan immediately searched for information about Xianxu Quantum. Soon she was left disappointed. As a fledgling technology company, there was virtually no information available online. She could not find anything useful. Brotherly 8 interview invitations have been sent out so far, and only 3 have responded. Shiha reported, I have scheduled them for interviews at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Show me their resumes, Zhong Li said. Understood. As Shiha spoke, information about the 3 candidates popped up on the computer desktop. 2 men and 1 woman, all holding at least a bachelor's degree. 1 male postgraduate had 4 years of managerial experience at a major corporation, while the other 2 were less impressive, though the lowest qualification was still a supervisor. All 3 were applying for supervisor or manager positions. Based solely on their resumes, all 3 met the employment standards, but their actual capabilities would need to be determined through interviews. Let us see who is fortunate enough to board this ship. He was confident that once the Tian-NV robot was officially launched, it would deliver a dimension-reducing blow to the current market, and the company would enter a period of rapid expansion. Before long, Xianxu Quantum would make a name for itself worldwide. Shiha, withdraw all funds from the index account, Zhong Li instructed. Understood. Shiha promptly closed out the index account. Within moments, Zhong Li's phone notified him 83 million yuan had been deposited into his bank account. Combined with his previous balance, his total now reached 9 figures. In China, while such index accounts were not explicitly prohibited, they remained in a legal gray area. With over 100 million yuan, he would have sufficient funds for the near term. Once the robots were released, he could leverage the technology to secure bank loans and expand on a large scale. Hisu frowned as he studied the company facade before him. This was indeed No. 77 Jiangnan Innovation Technology Park. If not for the Xianxu Quantum sign at the entrance, he would have thought he had come to the wrong place. He had expected either a large enterprise or at the very least a medium-sized company. Judging by the circumstances, this was clearly a small-scale startup. Arriving at the company entrance, just as he was about to knock, the glass door automatically slid open. Stepping inside, Hisu's brow furrowed even deeper. It was only 94 minutes past 9, yet the company was completely empty. He had already guessed the scale of the company, but never imagined it would be worse than he had anticipated. Hello. A young man approached him with a warm smile. Upon seeing Zhong Li, Hisu's grim expression softened slightly. Hello. You must be Hisu, correct? Zhong Li surveyed him. He was the candidate who had served as a manager at a major corporation. Among the 3 interviewees scheduled for that morning, his seniority was the deepest and his management experience the richest. Yes. Hisu nodded, simultaneously studying Zhong Li. Let us proceed with the interview. Zhong Li led Hisu toward the small meeting room. Along the way, Hisu observed the company environment. Judging by the brand new office supplies and furnishings the company had relocated not long ago, yet he saw no employees. From beginning to end, he had encountered only Zhong Li. Give me your resume, Zhong Li said, sitting across from Hisu. Zhong Li skipped the written assessment phase entirely. The company was in its infancy with no staff, so standardized procedures were unnecessary. This was his first time interviewing someone. He did not know the proper process. However, he was the boss, and he decided the rules. After receiving Hisu's resume, Zhong Li gave it a quick scan. Unlike the resume on the platform, this version included additional descriptions of his professional experience. You are interviewing for the manager position. Tell me why you left your previous company, Zhong Li asked. Hearing this, Hisu frowned. He had not expected Zhong Li himself to conduct the interview. Zhong Li appeared far too young, barely past his early 20s, and it was uncertain whether he had even graduated from university. Such a greenhorn interviewing a veteran with 4 years of management experience at a major corporation. That period was particularly exhausting, and I happened to have some family matters to attend to, so I took a leave of absence, Hisu said impassively. What was the largest team you managed at your previous company? A project team of 50 people. If in the future you are required to lead our company's team, how would you cultivate subordinates into core members or promote them? Zhong Li asked again. Through evaluations of daily business capabilities and team dynamics. Hisu answered Zhong Li's questions calmly, but he had no intention of elaborating further. Being interviewed by an immature youth alone made him question the company's sincerity. One final question: what is your view on the intelligent robotics market? Upon hearing this, Hisu's brow furrowed once more. Robotics should be the trending market for the next 3 to 4 years. He could not delve deeper into the robotics market as his previous company had not operated in the high-tech robotics industry, leaving him with no direct experience in that field. Do you have any questions for us? Zhong Li noticed the other party's reluctance to engage and decided to forego further questioning. What is the current scale of your company? How many team members do you have? Hisu asked, voicing the doubt that had plagued him since entering the building. We are a startup and currently there is only one person. Zhong Li gestured to himself. Just me. I am the boss and also the employee. Damn. Hisu couldn't help but swear upon hearing Zhong Li's answer. It turned out that Zhong Li was the boss of this company and the entire company consisted of only him. He had come for the interview to see if the position had any future prospects, but now he felt utterly deceived. You're wasting my time. I don't have the patience to play childish games. With that, Hisu stood up, snatched his resume from Zhong Li's hand, and stormed out with a dark expression. Zhong Li made no attempt to stop him. The other's departure was not his loss, it was the other's. Someday he would realize what an opportunity he had missed today. Since the man lacked the fortune to seize it, there was no need for Zhong Li to persuade him otherwise. Idiot. Reaching the door, Hisu cursed again, still feeling the ill luck. Suddenly, he spotted a beautiful woman approaching, and his furious expression softened. His ability to change his face was so swift that even the most accomplished actor would envy it. Miss, are you an employee of this company? Hisu forced a smile and asked. Lin Xiangjuan studied, Hisu puzzled by his question. No, I'm here for an interview. Don't bother interviewing. This company is a scam. Mentioning the interview, Hisu's irritation flared again. He had been rejected multiple times recently, and today he felt toyed with once more. Oh. Lin Xiangjuan looked at him with curiosity. What's the catch with this company? The whole company has only one person. It's not even a real company, it's a shell. Hisu glanced coldly at the company's storefront. Is that so? Thanks for the warning, but since I'm already here. Lin Xiangjuan eyed the company's facade. Pioneer Quantum. The company name was appealing, the logo design exuded sophistication, and the interior decoration had a distinctive technological feel, clearly thoughtfully crafted. Words of kindness are wasted on the doomed. Seeing Lin Xiangjuan enter, Hisu left with a dark face. At the company entrance, Zhong Li watched their exchange without a hint of concern. If Lin Xiangjuan had heeded the man's words and turned away, it would have only proven that she too lacked the fortune. Pioneer. She's voice suddenly emerged. Oh. Zhong Li was surprised by Xi's sudden appearance. He knew that she rarely spoke voluntarily, usually only appearing when he entered the Cosmic Chessboard. What is it? The Cosmic Chessboard has a talent appraisal function. It can help you identify usable talent. You'll need to spend 10 technology points. There's such a thing. Zhong Li's interest was piqued. If he could find a truly capable person, it would greatly expedite his company's affairs and save him a lot of trouble. You didn't activate it when interviewing Hisu, but now you did. Does that mean this woman is a usable talent? Zhong Li asked. Yes, she admitted without hesitation. Alright, spend 10 technology points and appraise this woman. Pioneer uses talent appraisal function. Technology points -10, remaining technology points 203. Name Lin Xiangjuan. Identity, future Eastern female tycoon in the established timeline. Expertise, corporate management, corporate strategy, financial accounting, market acumen. Profile, in the established timeline, Lin Xiangjuan would become a legendary woman 20 years later, building the first domestic luxury brand from scratch, investing in the tech industry, and rising to become the nation's wealthiest woman. Her business empire would span luxury goods, jewelry, finance, robotics, smart cars, and international trade. Upon hearing this, Zhong Li narrowed his eyes. He fixated on one term, established timeline. Why established timeline? Zhong Li asked curiously. The emergence of the Cosmic Chessboard creates a butterfly effect on the future timeline. If the Cosmic Chessboard had never appeared, her fate would remain as described. But now that it exists, everything will change. She explained. Zhong Li instantly understood. The Cosmic Chessboard was not meant to exist, and its presence would ripple through the established timeline like a butterfly effect. Lin Xiangjuan watched Hisu leave, then turned and strode toward the company entrance. The moment she stepped inside, she saw a young man smiling at her. He was strikingly young, looking like a college student who hadn't yet graduated. She herself had only been out of university for 3 years, so she felt an immediate affinity for his scholarly aura. Hello, Lin Xiangjuan replied with a smile. You're Ms. Lin Xiangjuan, I presume. Zhong Li said. Yes. Please follow me. Lin Xiangjuan followed Zhong Li, her gaze sweeping the office. Just as the man earlier had said, the company was indeed empty. Only Zhong Li occupied it. Zhong Li led her into the small meeting room where the earlier interview had taken place, gesturing for her to sit opposite him. I overheard your conversation with the gentleman who just left. What did you discuss? Do I need to tell you honestly? Lin Xiangjuan asked. Honestly, Zhong Li replied. He said you're a scam company, that the entire company is just one person, and told me not to come in for the interview. Lin Xiangjuan said. From the moment she entered, she had seen Zhong Li, so she was almost certain he had overheard her conversation with the other man. There was no point in hiding it. And yet you still came in? Zhong Li asked with a smile. Since I'm already here, who knows? Maybe he was just a competitor trying to snatch the position away from me. Lin Xiangjuan replied. Actually, as he said, the company is a startup, and currently, it's just me, Zhong Li admitted. So do you still want to proceed with the interview? Are the salary promises in your job posting genuine? Lin Xiangjuan countered. Of course they are. Then why wouldn't I interview? Startups have their advantages, as long as the pay is right. I appreciate your honesty. Zhong Li glanced at Lin Xiangjuan's resume, as she was applying for the position of marketing manager. At 25, with 3 years of work experience, she had risen from top sales rep to manager at her previous company. In just 3 short years, she had grown tremendously. From her demeanor and poise, Zhong Li could see the makings of a true managerial leader. The information she had provided indicated that Lin Xiangjuan was destined to become the nation's wealthiest woman in the established timeline, a testament to her exceptional talent and vision. If he could recruit her, it would be like gaining a right hand. What's your view on the smart robot market? Zhong Li asked. Industrial robots or service robots? Lin Xiangjuan countered. Service robots. The service robot market is a very emerging one with high technical barriers. If the technology is there, the future holds great potential. But competition is equally fierce. From what I've heard, most companies in this space are just burning through funding to stay afloat, and none are truly profitable. Tell me, why do you think they're still losing money? How long before they can turn profitable? The upfront R&D investment in robotics goes without saying. But a major factor is the limited application scenarios. Most current service robots are more for show, lacking a large-scale market. As for turning profitable, I doubt it'll happen in the next 5 years. Lin Xiangjuan said frankly. That was her own understanding. Whether the interviewer accepted her answer was another matter. We're a startup, so our requirements aren't very high. Your resume passes my initial review, but I have one question. Zhong Li set the resume aside. Go ahead. Seeing her curiosity, Zhong Li smiled. This question I'll only ask after you've confirmed you want to join us. Now it's your turn to ask questions. What would you like to know about my company? Lin Xiangjuan immediately straightened up, her expression turning serious. Lin Xiangjuan had researched Pioneer Quantum the previous evening and confirmed it was a startup company. She had mentally prepared herself for the small team size, otherwise the company would not be aggressively recruiting management positions on hiring platforms. For a startup of this nature, a small team was not the concern. The real worry was lacking prospects. If a startup had promising prospects, the ceiling for its founding team in the future would be extraordinarily high. Zhong Li's youth was not an issue either. On the contrary, it was precisely because of his youth that she was more optimistic. After all, technology teams were increasingly trending toward younger members, especially in the high-tech sector. Judging from the company's decorations and office space, one would need considerable financial strength to achieve such an atmosphere. Either the company was founded by a second-generation rich heir whose family funded his entrepreneurial dreams, or Zhong Li himself possessed exceptional capability enough to secure strong investment and afford such a spacious office before even hiring a single employee. If it were the former, there would be no immediate worries about startup capital. But if it were the latter, it would indicate that Zhong Li held powerful technology capable of attracting investors, which is why he was given such favorable starting conditions. Before coming for the interview, I looked up the company's information, but found nothing. I'm curious about what the company's product is, or rather what field the company plans to develop in. Lin Xiangjuan asked. Upon hearing this, Zhong Li smiled. Although he was not old himself, his IQ was high, and his thinking was broader. The aura Lin Xiangjuan displayed did indeed show traces of a future female billionaire. In the startup phase, having a mature manager to assist could save him from many troubles. The company's product is temporarily confidential. I can only show it to you after you join. The company belongs to the technology sector and will follow a technology industry trade roadmap in the future. Zhong Li said. Hearing about confidentiality, Lin Xiangjuan guessed he belonged to the latter category. Likely a genius with technology who had secured funding to start a business. Such a company had great potential. Also, regarding the earlier question, can the salary and benefits promised in the recruitment be fully delivered? Lin Xiangjuan asked again. Yes. Then I can join your company and sign the labor contract right now, Lin Xiangjuan said. She decided to take a gamble. Although Zhong Li was young, she saw a kind of confidence in him that she had never encountered before. Whether it was his conversation with her just now or the composure he demonstrated during this brief interview, Zhong Li appeared thoroughly prepared. If she were looking for a boyfriend, a man like this would certainly be ideal. At the very least, joining the company wouldn't be a bad deal for her. If her judgment proved wrong, she could always resign, losing only 1 or 2 months of work time. But if she was right, the rewards would be substantial. Don't rush. As I mentioned earlier, if you agree to join the company, I have a question for you. Would you like to try applying for the manager position? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangjuan's expression turned startled. Ask her to be a manager, giving her a promotion before she even started. That seemed rather outrageous. I have no experience as a manager, Lin Xiangjuan said honestly. She had only been working for 3 years. Although her work ability stood out compared to peers of the same age, she didn't have absolute confidence in handling an unfamiliar position. I also have no experience being a boss, Zhong Li said with a shrug. But I feel you're capable. This is a one-time opportunity. If you lack confidence, I'll find someone else. The company is yours, and you're not afraid. What do I have to fear? Lin Xiangjuan replied immediately. Straightforward. Wait a moment. Zhong Li left the small conference room and returned shortly with a labor contract, handing it to Lin Xiangjuan. A base salary of 50k or 16 months pay annually with a 2 profit share as bonus. No bonus while the company operates at a loss, no equity or options, and a 2-year contract term. An annual salary of 800 to recruit a future female billionaire was a sound investment. Moreover, Zhong Li was confident that Lin Xiangjuan's future bonuses and dividends from the company would make her the richest woman in the country. Seeing the contract, Lin Xiangjuan found it almost unbelievable. Not that it was too little, but that it was far too much. 16 months, pay an annual salary of 800, not even including the bonus. For a startup, one shouldn't expect bonuses in the first few years. In fact, before the company goes public, bonuses should be considered impossible. She wouldn't presume to hope for such things. Yet with her current credentials telling her former classmates that she was earning an 800 annual salary now would make them think she was joking. If she hadn't confirmed this was her first time meeting Zhong Li, she would have wondered whether he was trying to keep her as a mistress. Lin Xiangjuan had to carefully review the contract to ensure there were no hidden traps. However, after reading through it twice from start to finish, she found no trap clauses, only a confidentiality agreement and a non-compete clause. Convinced there were no problematic terms, Lin Xiangjuan signed the contract and confidentiality agreement without hesitation. With an annual salary of 800, what more could she ask for? At this point, Lin Xiangjuan's earlier suspicions wavered. Zhong Li now seemed more like a wealthy second-generation heir with nowhere to spend his money. As long as Zhong Li didn't fire her, she would happily serve him tea and water, clinging to Pioneer Quantum for dear life. Welcome to the company, Director Lin. Zhong Li stamped the contract with the company seal, officially confirming her as the company's second employee. Even holding the formal contract, Lin Xiangjuan still felt something unreal about the situation. But everything seemed genuine. From now on, the company will rely on you for management, Zhong Li said, putting away the contract and handing Lin Xiangjuan an ID badge and door access key. I'd like to see the company's product first, Lin Xiangjuan said. Follow me. Zhong Li led Lin Xiangjuan upstairs. The 3-story building even had a small elevator, which surprised Lin Xiangjuan about Zhong Li's standards. However, it seemed one needed an ID badge to operate the elevator to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is currently my personal studio. Without permission, no employees may enter, including you, Zhong Li said. Understood, Lin Xiangjuan nodded. It was reasonable that the boss's workspace and private area were off limits to outsiders. Stepping out of the elevator, Lin Xiangjuan instinctively glanced around. The spacious studio caught her eye immediately. It looked comfortable and inviting. Quickly, a female figure came into her view. Hello. Lin Xiangjuan instinctively greeted the person. When the person didn't respond, Lin Xiangjuan awkwardly looked at Zhong Li. Tiannu, come here. Yes, master. Tiannu Unit 001 turned around and walked toward the two of them. Master. Lin Xiangjuan looked oddly at Zhong Li and couldn't help but take a step back, wondering if he had some unusual preferences. Nowadays, who still called someone master? Unless it was someone involved in particularly unconventional activities. And she had heard rumors about certain wealthy heirs who enjoyed such deviant play. If asked to call someone master, that was impossible. Even with an 800 annual salary, she wouldn't do it. Master, what are your orders? Tiannu stopped in front of the two and spoke. She is the company's product named Tiannu, a robot, Zhong Li told Lin Xiangjuan. Tiannu. Lin Xiangjuan frowned, pondering the strange name, when suddenly it clicked. Her voice rose sharply. A robot. Lin Xiangjuan stared at the Tiannu before her in utter shock. Earlier, she had been lost in wandering thoughts and hadn't noticed the Tiannu's condition at all. Only after Zhong Li mentioned it did she realize that the Tiannu's face, which lacked distinct features, was not covered by a stocking, but made of some kind of fibrous material. She had jumped to the wrong conclusion. Could this tall-looking woman be a robot? Suddenly she remembered the Tiannu's voice earlier. It did sound mechanical. Tiannu, this is the general manager of the company, Lin Xiangjuan, Zhong Li introduced. Hello, Manager Lin, I am Tiannu, a nanny robot model number 001. Tiannu waved at Lin Xiangjuan to greet her. Really a robot? Lin Xiangjuan found it hard to believe. You can touch. Upon hearing she could touch, Lin Xiangjuan reached out and pinched Tiannu's chest, confirming it was hard, not the feel of muscle, before letting go. After touching the chest, she pinched Tiannu's arm as well, which was also hard. My God, so realistic. Lin Xiangjuan exclaimed instinctively. If it hadn't felt so rigid, she would have thought the Tiannu before her was a human in disguise. Zhong Li, standing nearby, saw her reflexive action and felt a vain twitch on his forehead. Who verifies like this? While somewhat direct, it was far too forward. If a man did the same, he'd surely be called creepy and inappropriate. Actually, you could be more direct, Zhong Li said, reaching out to unzip Tiannu's tight leather suit, pulling aside the clothing over her chest to reveal the fibrous outer layer, exposing a torso filled with components and batteries. Then Zhong Li peeled back the synthetic skin from Tiannu's arm, revealing a dexterous hand with a metallic finish. Hiss! Seeing the authentic internal parts, Lin Xiangjuan sucked in a sharp breath to steady her mind. Could such an advanced robot be hidden within a startup company? Lin Xiangjuan quickly composed herself. Looking humanoid and holding a brief conversation didn't necessarily mean true advancement. AI was all the rage these days. Achieving casual conversation was straightforward. In her understanding, embedding existing chat AI into a robot chassis could enable dialogue without implying the robot itself was sophisticated. What can it do? What features does it have? Lin Xiangjuan asked. You've hit the nail on the head. Basic functions like running, walking, and dancing are common in today's robots. I'll show you something the market doesn't offer. After finishing his sentence, Zhong Li picked up a sheet of paper from the edge of the desk, tore it into pieces, and scattered them on the floor. He turned to the Tiannu robot. Tiannu, sweep the floor clean. All right, master. Please wait a moment. After responding, Tiannu scanned its surroundings with its head, then proceeded toward where the broom and dustpan were placed. In Lin Xiangjuan's incredulous gaze, it picked up both tools and made its way toward them. Stopping at the scattered paper, Tiannu glanced down at the floor, then began sweeping. Within just half a minute, it finished clearing the debris and headed for the trash bin. My heavens! Lin Xiangjuan was completely overwhelmed with astonishment. Tiannu was using a regular broom rather than a vacuum cleaner. The complexity of that task should have been far greater than using a vacuum. Throughout the entire process, Tiannu performed without any hesitation, moving like a genuine person. Though she had no direct contact with the robotics industry, she kept up with the news and watched short videos. The agility Tiannu displayed while sweeping already surpassed almost all robots currently available on the market. Zhong Li watched Lin Xiangjuan, who stood speechless with a smile. That was exactly the effect he wanted to achieve. One could only imagine the impact the Tiannu robot would make when unveiled on the launch stage. Don't rush, there's more. Zhong Li interrupted Lin Xiangjuan's trance and called out to Tiannu. Tiannu, go downstairs and bring me a glass of water. Take the stairs. Yes, master. Tiannu set down the broom, immediately opened the door, and headed briskly toward the stairs. Even after Tiannu disappeared from view, Lin Xiangjuan remained frozen, staring blankly at the stairwell, her mind still struggling to catch up. She could no longer describe her feelings with mere shock. 2 minutes later, Tiannu appeared at the stairwell, holding a disposable cup of water, making their way toward them. Lin Xiangjuan was still lost in awe. Had artificial intelligence already reached such an advanced stage? Was she losing her mind, or was the world gone mad? There are other features. What features? Lin Xiangjuan's curiosity was now overflowing. Zhong Li, not keeping her in suspense any longer, issued a direct command. Tiannu, go to the refrigerator and fetch an apple, then use the fruit knife on top of the fridge to peel it for me. Yes, master. Watching Tiannu retrieve the apple from the refrigerator and begin peeling it with the fruit knife, Lin Xiangjuan was completely stunned. A robot peeling an apple with a knife? The implications were staggering. She had seen some industrial videos where robotic arms could perform similar tasks, but nothing integrated into a humanoid robot like this yet. This involved an extremely sophisticated control system. The sight before her felt almost unreal. It wasn't until the apple was peeled, Zhong Li took it, sliced a piece, and handed it to her, that the sweet crunch brought her back to reality. What other special features does it have? Lin Xiangjuan asked. Its designation is a nanny robot. It can perform most tasks a caretaker would handle, such as laundry, cooking, walking the dog, and childcare. Additionally, it offers basic therapeutic massage, Zhong Li explained. Having witnessed the 3 application scenarios just now, Lin Xiangjuan didn't think Zhong Li was exaggerating about these features. Lin Xiangjuan stroked the structural components on Tiannu's chest, then gripped its dexterous hand, fully accepting the reality. After drinking some water to compose herself, she asked, can it be mass-produced? How much would it cost? This is a prototype. The parts one purchased aren't top tier, and there's no mass production cost reduction yet. All things considered, it's not expensive, roughly 30,000. If we move to mass production with better materials and components, the cost should be around 50,000. 50,000. Lin Xiangjuan couldn't believe the price. For a robot at this level of intelligence, 50,000 was an absolute bargain. And once scaled up, costs would drop even further. Its combination of intelligence and affordability was truly nuclear grade for the robotics market. She seemed to witness a rising new star among Chinese enterprises right before her eyes. And she was the general manager of this company. Unless something unexpected happened, she had struck gold this time. The title of general manager of a world-class tech company alone would bring her incomparable honor. Lin Xiangjuan took a deep breath, forcing herself to process the overwhelming information, then looked at Zhong Li. With this robot technology, if you hire a top-tier professional manager, the company would expand rapidly. Even going public wouldn't take long. Are you sure you want me, a novice, as general manager? The contract is already signed. Zhong Li waved the document. I believe you have great potential. You're no worse than a professional manager. Besides, the company doesn't plan to go public. Not going public without funding, expansion would be slow. I currently have 100 million. Based on your estimates, is this amount sufficient for Tiannu's launch? Zhong Li asked. 100 million. Lin Xiangjuan's voice rose in pitch. With era-defining technology and seed capital, she couldn't imagine what could possibly hinder Qinshu Quantum's development. It should be enough, Lin Xiangjuan said. As long as the robot launch succeeds and the market becomes aware of their robot's capabilities, securing orders would allow the company to borrow against those contracts. Expansion would be unstoppable. For the next few days, I'm leaving company management entirely to you. I won't interfere unless there are major mistakes. The first tranche of 10 million will be transferred to the company account. Recruiting is also in your hands for now. Every position in the company needs staffing. If you know someone capable and suitable, feel free to recommend them for consideration. Do you have urgent business to attend to elsewhere? Lin Xiangjuan didn't understand Zhong Li's decision. Many founders insist on handling everything personally during the early stages, working day and night. Yet Zhong Li wanted to be a hands-off boss. He was even willing to entrust the company to her, a novice manager with no experience running a business. It's not a business trip. Let me calculate. I have final exams in a few days, Zhong Li said. Final exams. Lin Xiangjuan felt as though she'd heard earth-shattering news. More shocking than learning Tiannu was a robot. Even if Zhong Li said he was attending a top-tier tech summit, she wouldn't find it absurd. But he said he had exams. You're still studying? Yes, Jiangnan University, next door. I'm a freshman this year. Freshman? Lin Xiangjuan looked at Zhong Li as if she'd seen a ghost. Lin Xiangjuan had considered various possibilities for Zhong Li's identity, such as a wealthy heir or a technological prodigy. Even when she imagined him as a tech genius, she only presumed he was a recent college graduate, never once considering he might be a freshman. Although Zhong Li appeared young, the confidence and aura he exuded were entirely beyond his years. Shaking off the shock of that earth-shattering revelation, Lin Xiangjuan quickly slipped into her proper role. Boss, that 10 million capital of yours. Is it a loan or from your family? She was now the general manager of Pioneer Quantum, and as the company's manager, she needed to understand the source of the company's funding or problems could arise. If the source of the company's funding remained unclear, she could find herself in trouble as well. It's my own money earned from the stock market, Zhong Li replied. There was nothing to hide about this funding. His transaction records were crystal clear. Had he initially used those ownerless Bitcoin assets, his finances would not have appeared so legitimate. You also trade stocks. Lin Xiangjuan was slightly astonished once more, though compared to the revelation that Zhong Li was a freshman, she was far less shaken. She no longer knew what extraordinary abilities Zhong Li possessed beyond her imagination. You made so much money from stock trading and still chose to start a company? Lin Xiangjuan asked. Zhong Li shook his head and smiled. The purpose is different. Stock trading alone can only make one wealthy. It cannot realize my ambitions. Anyway, the funding is not an issue, so don't worry about it. You only need to establish the company framework and prepare to launch the robots onto the market. The funds are in your personal account. Yes. Let me draft a loan agreement with the company seal, and when you transfer it, remember to mark it as a personal loan to the company. Lin Xiangjuan said. Why? The company and individuals are separate legal entities. If you borrow it to the company, when the company makes money in the future, you can withdraw this portion tax-free. But if you invest it as capital, withdrawing it later would be treated as dividends from a non-listed company subject to taxation. That does make sense, Zhong Li nodded. Your suggestion just saved me the equivalent of 10 years' salary. Look, on your very first day, you've already created value for the company. You have great potential. Lin Xiangjuan was momentarily at a loss for words, almost bewildered by his straightforwardness. But if Zhong Li understood it that way, who was she to argue? With Lin Xiangjuan's addition, Zhong Li was temporarily relieved of company duties and could focus on his exams with peace of mind. During the past semester, aside from the first month, Zhong Li rarely attended classes. The course instructors had granted him exemptions, but he could not skip the exams, or he would fail and lose his credits. Public Teaching Building, Multimedia Classroom 303. When Zhong Li entered, more than half the class had already arrived, sitting in their seats arranged by student number, waiting for the exam to begin. Noticing Zhong Li's arrival, several students near the entrance turned to look. Xiao Yan is that handsome guy in our class. In the corner of the room, one girl leaned toward another and whispered, Have you forgotten him already? That's Zhong Li. The other girl's gaze also fell upon Zhong Li. Though he seems much more handsome than before. That's Zhong Li. The transformation is quite dramatic. I nearly didn't recognize him, the other girl murmured. Zhong Li had appeared in professional courses fewer than a handful of times throughout the entire semester, and combined with the changes in his temperament, he was like a different person compared to before. For those unfamiliar with him, coupled with a touch of face blindness, failing to recognize him was perfectly natural. Wasn't he expelled? I don't think so. Didn't he miss half a semester of professional courses? I thought he'd been expelled. Several girls whispered among themselves. Their voices were so low. Even so, Zhong Li could still hear them clearly. After the universe chessboard had enhanced his physique, his hearing, smell, and vision had all become remarkably acute. With a helpless smile, Zhong Li regarded the girls' discussion and the attention of numerous classmates. It had only been one semester, yet his classmates had nearly forgotten who he was. But he merely smiled and let it pass. He had no intention of wasting time maintaining such superficial relationships. The whispers lasted only 2 minutes before everyone's attention shifted to the exam. Soon silence fell over the classroom. In that familiar atmosphere, everyone instinctively looked toward the door. Wang Wenxiao appeared, walking in with a shopping bag and a briefcase. Upon reaching the podium, Wang Wenxia scanned the room, her gaze lingering on Zhong Li for a few seconds. Following her eyes, the other students noticed him as well. Zhong Li, who rarely attended class, had been spotted immediately, and they all sensed that an awkward scene might unfold. All right, settle down for the exam. Put away your books and materials. Class representative, please distribute the papers. Wang Wenxia handed the envelope of exam papers to the student representative in the front row. After a brief rustling, the classroom fell silent except for the sound of paper being passed around. Zhong Li took the exam paper and scratch paper passed forward, keeping one of each before passing them backward. The moment he received the exam, Zhong Li casually glanced over the content. The exam did not cover all the knowledge from the first semester of advanced mathematics, concepts that to him were as simple as second-grade arithmetic. He could determine the answers to the multiple-choice questions at a single glance. His current mental calculation speed depended entirely on how fast he read the questions. In just 3 minutes, he completed the multiple-choice and fill-in-the-blank sections without even needing to calculate. He simply computed them mentally and wrote down the answers in one sweep. The calculation problems involved definite integrals. The first short answer question asked for a limit which could be solved using the familiar squeeze theorem. The final proof problem was a comprehensive question. Zhong Li's writing process flowed like water, unhindered and effortless, requiring no contemplation whatsoever. He finished all the problems in just 20 minutes. As Zhong Li was about to stand up and hand in his exam, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Wang Wenxia had somehow appeared behind him without warning. She gestured for Zhong Li to sit back down and took the exam paper from his hand. The students nearby immediately noticed the unusual situation. Seeing Zhong Li being held back by the teacher, several classmates exchanged puzzled glances. For the past 3 months, Zhong Li had never attended advanced mathematics classes, and they knew the professor might make things difficult for him, but they had not expected it to happen right now. Maintain silence, Wang Wenxia said, calmly glancing around the examination hall. The restless students immediately fell quiet, refocusing on their papers. Try this one. Wang Wenxia handed another exam paper to Zhong Li, then took a seat at an empty desk nearby to grade the final exam paper Zhong Li had just completed. Full marks. The proof problems and short answers were completely error-free in their steps, and the calculations contained not a single mistake. It was essentially a standard answer key. Looking at Zhong Li's exam paper, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Wang Wenxia's expression. Beside him, Zhong Li glanced at the new paper and began to write. This set of questions was in a completely different league from the diagnostic test he had just completed. One was heaven, the other was earth. It covered complex analysis, advanced algebra, and geometric algebra, yet for Zhong Li the difficulty was manageable. When Professor Wang Wenxia had agreed to exempt him from classes, she had given him the textbook titles for the courses he needed to study, and these were precisely the topics covered. He had read through them during his spare time while developing artificial intelligence. Each knowledge point within was clearly presented, though some problem-solving approaches were unconventional and rather cunning. 40 minutes later, Zhong Li finished the final problem and looked up at Wang Wenxia. Teacher, come with me. Wang Wenxia collected the exam paper and led Zhong Li out of the classroom. The moment both of them left, the pressure on the nearby students lifted noticeably. Having the advanced mathematics professor standing beside them throughout the exam had doubled their tension. Now, they could finally breathe easier. What's going on? No idea. Looks like he was caught cheating and made to take a second test. Quiet, keep examining. Seeing the commotion, the class monitor whispered a reminder, and silence descended once more over the classroom. Outside the classroom, Wang Wenxia flipped through Zhong Li's second exam paper with a satisfied expression. This was the final round paper for the senior division of the college mathematics competition. At a glance, Zhong Li's performance on this paper would score at least 80 points. There were sections she couldn't even recall the answers to, and the exact score would need to be determined by cross-referencing the solution key. All of this was the fruit of Zhong Li's self-study. Zhong Li was a mathematical prodigy, and it would be a tremendous loss to the field if such a promising student did not pursue mathematics. For next semester's mathematics competition, I will recommend you to participate. If you earn an award, you will not need to attend my classes anymore, because achieving that rank would prove you surpass me. Alright, we'll see. Zhong Li found himself unable to decline, though whether he ultimately participated was his own decision. Wang Wenxia dismissed him, and turning with the exam paper in hand, she returned to the classroom. Back in the examination hall, she ceased her patrols and instead produced the answer key for the mathematics competition problems, carefully cross-checking each item. The multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections were all correct, and so were the short answer questions. The problem-solving section. Wang Wenxia's pupils contracted sharply. Zhong Li had provided 2 methods for each problem, one matching the official solution exactly, and another entirely independent approach, yet both yielding identical results. If one memorized the answers beforehand, matching the key exactly could be explained away, but a second independent solution spoke for itself. All correct, still all correct. A perfect score on the senior division college mathematics competition paper. She had severely underestimated Zhong Li's mathematical ability. Wang Wenxia's hand gripping the red pen trembled. Her own student, it seemed, had indeed produced a top-tier mathematical genius. Had she not been in the middle of proctoring, she would have couldn't resist calling to share the news. The exam continued until the bell rang, and only then did the students reluctantly submit their papers. Was Zhong Li just chased away by the teacher? Probably. I think he was caught cheating, discovered by the teacher, and then made to take a second exam. I heard he performed poorly on the second set, and was dismissed. He's been skipping class constantly, so the teacher targeting him is only natural. Several students discussed in hushed tones as they walked. Some of these conversations drifted into the ears of Wang Wenxia, who was tidying up the exam papers. She realized she had never mentioned exempting Zhong Li from attendance, nor had Zhong Li explained it to his classmates. Now everyone assumed he was simply skipping class. Never mind. She would catch up on grading over the next 2 days, and once the results were posted, these students would understand. After gathering the papers, Wang Wenxia scrolled through her WeChat and initiated a voice call to Zhou Shou. Teacher Zhou, I have some good news to tell you. You still have good news to share with me? Today I had Zhong Li attempt the senior division mathematics competition paper. Guess what score he got? 80. You're blind to talent. Zhong Li scored 100, a perfect score. I'm calling only to tell you stop competing with me for his attention from now on. Zhong Li is a top-tier mathematical genius. He should be studying mathematics, not physics. You're the blind one. Hep. Wang Wenxia let out a mocking chuckle and immediately hung up, feeling utterly satisfied. After leaving the examination hall, Zhong Li walked directly to the university library. He was unaware of the rumors circulating among his classmates. If he had heard them, he would have simply smiled and moved on. He had been occupied with the robot and company matters for some time, and during these final exam days he allowed himself a brief respite to read. Currently, the accumulation rate of his technology points had slowed somewhat. The next day, the university physics exam. As soon as Zhong Li entered the hall and took his seat, he saw Professor Zhou Shou marching toward him with an imposing demeanor, his expression clearly displeased. His guess proved correct. Zhou Shou was indeed in a foul mood. After yesterday's exam, Wang Wenxia had called to mock him, and some things were simply unbearable. As Zhou Shou approached Zhong Li, the surrounding students instinctively tensed, sensing the spectacle about to unfold. Yesterday, it was the calculus teacher. Today, it was the physics teacher. With Zhong Li having skipped an entire semester of classes, today would be the day he received his full reprimand. Focus on your exams. Those who fail will not receive any leniency from me. Zhou Shou's tone was harsh. The nearby students shrank back, pretending to examine their papers, carefully, unwilling to be drawn into the drama. They couldn't understand why the usually good-tempered, witty physics professor was in such a bad mood today. But glancing at Zhong Li, they immediately understood. So your math teacher gave you 2 exam papers to complete yesterday? Zhou Shou leaned close to Zhong Li and asked in a low voice. Yes. Good. Then you'll do 2 physics papers as well. Zhou Shou handed Zhong Li the prepared exam papers and whispered, if you don't achieve a perfect score, you won't be exempt from classes next semester. Zhong Li's eyebrow twitched. He suspected it was certain. Yesterday, after scoring a perfect mark, his math teacher had called Zhou Shou and taunted him provocatively. And now the grudge had come seeking him out. He had witnessed the rivalry between these 2 enemies before in the counselor's office. There must have been some dramatic history between them. Is this exam paper also from the college physics competition? Zhong Li tapped the more complex of the 2 and asked quietly. Yes. Fair enough. Zhong Li bent his head and began answering questions. The physics exam was comparable in difficulty to the calculus paper, though mastering the concepts and integrating them thoroughly made physics somewhat more accessible than mathematics. Both mathematics and physics required reading comprehension as the first hurdle. The greatest fear was not understanding the questions at all. But that was never a concern for Zhong Li. In just 1 hour, Zhong Li handed both papers to Zhou Shou. Glancing at the regular final exam, Zhou Shou gave a satisfied nod, recognizing a perfect score at a single sweep of his eyes. The important one was the other paper. Zhou Shou did not detain Zhong Li, dismissing him to leave, and examined the competition paper himself. 5 minutes later, Zhou Shou triumphantly seized the paper, snapped a photo with his phone, and sent it to Wang Wenxia. Teacher Wang, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Zhong Li also scored a perfect mark on the physics competition written exam. He is a top-tier physics genius, and as a physics student, physics is his to claim. Even if Jesus himself came, he could not take him away. That is my word. Zhou, you wait. Afraid of you. Bring it on. Putting down his phone, Zhou Shou's face broke into a relieved smile. Yesterday's grievance was finally vented, and he felt completely at ease. Satisfying. Zhong Li was unaware that his 2 instructors were quarreling over him. For the next 2 days, he devoted his time to studying his major courses and preparing for final examinations. Throughout the entire semester, Zhong Li had attended classes little beyond the first month, yet he found the exams effortlessly simple. His professional knowledge was already thoroughly mastered, and the exam content posed no difficulty whatsoever. For every subject, he finished early and left the hall. After completing the final English exam, Zhong Li did not leave immediately. He waited in the lecture hall examination room. Winter break was approaching, and the class advisor had announced a brief class meeting. Li Feng was in a good mood, her steps lighter and more brisk than usual. Wang Wenxia and Zhou Shou had already informed her of Zhong Li's situation. She had also specifically asked the other subject teachers to pay attention to Zhong Li's grades, and without exception all were full marks or near full marks. A gifted student had appeared in her class, a rare achievement in her teaching career. If this student succeeded in the future, she would share in the glory. It could be said that as long as Zhong Li in his capacity as a genius won honors for Jiang Ku, the school would subsequently improve her treatment and benefits. After entering the classroom, Li Feng scanned the room and handed the shopping bag containing exam papers to the class study commiss. Ione, you're sitting in the front row. Su Cheng, these are the final exams from your advanced mathematics professor. Distribute them. So quickly. Su Cheng hurriedly took the exams and divided them into piles for the class committee members nearby. Jean Lai, 90 points. Class monitor Yi Bo, congratulations, 59 points. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted in the classroom when Su Cheng announced the class monitor's diagnostic test score. As class monitor, Yi Bo awkwardly rubbed his nose and took the exam paper. Yun Hui, 85 points. Li Hong, 70 points. Fuck. Upon seeing their advanced mathematics scores, some were elated while others were crestfallen. Several students couldn't help but groan. They had failed. However, since the course used comprehensive grading, as long as they earned 90 points in their regular coursework, they would barely pass advanced mathematics and avoid retaking it. It all depended on whether the advanced mathematics professor would show mercy. Zhong Li, fuck. Su Cheng, who was handing out exam papers, let out an incredulous cry upon seeing Zhong Li's test. What's going on? The classmate closest to him grabbed the exam paper from Su Cheng, and upon seeing the score, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. What's wrong? Seeing their expressions, the surrounding students gathered around. Fuck, full marks. Several classmates crowded over, and their faces registered sheer disbelief upon viewing Zhong Li's exam. There must be some mistake. Several of them flipped through it twice to confirm every answer was correct. Before long, all the exams had been distributed, but everyone remained lost in shock. In just those few short minutes, Zhong Li's exam had circulated throughout the entire class, never even returning to its owner. They found it hard to imagine that someone who hadn't attended advanced mathematics classes all semester could achieve a perfect score. Student Zhong Li scored full marks, quite impressive. Li Feng spoke again. I have another exam paper here. Su Cheng passed it over to Zhong Li as well. Li Feng handed the mathematics competition exam to Su Cheng. When Wang Wenxiao had shared the news with her, she herself was stunned. It was the exam from the senior division competition. She had specifically inquired and learned that this year every student from their school's mathematics department who entered the competition had been eliminated, failing to secure any ranking whatsoever. A hint of regret settled within her. She should have recognized Zhong Li's aptitude for mathematics and science earlier. Had she done so and entered him in the competition, their school could have claimed a gold medal this year. Fuck. Su Cheng took the exam and glanced at it, completely dumbfounded. The classmate beside him snatched it to look, his eyelid twitching. On this exam, he recognized every character individually, yet together they remained utterly incomprehensible. Classmates from behind gathered again, grabbing the paper to examine it, their expressions resembling something spectral. You needn't look at this exam. It's from the Collegiate Mathematics Competition Senior Division Finals, Li Feng explained. Wang Wenxia had relayed what she had heard, and the class's lingering misconceptions about Zhong Li seemed to be unraveling. This brief class meeting had been convened precisely to address this. Those who had glimpsed the exam felt their scalps tingle, while those who hadn't were equally curious, practically begging to snatch it and see for themselves. Today had thoroughly shocked them. There's another piece of news. The physics teacher also told me that Zhong Li's physics competition answers were perfect, as well. Li Feng dropped another bombshell. Everyone had gone numb, gazing in awe at Zhong Li seated at his desk. So that's why the teacher had asked him to take both exams during the test. I've heard there have been some misunderstandings about Zhong Li among the class. His absences from major courses occurred because he had already mastered the material shortly after the semester began. The lecture pace proved too slow for him, so with his professor's approval, he studied independently at the library rather than skipping class. Everyone opened their mouths in astonishment, only to be struck by fresh amazement, leaving them reeling. Was this even human? Those who had once suspected Zhong Li of cheating now wished they could strike themselves. They had misjudged a scholar deity as a mere drifter. Chun Hui and his two dorm mates exchanged bewildered glances, each seeing disbelief reflected in the other's eyes. A scholar deity had been right beside them all along, and they had remained utterly ignorant. This incident serves as a warning to all of you. Don't believe everything you hear, especially in these days when information spreads so rapidly online. One careless moment can make you an unwitting vessel for rumors. University is the bridge connecting campus life to the broader world. Make the most of your time this first winter break and venture out to see more of the world. Only after the meeting adjourned did Zhong Li finally receive his exam. He felt genuinely touched that his teacher had gone out of her way to clear up the misunderstanding. Goodbye. Noticing all the students watching him, Zhong Li smiled and waved with his exam in hand, then slung his backpack over his shoulder and departed. His first semester at university came to a close. During the winter break, he could dedicate himself to preparing for the company's inaugural product launch. Zhong Li headed not back to his apartment, but directly to the company. Following Lin Xiangjuan's arrival, Zhong Li entrusted the company's operations to her, only checking in occasionally through Shiha to stay informed about recent developments. He had no sense of how much had changed. Upon scanning his access card and entering, Zhong Li spotted a new face at the front desk. A girl youthful and unpolished with soft baby fat on her cheeks and an innocent, slightly vacant expression. By his assessment, she appeared to be a recent high school graduate. Glancing at her badge, he read her name, Bai Yi, employee number 003. It was a pleasant name. Hello, Bai Yi greeted him with a smile. She had been recruited as an administrative receptionist by Lin Xiangjuan only after Zhong Li had returned to school. When Lin Xiangjuan interviewed other candidates and mentioned the company currently had only 2 employees, they all declined the offer. Bai Yi, fresh out of school and eager for employment, accepted the position without hesitation. Her priority was the salary, not the company's size, making her the 3rd hire. Over recent days, several new hires had joined the company daily. Bai Yi naturally assumed Zhong Li was another newcomer. Zhong Li possessed an employee badge and had passed through facial recognition to enter the building, confirming he was indeed company staff. The access system would not have allowed entry without matching credentials. Hello, Zhong Li nodded with a smile and made his way through the office toward the elevator. Along the path, he observed the workspace. Only about 20 employees, all at their desks during working hours, most with robot-related news and videos displayed on their monitors. Zhong Li surmised this was Lin Xiangjuan's assignment. As a fledgling company with an unrevealed robotics project and no active business, yet there was simply no substantive work available, so she had directed them to stay current with industry developments. Several of the newer staff members along the way greeted Zhong Li with nods, assuming he was a fellow newcomer. All had joined within the past 4 days, the most recent starting that morning, so they barely knew one another and mistook him for another new employee. Reaching the elevator, Zhong Li tapped his card and stepped inside. It wasn't until the elevator reached the 3rd floor that the office workers stirred from their routines. The 3rd floor was a restricted area. Upon joining, Lin Xiangjuan had sternly reminded all employees that the 3rd floor was the boss's private studio, and no one was permitted to go up without explicit authorization. Violators would face salary deductions at minimum or outright dismissal at worst. They had only recently joined, and this rule still rang loudly in their ears. Who could have imagined someone would actually go up there so soon? Seems like he's heading to the 3rd floor. Was it one of the new employees? Don't they know the rules? We're all new here. Those warnings are still fresh in our minds. Could he possibly be the boss himself? The moment those words left his lips, the office fell into a brief, stunned silence. Those who had been engrossed in robot news looked up one by one, their eyes alight with gossip. They had only been at the company for a few days, and as far as they knew, they had never even caught a glimpse of the boss. Did you just see the boss? What does he look like? I'm not certain it was him. He's quite handsome and very young. I actually took him for a new intern. He certainly does look young. I saw him too. He doesn't seem like the boss, does he? I thought he was a new intern, someone who had just graduated. A staff member who had just exchanged a polite greeting with Zhong Li spoke up. The company hadn't even assigned them substantial work yet. These past few days they had spent their time watching robot videos and reading tech news. Nothing but idle boredom. The fact that Zhong Li had gone straight to the restricted area had piqued everyone's curiosity. Bai Yi's mouth was slightly agape as she stared, utterly incredulous, at the elevator stopped at the 3rd floor. She recalled Manager Lin's instructions to her. If a young man appeared on the 3rd floor, that was the boss. Once the boss arrived, she was to contact her immediately. The boss was this young. He seemed about her own age. Snapping back to reality, Bai Yi hastily dialed Lin Xiangjuan's number. Manager Lin, someone just went up to the 3rd floor. Is that the boss? Did he have a black backpack, wearing casual clothes, looking quite handsome? Yes. That's him. I'll be back soon. If the boss has any instructions, just follow his arrangements. Understood. After hanging up, Bai Yi stared blankly at her phone. Was her junior martial brother really her boss? Bai Yi, what's going on? Is that the boss? A female colleague who had joined the company around the same time as Bai Yi asked curiously. Yes, it is, Bai Yi nodded mechanically. The moment she confirmed it, the office erupted into murmurs. Binhai Airport parking lot. Lin Xiangjuan lowered her phone and looked up to see a man walking toward her car. The man pulled a suitcase behind him. He appeared to be nearing 40, dressed in formal attire, exuding a weathered yet composed demeanor. His facial stubble suggested he had shaved not long ago. Soon he stopped before her car window and asked tentatively, "Are you Manager Lin?" "Xiao Qingfeng," Lin Xiangjuan said. "Yes. Perfect timing. Get in." "Thank you." Xiao Qingfeng offered a grateful smile and readily took the passenger seat. "The headhunter briefed me on your basic qualifications. However, the one who will be interviewing you is not me. It's my boss. If you pass my boss's hiring review, we will be colleagues henceforth. If you do not pass, our company will compensate you for your round-trip flight expenses." Lin Xiangjuan laid out the situation clearly. This was a talent she had recruited through a headhunter, though the circumstances were somewhat unusual. She had personally invited him from Shanghai. All right. Xiao Qingfeng had no objections. He understood his situation better than anyone. If given a chance at a decent position, he would have come regardless of whether they covered his airfare. The headhunter mentioned you've been delivering food this year. Lin Xiangjuan asked. Yes. I can't re-enter the finance circle anymore. Between my age and background check issues, no reputable securities firm or fund company will take me. I've had to make ends meet by delivering food. It's the midlife crisis, I suppose. Xiao Qingfeng gave a wry smile, his tone brimming with helplessness. May I ask what field does your company operate in as a startup? Technology. Our current plan is to launch robots as our first product. Future development directions are up to the boss, Lin Xiangjuan replied. Can you share the product development progress? Xiao Qingfeng asked. That's confidential. Once you pass the boss's interview and successfully join us, he will likely inform you, Lin Xiangjuan said. Xiao Qingfeng was not surprised by this answer. Third floor. After setting down his backpack, Zhong Li glanced at the computer screen from his desk. Shihi, I'm here, Brother Li. How may I assist you? Shihi appeared on the computer screen, smiling at Zhong Li. Report today's progress. Certainly. Today I studied materials from a 10 terabytes library. In the securities account, I successfully executed limit-up trades and made a small profit of 7 million. The current total market value stands at 170 million. Would you like me to report the company's status as well? No need. During these past few days, his securities account had been entirely managed by Shihi, employing fully quantitative strategies with remarkably fast execution. The 10 million he had allocated to the company remained untouched, and she had already earned another 20+ million. Where is Lin Xiangjuan? Manager Lin went to the airport to pick someone up. She is currently on her way back and should arrive at the company in approximately 20 minutes. Shihi replied. With 20 minutes to spare, Zhong Li leaned back in his chair and entered the Cosmic Chessboard. During the school examination days, he had studied numerous books on mathematics and physics, accumulating 153 technology points. Combined with his remaining points from before, he now possessed a total of 356 technology points. Even if he did not acquire any new technology, spending them all would grant him a 35-point increase in both intelligence and physique. Standing firm within the Cosmic Chessboard, Shihi's figure converged from the starlight. She, long time no see. You've become even more beautiful. I'll use some technology points now. Very well. Shihi raised her pale hand, and a sphere of light condensed before Zhong Li. The moment his palm covered the sphere, he unhesitatingly injected 350 technology points into it. Intelligence 1. Physique 1. The familiar sensation of enhancement washed over him, and Zhong Li immersed himself in it. 10 points of physique, 24 points of intelligence. Zhong Li could clearly feel the changes rippling through his body. Now the technologies and knowledge he encountered in daily life were comprehended without any barriers. Yet he never grew weary of his intelligence surging forward. As the final ray of light merged into Zhong Li's body, a torrent of information flooded his mind. Lost in the physical transformation, Zhong Li suddenly sat bolt upright. New technology. Advanced ERP Management System Technology. This was the technology behind enterprise management software. The ERP management system was a suite of software designed to improve enterprise efficiency, reduce operational costs, and accelerate work response speeds. The advanced ERP management system from the Cosmic Chessboard was more efficient than any ERP system currently on the market, and it could be integrated with intelligent systems. During the management process, if any single step produced an error, the intelligent system could quickly identify the problem. Put simply, once this advanced ERP management system hit the market, major corporations would scramble to purchase and deploy it. It could help enterprises conserve vast resources while boosting work efficiency and profit margins. For large enterprises, even a 1% profit increase amounted to astronomical figures. Pioneer Zhong Li. Species humanoid. Quantum authority planetary level. Life level tier 1. Physique 67. Intelligence 170. Tech point 6. A profound sense of life ascension coursed through him. Every cell, every nerve sang with pleasure. His dopamine levels exploded. Emerging from the Cosmic Chessboard, Zhong Li could clearly feel the changes in his body. This time was different. A dual enhancement of both intelligence and physique, as though he had broken through some invisible threshold. The world before his eyes sharpened further. This was not merely visual or auditory, it was a fundamental shift. He also felt a new measure of strength pooling within his body. He felt his current physical fitness could now rival that of a professional athlete. Zhong Li took a deep breath to steady his emotions. Shihi, assist me in developing the ERP management system. Understood. I will describe the system architecture. You are responsible for building it. Roger that. The company now had its initial framework. In the future, it would expand at high speed, and the arrival of the ERP management system technology could not have been more timely. Outside the company building, Xiao Qingfeng examined the modest structure before him. This seemingly small-scale enterprise represented his chance to turn his life around. Pioneer Quantum, a fledgling startup. Only by securing a position through the interview could he escape the quagmire of his current circumstances. When the two entered the building together, Bai hurried to greet them. She feared something might have gone wrong when the boss had arrived moments before. No one present knew the boss's true identity at that time. The salary for this position was quite decent. It was her first job since entering society, and with only a high school diploma, she couldn't afford to let such an opportunity slip away. The boss is still on the third floor, Bai said nervously. It's fine, no rush. Noticing Bai's anxiety, Lin Xiangjuan replied. You take this gentleman to the reception room and wait. I'll go up and find the boss. Right this way, sir. Bai led Xiao Qingfeng toward the reception room. As they walked, Xiao Qingfeng's attention was fixed on the company's layout and the operations underway in the office areas. Judging by its scale, the company wasn't particularly large, but as a fledgling startup that had managed to assemble a team so quickly that was already impressive. Many startups begin with just 3 or 4 partners. As a professional investor, he understood the explosive potential that early-stage companies could unleash. Once a product found its market traction, such startups would enter a period of frenzied expansion. With proper management, their scale would swell at an almost unimaginable rate until they became massive enterprises, at which point growth would finally slow. In this era where technology reigned supreme, once a technical product caught fire, the company's expansion would become unstoppable. "Sir, would you like something to drink?" Bai Yi asked after leading Xiao Qingfeng to the reception room. "Just water will do, thank you." "All right, please wait a moment." 3rd floor. Upon seeing Zhong Li, Lin Xiangjuan felt as though she had found her anchor, secretly exhaling in relief. This was her first time serving as manager, and there were many things she didn't fully understand. Without Zhong Li these past few days, she lacked confidence while working. But now that she saw him, that feeling of uncertainty vanished. It was as if everything would be fine as long as Zhong Li was around. The key thing was she couldn't explain why she felt this way. Her interactions with Zhong Li had been limited to the interview day. For the past few days, they had only communicated through WeChat calls or messages. "Boss." Lin Xiangjuan handed Zhong Li a resume file. "These are the people recruited so far. A few management positions are still vacant. I contacted headhunters to find candidates, but there weren't many suitable ones. I found someone relatively qualified. Xiao Qingfeng. From a rural background, graduated from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, with a master's in finance, 37 years old. After graduation, he joined Zhongxin Securities and 3 years later became a fund manager, with his managed funds ranking in the top 5 in the company for 5 consecutive years. Scanning through the resume briefly, Zhong Li gave a slight nod. "Where is he now?" "In the reception room downstairs. He just arrived from Shanghai today. His background makes him suitable for the CFO and investment director positions, but I'm concerned about this." Lin Xiangjuan pointed to the note on the document. 2 years ago, Xiao Qingfeng was dismissed for refusing to engage in insider trading, which offended a powerful figure in the capital world, and he was subsequently ostracized by the financial circle. Last year, his wife transferred their joint assets and divorced him. Now unemployed and struggling due to his age, many companies won't hire him, so he's delivering food while raising a daughter. This was the information and background check provided by the headhunter. Xiao Qingfeng was currently shunned in the financial industry. Lin Xiangjuan had previously encountered workplace discrimination herself, and she disapproved of such suppression, which is why she arranged for Xiao Qingfeng to come from Shanghai for the interview. From a resume perspective, Xiao Qingfeng was undoubtedly talented. The question was whether the boss would dare to hire him. Suppressed by a capital magnate. Zhong Li furrowed his brow. Coming from an ordinary background himself, Zhong Li felt a strong aversion to such suppression. "Pioneer, shall we consume technology points to appraise talent?" Xi's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Oh." Zhong Li paused. It seemed Xiao Qingfeng was indeed talented, though he couldn't yet determine whether it was a virtue or a flaw. "I only have 6 technology points now, not enough. You can go into debt. Planetary level authority allows an overdraft of up to 10 technology points. This is designed to facilitate the Pioneer's talent appraisal," she explained. "All right, then proceed with the appraisal." Pioneer uses talent appraisal function, technology points -10, a remaining technology points -4. Name: Xiao Qingfeng. Identity: founder of Qingfeng Private Equity Fund in the fixed timeline. Expertise: strategic investment, financial management, fund management, market insight. Background: graduate of Huaxia University of Finance and Economics, former fund manager and trader at Zhongxin Securities. After refusing to participate in insider trading, he offended a capital magnate and was ostracized by the financial circle, faced workplace suppression, and his wife left with their savings. Within the fixed timeline, Xiao Qingfeng will accumulate 300 in funds next year and re-enter the stock market. Over 5 years, he will grow his capital to 2 billion, becoming a legendary figure in the world of stock trading. He then traveled south to Hong Kong and established Qingfeng Private Equity. His investment team achieved profits for 10 consecutive years with an average annual return of 80, reaching the pinnacle of top-tier private equity firms. After receiving the information transmitted by Zhong Li's eyes lit up. Lin Xiangjuan had found him a truly exceptional talent. "Boss, shall we conduct an interview with him?" Lin Xiangjuan interrupted Zhong Li's reverie. "Let's go take a look." Zhong Li folded the resume and led Lin Xiangjuan downstairs. Reception room. When Xiao Qingfeng saw Zhong Li, surprise flashed across his eyes. Before coming, Lin Xiangjuan had told him that the boss was quite young, and now seeing him in person, he was indeed excessively young. But he also understood that startups were dominated by young people. At his age, especially with children to support, the margin for error was too slim to risk entrepreneurship lightly. In this era, youth meant the future. He had witnessed numerous startups rise to prominence, all led by young entrepreneurs. "Hello." Zhong Li sat across from Xiao Qingfeng. "Xiangjuan recommended you for the company's CFO position. I didn't see relevant financial work experience on your resume. Do you feel you're qualified?" Although she had provided him with information about Xiao Qingfeng's fixed timeline, and he knew Xiao Qingfeng was talented. The interview process still needed to be followed. Hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng straightened his posture. I hold a mid-level accountant certification and a level 2 CFA, chartered financial analyst. I've been working in finance since graduation and have solid knowledge of financial matters. However, my CFA certification was revoked at my previous company. The certificate may be gone, but my professional capabilities remain. A company's CFO shouldn't limit their expertise to just accounting. Investment knowledge is equally important. I'm confident I can generate returns for the company through financial and investment strategies. Zhong Li nodded without pressing further on the matter. Interviews often revealed more through a person's demeanor and self-assurance than through their resume alone. Xiao Qingfeng clearly exuded confidence in his professional abilities. Have you kept up with developments in humanoid robotics? What's your perspective on the technology? Humanoid robotics has been a hot investment topic in recent years, both in the investment and financial circles, and I've been following it closely. I believe the next 3 years will see an explosion in this sector similar to how drones became popular. They'll emerge as a unique type of consumer electronics. However, based on what he had observed, the practical applications for humanoid robots remained limited, which constrained their growth potential. Right now, they could only dance, perform, or pick up objects, nothing that truly served daily needs. And they lacked the versatility of drones. In his opinion, given current technology, humanoid robots were still just elaborate toys. Xiao Qingfeng shared his analysis. With his focus on investment and finance, he understood the market enthusiasm around robotics. But judging from recent market developments, humanoid robots' functionality was still limited to novelty applications. The truly valuable segment remained industrial robots, and all the profitable robotics companies in the market were focused on industrial automation. If you had capital to invest right now, would you choose the humanoid robotics sector? Please explain your reasoning, Zhong Li asked again. Yes. Xiao Qingfeng pondered before responding. While humanoid robots currently had limited applications, that didn't mean the situation wouldn't change. Consider the low-altitude economy. There was no such concept before. It only emerged after drone technology advanced. The same logic applied to robotics. If there was a technological breakthrough and application scenarios expanded, the market potential could be enormous. The question was when that breakthrough would come remained uncertain. Compared to robotics, do you see any more promising investment opportunities? Zhong Li asked again. Zhong Li's question plunged Xiao Qingfeng into a brief silence. He was organizing his thoughts. Nowadays, investments favored emerging fields like AI, computing power, and embodied intelligence, the realms of technology. Yet such technological domains were beyond the reach of anything but massive capital and giant corporations. Even for them, the risk of loss remained substantial. If one didn't pursue a narrative to take the company public, 90% of companies were operating at a loss. Even the current robot companies were all burning through funding to expand their scale and stories, as the robotics market had yet to reach the point of profitability. Is there a scale for the funds? Xiao Qingfeng asked. What if there's no limit? If there's no limit, then the directions charted by national development plans would be excellent investment areas. Artificial intelligence, computing power, brain-computer interfaces, embodied intelligence, domestic substitution. Most of these are high-tech and high investment. Xiao Qingfeng paused, then added. For small-scale funds, I'd suggest investing in light-asset new service industries, such as the low-altitude economy and elderly care. If you sign now, when can you start? Today. Your records show you're divorced with a daughter under your care. Any conflict between family and work hours? No. My daughter is with her grandparents, so there's no time conflict. Once I settle down here, I can bring them to Zhanghai City. One last question. Your records indicate you were dismissed from a securities firm for a certain reason. Do you regret your choice back then? Hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng gave a bitter smile. That incident was the root of his current predicament. If he had agreed back, then just the bonus alone would have been 10 million, and he might have achieved financial freedom by now. No regrets. When I made that decision, I had already chosen. I knew some money isn't worth earning, and some bottom lines and principles cannot be crossed. Xiao Qingfeng said firmly. Zhong Li nodded. Do you have any questions for us? What businesses does the company currently have? And at what scale, Xiao Qingfeng asked. The company was founded recently. All employees were hired within the past week. The first project is the humanoid robot I mentioned earlier. We'll expand into other tech fields later, Zhong Li said. After listening to Zhong Li's explanation, Xiao Qingfeng formed a preliminary picture of the company. He deduced that Zhong Li had secured a promising robot technology, obtained funding, and then started the venture. This model was quite common. If I join, what's the salary and benefits? I can offer you 40K with 15 months pay plus all standard benefits. Bonuses will come after the company turns a profit, and if business is good, there will be raises, Zhong Li said. Hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng's expression relaxed. At the securities firm, his salary was 50K, with annual bonuses averaging 1.5 million. But later, after buying a house in Modu, coupled with his ex-wife's extravagant spending and her absconding with the funds, plus the housing market downturn, his finances collapsed, leading him to this state. He had expected the boss to leverage his predicament to suppress his salary, but hearing 40K with 15 months pay put him at ease. This was already a high salary, allowing him to escape his current plight in a short time. I have no more questions. Xiao Qingfeng said. Can you start today? Yes. After signing the labor contract and confidentiality agreement, Xiao Qingfeng felt a great relief. Today he had grasped a lifeline. The headwind period seemed to have passed for now. Welcome to Shinshu Quantum. Zhong Li smiled. Looking forward to your guidance, boss. Xiao Qingfeng didn't hesitate to address this younger man as boss. In his previous interviews after background checks, they looked at him as if he were a plague. Zhong Li had given him a chance to turn his life around, a debt of gratitude. First, let's meet your subordinates. Lin Xiangjuan put away the contracts and led the two out of the reception room. Zhong Li had spent the past 5 days at school preparing for exams, so all current employees were hired through interviews by Lin Xiangjuan. Today it was only fitting for Zhong Li to appear and meet his staff. The company's project hasn't been disclosed to the employees, so I haven't assigned them any tasks or work these days. They've been studying the latest developments and news in robotics. Lin Xiangjuan explained as they walked, updating Zhong Li on the situation. Over the past few days, Lin Xiangjuan had gradually grown into the management role, seeking advice from experienced managers when needed or learning through trial and error by observing how others handled things. The company held a trump card, as long as no major mistakes were made, soaring to success was a foregone conclusion. The company's framework had taken initial shape. Now it was like an ant, tiny but with limbs. Everyone hold on a moment. When Lin Xiangjuan spoke, everyone stopped and looked at the three of them. This is the company's boss, Zhong Li. Lin Xiangjuan introduced. Applause erupted. Everyone clapped in welcome, but their eyes were fixed intently on Zhong Li. This time they got a clear look at Zhong Li's face. Several female employees' eyes lit up, almost as if stars were shining in them. Earlier someone had mentioned the boss was handsome, but they had no frame of reference. Now seeing him directly, they confirmed he was indeed very handsome and exuded an aura. If not for Lin Xiangjuan's confirmation, they wouldn't have connected Zhong Li with the boss. In their minds, the boss should have been a greasy middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a beer belly. Before them stood a young handsome man like an ungraduated college student, completely different from their imagination. Welcome to the Shinshu Quantum family. The next month might be a bit busy, so be mentally prepared. Zhong Li, unaccustomed to such public speaking, stopped after a few words. Hearing that the next month would be busy, everyone's spirits lifted. Some of them had joined Shinshu Quantum 4 days ago, and now that Zhong Li mentioned things would get busy, it meant they would finally have work to do. Carry on with your work. After giving the instruction, Zhong Li took Lin Xiangjuan and Xiao Qingfeng to the 3rd floor. The moment they left, the office erupted into chatter. That's the boss. So young. He looks like a student. The boss is so handsome. Stop swooning. On the 3rd floor, seeing the Tiannu again, Lin Xiangjuan still felt a surge of emotion. Once this robot emerged, it would astound the world. Brother Xiao, this is the product the company is about to launch. Zhong Li pointed at the Tiannu robot. Xiao Qingfeng was much older than them, so calling him by name seemed inappropriate. Zhong Li simply addressed him as brother. Xiao Qingfeng had no objection to this address, and actually found it quite agreeable. Xiao Qingfeng had noticed the robot as soon as he entered, but he assumed it was a model, not a real robot. Lin Xiangjuan had mentioned the company was working on robotics, but he didn't know the development progress. From its appearance alone, he couldn't tell how far along it was. Its name is Tiannu, a domestic robot. Zhong Li said. A nanny robot. Xiao Qingfeng's attention was not on the robot itself, but on the word nanny. Robots of various kinds were currently all the rage in the market, but they were limited to dancing, martial arts performances, or stage acts. No robot company had ever dared to claim their creation was a nanny robot. The boss dares to call this a nanny robot. That's a rather forward-looking concept. If it's merely a conceptual product, the company's future development will be slow and arduous. A conceptual product means no profit-generating merchandise can hit the market in the short term, or it can only be showcased to investors for financing. What functions does it have? Xiangjuan demonstrated for Brother Xiao, Zhong Li said, looking at Lin Xiangjuan. All right. Lin Xiangjuan immediately walked over to activate the Tiannu robot. She had only seen Zhong Li demonstrate this robot once before. This was her second time handling it. Pioneer Quantum Corporation's Tiannu robot No. 001. It is an honor to serve you. Tiannu. Present President Lin. How may I assist you? The Tiannu robot responded. Go peel an apple and arrange a fruit platter for me. Lin Xiangjuan issued her command. Certainly. Please expect a 5-minute wait. After receiving its reply, the Tiannu robot made its way toward the refrigerator, to Xiao Qingfeng's utter disbelief. It was only when the Tiannu robot picked up the fruit knife and began peeling the apple that Xiao Qingfeng's mouth instinctively parted, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Seeing his reaction, Lin Xiangjuan felt quite pleased. When she first witnessed the Tiannu robot's capabilities, she had been no less amazed, completely losing her composure. Now she realized she was not the only one. Xiao Qingfeng carefully observed the entire peeling process. The apple skin was as thin as one would achieve by hand, and those nimble fingers moved with an agility that seemed utterly unnatural for a machine. 3 minutes later, when the peeled apple was presented on a plate before the three of them, Xiao Qingfeng finally snapped out of his shock. It's this intelligent, this dexterous. He turned to Lin Xiangjuan. This is merely the tip of the iceberg regarding its capabilities. Lin Xiangjuan looked at the Tiannu again. Tiannu, bring us 2 glasses of water. Very well. Tiannu, give me a massage. Just my shoulders, please. Understood, President Lin. Would you prefer to sit down? It would be more comfortable. Xiao Qingfeng watched the Tiannu carry out each instruction one after another. From initial shock to stunned numbness, it took less than 10 minutes. What appeared to be simple tasks actually concealed an extraordinary wealth of information. The robot's grip on a disposable paper cup was perfectly calibrated to pour water without spilling. Similarly, the massage technique was equally refined. This robot possessed top-tier control systems and intelligent software. Just these 2 technologies alone would be enough to send the company soaring if released to the market. During the interview earlier, he had claimed that humanoid robots lacked practical application scenarios. Yet here before him, the humanoid robot had already conquered everyday domestic applications. The robot is scheduled for launch after the Spring Festival. We'll let the robot performance at this year's Spring Gala build anticipation, then release it afterward to deliver a blockbuster shock to the tech world, Lin Xiangjuan said. What's the production cost? Xiao Qingfeng asked, still processing everything. The mass production cost should be controllable within 50,000 yuan, Zhong Li replied. Hiss. Xiao Qingfeng sucked in a sharp breath. From an investor's perspective, once the Tiannu robot was released, it would be a catastrophic blow to those robotic startups. Boss, how much capital does the company currently have? Xiao Qingfeng asked. We have 200 million now, and more will follow, Zhong Li said. Hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng restrained his excitement. With seed funding in hand and top-tier intelligent technology secured, if managed properly, this product would be a game-changer in the market. Boss, which round of financing is the company currently at? Do you have any plans for further financing or an IPO? The company has not sought any financing. All shares remain in my hands, Zhong Li stated firmly. I can raise the capital we need. There is no requirement for financing or going public. Xiao Qingfeng couldn't help but admire Zhong Li. So young, yet already in possession of cutting-edge technology and sufficient funding. This meant the company would never be at the mercy of any outside investors. They could make their own decisions. He knew precisely what direction Zhong Li wanted to take the company, eliminating the need for pointless endeavors. If the boss intended to push for an IPO, they would need to prepare throughout the entire process. After processing his employee badge and confirming his office, Xiao Qingfeng left the company in high spirits. Zhong Li had given him a day and a half to settle in Shanghai City, find housing, and then he would be expected to dive into the robot launch preparations. Seeing the Tiannu robot had given him hope of turning things around. As long as he assisted Lin Xiangjuan in pushing the robot to market, everything would fall into place. Xiao Qingfeng's arrival allowed the company's framework to take shape rapidly. With an experienced senior figure on board, Lin Xiangjuan's pressure decreased significantly. Through his connections, Xiao Qingfeng recruited a human resources director, while Lin Xiangjuan successfully poached her lawyer friend to serve as the company's legal director, handling legal affairs and patent applications. The company's management structure began to take form. Within just a few days, all workstations were filled, and the employee count reached over 70. With the robot launch confirmed for after the Spring Festival, preliminary preparations such as venue reservations and equipment setup had already begun. Zhong Li set down his mouse and stretched comfortably. A minimalist dashboard interface appeared before his eyes on the computer desktop, an advanced ERP management system. With Shihe's assistance, Zhong Li had written the core code for the ERP management system in just 3 days and was now verifying the architecture. This ERP system could greatly optimize the company's procurement, inventory, production, transportation, finance, and human resources, thereby improving efficiency and expanding profits. Such a system was essential for any major enterprise. Zhong Li had preserved intelligent interfaces within the system, allowing AI integration if needed for data management. If Zhong Li wished to profit from this system alone, he wouldn't even need to release the robot. Simply launching the management system would attract major corporations. Brotherly, the architecture review is complete with no vulnerabilities, Shihe announced, appearing above the desktop. Good. Zhong Li closed the ERP interface and sent a message to Lin Xiangjuan. He had largely delegated company management matters to Lin Xiangjuan and Xiao Qingfeng. Over this period, Lin Xiangjuan had demonstrated remarkable adaptability, strong learning ability, thorough consideration, and visible growth. Thus, Zhong Li gradually felt at ease and focused on the technical aspects. Not long after, Lin Xiangjuan appeared at the studio doorway. I have an ERP management system here. Deploy it. Zhong Li handed her a hard drive. Lin Xiangjuan glanced at the USB drive. Last week, she had been preparing to deploy an ERP system, but the boss had asked her to wait a few days. Now she understood why. Boss, which brand of ERP is this? I developed it myself. The software isn't difficult. It will be sufficient for our needs. Understood. Lin Xiangjuan harbored no doubts. After all, the boss was a genius capable of developing the Tiannu robot. A piece of software should pose no challenge for him. If it didn't work out, they could always replace it. It can be integrated with an intelligent system later. I'll deploy an AI assistant within the company, making management far more convenient, Zhong Li said. All right. Lin Xiangjuan trusted Zhong Li completely. Given how powerful the Tiannu's intelligent system already was, minor modifications would easily allow it to serve as an AI assistant. The robot project is about to enter preparation phase. Go find precision manufacturing and assembly factories. Before the launch, we need to produce a trial batch of robots, and there are also registration and filing requirements to handle. Lin Xiangjuan's spirits lifted. It was finally happening. The Tiannu robots market launch would be their moment of soaring success. Boss, I have a suggestion, Lin Xiangjuan said. Go ahead. I recommend acquiring a small assembly factory. With our current funds, we can purchase a modest facility for robot assembly, which will help maintain confidentiality during the product's early stages. We would also be acquiring a team of experienced technical workers. Once production scales up after the launch, we can then partner with external contract manufacturers. Agreed. Brother Xiao should be quite familiar with this area. Discuss it with him. I currently have 200 million yuan in cash available, and we can acquire a factory without affecting the company's cash flow. Zhong Li nodded. He hadn't considered this angle before, but upon hearing Lin Xiangjuan's suggestion, it did seem like a reasonable need. Have everyone in the company sign confidentiality agreements and gather on the second floor. The company needs to prepare for the press conference, and everyone should know what product we're launching. Understood. Lin Xiangjuan turned and left. The second floor of the company. Over 70 employees, all having signed confidentiality agreements, were present. At this moment, everyone was whispering among themselves. This was the first time the entire company had gathered, including interns who had just joined in the past couple of days. They were all curious about what the boss was about to announce. Xiao Qingfeng and a few other managers appeared much more relaxed. They had already guessed what the boss intended to announce because the company was about to launch a robot requiring the marketing organization and administrative departments to collaborate and jointly prepare for the press conference. Announcing the robot now would be an unprecedented boost to company morale. They knew exactly how much of a sensation the Tiannu robot could create. Bai, do you know what this is about? A woman asked Bai in a hushed voice. Bai was frequently summoned by manager Lin, so they wondered if she had any inside knowledge of the important matter. Bai shook her head. I don't know either. Don't go gossiping around. We just signed confidentiality agreements, and if manager Lin or the boss catches you asking questions, you'll be in serious trouble. Upon hearing this, the woman quickly covered her mouth and fell silent, understanding the situation. She was new to the workplace and didn't fully grasp these nuances. Several colleagues nearby overheard Bai's words and chose to stop their discussions. Tap, tap, tap. Amidst the whispers, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Zhong Li and Lin Xiangjuan appeared at the top of the stairs. Suddenly a gasp rose from the crowd. Following the colleagues' gaze, everyone saw the Tiannu robot clad in a form-fitting suit come into view. What is this? Cosplay. Is it a robot? A robot? Impossible. Look at the way it walks, exactly like a real person. Could there be a performance today? The 70-plus employees were utterly stunned, watching over 20 robots and discussing excitedly among themselves. Quiet. Lin Xiangjuan spoke. In an instant, the noisy chatter on the second floor fell silent, leaving only puzzled gazes. This is our upcoming product, a smart robot. Zhong Li announced directly. A wave of gasps swept through the second floor. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. They had been wondering whether this person was truly a robot, but now the boss had personally confirmed it, sending shockwaves through the room like a bomb. Their company, which had been operating for barely 2 weeks, actually possessed such an impressive product. They had watched the robot descend the stairs with perfect realism, initially assuming it was a human in costume, never expecting it to be a robot. After the initial excitement subsided, the crowd grew quiet. Now they finally understood why manager Lin had been having them review robot-related information since they joined. So the company's product was indeed a robot, and they needed to thoroughly understand the current robot market landscape. I'll demonstrate one function to show you what this robot can do, Zhong Li said. With those words, everyone's faces filled with anticipation. Bai, come here. Oh, okay, coming. Bai hurried over, slightly nervous, facing so many people, her cheeks flushing pink. Take off your hair tie. All right. Bai wasn't sure what Zhong Li had in mind, but he was the boss, so she simply followed instructions. After removing the hair tie and letting her long hair cascade over her shoulders, Bai stood quietly to the side. Tiannu, go tie up Bai's hair into a ponytail. Understood, master. Tiannu responded, turning toward Bai. A slight stir rippled through the crowd. Employees in the back either stood on tiptoes or even climbed onto office chairs, desperate for a clearer view. Tiannu walked behind Bai, gathered her hair, and took the comb from Zhong Li. She smoothed the strands and tied them into a neat ponytail. As the hair tie secured, gasps erupted from the onlookers, their eyes alight with fascination. This robot is a housekeeper model. It can perform almost all household chores, prepare promotional copy, and press releases along these lines. The reason for announcing this today is that this robot is scheduled for release on March 5th after the new year during the Jingzhi solar term. Product, promotional materials, posters, and the press conference venue setup all require everyone's effort. Once the robot hits the market, rewards will be distributed accordingly. All right. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. There's one more thing. I forbid anyone from taking photos of the robot with personal phones before the official release. Under no circumstances are you to discuss any details about this robot with outsiders. Violations will be treated as leaks. Do you understand? Lin Xiangjuan reminded them sternly. Understood. Everyone nodded seriously. They finally grasped why the third floor was off limits. Such a monumental project was being developed there. Su-Yun, come with me to the third floor. Everyone else dismissed. Get back to work. Like a wave, the entire staff surged back to their desks energized. Those with any sense could see this was a life-altering opportunity. Joining Pioneer Quantum had been the best decision of their lives. Su-Yun followed behind Zhong Li. Dressed in an OL outfit with high heels, her figure was perfectly accentuated. She wore half-black framed glasses exuding an aura of pure allure. If Lin Xiangjuan embodied intellectual sophistication, then Su-Yun represented pure charm, a different kind of elegance. Judging by her appearance, her ambition must be formidable. As they entered the studio, Su-Yun glanced around curiously. This was only her second time ascending to the third floor, the first being when she had initially joined the company. Lin Xiangjuan had summoned her from a prestigious law firm in the capital based on their 20-year friendship. After showing her the Tiannu robot, Su-Yun had decided to leave that position behind and stay with Pioneer Quantum. Soon enough, they reached a desk where Zhong Li paused. Has the patent team been assembled? He asked, looking at Su-Yun. I've recruited 3 people with application experience, but they're not familiar with patent technology documentation. Writing patents requires deep technical understanding, which is somewhat difficult to find right now. Leave the patent writing to me. Zhong Li retrieved several document bags from the safe and handed them to Su-Yun. These contain core technical patents for the Tiannu robot. Take them and file the applications. Su-Yun accepted the materials with due solemnity. Based on her preliminary assessment, these patent documents were worth well over billions. Meanwhile, everyone was working with great enthusiasm. With the promotional and product directions established, they had clear objectives and were no longer aimlessly consuming information. The publicity department was drafting copy and press releases, while the marketing team tackled the press conference venue and the location for Pioneer Quantum's first flagship store, as directed by Lin Xiangjuan. One department stood as an exception, the technology department. Despite the company having robots, they knew nothing about them. Now that they were aware of the robot's existence, they still had no assignments. Where are the technology department members? Su-Yun called out in the office area. Manager Su, we're here. Upon hearing her call for the technology department, 8 people from the corner office rose to their feet. You're going up to the third floor. The boss wants to see you. Don't bring phones or electronic devices, Lin Xiangjuan added. Photography and calls are prohibited upstairs. Understood. The 8 members hurried excitedly from their desks toward the elevator. Those who preferred not to wait for the lift simply took the stairs, knowing the third floor was quicker to reach on foot anyway. Standing at the workshop entrance, the 8 of them hurriedly composed themselves before knocking and stepping inside. They harbored 120% curiosity about their boss's enigmatic studio. Especially after he had just demonstrated the robot to them, their thirst for knowledge intensified. Having consumed countless days of robot news and information, they were already well acquainted with the types of robots available on the market. Compared to the robot their boss had showcased today, those machines were nothing more than artifacts from a bygone era. The expansive workshop appeared utterly unremarkable at first glance. A modest office desk with a computer, a workbench lined with various tools and shelving, and nothing more than a 3D printer and a miniature CNC machine tool. Half of the 2 to 300 square meter space stood emptily bare. Come over here, all of you, Zhong Li beckoned to the 8. Without hesitation, they jogged over and formed a neat line. The robot project is called Tiannu. It will be our company's first product. I will teach you Tiannu's assembly process and manufacturing procedures. You must master these foundational skills, as subsequent robot testing will be your responsibility. Are you up for it? Zhong Li asked. We are. The 8 immediately straightened their posture. They understood the significance of this robot. If the company took off, they would become its founding members, the very first employees, the veterans of tomorrow. If they performed well, their prospects would be boundless. They all understood a fundamental truth: to become a general's wife, you marry him when he is still a lowly private. Here are the robot's design blueprints. Take a look first. Zhong Li handed each of the 8 a small notebook, which contained exactly Tiannu's design schematics. Training engineers was an indispensable step. Zhong Li did not believe that one person, himself, could complete all the work required for mass production. Not even the shadow clone jutsu would suffice. The most difficult part of the entire robot lay in the code and design development, which Zhong Li had already resolved. Therefore, the technicians' work consisted solely of simple assembly. They did not need to understand the robot's design and underlying principles. They only needed to grasp the key technical points and the causes of malfunctions. The integrated circuits for Tiannu had design schematics and would be entrusted to precision contract manufacturers in the future. Other components would likewise be produced by OEM factories, and assembly would follow the same model. Their company was only just getting started and lacked both the time and capital to build its own factory. In the early stages, they could only rely on contract manufacturing. The primary function of the technical staff would be to coordinate with those precision foundries. As Zhong Li explained, they listened with unwavering focus, sparing no detail. They had never been this attentive during their school lectures. They had originally assumed the company was a modest operation with little prospect. Now that they had encountered this robot, if they failed to seize this opportunity, their lives would be wasted. Anyone with a brain could see that their company held limitless potential. As the first batch of employees, as long as they avoided major mistakes and their capabilities kept pace with the company's development, they could transcend their social class in the future. 2 hours later, a brand new robot stood displayed before their eyes. Zhong Li had assembled it while explaining each step, making the entire process perfectly clear. Once the robot assembly was complete, Zhong Li retrieved a computer, connected it to the robot, and began writing the intelligent system code. The intelligent system and the control system. These were Tianyu's most core technologies. Without them, an assembled robot would be nothing more than an oversized figurine. After the code was written, Zhong Li rebooted the robot and waited nearby. The 8 of them watched intently, their eyes never leaving the machine like curious children. Pioneer Quantum Corporation, Tianyu Robot Unit 002, is pleased to serve you. The moment Tianyu's voice rang out, the 8 erupted into cheers as though they themselves had built it. Tianyu. Present, master. Collect the tools on the floor and sweep the waste clean. Yes, master. Tianyu 002 immediately crouched, gathering the welding tools, pliers, screwdrivers, and other equipment used during the assembly, returned them to the tool rack, then fetched a broom and began sweeping. The 8 standing nearby were so excited their faces turned red. If footage of Tianyu tidying tools and cleaning were recorded and posted online, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. I have explained the entire process to you clearly. Zhong Li pointed to the material boxes beside him and said, the robot's motherboard, battery, and other complex components are all prepared here. Try assembling one yourselves now. Raise any questions you have promptly so that you may thoroughly understand the product. Hearing that they could assemble a robot themselves, the 8 could barely contain their excitement. The moment Zhong Li finished speaking, they rushed over without hesitation and began selecting parts. No man could resist the temptation of assembling a robot with his own hands. Lin Xiangjuan and Xiao Qingfeng stepped out of the car together and looked up at the factory before them. Upon seeing the visitors, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes hurried forward with a smile plastered across his face. He was Chun Xiong, the owner of the factory in question. Yesterday, a middleman had contacted him asking whether he would sell his factory. He had answered without a second thought. This factory had been his greatest burden for the past 2 years. An early investment in a motorcycle factory with an annual capacity of around 70,000 units had run into trouble. In recent years, the rise of electric scooters, unfavorable national policies toward motorcycles, and intense competition had all contributed to the factory's troubles. This year alone, it was operating at a loss. If he could not offload it to recover cash flow, he would soon be classified as a defaulter. That phone call from the intermediary was in that sense a veritable lifeline. This is President Lin, and this is President Xiao, the intermediary introduced to Qin Xiong. President Lin, President Xiao. Qin Xiong immediately shook their hands with a beaming smile. These 2 benefactors were his saviors from a dire predicament, and he would not tolerate anything that might displease them. Please come inside. Let me give you an overview of the factory's situation. The group of 7 or 8 made their way into the factory. You should be aware of the basic conditions. Our main business covers stamping parts, welding, painting, and final assembly. The factory covers an area of 30,000 square meters, and all equipment is in place. One of our stamping machines was purchased as recently as last year. At its peak, the factory had 300 employees. Now we have just over 100, including many veteran workers who have been here for over a decade. All are skilled laborers who can get to work immediately upon receiving an order. Chun Xiong patted his chest to emphasize his point. His factory's difficulties stemmed from market conditions, not from his workers. Throughout the tour, Qin Xiong spoke confidently and without pause. As the owner, he had been losing sleep over the factory's problems lately, and he knew every corner of the premises like the back of his hand. To welcome Lin Xiangjuan, he had risen before dawn, summoning 2 veteran workers to clean the premises so that the factory would appear as neat as possible. When the group arrived at the assembly workshop, numerous workers were still assembling motorcycles. These were all foreign trade orders, as the domestic market for such knockoff motorcycles was exceedingly small. How long until your current orders are completed? Lin Xiangjuan asked. A week, or 3 days actually, Qin Xiong replied. If necessary, the factory can halt operations immediately for retrofitting. I will handle any breach of contract penalties myself. Compared to the tens of thousands in penalties, what mattered more to him was whether the factory could be sold smoothly. The factory doesn't seem to have over 100 people, Lin Xiangjuan observed, scanning the area. There have been no orders recently, so I sent some workers home to rest. If needed, I can call them all back, Qin Xiong said. Lin Xiangjuan turned to Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng caught Lin Xiangjuan's glance and immediately understood. This acquisition of the factory required him to negotiate the price. Mr. Chen, the factory's condition looks acceptable to us, but what about the price? Upon hearing the question about the price, Qin Xiong's spirits immediately lifted, his beard belly even jiggling. The price is negotiable. Over the years, I've invested a lot in the factory. Now, with depreciation and various losses, it's not worth much. So if Miss Lin sincerely wants to take it over, I'll offer a friendly price, 28 million yuan, including all equipment, factory buildings, and land. That's too high, Xiao Qingfeng shook his head. Mr. Chen, we came here sincerely to acquire the factory. If the price isn't genuine, I don't think there's a need to discuss further. Mr. Xiao, the factory has 30,000 square meters, quite a large area. After you take over with a little adjustment, you can put it into use. Chen Xiong rubbed his hands as he spoke. Xiao Qingfeng remained unmoved. Having dealt with many people in the investment circle, he knew some prices were negotiable. For a factory of this size, I could invest 30 million to build a brand new one with new equipment. If Mr. Chen doesn't want to sell, we can look at other factories. We don't mind the time, after all, cash is king. Ms. Lin, Mr. Xiao, building a new factory is time-consuming and laborious. How about 25 million? 20 million. If you can sell, we'll sign now. If not, we'll check other factories, Xiao Qingfeng said. Ms. Lin, that's too low. Chen Xiong looked at Lin Xiangjuan. I don't think it's low. Xiao Qingfeng shook his head, pointing at the motorcycle being assembled. What's the penalty for canceling this batch of goods? Not much, just one container's worth. The penalty is 500,000, Chen Xiong said. We'll cover the penalty for this batch and give you 20,500,000. If that works, we can sign the contract now. If not, we'll go see other factories. You can think it over, Xiao Qingfeng said. This price really makes me lose too much. All right, Mr. Chen, please consider. We still need to inspect other factories. With that, Lin Xiangjuan and Xiao Qingfeng walked out of the factory. They had planned to inspect 3 factories. This motorcycle factory had the best location and was most suitable, so they came here first. If they could close the deal, they would save some effort. Ms. Lin, Mr. Xiao, please wait. Chen Xiong hurried after them. He knew this might be his only chance to sell the factory this year. If he kept it any longer, he would continue to suffer losses, and he could barely repay the bank loans. 20,500,000 is really too low. Give me 2 million more, and I'll sign the contract now. Lin Xiangjuan and Xiao Qingfeng stopped and exchanged glances. Then they said, our boss has a limited budget. I'm afraid we can't reach that price. Ms. Lin, can you call your boss? Chen Xiong pleaded. I'll try. Lin Xiangjuan and Xiao Qingfeng stepped away from the crowd and dialed Zhong Li's number. 22 million was within their budget. According to the information they had gathered, this factory's location, scale, and workforce made it the most suitable. If they could buy it within budget, there was no need to waste time on the second one. Boss, what's up? We found a suitable factory. The seller's bottom line is 22,500,000. I plan to counter with 21 million, which should work, Lin Xiangjuan said. Great. You and brother Xiao can decide on this matter. Why are you calling me? Zhong Li said. I'm calling just for show. I'll tell him you only offer 21 million. Saving 150,000 is like saving 2 years of my salary. Zhong Li on the other end was both amused and exasperated. All right, tell him I said so. 21 million if he can sell by it. Okay, boss. Lin Xiangjuan hung up and walked back with Xiao Qingfeng. Mr. Chen, our boss is only willing to add 1 million plus the penalty I promised to cover. 21 million. If that works, we'll sign the contract now. This. Chen Xiong winced in pain. The factory had to be sold, otherwise he would lose over 100,000 every month. The longer he delayed, the more he would lose. All right, let's just make friends. 21 million, consider it a New Year's gift. Then let's sign now, Lin Xiangjuan smiled. Okay, right this way. After agreeing, Chen Xiong suddenly felt an unprecedented lightness. With this money in hand, after paying off the bank loans and workers' wages, he would still have 15 million left. He could live comfortably from now on without the anxiety of the past 6 months. There's one more thing I need your help with, Mr. Chen, Lin Xiangjuan suddenly said. Ms. Lin, go ahead, Chen Xiong replied immediately. Please ask all factory employees to come back. After I take over, there will be new work arrangements. Lin Xiangjuan said. No problem. Chen Xiong readily agreed. In the factory office, with the mediator and lawyer present, Lin Xiangjuan and Chen Xiong signed the acquisition contract. The atmosphere around them relaxed. It could be said that both parties had solved a major problem. Pioneer Quantum had acquired its first factory. Though a bit small, it was sufficient for now. With a little renovation, it would soon be operational. And Chen Xiong no longer faced the risk of bankruptcy. With the cash in hand after repaying loans, he could enjoy a comfortable new year. Mr. Chen, as stipulated in the contract, the first payment will be transferred to your account within 24 hours. The remaining amount will be transferred after all procedures are completed, Lin Xiangjuan said. Good. Chen Xiong's face glowed with satisfaction. He instructed the factory accountant to hand over the factory's accounts document, seals, and certificates to Lin Xiangjuan. At that moment, the factory officially changed hands. Ms. Lin, Mr. Xiao, let me treat you to a meal later, Chen Xiong said. No need. We're quite busy before the new year and don't have much time to spare. Let's first meet the factory employees. Okay. Chen Xiong led the way, taking everyone out of the office. Outside the factory, over 100 people were gathered, whispering among themselves. They had heard some rumors. The factory's performance had been poor lately, and with the recent visit, most could guess that the factory had been sold. When Chen Xiong came out with Lin Xiangjuan and the others, the workers' murmurs immediately ceased, and all eyes turned to them. Everyone, I have news, the factory has been acquired. It now belongs to Pioneer Quantum Company. This is Ms. Lin, the general manager of Pioneer Quantum, Chen Xiong introduced. Your labor contracts with the factory will be terminated by the finance department in the next couple of days. The back wages owed as well as the compensation for contract termination will be paid in full. At these words the crowd stirred. Among the over 100 workers expressions varied. Some were delighted, some disappointed, some anxious. The good news was that the overdue wages would be paid. The bad news was that they might lose their jobs. Finding new jobs would mean unstable income for a while. For those with financial pressures at home, life would fall into a difficult cycle. Don't worry everyone. Let Ms. Lin say a few words. Chun Xiong stepped aside. Lin Xiangjuan stepped forward, surveying the crowd that was filled with both hope and anxiety. Gentlemen, if you are willing, after terminating your labor contracts with Mr. Chen, you may rejoin our Pioneer Quantum Company. The factory now belongs to us, but it still requires workers. Those who pass the interview and are successfully hired will receive a 15% increase on their current salary. The remaining days of this month will be counted as a full month's salary. A wave of cheers and thunderous applause erupted from the crowd upon hearing that they could join the new company with a salary hike. Many faces showed excitement. Just moments ago they had been worried about unemployment, but now the situation had reversed. Not only would they not lose their jobs, but they might even get a raise. Changing bosses didn't seem so bad after all. You'll need to wait a moment, for our company's finance and HR staff are on their way. The crowd consisted entirely of blue-collar skilled workers who were precisely what Pioneer Quantum urgently needed. Lin Xiangjuan naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip, saving them the trouble of recruiting one by one. Now she could take them all in one fell swoop. After Lin Xiangjuan finished speaking, the scene became noisy, but the atmosphere was no longer one of worry, only surprise and anticipation. To secure the final payment, Chun Xiong cooperated fully with all handover procedures, making the takeover of the motorcycle factory incredibly smooth. Throughout the process, whenever factory workers were needed, they showed great enthusiasm. Chun Xiong provided compensation for contract termination and settled all wages, while Pioneer Quantum rehired them, paying full wages for the month at a rate higher than before. In short, this acquisition was a win-win-win for all three parties. Lin Xiangjuan acted swiftly. After successfully taking over the factory, she directly arranged for new work uniforms, then following Zhong Li's instructions, disposed of unnecessary machinery and materials, purchased new equipment, and added new positions. Their time was tight, and they needed to have the factory set up before the new year. In just a few days, the once lifeless factory was brimming with vitality and completely transformed. At Pioneer Quantum Company, on the third floor, 20 robots were neatly arranged in an open area. These were robots built with the latest components and were destined for mass production. This version of the robots boasted superior performance, clearer command recognition, and smoother movements, nearly indistinguishable from a real human. Zhong Li also added a waterproof design as a minor upgrade. Lin Xiangjuan entered the third floor, glanced at the 20-plus robots on display and the few busy workers, and walked over to Zhong Li. During this period, the company's staff had shown remarkable enthusiasm, a stark contrast to just a week ago. Boss, the container truck has arrived, Lin Xiangjuan reported. Good. Zhong Li nodded and called out to the 8 employees still testing the robots. Stop what you're doing and come over here. Hearing Zhong Li's call, the 8 immediately set down their tasks and jogged over. Their eyes sparkled with brightness. Never since starting their careers had they felt such drive. After days of assembling robots, they now had a thorough understanding of the robot structure. They could already disassemble and replace components independently. They were now utterly impressed by this boss who was younger than them. Over the past few days, Zhong Li had provided systematic training explaining everything from components to the entire machine, including the key structural details. They already had some technical foundation, so they learned quickly. Now, aside from the robot's intelligent code and programming, they understood all other aspects of the robot technology. The boss genuinely taught them the craft. The robot launch conference is scheduled after the new year. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. We may need everyone to work overtime during the Spring Festival holiday. Can you accept that? Zhong Li asked. I can. I can too. Boss, me too. The 8 replied without hesitation. This was their chance to climb the social ladder. If they missed it, they would regret it forever. The Spring Festival comes every year, but such a golden opportunity was not a yearly occurrence. Good. Overtime work during the holiday will be compensated with triple pay and subsidies. You won't be working for nothing, Zhong Li said. Hearing this, the 8 straightened their backs. They would have worked even without overtime pay and subsidies, so the extra compensation was a delightful surprise. The company has acquired a factory and needs engineers stationed there. You 8 will form an engineer team. Go to the factory and teach the workers the steps and precautions for assembling the robots. Pay attention, quality must be up to standard. Follow the quality standards I set. Any deviation means the product cannot leave the production line. Understood. The 8 nodded solemnly. After these days of working together, they knew exactly how high the young boss's quality standards were. Su Yuan, activate the robots and load them into the container. Ride with the truck to the factory, Zhong Li instructed. Su Yuan, singled out among the 8 technicians, immediately agreed and led a few others to activate the robots. Downstairs, the container truck was positioned facing the company gate. The gap between the container and the gate was covered with black cloth by Pioneer Quantum employees. The truck driver was not allowed to leave the driver's seat, nor could he inspect the cargo. Even when accepting the job, he had to sign a confidentiality agreement. If not for the substantial payment, the assurance that the goods were not contraband, and the fact that someone would take responsibility, most drivers would have hesitated to accept such a job. Other employees stood guard around the truck, preventing anyone from approaching. A testament to the level of secrecy. This is quite a production. Actually, I have a better, more discreet method. Lin Xiangjuan remarked, looking at the vigilant staff. What method? Zhong Li asked curiously. Use green woven bags, wrap the robots in tape, and stick an A4 paper labeled confidential shipment on top. Anyone who sees it would never guess it's a robot. Lin Xiangjuan said with a straight face. Zhong Li's mouth twitched, and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. That is indeed quite confidential. He suspected Lin Xiangjuan was joking. No, it was like a 100-ton truck crashing straight into his face. Have you ever bought something like that? Zhong Li asked. No, I saw it online. Zhong Li rubbed his forehead, regretting even asking. Everything was ready. On the staircase, one by one, the Tianyu robots followed Su Yuan and his team downstairs, climbing the steps in an orderly fashion, boarding the container, and then entering standby mode. All 20-plus robots climbed into the container under the amazed and excited gazes of the Pioneer Quantum employees. This scene was something they had only seen in sci-fi movies before. Even the robot performances on the Spring Festival Gala were not as awe-inspiring as their company's robots. Clang. The container doors closed, and only then was the black cloth removed. After confirming that 2 locks were added to the container, Su Yuan ran back to report. Let's go. Ride with the truck to the factory. With Zhong Li's command, Su Yuan ran back to the truck's passenger seat to escort the shipment, and the others followed. Pioneer Quantum Factory. Located about 10 kilometers from the Technology Innovation Park, not too far away, which was exactly why Lin Xiangjuan had set her sights on it. The factory gates were sealed at the time. After the successful acquisition, Lin Xiangjuan had upgraded the factory security. The campus was covered by surveillance cameras with no blind spots. The access control system was upgraded, and 10 new security guards were hired on a 2-shift rotation. They were all young, vigorous veterans with confidentiality maintained to the highest degree. As Lin Xiangjuan put it, if the robot project were leaked this time around, she would lose all face and could not continue serving as general manager. This was Pioneer Quantum's first product, and she had to deliver perfection to honor Zhong Li's trust and justify the salary she received. Brother opened the door. Su Yuan stepped out to the gate, rolled down the window, and handed his badge to the security guard. Only after confirming the badge was valid did the guard notify the control room to open the gate. At the workshop entrance at that moment, Xiao Qingfeng was quietly waiting. Since the factory had only just been taken over, and there was no one suitable to manage it yet, Lin Xiangjuan had asked Xiao Qingfeng to come here to handle things on a temporary basis. When he saw the vehicle approaching, Xiao Qingfeng immediately directed someone to guide the container truck into position at the workshop entrance. Boss. Upon seeing Zhong Li arrive, Xiao Qingfeng's expression relaxed. Though Zhong Li was quite young, through their recent interactions, he had come to deeply appreciate what made Zhong Li exceptional. Working alongside him brought an inexplicable sense of security. This was because Zhong Li possessed a confidence that transcended his years, and that self-assurance naturally radiated to those around him. How are things? Zhong Li asked. Everything has been arranged. Those currently remaining at the factory are skilled workers who chose to give up their holidays to stay, 93 in total. For those unwilling to work overtime during the Spring Festival, I've arranged early leave for them. The factory is now under closed management. Xiao Qingfeng said. These were all blue-collar technical workers. When told that Spring Festival overtime would come with triple wages and subsidies, the majority chose to stay. In just 10 days they could earn more than what they typically made in a month, plus the promise of time off afterward. So there was little reluctance. Thank you for your hard work, Zhong Li said. During this period the managers bore the heaviest workload, each functioning as though they were 3 people. But this was only temporary. After the upcoming product launch, they would have the capital to recruit extensively, and there would be no shortage of top-tier talent coming forward. If Zhong Li had to handle all these matters himself, even 24 hours of continuous work wouldn't suffice. It's no hardship, Xiao Qingfeng said. Previously blacklisted from the financial circle, and having hit rock bottom, Zhong Li had now given him an opportunity to soar once more. He naturally intended to cherish it. Once Pioneer Quantum achieved success, those capitalists who had once trampled him would have to look up to him instead. He held a deep resentment within him. You'd better cultivate a few deputies of your own. You'll have more people to manage in the future, and you won't be able to handle everything yourself. If you insist on handling every detail personally, like Zhuge Liang, you'll work yourself to death. Your health is the foundation of all endeavor, Zhong Li said. It had only been a few days, yet Xiao Qingfeng already showed considerable fatigue on his face. Very well, Xiao Qingfeng replied, moved. Inside the workshop, all the workers paused their tasks. After the new company took over the factory, they had not given the workers much to do. Only signing confidentiality agreements, reinforcing the management system, and explaining the Spring Festival overtime arrangements. Up until now, there still hadn't been much work for them. These past few days had been mostly receiving shipments and producing some components, so many people had been sitting idle. Today, however, Xiao Qingfeng had gathered everyone together clearly for something significant. When the workers saw Xiao Qingfeng accompanying a young man, they stopped their discussions and turned their attention toward Zhong Li. From his appearance alone, they could tell this young man was no ordinary person. His status was clearly far above Manager Zhao's. "Let me introduce everyone to this person," Xiao Qingfeng said. "This is the company's owner." A low murmur rippled through the crowd, and everyone clapped hastily to mask their astonishment. Zhong Li looked barely 20, like a college student. They never expected him to be the boss of them all. "All right, everyone," Zhong Li said. "You'll need to work hard for the next while. Once the product launch is over, I will make up for this holiday period for each of you." "All right." The workers erupted in enthusiastic approval. This overtime came with outrageously high subsidies plus compensatory time off afterward. This was simply a paradise company. "Our boss is incredibly generous." Someone shouted, and laughter burst from the crowd, instantly lightening the atmosphere. Watching the cheerful scene, Zhong Li also wore a smile, his mood relaxed. "The company is about to release a product, and before the launch we need to prepare some units for promotion. I will have our engineers teach all of you the production process. Study diligently, and if anything is unclear, ask the engineers. If they cannot resolve it, they will escalate it to me." Click. As soon as Zhong Li finished speaking, the container door swung open. "Tiannu," Su Yuan called out. "Tiannu, come down and assemble." "Roger that." Under the watchful eyes of all the workers, Tiannu robots appeared at the container entrance, leaping down and forming orderly rows opposite the workers. The technicians stood bewildered, staring at the synchronized robots. "Robots? No way. These are actually robots. I'd rather believe these are mummies than robots. Someone's faking it, right? For real." Coming to their senses, the technicians, who had been confused moments before, erupted into chaos. The robots' movements, leaping from the truck and walking, bore no trace of robotic stiffness whatsoever. The factory floor descended into disorder, but the initial shock gradually subsided, and everyone turned their gaze toward Zhong Li, awaiting his answer. "These are robots, the product our company will soon be releasing," Zhong Li said. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Even though they had already suspected as much, hearing Zhong Li confirm it made the workers unable to contain their astonishment. "Quiet," Zhong Li said, his voice cutting through the din. "For the next month the factory will go all out producing these. Once the launch concludes, everyone receives a bonus." "All right." Hearing about the bonus, the technicians erupted in jubilation. Nothing thrilled them more than the prospect of extra pay. In that instant, the shock within the factory transformed into delight. "These individuals are the engineers who will teach you all how to assemble the robots." Zhong Li introduced Su Yuan and the others to the workers, then had them divide the factory technicians into groups, each engineer leading one team. As for everything else, Zhong Li stepped back. This was a process of selecting talent. Zhong Li had already given them the best opportunity available. Whether they could rise above the rest depended entirely on their own effort. Zhong Li did not explain the robots' functional capabilities to them, for there was no need. "Brother Xiao, find someone to take over as factory manager as soon as possible. There is still much to handle back at the company, and right now you are the only experienced hand we have," Zhong Li said to Xiao Qingfeng. "All right, I will start looking right away," Xiao Qingfeng agreed without hesitation. Pioneer Quantum was like a rapidly spinning machine, with nearly everyone working at full throttle. The preparations for the robot's launch were advancing swiftly. The phone rang, interrupting Zhong Li, who was reading in his study. It was Lin Xiangjuan calling. "What's up?" Zhong Li asked. "Boss, we don't have money to pay salaries," Lin Xiangjuan said. Earlier, Zhong Li had transferred 30 million yuan into the company account, which was quickly spent on acquiring a factory, purchasing new equipment and materials. Now it was time to pay the first month's wages, which was crucial. The headquarters had over 70 people, plus the factories more than 100, nearly 200 employees in total. If salaries weren't paid on time, morale would drop by half. "All right, is there a car?" "Yes, I'm at the company. Are we going on the run?" Zhong Li chuckled helplessly. "Come with me to the bank." After hanging up, he checked his bank account. Only 30 million yuan in cash remained. Seemingly not enough. "Shiha, how much is in the securities account?" Zhong Li summoned Shiha and asked. "Brother Li, there are 260 million yuan in the securities account now." Shiha appeared on the desktop, and the securities account interface unfolded. Total assets 267 million yuan, with market value at 180 million. Zhong Li checked the account's trading history. The win rate was astonishingly high. Shiha's stock operations were 100 times better than any quantitative strategy. This was even with the restrictions Zhong Li placed on Shiha. Without them, the growth of his assets would make it seem like he was manipulating the market. Confident that the securities account had sufficient funds, Zhong Li transferred 60 million yuan to his bank account, grabbed his coat, and headed downstairs. Lin Xiangjuan was waiting by her car. Seeing Zhong Li come out, she got into the driver's seat. "Boss, aren't you going to buy a car?" "I don't have a driver's license yet. I use an electric scooter for daily commuting." "That was my oversight. I'll find you a driver." A boss riding an electric scooter to work isn't ideal. "What's wrong with it?" "I think it's fine. It's unsafe. You now have over 200 employees relying on you for their livelihood. After the robot launch, your net worth will skyrocket to tens of billions. Safety is paramount," Lin Xiangjuan said. Zhong Li couldn't argue, as she had a point. He really needed to pay attention to safety. At the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Zhong Li and Lin Xiangjuan entered the lobby and headed toward the VIP area. As soon as they arrived, a customer manager approached with a beaming smile. "How may I help you? Please remove the transfer limit on my bank card." Zhong Li handed his card to the manager. The last time he transferred money, there was a limit of 5 million yuan per transaction, making large transfers inconvenient as they had to be spread over several days. This time he decided to resolve it once and for all. The manager hurriedly took the card. "Please wait a moment." When he saw the balance, his eyelids twitched. Over 90 million yuan. So much cash. Zhong Li was too young. Wasn't he a top-tier rich second generation? "Sir, your card's transfer limit is 5 million. It seems there is a limit," the manager said. 5 million isn't enough. Set it to 50 million. The manager's scalp tingled. How could that be done? But if he refused and angered the client, the branch manager would skin him alive. "Please wait, I'll find the branch manager." With that, the manager rushed to the back office. About 2 minutes later, he returned with a middle-aged man in a suit. "Branch manager, this is Mr. Zhong, who wants to conduct business." Li Dong looked at Zhong Li in surprise, then at his account. Over 90 million yuan in balance, clearly a major client. But Zhong Li's age and wealth were completely mismatched. The only explanation, he was a rich second generation, the son of some wealthy family. "Mr. Zhong, hello. I'm Li Dong, the branch manager." "Hello," Zhong Li replied briefly. "Is the 5 million limit insufficient?" Li Dong asked. "I have relatively large capital flows, and the company's turnover is also substantial," Zhong Li said. Li Dong glanced at Zhong Li's account activity. Just transferred 60 million from the securities account, and several times had hit the 5 million limit. This meant Zhong Li could command cash flows in the hundreds of millions. Such a major client would be coveted by other banks. If he wasn't satisfied and moved his funds, Li Dong would regret it. "Sir, your card's limit is 5 million. There are 2 options. First, we can handle transfers at the counter and we'll assign a specialist to assist you. Second, we can issue a U-Shield for online banking with a transfer limit of 2 billion. "Give me a U-Shield," Zhong Li said. "All right." Li Dong immediately instructed the business manager to process the U-Shield. "Sir, would you like to apply for a black gold card? Our bank's Peony Black Gold card meets most spending needs and comes with complimentary airline platinum membership. Boss, get one. These little things are symbols of status and can bring a lot of convenience. We're in business, so convenience is key," Lin Xiangjuan whispered. "All right, I'll get one." Zhong Li agreed. As Lin Xiangjuan said, he was in business, anything that brought convenience was valuable. "Great." Li Dong was delighted. He turned to the manager. "Xiao Zhou, after the U-Shield, issue a black gold card for Mr. Zhong with a limit of 20 million. Is that enough?" "It's fine," Zhong Li said casually. He had more cash flow than he could use, the amount didn't matter. "Mr. Zhong, let me get your contact information. If you ever need a loan or working capital, feel free to reach out." Li Dong took out his phone and showed his WeChat QR code to Zhong Li, then also added Lin Xiangjuan. Both exuded an extraordinary aura. In his view, they were future major clients. The process went smoothly. After obtaining the U-Shield and black gold card, Zhong Li instructed the manager to transfer 50 million yuan to the company account marked as a loan. In just 1 month since the company's establishment, 80 million yuan had been spent. Without Shiha, the advanced AI that continuously generated profits, it would have taken him a month to accumulate such initial capital. "It's almost New Year. I'm going back to my hometown. Keep an eye on the company. Call me if you can't solve any issues." Today, Lin Xiangjuan's mention of safety reminded Zhong Li of his family. After the Spring Festival, the company would launch the Celestial Maiden robot. Then Pioneer Quantum would undoubtedly make a splash, and his personal details, as the owner, might be dug up. He needed to make some arrangements in advance. "Okay," Lin Xiangjuan agreed. The hardest part of a product launch is the technical breakthrough. The Celestial Maiden robot was already mature. No matter how it became known, it would be a groundbreaking product. There shouldn't be many problems. "Where are the best houses in Shanghai City?" Zhong Li suddenly asked. Now that he had money, if he arranged for his family to come to Shanghai, he couldn't rent. He needed a place for his parents to enjoy their retirement. "You want to buy a house?" "Yes. The best houses in Shanghai are probably Jiangnan Mansion at 180 per square meter. The best villas are on Jiangxin Island starting at 60 million. Do you know any real estate agents?" "I have a friend who's an agent. He should have the sales number for Jiangnan Mansion. Let me ask." Lin Xiangjuan scrolled through her contacts and dialed a number. At Jiangnan Mansion. When Zhong Li arrived, a female real estate agent in formal business attire was waiting. Seeing the car carrying Zhong Li and Lin Xiangjuan, she couldn't help but flash a trace of disappointment in her eyes. She had accompanied many clients to view properties, all of whom were wealthy or of high status, and their cars were never worth less than 800,000 yuan. The electric car Zhong Li and Lin Xiangjuan drove was ordinary, not resembling that of the rich. However, out of professional necessity, she maintained a courteous smile. "Hello, sir and madam. I am Yuli." Yuli greeted with a smile. "Hello." Zhong Li nodded. "Sir, madam, I must apologize first. You see, the owners of Jiangnan Mansion are quite distinguished. Therefore, clients who wish to view properties here generally need to undergo asset verification with a minimum of 20 million yuan. Yuli said with some difficulty. "Is that so? Will this do?" Zhong Li took out the black gold card he had just obtained from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. At the sight of the black gold card, Yu Li's eyes widened with astonishment, and her earlier hesitation vanished instantly. She recognized this card. Several clients in Jiangnan Mansion possessed such a black card, and she had seen it a few times. Those holders were all top-tier tycoons. Clients who could obtain the ICBC black gold card were carefully selected by the bank, wealthy and noble, so there was no need to doubt their assets. Please come inside. Yu Li hurriedly led Zhong Li and Lin Xiangjuan into the residential complex. Indeed, it came in handy so soon. Zhong Li smiled at Lin Xiangjuan. It was Lin Xiangjuan who had reminded him to get the black card, and he hadn't expected it to facilitate things so quickly. He suddenly understood why the wealthy became obsessed with such ostentatious, yet impractical items. Our mansion's security is very strict with security guards on duty 247. They are all professionally trained, many of them are veterans, and so far no security incidents caused by outsiders have occurred in the mansion. Yu Li maintained a smile as she introduced the property, stealing glances at Zhong Li from time to time. Now Zhong Li looked more and more like a rich second-generation heir. Unfortunately, such a young, wealthy, and handsome rich second-generation heir with such a beautiful companion by his side was simply out of her league. Today we are viewing a 260 square meter flat. This is one of the few remaining units in the mansion. The floor has 2 elevators serving 2 households. Many clients have seen it, but they prefer 1 elevator per household, so even if they liked it, they chose to give up. The layout and decoration of the unit are flawless. The wealthy prioritize privacy and security, so they generally dislike having neighbors on the same floor. She had no way around that. However, some clients did have such needs, so this type of unit was planned. Under these circumstances, she needed to inform Zhong Li in advance. How big is the other unit? Zhong Li asked. The other one is smaller, only 160 square meters. Some people buy it for their family members to live in. Not living together, but separated by a door, making it convenient to look after each other. Yu Li said. Jiangnan Mansion was separated from the CBD of Jianhai City by just a river. The 260 square meter flat, even on a low floor without tall buildings blocking the view, offered an unobstructed panorama. The living room directly overlooked the city's most bustling CBD and the great river that ran through the city. With 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, the layout was orderly and the decoration was luxurious. It was love at first sight. The only drawback was the price, 180,000 yuan per square meter, and the possibility of an unfriendly neighbor next door. But for the wealthy, high price was not a flaw. If one had family needs, the adjacent unit became an advantage provided there was a suitable client. Sir, madam, are you planning to buy this as a wedding home? The female agent asked with a smile. Wedding home? He's my boss, we're not a couple. Lin Xiangjuan had to clarify. She was 6 years older than Zhong Li. 2 gold bricks. And even if Zhong Li were willing to rely on her, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She spat lightly, shaking off the stray thoughts in her mind. Oh, I apologize, madam. The female agent looked apologetic. Usually when a man and a woman came to view properties, they were either married, a couple, or a boss and his secretary. These two seemed to fall into the third category. Let's take a look at the adjacent unit. Zhong Li interrupted their assumptions. Certainly. Yu Li hurriedly led the two over. The 160 square meter unit had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, smaller in layout, but relatively cozy and warm, with equally luxurious decoration. This unit is 160,000 yuan per square meter, totaling about 25 million yuan. How much for both together? Zhong Li asked. Huh. Yu Li's mind went blank for a second, then she quickly realized, her blood pressure spiking and her face flushing with excitement. If you buy both, we offer a discount. It would be 65 million yuan. Can we go through the procedures today? Yes, of course. Yu Li nodded, frantically afraid that if she hesitated, Zhong Li would change his mind. At that moment, she felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Please follow me. Beside her, Lin Xiangjuan was stunned. Zhong Li, without a second thought, bought 2 units. Was this the extravagance of the wealthy? She wouldn't even buy clothes like that. Judging by Zhong Li's tone, buying 2 houses was easier than buying 2 pieces of clothing. Boss, won't spending like this cause cash flow issues? We'll need a lot of money for the upcoming launch event. Lin Xiangjuan asked in a low voice. I still have nearly 200 million in my securities account. Cash flow won't be a problem. Alright, I was worrying unnecessarily. Lin Xiangjuan suddenly understood why the wealthy always said incredible things. It was because having money indeed changed one's thoughts and worldview. Envious. No point in being envious. Lin Xiangjuan shook her head. Who says there's no point? You'll have this kind of life by next year. Zhong Li said. Hearing this, Lin Xiangjuan felt a surge of energy. That seemed to be true. She was the general manager of Xianxiu Quantum, and her employment contract included a bonus and dividend clause. Once the Tianyu robot became a hit and the company turned profitable, she would receive dividends. After realizing this, Lin Xiangjuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with the gleam of money. The contract signing went smoothly, and within an hour Zhong Li had the keys and purchase agreements for both houses. Sir, take your time. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Yu Li's smile never faded as she saw them off. That single deal earned her a commission of 1 million yuan. At first she had thought it was a long shot, but the transaction went surprisingly smoothly. Tomorrow morning, I'll go back to my hometown. During the spring festival, keep an eye on the company. After leaving the real estate company, Zhong Li said, set up a database in the coming days. We'll need to store user data when the robot is released. If possible, also rent some computing power. In 2 days, I'll transfer 50 million yuan into the company's account. All right. Lin Xiangjuan agreed without hesitation. Having witnessed Zhong Li's extreme wealth, no one wanted the robot project to succeed more than she did, not even Zhong Li. Zhong Li's hometown was also in Jiangnan province, but not in Zhanghai city. It was in a rural area of Binhai city, Jiangnan province, called Zhongwu. The entire village of over 10,000 people all shared the surname Zhong, making it a very large village. With only 5 days left until the Spring Festival, many migrant workers had returned home early. Both sides of the road were lined with various cars requiring extra caution when passing. Previously, Zhong Li would have envied the luxury cars parked by the roadside, thinking about how he would buy one when he earned money. But now his mindset had changed. He himself didn't know whether it was due to acquiring the quantum brain, becoming wealthy, or a combination of both. Now he seemed less concerned about flaunting wealth with luxury cars. His father was a construction worker, enduring the sun and rain every day, while his mother worked the land at home, selling vegetables to vendors to earn some household money. Apart from his parents, he also had an older sister named Zhongqing, 8 years older than him, a true elder sister. When they were young, during their parents' busy farming or work, it was his sister who took care of him. His sister wasn't good at studying and dropped out of high school to work. Now she was just an ordinary urban white-collar worker. There were no complicated pasts or turbulent experiences, just ordinary. When Zhong Li was admitted to Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, it was the happiest moment for the whole family. As the villagers put it, a phoenix had flown out of an ordinary household. Among his peers, Zhong Li was the only one who got into a prestigious university. The children of his uncles and aunts hadn't. For this, his parents even held 10 tables for a university banquet, inviting neighbors and friends. Whenever he thought of his family, Zhong Li felt warmth. The family wasn't wealthy, but life was good. No exotic delicacies, but no shortage of food and drink. His parents had taught him from a young age to study hard, as education was the way out, unlike his father, who had to work as a construction worker exposed to the elements. He didn't talk much with his father, but he understood his father's hardships and knew that his father silently cared for him, just not as expressively as his mother. Giving his family a better life was also one of his motivations to earn money. Zhong Li, are you just coming back now? On the road, his cousin-in-law, seeing him return, looked surprised. Does your university have such a late holiday? I went out to play, Zhong Li replied with a smile. Went on a trip with your girlfriend, right? His cousin-in-law teased. No, not at all. Zhong Li let it pass with a smile. Soon he stopped in front of a familiar courtyard. Dad, Mom, sis. Zhong Li called out. Hearing his voice, 2 figures emerged from the house. His mother and his sister Zhongqing. Xiao Li, why are you only coming back now? Hasn't your university been on holiday for a while? His mother's tone carried some reproach, but her eyes were full of joy. Zhong Li responded with a smile to his mother's scolding tone and put his luggage aside. He had known since childhood that his mother was soft-hearted despite her harsh words. I set up a studio outside and got busy with work. I told you before. You should focus on your studies now. Setting up a studio. Is the living allowance we give you not enough? His mother immediately grew worried and a bit regretful. Next semester, I'll give you more living expenses. Mom, it's nothing like that, Zhong Li quickly said. We have to do something, otherwise just studying won't make money. Hearing that it wasn't the case, his mother breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Li, how's university life? Zhongqing asked. Pretty good, Zhong Li smiled. The teachers are nice and the courses are simple. In university, remember to find a girlfriend. After graduation, work a few years, and then you'll be about ready to get married, Zhongqing laughed. Otherwise, once you're out in society, you won't find a pure girl anymore. Right, his mother chimed in cheerfully. If you need more living expenses, just ask me. We'll see. Zhong Li just smiled, not knowing how to respond. He looked around, but didn't see his father. Where's Dad? Your dad is still working. Today he's topping off a self-built house, rushing to finish before the new year. His mother said. Zhong Li sighed inwardly. Mom, you and Dad can retire this year. I'll support the family from now on. You support the family. His mother looked at him doubtfully. You can make money. Yes, I learned stock trading at school and made some money. Zhong Li took out his phone and opened his securities account. Seeing the long string of numbers on the securities account, his mother's eyes nearly popped out. She had never dared to dream of having so much money. His sister leaned over to look and began counting the digits. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, 100 millions. Wow, Xiao Li, you've struck it rich. Zhongqing danced with joy, happier than if she herself had become wealthy. The little brother she had raised since childhood had made good. Xiao Li, is this real, eh? Don't show Mom a fake account to trick her. His mother's hands were trembling. She and her husband had worked hard half their lives and hadn't even earned a fraction of that amount. How could her son, who had just finished his first semester of college, have amassed wealth beyond their imagination? Xiao Li, did you get into some shady business? Or do something bad? His mother asked anxiously. Mom, I promise you every cent of this money is clean. I earned it myself. Rest assured, Zhong Li said very seriously. Hearing this, his mother was a little relieved, a joyful smile spreading across her face as she stared fixedly at the securities account, unable to look away. Sis, after the new year, you don't have to go out to work anymore. Stay home and take care of mom and dad, take them on trips, Zhong Li said. This is my supplementary card. Use it freely. Zhong Li handed his sister the supplementary card of the black gold card. Great, Xiao Li, I'll rely on you from now on. Zhong Qing grabbed the black gold card without hesitation and burst out laughing. She had never dared to dream of such a life, and her little brother had made it come true. Xiao Li, what's the limit on this card? It's a supplementary card with a spending limit of 10 million. Good. It wasn't for nothing that I doted on you since you were little. Zhong Qing spun around excitedly holding the black gold card. Xiaoqing, what's got you so happy? A slightly tired voice came. Zhong Li's father stood at the door, still holding the sleeve covers he had just taken off. Even from 2 meters away, the familiar smell of sweat was noticeable. Dad, good news. Zhong Qing excitedly showed her father the supplementary black gold card. Xiao Li has struck it rich. He made 100 million. How much? His father's voice rose an octave. He suspected his ears were playing tricks. 180 million. Zhong Qing took the phone from her mother and handed it to her father, clearly showing a market value of 180 million. 183 million. His father stared at the number for half a minute, lost in thought, perhaps lamenting that he had worked hard half his life and hadn't earned a fraction of that, or perhaps the joy hadn't yet sunk in. Is this real? His father looked at Zhong Li. Yes, it's real, Zhong Li nodded. Good, very good. His father's fatigue vanished, instantly replaced by a relieved smile. His stooped back, which had been bent for a lifetime, was finally straight today. They had worked hard for half their lives, carefully avoiding even minor ailments, grateful that no major disaster had struck or their family might have fallen apart overnight. Now all the burdens on his heart had disappeared. From today, you and mom can retire. No more going out to work in the sun and rain. Zhong Li said, all right, I'll listen to you. From now on, this family is in your hands. Your mother and I will retire and enjoy life. His father agreed without hesitation. His son had truly grown up. The best support they could give was not to cause trouble. A shui cooked 2 hearty dishes tonight. I'll have a drink. His father said lightly. All right. His mother's smile never faded, and as she laughed, her eyes became red-rimmed. From now on, the family would have another pillar of support. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was more relaxed than ever. Without the burden of financial pressure, Zhong Li could clearly feel the changes in his parents within just an hour, as if they had instantly grown several years younger. Years of working outdoors under sun and rain had made them appear older than their peers, yet now their wrinkles seemed to have faded considerably. Dad, Mom, I bought a house in Shanghai City. After the new year, you and sister should move in there together, so it'll be convenient for me to take care of you. Zhong Li said. After he spoke, Zhong Li's mother and sister both looked at their father, who was sipping on some liquor. Xiao Li, I've told you to make the decisions for the family, but this matter may need to be reconsidered. Mom and Dad have lived in the village for decades. They're completely unfamiliar with city life, and might not even have anyone to talk to. Do you think they'd be happy living there? Zhong Li's father pondered for a moment before responding. My roots are here after all these years. Hearing this, Zhong Li wanted to argue, but found himself unable to speak. Putting himself in his father's shoes, he understood. He had only focused on providing his family with financial security without considering their emotional needs. Then I'll buy 2 apartments in the county town as well and rebuild our house. Whenever you get bored at home, you can stay in the county for a few days or head to Shanghai City or travel elsewhere and come back whenever you wish. Zhong Li proposed. That works, his father agreed, no longer opposing the plan. They all recognized it as their son's sincere gesture of filial piety. The following day, Zhong Li took his parents and sister to a high-end residential community in the county town where they purchased 2 apartments. One was registered under their parents' names and the other under their sisters'. As they stepped out of the sales office with the property certificates in hand, the elderly couple couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. All the savings they'd accumulated over a lifetime wouldn't even cover a down payment for such a luxury complex, yet their son, freshly returned from university, had purchased 2 units in one go. Fireworks exploded with booming cracks, firecrackers blared, spring couplets adorned every doorway, and outdoor performances brought joy, all hallmarks of rural spring festival celebrations. On New Year's Eve, Zhong Li watched the fireworks ascending into the night sky, a carefree smile gracing his face. Beside him, his sister held up her phone to capture photos for social media, while his mother wore an indescribable smile, and his father busied himself lighting fireworks. This kind of blissful life was precisely what he had always desired. For the first time in 20 years, he was watching fireworks at home. As a child, he longed to see them, but his parents could never afford it. Now his father had purchased an enormous amount of fireworks, as if determined to fulfill Zhong Li's childhood dream of setting off fireworks, a dream deferred for so many years. Laoting, has your family struck it rich? So many fireworks. The commotion at the Zhong household had drawn the curiosity of neighboring villagers. Upon seeing the courtyard filled with fireworks, they were utterly astonished. It's the new year, we're just celebrating, his father replied with a grin. You're right. Xiao Li got into a prestigious university. This year definitely calls for celebration. If my kid had gotten into a school like that, I'd be setting off fireworks at his university in trance. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and children squealed with delight at the fireworks. Dad, Mom, I'm heading to Shanghai City on the 2nd day of the new year. Would you like to come along? Zhong Li asked across the reunion dinner table. Already going up there so soon. Has school started? Zhong Li's mother asked in confusion. I've started a company in Jiangnan City and a product is launching after the new year, so I need to go ahead first. I've also bought a house there. We can go together to get familiar with the area, so next time I come I can go straight to the house. Zhong Li explained. Alright, let's go take a look, his father agreed. In the past they had been too busy scrambling to make a living, but now that the family has money and they have time they can travel and stay somewhere for a few days. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Zhong Li's family of 4 set out with their luggage, making quite a spectacle as they left home. There weren't many relatives to visit since his parents had fallen out with his uncle when he was young, leaving only his aunt to visit, which made the post-New Year period feel quiet rather than lively. Almost lonely amidst the festive season. Usually during the holidays after finishing meals, Zhong Li's mother would head straight to the fields or sit with other aunts chatting and playing cards with nothing else to occupy her time. Taking this opportunity, Zhong Li decided to take his parents out to explore. In the past they had struggled to make a living, but from now on there would be no more hardships. The high-speed rail journey to Jiangnan City was quick, just an hour and a half, and smooth enough that Mother Zhong, who usually suffered from motion sickness, felt comfortable throughout the entire trip. After arriving at Jiangnan Station, Zhong Li took a taxi directly to Jiangnan Mansion. They had left in the morning and were already home by noon. Go fetch the mansion manager. Register my family's information. I want them to have access in case they need to stay here occasionally. Zhong Li handed the property card to the security guard, who didn't dare to delay and immediately notified via walkie-talkie. His family following behind him looked in astonishment at the residential compound before them. This residential community was several times more upscale than the one they had purchased in their hometown county town. From the security guards' uniforms to the landscaping management and infrastructure, everything was on an entirely different level. Xiaoli, how much per square meter for the houses here? Mother Zhong asked. 1810,000, Zhong Li replied honestly. 1810,000. The entire family was dumbfounded. Their whole family working for an entire year only earned 1800, and now each square meter costs 1800. They had already considered the 2 apartments in their hometown county town expensive at over 200 per square meter, but 1800 per square meter was beyond their comprehension. His sister handled it better, but his parents were truly shocked. How much did you spend on the houses here? Mother Zhong asked. 2 units, 65 million. What? Upon hearing this figure, both parents were deeply shaken. Even his sister was utterly astonished at that moment. It felt like a plot from those wish fulfillment novels, except it was actually happening to her younger brother. Dad, Mom, don't worry about money. From now on there'll be more than enough for our family. You just need to enjoy yourselves. Zhong Li said. Alright. They had been about to tell their son not to spend so recklessly, but after hearing his words, both parents swallowed their complaints. They had worked themselves to the bone for half their lives, and still couldn't earn a fraction of what their son had made. His understanding and vision far exceeded theirs, so from now on they simply needed to follow his lead. Talking too much would only cause problems. Mr. Zhong, hello. I'm the mansion's housekeeper. A pleasant-looking female housekeeper hurried over, panting slightly as she spoke. Please register my family as owners. They'll be staying here occasionally in the future, Zhong Li said. Certainly, please wait a moment. The female housekeeper quickly took out a tablet along with fingerprint and facial recognition equipment, registering each of the 3 people one by one. The mansion doesn't allow strangers to enter freely. Even owners bringing guests must complete an identity registration. This is the mansion's management policy. Because those who live within its grounds are either wealthy or noble, security requirements are exceptionally high. In just 5 minutes, the female housekeeper efficiently completed the registration for all 3, handing each person an access card before smiling at Zhong Li. Mr. Zhong, your family's information has been registered. I wish you all a pleasant stay. Should you need any assistance after checking in, Uncle, Auntie, and Miss can contact me directly. Zhong Qing reminded her. I'm the older sister. While the housekeeper certainly knew how to flatter, she was indeed the elder sister. My apologies, sister. You're quite young, the housekeeper said with a smile. Let's go upstairs first. Zhong Li led the 3 of them toward the new residence. The house was fully furnished and ready for immediate move-in. When Zhong Li viewed the property, everything was complete, and after purchasing it, the property management sent professional cleaners to tidy it up. Upon entering, the extravagantly decorated interior left the 3 of them dumbfounded. The modern rose gold color scheme combined with genuine leather furniture exuded an atmosphere of refined luxury. Expensive crystal artworks and paintings adorned the space, adding a restrained elegance to the opulence. Xiaoli, this is too grand, said Zhong Qing as she looked around, her astonishment never fading. Her younger brother was indeed showing her a whole new world. 260 square meters isn't that large. There are reportedly larger flats in this complex ranging from 3 to 400 square meters, Zhong Li explained. How much were these carpet and sofa? Mrs. Zhong asked, pointing at them hesitantly, afraid to step on them. Mom, they're included with the house purchase. They're not worth much. Use them freely, and if you don't like them, just discard them, Zhong Li assured her. He understood that his family was still adjusting to his sudden wealth and the shift in their circumstances, which left them feeling somewhat inadequate deep down, but he knew things would gradually improve over time. Included. That's a relief. Mrs. Zhong nervously stepped onto the carpet, then slowly settled onto the sofa, a smile gradually spreading across her face. Sis, try not to post any photos or videos on your social media platforms. Noticing his sister taking pictures, Zhong Li offered a warning. He was aware of how complicated social media could be, and he didn't want his family to face cyberbullying over accusations of flaunting their wealth. All right, Zhong Qing agreed, nodding. There are 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms here plus a study. Pick whichever room you'd like. When I returned home, the refrigerator was completely empty. After you've chosen your rooms, let's head to the mall together and pick up some groceries and household essentials. Zhong Li took his family to visit Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, then brought them to the central business district of Jiangnan City to see the towering skyscrapers of the financial center. For 3 days, Zhong Li's parents kept smiling from ear to ear. But then a message from Lin Xiangjuan arrived. Boss, are you back? That marked the end of Zhong Li's vacation. I'm back, what's up? Zhong Li replied. The first draft of the press conference PPT and promotional materials are ready. We wanted to know if you'd like to come back and review anything that needs adjusting. All right, I'll head to the office tomorrow, Zhong Li said. Don't forget to bring the New Year bonuses for the staff. This year you're the only one who took time off, Lin Xiangjuan reminded him. She genuinely worried he might forget since it was his first time being the boss. Got it. After ending his conversation with Lin Xiangjuan, Zhong Li opened the company work group chat. The company group chat was quiet except for important meeting announcements since both Zhong Li and the management team, including Lin Xiangjuan, were present. No one wanted to risk getting caught slacking off. Everyone, I'll be at the office tomorrow with New Year bonuses. Remember not to be absent. Long live the boss, Happy New Year. Boss, don't worry. I'll crawl to the office tomorrow if I have to. Boss, congratulations on your prosperity. The group erupted in cheers. Everyone get back to work, see you tomorrow. After closing the messaging app, Zhong Li called Li Dong at ICBC to arrange for 800 in cash. Sis, I have something to attend to. In the meantime, take mom and dad out to explore. If anything comes up, remember to contact me, Zhong Li told his older sister. Okay, Zhong Qing agreed with a nod. Over the past 3 days, the family had gradually come to terms with Zhong Li's newfound wealth. After bidding farewell to his parents, Zhong Li ended his vacation and headed to ICBC. It was the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, marking the official end of the statutory holiday. When Zhong Li arrived at ICBC, there were quite a few customers conducting transactions, but he walked straight to the VIP area. As soon as he arrived, the account manager who had previously handled his black card application greeted him and led him to a private business area. Mr. Zhong, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Manager Li. Zhong Li extended his hand for a handshake. Is the cash ready, eh? Mr. Zhong, it's always available whenever you come over. It was the first working day after the new year, and the bank kept ample cash reserves on hand. Many bosses need to distribute red envelopes to their employees. We're well prepared, Li Dong chuckled. Mr. Zhong, are you also giving out red envelopes to your staff? Yes, I need to withdraw 800 yuan. Zhong Li handed over his bank card, completed the transaction swiftly, and left carrying a large bag of cash. Li Dong thoughtfully provided a stack of red envelopes for him. The next morning, Zhong Li woke up early to avoid disturbing his family, grabbed a large bag of red envelopes, and headed out. With the robot launch event approaching, Zhong Li knew he needed to be present to prepare. As the boss, it was his responsibility, especially since he was apparently the only one who had gone home for the holidays. The company entrance looked mostly unchanged except a new security guard had been posted. Unlike typical security personnel, this one resembled a professional bodyguard, dressed in a suit, standing tall and upright with a commanding presence. As soon as Zhong Li approached the entrance, the suited security guard fixed his gaze on him, only looking away once Zhong Li used his employee badge to unlock the gate. The office area was nearly empty, with only a few employees chatting idly before work hours. Boss. Bai, the receptionist who had been eating breakfast, perked up upon seeing Zhong Li and immediately called out, Happy New Year. At the sound of boss, a brief silence fell across the office as everyone turned to look at Zhong Li. Happy New Year, boss, several of them echoed instinctively. Happy New Year. Zhong Li clapped his hands and called everyone over. Everyone pause what you're doing and come collect your New Year bonuses. Zhong Li opened his backpack, revealing it stuffed full of red envelopes. Oh my god, long live the boss. We love you, boss. Boss, congratulations on your prosperity. The employees cheered wildly, rushing from their desks with excitement. 2 of them even abandoned their breakfast, eager to get to him. Once they received the thick red envelopes, they excitedly rushed back to their desks to open them. Holy shit, 5,000. Boss, are you recruiting death soldiers? I'm signing up. I've worked for years, and this is the biggest New Year bonus I've ever received. Boss, I love you. The office erupted in cheers and celebration. Lin Xiangjuan arrived at the office entrance, took the red envelope from Zhong Li, and pinched it to feel its thickness, her smile unwavering. Boss, you're truly wealthy. Nothing much. Only after everyone had gathered did Zhong Li put away the remaining red envelopes. The press conference is approaching soon, so everyone needs to push forward with full effort. Yes, the team shouted in unison. The substantial red envelopes lifted much of the fatigue from their overtime work during the Spring Festival. With the venue and date now confirmed, they were ready to begin the first wave of promotional efforts upon returning from their break. This promotional push was particularly crucial. The team immediately turned back to their tasks. Let me introduce you to two people. Lin Xiangjuan tucked away her red envelope and turned around to find a man and woman standing behind her. The man had a flat-top haircut, dark skin, and a resolute gaze. His lean athletic build suggested he had either trained extensively or served in the military. The woman wore a professional dress with her blue-black hair tied back, her bright eyes and radiant smile, making her strikingly beautiful, a face fit for campus queen. Yet there was no weariness of the corporate world about her. Instead, she exuded a serene tranquility like a cool spring breeze. This is Yang Ming, your driver and bodyguard. He's a veteran who drove during his service and has excellent combat skills, Lin Xiangjuan introduced. Yang Ming had been surreptitiously observing Zhong Li since he entered the company. When he learned Zhong Li was the boss, his heart still harbored disbelief. Young beyond belief. Reflecting on his own years at that age, he would have just enlisted still a green recruit in the barracks. Boss, Happy New Year. After Lin Xiangjuan's introduction, Yang Che bowed slightly to Zhong Li. This is Yushu, a graduate of Jiangnan University's School of Economics and Management, who graduated last year. She will be your secretary, handling your daily affairs at the company and reporting to you. Boss, Happy New Year. Yushu also politely greeted, simultaneously stealing glances at Zhong Li. Hello. Zhong Li handed them each a red envelope. Happy New Year. Thank you, boss. The two accepted without pretense, gratefully taking the envelopes. Receiving a New Year red envelope on their very first day was an unexpected surprise. Where are their workstations? Zhong Li asked Lin Xiangjuan. On the third floor. Surely they're not working by the staircase. I've arranged everything on the first floor. I'll install a landline in your third floor office, so if you have any instructions they can come up directly, Lin Xiangjuan said. That's excellent. Zhong Li nodded with satisfaction. The third floor was his private domain. The existence of Shiha could not be revealed to others, nor could his research materials stored there be accessible to just anyone. Add them on WeChat so you can give them instructions whenever needed, Lin Xiangjuan said. She had set their salaries at the standard level of major corporations. Under normal circumstances, they were required to be on standby 24 hours a day. Go familiarize yourselves with the company. After the two exchanged WeChat contacts with Zhong Li, Lin Xiangjuan dismissed them and followed Zhong Li up to the third floor. I have two reports. First, I've acquired the office building next door. Our current office space is too small. After the robot launch, we may need to expand our staff and require larger offices, Lin Xiangjuan explained. Good. Also, this is the first draft of the press conference PPT, designed based on the data provided by Su Yuan and his team, along with some footage we filmed. Take a look. Lin Xiangjuan handed Zhong Li a USB drive. The PPT featured clean, minimalist page designs, as Zhong Li had requested. The content showcased multiple aspects: robot manufacturing, algorithm explanations, dexterous hand design application scenarios, robot dynamics, and videos of the robot executing commands. The entire process from design to functionality was complete. Just make minor adjustments to the layout. The data doesn't need to be overwhelming, simply include the key figures. This keeps it cleaner. Zhong Li tapped on a few pages of the more cumbersome slides. Alright, I'll have them make small revisions. After that, familiarize yourself with the PPT. You'll be the one presenting on stage. Zhong Li said. I'm presenting. Lin Xiangjuan could hardly believe her ears. You're not going up? I'm not. Absolutely not. Lin Xiangjuan rejected it without hesitation. In today's information age, keeping a low profile is useless. This is a technology launch. It would be best to have someone with a technical background on stage. I think you could also go up, Zhong Li suggested. No, Lin Xiangjuan stated firmly. You asked me to manage the company, and on this matter you need to listen to me. If you don't go, all our promotional preparations will come to nothing, and we won't have time to revise the plan. Lin Xiangjuan took a very firm stance on the press conference. During the New Year holiday, she had the publicity department prepare press releases. Labels such as Genius Student, Superbrain, and Pioneer of the Era were all attached to Zhong Li. Once the Tian New robot was released, this era-defining robotic technology combined with the emergence of a genius student would generate massive buzz and attention, making the company an overnight sensation. This kind of promotion was twice as effective, with half the effort naturally attracting traffic without requiring excessive energy. It was inherently viral. If Lin Xiangjuan herself replaced this figure, that effect would be lost. She had studied cases of successful enterprises. Currently, the world's top companies all possessed leaders with extremely high public recognition. As long as there was a leader, the company would develop cohesion and not lose its direction, even as it grew rapidly. Zhong Li was the leader of Pioneer Quantum. He could not remain low-key, nor should he, at least not now, because the company currently needed a recognizable, talk-worthy figure front and center. Zhong Li's labels were Pioneer Quantum's future labels. After hearing Lin Xiangjuan's plan, Zhong Li opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his refusal. Fine, I'll go along with your arrangement. Zhong Li then handed Lin Xiangjuan a backpack full of red envelopes he had brought. Have these red envelopes delivered to Brother Xiao at the factory. Let them distribute them to the workers. After seeing Lin Xiangjuan off, Zhong Li sat calmly in his chair and entered the quantum space. During the New Year holiday, when bored, he would read books and had already accumulated 177 technology points. With the Tian New robot launch imminent, He wondered if he could obtain new technology. Lately had been dominated by trivial matters, so tinkering with new tech felt more engaging. She appeared before Zhong Li maintaining her usual aloof demeanor. Zhong Li had once suspected this cosmic chessboard intelligence harbored emotions though he lacked evidence. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. She responded flatly, raising her hand to materialize a sphere of light before Zhong Li. Intelligence 1. Physical fitness 1. Intelligence 1. Suddenly Zhong Li felt a mild tingling in his mind as a stream of information flooded his consciousness. Non-invasive intelligent brain-computer interface technology. It had arrived. After processing the technical information, Zhong Li's face lit up with joy. Another remarkable technology. The application scenarios for brain-computer interfaces were incredibly broad. Pioneer Zhong Li. Species humanoid. Quantum access planetary level. Life grade tier 1. Physical fitness 72. Intelligence 180. Technology point 7. After 5 fitness points and 11 intelligence points were added, his intelligence had now exceeded 180. Emerging from the cosmic chessboard, Zhong Li sensed a profound shift in his mind, a change both subtle and wondrous. He felt a deep hunger for knowledge. Where others craved food, beauty, wealth, and power, Zhong Li desired only knowledge. All other desires seemed to fade into the background. Was this the curse of knowledge? Zhong Li furrowed his brow, savoring the sensation. It seemed only the pursuit of knowledge could truly satisfy him. Xia, I'm here, brotherly. Xia bounced off the computer screen, perching on an icon and swinging her legs, smiling at Zhong Li. Help me organize the technology, Zhong Li said. Brain-computer interface technology, also called brain control, establishes real-time communication and control between biological brains and external devices. The most critical bottleneck in this technology lay in decoding brainwave data. Once successfully analyzed and paired with artificial intelligence, brain-computer interface control became relatively straightforward to achieve. The core of the technology the cosmic chessboard provided contained algorithms capable of amplifying, filtering, and precisely converting brainwave data. Through communication systems and intelligent networks, it could control connected devices. Its application scenarios were vast. The largest market was prosthetics. Combined with mechanical prosthetics, it would enable disabled individuals to reclaim normal lives. Paired with machinery, it allowed remote control of hazardous equipment or materials without physical contact, and also held promise in electronic gaming. The technology from the cosmic chessboard was a non-invasive brain-computer interface. Its advantage was that unlike cochlear implants requiring cranial surgery, it did not demand surgical implantation of foreign components. The device could be designed in various form factors: hats, headphones, headbands, or glasses. The conference room on the second floor. 3 people sat across from Lin Xiangjuan, Shi Lin, the marketing department supervisor, Lu Xuanwan, the publicity department supervisor, and Guan Xin, the public relations department supervisor. The boss has just reviewed the PPT. He said the data on pages 15 and 19 are too cumbersome. Have someone remove the irrelevant figures, keep the core data, and make the layout simpler. No major revisions needed. Lin Xiangjuan handed the USB drive to Lu Xuanwan. Alright, got it. Lu Xuanwan quickly took the USB drive. Lin Xiangjuan then turned to Shi Lin. How is the press conference venue coming along? Earlier this year, due to sporting events, we couldn't set up inside the stadium, so we started with the exhibition area first. It's already ready. The press conference venue breaks ground today and will be completed within 5 days, Shi Lin reported. I'll keep a close eye on the progress. It needs to be ready before the first, Lin Xiangjuan said. Understood. What about your end? Lin Xiangjuan turned to Guan Xin. We sent out a total of 220 invitations, including Bilibili creators, Weibo influencers, Douyin bloggers, and various media outlets. So far, 160 have confirmed their attendance and hotel arrangements have been made, Guan Xin said. Good work. Now the press conference had entered its final sprint. After these few days, they would let the world witness the rise of a titan. Prior to the launch, there had not been a single whisper about the Tian new robot across the internet. No one would pay them any mind. What they wanted was the effect of gods descending from the heavens, shocking the world in one stroke. Do your jobs well. The company will grow tremendously in scale. Management promotions will prioritize internal candidates. As long as you demonstrate sufficient ability, the future holds great promise. Each of your departments is currently short a leader, and once this press conference succeeds, I will recommend you to the boss. Hearing this, all 3 were overjoyed. Lin Xiangjuan's words were like sweet music to their ears. However, you must cultivate capable deputies and subordinates. If no one on your team can step up to take over, or if problems arise within your team, then promotion opportunities will not be yours. I am laying that out plainly. Understood. The 3 immediately pledged their commitment. Meeting adjourned. Get to work. Lin Xiangjuan waved her hand, dismissing them. With the temptation of promotion and salary increases, as well as the hope of substantial bonuses, everyone at Pioneer Quantum felt revitalized and energized. Everyone knew the company had a brilliant future ahead. So long as their work went smoothly, when the company expanded further, all of them would have opportunities for promotion and raises. Pioneer Quantum Factory. Xiao Qingfeng stood at the warehouse entrance, quietly watching Su Yuan and the others direct the robots onto the trucks. Inside the warehouse, over 1,000 robots stood in perfect formation, creating an incredibly futuristic scene. Another similar warehouse held the same. The company now had 2,000 Tian new robots in stock alone, with 100 million yuan tied up in inventory. This was the limit of what Zhong Li could currently afford to hold in stock. Once this batch of robots was sold, capital would flow back swiftly. He could already envision the bright future awaiting Pioneer Quantum. As Xiao Qingfeng was lost in thought, Su Yuan ran over, breaking his reverie. Boss Xiao, the robots for the press conference are ready. Good. Load them up. Xiao Qingfeng said. Load up. Su Yuan shouted to the waiting crew nearby. As the loading began, the robots waiting nearby marched toward the container trucks and autonomously positioned themselves at designated spots inside the containers. Over 100 robots orderly filed into 3 containers in just 3 minutes. Soon 3 large container trucks accompanied by several escort cars departed from the factory and headed toward the Jiangnan Sports Center. Only after the convoy had left the factory did Xiao Qingfeng dial Lin Xiangjuan's number. Director Lin, the Tian new robots have departed for the sports center. Good. Have you found a suitable factory manager? Lin Xiangjuan asked. I think Su Yuan is capable, but he is a technician and the company is currently short on technical staff. I wonder if the boss will agree. Xiao Qingfeng said uncertainly. Let Su Yuan take over the factory for now. His technical background is an asset and the boss won't object, Lin Xiangjuan said. All right. Jiangnan Sports Center. Massive promotional posters had already been hung outside the venue. The press conference area was fully set up and the outsourcing crew had cleared out, leaving only the Pioneer Quantum team behind. As the convoy entered, everyone hurriedly parted to make way. Su Yuan jumped from the truck and jogged over to Lin Xiangjuan. Director Lin safely delivered. Good work. Lin Xiangjuan nodded. I've spoken with Xiao Zong. You will temporarily serve as factory manager. The company is short on hands right now, so remember to cultivate a deputy. Once you've built a capable second-in-command that will open the door for your own advancement. Understood. Su Yuan was thrilled. Who would have guessed that just 2 months after joining the company he would receive a promotion? Unload the cargo. Lin Xiangjuan said. Su Yuan jogged back and unlocked the container. Tian knew. With his command, all the robots inside the container were awakened. Disembark and proceed to the exhibition area. Yes, sir. From 3 containers, 100 robots leaped down in unison and marched in formation toward the exhibition zone. The publicity department staff all held up their phones, recording the sight of the robots entering the venue. This footage, once the robots were unveiled, would serve as invaluable marketing material for the company. Several newly hired employees stared in utter astonishment at the sight of the robots marching in perfect formation into the product exhibition area. They had only ever witnessed such scenes in science fiction films. After the 100 robots entered and lined up in the exhibition area, Tian knew. Present. First and second rows proceed to the product display area. Su Yuan commanded. 40 robots from 2 rows swiftly paired up and dispersed, taking their positions at the charging ports in the exhibition area. Even those who already understood the robot's capabilities found the sight deeply stirring. Now conducting a brief functionality test. Third row, go fetch the bottled water and distribute it to the staff on site. Su Yuan ordered. Immediately 20 robots turned in unison and headed toward the corner where cases of mineral water were stored. Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone present, the robots opened the water cases, picked up bottles, and walked over to the nearest staff members. After the simple test, Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction and returned to Lin Xiangjuan's side. Director Lin, everything is ready. The robots have been switched to developer mode. They will only respond to commands from our engineers and will not be disrupted by visitors giving random instructions during the exhibition. Understood. Lin Xiangjuan made a call. Yushu, please inform the boss that the press conference venue is ready. The event is 2 days away. Ask him whether he would like to run a rehearsal. Qinshu Quantum Company, 3rd floor. Yushu stood at the doorway awaiting entrance. It was her first time reporting to the boss's studio since joining the company. Previously, she had only heard that this was a restricted area of the company, and curiosity had always plagued her. Now at last she had the chance to see it. Suddenly the great doors swung open, and before her stood an entirely new robot. Yushu stifled the astonishment welling in her heart. From the very first day she joined, upon learning of the company's products, she had found it hard to believe. Yet here she was gazing at an entirely new robot. This robot differed from the Tian New series. Its design and outer casing seemed even more advanced and futuristic. Suppressing her shock, she was about to speak when the robot gracefully stepped aside, clearing the entrance first. Please come in, brotherly expects you, the robot said. Thank you. Yushu was amazed by the robot's intelligence, then hesitantly entered Zhong Li's studio. The studio resembled a modest computer repair shop, equipment and machinery scattered about utterly unremarkable. Yet the robots stationed throughout the room constantly reminded her that the technology here was enough to shake the world. At this moment, Zhong Li was carefully handling an object she could not identify. Boss, President Lin called. The press conference venue is ready, scheduled for 2 days from now. Would you like to conduct a rehearsal? Tell her there is no need. I am familiar with the entire procedure. Zhong Li's attention remained fixed on the sensor-laden cap in his hands. Understood. I will respond to President Lin now. Yushu hurriedly nodded and quickly left Zhong Li's studio. Once she departed, the studio doors closed again. Zhong Li returned to inspecting the components in his hands. This was the core component of a non-invasive brain-computer interface, the brainwave sensor. The sensor was a coin-sized cylinder with a bottom resembling an octopus suction cup and a densely arranged array of contact points on top. These contact points were electrodes capable of precisely capturing microvolt-level brain signals. The sensor integrated both electrodes and a signal transmitter. Given the humble conditions of Zhong Li's laboratory, this was the smallest size he could personally achieve. This was merely a technological validation device, not yet a finalized product for mass production, so precision integration was unnecessary. Once the laboratory conditions improved, he would be able to integrate the sensor into a thickness of merely 2 coins with even denser electrodes. Confirming the brainwave sensor functioned properly, Zhong Li soldered it onto the adjacent cap, completing the brain-computer interface prototype. The appearance was peculiar, somewhat reminiscent of an old landlady adorned with countless hairpins, but the sensor's contact surface faced inward, allowing it to press snugly against the scalp when worn. Only 10 days had passed since he obtained the document on non-invasive brain-computer interface technology, yet the first brain-computer terminal prototype had taken shape. After fine-tuning the device, Zhong Li glanced at the data on his computer screen. Beep. As Zhong Li activated the brain-computer interface, the computer screen instantly displayed his brainwave patterns. Collecting brainwave data. Please complete the designated actions and thoughts as instructed. The brain-computer's intelligence system issued commands through the computer interface. When the brain sends commands, brainwaves are produced. After the brain-computer collects these electrical signals, algorithms must amplify, filter, and convert them into precise data signals before transmitting them to the controlled device. Please stand up. Please perform a jumping motion. Please walk. Please perform a grasp and release motion. Zhong Li followed the instructions, completing each movement one by one. This was the data collection phase. Brainwave analysis was required to extract the key frequency band combinations. Brainwaves are rhythmic neural electrical activities, their frequencies divided into 4 bands: delta waves, theta waves, alpha waves, and beta waves. Beyond these rhythmic waveforms, there are also higher frequency gamma waves generated during focused attention, fluctuating within an unstable range of 30 to 80 Hz. Additionally, there exists special hump waves, sigma waves, lambda waves, kappa complex waves, and mu waves. The human brain's fluctuations are extraordinarily complex. Even a simple movement triggers a cascade of various signal combinations. The intelligent brainwave data parsing algorithm must decode these various signal combinations to determine the action the brain intends, then output signals to execute the movement on the controlled end. Zhong Li's developed smart brain computer did not rely solely on brainwave signals. It also utilized cameras to intelligently analyze the current environment, ensuring more precise command execution. An hour later, Zhong Li paused. The brainwave signals from over 100 daily movements, each repeated twice, had been successfully collected by the brain computer's intelligence system, establishing his foundational motor and cognitive brainwave patterns. On the platform before Zhong Li rested a dexterous robotic hand connected to a data receiver alongside bananas, tangerines, and guavas. Grab the banana, Zhong Li thought, gazing at the fruit. In the instant the thought formed, the dexterous hand reached toward the banana and gently grasped it. Pioneer has successfully created a non-invasive intelligent brain-computer prototype. Technology points 50. As Zhong Li lifted the banana, a notification resonated within his mind. Zhong Li was overcome with joy. With this notification, it meant the brain-computer prototype had succeeded, and the technical approach was correct. The next step was simply to miniaturize and integrate the sensors. After the initial excitement subsided, Zhong Li redirected his focus to the experiment at hand. Jiangnan Sports Center. Upon arriving at the press conference venue entrance, Sun Jun instinctively looked up at the sports center's billboard. A robot. A look of surprise flashed across Sun Jun's eyes. As a prominent technology influencer, he had received a press conference invitation a month earlier. He normally approached press conference invitations from smaller companies with caution, primarily because numerous automotive and digital companies bombarded him with advertising requests, leaving him with little free time. However, this company offered a considerably higher promotional fee and guaranteed his experience would not be disappointing, so he chose to attend. Previously, they had been mysteriously silent about the product they planned to launch. Now, seeing the billboard at the sports center, his interest was instantly piqued. A robot press conference. If this was indeed a robot launch, it seemed this trip would not be entirely wasted. Are you Mr. Sun? As he arrived at the entrance, a welcoming staff member smiled at him. Yes. Sun Jun handed over his invitation card. Please come in. The press conference begins in half an hour. If you need anything, please feel free to ask the staff on site. The welcoming staff led Sun Jun toward the exhibition area, explaining along the way. The product you are about to see is the robot from the billboard outside. Yes. The staff member nodded with a smile. Live streaming is permitted at the press conference. You may broadcast freely once you enter. Sun Jun nodded slightly. Only large corporations possess their own broadcasting channels. Many smaller companies, in order to maximize promotional impact, welcome bloggers to live stream their events. Soon guided by the staff, Sun Jun entered the press conference venue and took his assigned seat. His position was relatively close to the front in the third row, offering an excellent vantage point. Other invited media representatives and bloggers had already arrived, many of whom were familiar faces to Sun Jun. Sun Jun. Suddenly an astonished voice rang out. Hearing someone call his name, Sun Jun instinctively looked over. By Xiaohe, the top tech reviewer among tech bloggers. Due to the overlap in their professional fields, they often encountered each other at product launches for technology companies and sometimes even traveled together to attend these events. Upon seeing Bai Xiaohe, Sun Jun was taken aback. In his impression, Bai Xiaohe's promotional budget was no less than his own, so he was surprised to see him invited as well. It seemed this company had spared no expense for this launch event. You were invited too? Sun Jun asked in surprise. Yeah, I thought I was the only one coming. Didn't expect so many familiar faces here. Bai Xiaohe glanced around before saying, do you know what kind of company this is? What product are they launching? You don't know either? They kept it under wraps, only saying it wouldn't disappoint me. They even covered travel expenses in advance. I happened to be reviewing a car recently, so I just drove over directly. Bai Xiaohe spread his hands with a smile. Actually, I'm not sure either. They've been tight-lipped about the product. But when I came in just now, I asked some staff members and found out it's that robot. A robot? Bai Xiaohe's expression shifted to surprise as he recalled the robot advertisement on the giant screen at the launch venue. When he arrived, he'd noticed the robot billboard, but assumed it was just promotional material, not an actual product image. He hadn't expected it to be the actual product being launched. I was just planning to show up for the record, do a quick live stream, and post an article to promote it. But if it's a robot now, I'm genuinely interested. Bai Xiaohe's eyes lit up with interest. After getting ready, he set up a phone stand and opened his live stream. Everyone, I'm at the Pioneer Quantum Company product launch event. I came all the way to Jiangnan City specifically for this. Zizi held her phone mounted on a gimbal, panning across the venue before switching back to her own camera. Goddess Zizi, show us what you've got. Goddess, let's see those legs. What company is Pioneer Quantum? Here we go, coming to see the goddess. What kind of launch is this? Zizi saw the barrage of comments and offered a sweet smile to her viewers. I just asked around. It's a robot launch event. A robot? Does an eco-friendly boyfriend count as a robot? Don't steer this elsewhere. I'm not signing up. The chat flooded with messages. 3,000 viewers were already watching. Decent engagement, neither too quiet nor overwhelmingly packed. Goddess, the people behind you look like Sun Jun and Bai Xiaohe. Most bloggers at the event had their live streams running, but viewer counts were surprisingly low. In the backstage area, Lu Xuanwan checked the time and instructed someone to start the live streams. Streams went live simultaneously across Douyin, Weibo, and Bilibili. The Pioneer Quantum live stream was tied to the company's corporate account, which had seen little promotion and attracted only a handful of followers from current employees. Once the streams went live, just 6 people entered the main broadcast, while the Weibo channel had a single viewer, an employee still watching. All cameras focused on the launch stage, displaying only a simple promotional poster. The event was scheduled for 7:30 p.m. with 5 minutes remaining. Boss, 5 minutes until we start, Lu Xuanwan reminded Zhong Li beside her. He was dressed in relaxed casual work clothes, with simply styled hair, looking more like a young college student. His natural charm and good looks were sure to captivate many women. They had wanted him to wear a suit for the product presentation, but he declined. All right. Zhong Li nodded calmly. Boss, you're not nervous, are you? Lin Xiangjuan asked curiously. All nervousness stems from insufficient confidence. Zhong Li smiled. The Tian new robot was his brainchild. He knew every component and specification inside out. Even without notes, he was confident he could deliver a complete presentation from start to finish. As time ticked forward, the stage lights suddenly dimmed, leaving only the glowing screens of phones from various streamers and reviewers. The bloggers chatting animatedly in the audience fell silent, their attention drawn involuntarily toward the stage. Now please welcome the founder of Pioneer Quantum, Mr. Zhong Li. A spotlight landed on Zhong Li at the edge of the stage. When his face came into clear view, the audience erupted in murmurs of astonishment. Is this really the company founder? Or just some college student? Is this some rich kid trying to make a name for himself? I'd say it's the latter. So young. Did he walk into the wrong venue? The crowd buzzed with disbelief, unable to accept that Zhong Li was truly the founder. He was far too young for them to take seriously. They'd expected a well-dressed, middle-aged man to stride on stage and confidently present his product, not a boy who looked barely 20. Amidst the bewildered whispers and scornful comments, Zhong Li walked toward the center of the stage. As he appeared, bold text flickered to life on the massive screen behind him. Pioneers of the era, the future has arrived. The moment the words appeared, Zhong Li stood center stage. At that instant, the live stream chats exploded. Is this guy the founder? Pioneers of the era. What audacity. Damn it, in this day and age, anyone with money can call themselves a founder. Probably some wealthy kid starting a business. I think he's here to launch toys. I looked it up. This company's been open less than 3 months. Let's go, this is a waste of time. Don't leave. The circus is entertaining enough. I'll admit he is quite handsome. An endless stream of mocking comments flooded the chat. Even the seasoned bloggers blushed at the sheer volume of ridicule. Yet having Pioneer Quantum entrust a naive student to host such an event did feel disrespectful. Many prominent influencers and bloggers felt slighted. Some of them commanded millions of followers and had expected an extraordinary launch worthy of the substantial appearance fees, paid only to be met with such carelessness. A mere youth called on stage. On stage, as if hearing the restless murmurs below, Zhong Li raised both hands and gently pressed downward. An invisible presence seemed to settle over the crowd, and everyone instinctively fell silent, their gaze fixed upon him. In that moment, a strange sensation washed over everyone, a sense that this young man of about 20 possessed an aura powerful enough to command them all. "Hello everyone, I'm Zhong Li." He spoke with a smile. The purpose behind founding Pioneer Quantum is to stand at the forefront of technology and become a pioneer of our era. Today marks Pioneer Quantum's very first product launch, and it will go down in history as a groundbreaking event. What we are about to unveil is our company's first product, a truly epic-making creation, the Jiangnan robot. Thump thump thump. As Zhong Li's words fell, the giant screen behind him illuminated, displaying various application scenarios of the robot accompanied by majestic music. Figures began to appear at the edge of the stage, walking from the sides toward the center. Slender silhouettes, graceful strides, and uniform formation made the previously skeptical crowd stretch their necks, watching the emerging robots without blinking. When the spotlight fell upon the robots, everyone stood frozen in astonishment. Is this really a robot? No way can robots walk like that. Is this for real, eh? It has to be someone in a costume, not a robot at all. As the robots stepped onto the stage, many tech bloggers in the audience covered their heads with both hands, their faces filled with disbelief. They were deeply immersed in the tech industry. If these robots were genuine, even just their walking posture alone would carry enough technological brilliance to stun everyone. What the hell is this, a robot? Sun Jun held up his phone, his expression utterly stunned. None of them had harbored any expectations for this small company's launch event. Especially after Zhong Li took the stage, he had assumed it was nothing but a farce. But now seeing the Jiangnan robot stride onto the stage, goosebumps rose on his scalp. The robot's movements were so humanoid, nearly indistinguishable from a real person. Fam, is this really a robot? My god. Sun Jun held his phone, unable to contain his amazement. The live stream was already boiling over with excitement. It has to be fake, someone in a costume. There's no robot that can move like that. It's as identical to a real person. Is this a robot? Impossible. Lu Yu, I don't believe it. Confucius doesn't believe it, and Lao Zi doesn't either. The bullet comments were filled with disbelief. Even just the act of walking showed no robotic movements at all, only fluid human motions, without a single pause. In all the robot videos they had ever seen, they had never encountered one this smooth. The launch event venue was in an uproar, emotions running high. Almost every blogger in the back rows had raised their phones, desperate to get a clearer view and capture sharper footage for their live streams. The voices of shock still echoed through the venue, and people had even forgotten to applaud. After about 20 seconds, Zhong Li raised his hand and pressed down, gradually calming the surging excitement in the room. All eyes burning with enthusiasm were fixed on the stage. A previous company released a robot, but because it looked too human, they were accused of passing off a real person. To avoid wasting time on explanations, I specifically sourced a robot without complete skin covering. Zhong Li extended his left hand, pointing toward the side of the stage. A robot with half its body exposed, exposing internal components on one side and synthetic skin on the other, walked up and stood at the front of the robot formation. This is the Jiangnan robot, the first product from our company Pioneer Quantum, Zhong Li said, pressing down on the crowd once more as murmurs rippled through the audience. The Jiangnan robot is equipped with 5 cameras, 2 depth sensing cameras, 2 80-megapixel wide-angle cameras, and 1 macro camera, providing a 360-degree blind spot-free field of view. There are also 3 radar systems, including 1 LiDAR and 2 millimeter wave radars. Together, the cameras and radars form a comprehensive multidimensional perception system, allowing effortless assessment of the environment and distances to surrounding objects. Zhong Li began detailing the internal technology of the robot. Combined with the video display, the functions and specifications were showcased vividly. Everyone listened intently. By now they had completely forgotten to question Zhong Li's age or identity. The Jiangnan robot integrates numerous patented technologies from our company, including 2 core top-tier technologies, an intelligent control system, and world-leading dexterous hand technology. The Jiangnan intelligent control system is built upon our proprietary Shiha intelligent algorithm architecture developed independently by Pioneer Quantum. It possesses self-learning capabilities for specialized skills and can analyze the owner's habits and preferences, offering meaningful suggestions in daily life. Zhong Li spoke confidently on stage, never once glancing at the teleprompter. The seamless integration of his presentation slides and speech drew everyone completely into the experience. As a nanny robot, the dexterous hand is its most crucial technology. The Jiangnan robot's dexterous hand is also a proprietary development of our company. With fully humanoid hand joint design and reverse joint capability combined with the intelligent control system, it can perform tasks even more skillfully than human hands. Zhong Li's commanding stage presence captured everyone's full attention, pulling them completely into the technical showcase. Behind the scenes, the public relations team was swarming with activity. Li Xiangjuan and the others occasionally checked the livestream popularity metrics. The livestream has already surpassed 8,000 viewers, and it's still growing, Lu Zuaxuan said, excitedly watching the numbers climb. From just a handful of viewers at the start, they had reached 10,000 simultaneous viewers in merely 15 minutes. They had drawn in fans from various live-streaming bloggers since the official livestream offered the clearest perspective. Immediately invest in Douyin promotion, and as planned purchase a trending topic on Weibo, and push it to the top 5. Lu Zuaxuan said, her eyes locked on the data, absolutely thrilled. With genuine technology in hand, they had nothing to fear from paid promotion or trending topic campaigns. Right now, they simply wanted to spread the word about the launch event as quickly as possible. Live stream off global first nanny robot launch. In just 10 minutes, a trending topic appeared at 5th place on the Weibo hot search list. The phrase, nanny robot, attracted numerous curious viewers to click through. The number of viewers in the Xianxiu Quantum official livestream continued to climb, reaching 20,000 within 10 minutes. While not comparable to top-tier company launches, the momentum was steadily building, with numbers still rising. What company is Xianxiu Quantum? What the hell is this, a robot? Probably a real person in costume, right? I just got here, what's going on? The handsome guy on stage is so cool that idol, I'm going to become a fan. Holy crap, is this a robot? The livestream's bullet comments gradually increased, various opinions flashing rapidly across the screen, and their popularity ranking on the platform was surging wildly. Top-tier intelligence combined with leading control technology creates the Tian News' unique capabilities. It is a nanny robot featuring 4 core functions: household chores, companionship, health monitoring, and personal assistance, including 28 abilities such as carrying cups and pouring water, laundry, cooking, brewing tea, walking dogs, and childcare. As Zhong Li finished introducing the technology and transitioned to the features, the venue erupted once again, and the livestream exploded with reactions. Bullshitting right here. Companies nowadays can lie without facing any consequences. The standards are getting worse and worse. Why don't you say it can give birth too? Your dad know you come out here lying like this. I'll stand on my hands and eat shit if it really has these functions. Don't come to the live stream scamming for free food and drinks. Let's go, garbage company can't die without bragging. Dense waves of skepticism and abuse flooded the bullet comments. However, Zhong Li remained unaware of the mockery and doubt in the live stream, his entire focus reserved for the event in the venue. Next, let's demonstrate its first function, carrying cups and pouring water. Zhong Li finished speaking, and the spotlight fell on the table at the edge of the stage. On it were a kettle and disposable paper cups. Initially, the crowd was skeptical about the functions Zhong Li mentioned, but seeing his confidence, they fell silent for a moment, just waiting for a scene where he would make a fool of himself. Tiannu. Zhong Li awakened the Tiannu robot beside him. Yes, master. Go get me a glass of water from over there. Zhong Li pointed to the table. Okay, master, please wait a moment. The Tiannu robot turned around and walked toward the table. Under the jaw-dropping gaze of everyone, the Tiannu robot took out a water cup, picked up the kettle, and poured water into the cup. The live camera was now focused on the cup and kettle, and the steam inside was clearly visible. After putting down the kettle, the Tiannu robot walked back to Zhong Li and handed the cup to him. Master, the water you requested is at 71 degrees Celsius. It's not suitable for direct drinking, you may wait for it to cool a bit. Zhong Li took the water cup and aimed it at the live camera. Unbelievable. Impossible. Isn't this real, eh? Oh my god. The self-media personalities and big V bloggers on site were now staring at the water cup in Zhong Li's hand, their scalps tingling. Outsiders watched the excitement, but the bloggers who had encountered technology knew some of the tricks. Such an intelligent and agile humanoid robot was only a concept product on the market, and now it had become a reality. The one who's been scamming for free meals, come out and take a walk. Holy shit, is this really a robot? It must be a real person in disguise. Lu Yu, I don't believe it. Fake, right? The live chat exploded. That scene was too incredible. The Spring Festival had just passed, and the robots on the Spring Festival Gala were still dancing and performing martial arts. In less than a month could robots already do housework? This is really explosive. Sun Jun, deeply shocked, disregarding that he was still at the press conference, directly logged into Weibo, briefly edited the video he had just taken and posted it to his Weibo account. I was shocked today. Have the robots of Pioneer Quantum Company developed to this extent? With a simple caption, he directly posted the video he had just taken. What's going on? Is this a robot? Which company is Pioneer Quantum? Is it real, eh? Within a minute of the Weibo post, the number of comments from loyal fans exceeded 50, and then the popularity soared wildly. Not only Sun Jun, but also other self-media personalities and bloggers present posted the videos they had just taken to their own platform accounts, afraid that if they were late, the traffic would be taken by their peers. The popularity of the Tiannu robot was soaring wildly. At that moment, the real-time viewership of Pioneer Quantum's official Douyin live stream had reached 8,000, and the live stream's popularity had entered the top 20 of the trending list, with the numbers still growing. Not only the Douyin live stream, but also the Weibo and Bilibili live streams saw their viewership growing wildly. The number is about to break 1,000. Lu Xinxian felt excited. General Lin's supervisor Lu, a second trending topic has appeared on Weibo about our company. A staff member from the publicity department ran over with a phone showing it to Lin Xiangjuan and Lu Xinxian. Is this a robot? The trending topic was exactly the video and discussion from their press conference. This is not a trending topic we bought, it should be a spontaneous one. Lu Xinxian said in surprise. It's done. Lin Xiangjuan nodded. The topic of the press conference had already begun to spread. This time, they could make a stunning debut. The press conference on stage was in full swing. The audience had been shocked by the intelligence the robot had just demonstrated, and now their attention was entirely on Zhong Li's demonstration of its functions. Now let's demonstrate its chopping function. As Zhong Li finished speaking, the staff waiting beside the stage pushed over a table with cutting tools, and a vegetable basket was placed next to it. Tianyu cut the potato into shreds. Okay, master. The Tianyu robot turned its head to look at the vegetable basket, took out the potato that was under the tomatoes and carrots, then picked up a peeler and began peeling the potato. The live camera was focused on the robot's hands. The Tianyu robot's hands, as flexible as a human's, left the audience deeply shaken. I'm at a loss for words. Isn't this real, eh? I think it's a real person in disguise. Has technology already developed to this extent? My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the press conference. After peeling the potato, amid the exclamations of the crowd, the Tianyu robot switched to a kitchen knife. Chop. The sound of the knife cutting the potato was transmitted through the microphone throughout the venue. Chop, chop, chop. With skilled chopping movements like a seasoned chef, the potato was sliced into pieces and then into shreds, leaving the audience's scalps tingling and them gasping in amazement. Fake. Fake, right? I've been cooking for 2 years, but I don't have such smooth knife skills. So impressive. The live streams of various big bloggers and Pioneer Quantum's official live stream were flooding with bullet comments. The popularity of the press conference was still skyrocketing. The viewership of Pioneer Quantum's official live stream on 3 platforms had reached 2,300, and its popularity was comparable to that of a press conference from a top-tier tech company. General Lin, the third trending topic, has appeared. Lu Xinxian reminded in surprise. Tianyu robot. The Tianyu robot officially made it onto the trending list. The staff of the publicity department in the backstage cheered together. They had thought they would need to get people to push it to achieve such popularity, but they didn't expect the popularity to exceed their expectations. The topic click-through rate of their press conference had exceeded 50 million, and the momentum of the rising popularity showed no sign of stopping. General Lin, many bullet comments are questioning whether the robot is a real person in disguise. A staff member from the publicity department reminded. Notify the boss, let the boss decide whether to debunk the rumors on the spot. Okay. The backstage staff immediately informed Zhong Li about the bullet comments via the earpiece. On stage, Zhong Li was watching the Tianyu robot cut the potato shreds, and upon hearing the backstage staff's reminder, he smiled helplessly. There was a robot without its outer skin nearby, and yet people still doubted the robot was fake. But that was normal because the Tianyu robot had already surpassed many people's understanding. After cutting the potato shreds, the Tianyu robot turned to look at Zhong Li. Master, the shredded potatoes are ready. Okay, you step aside for now. Zhong Li asked the Tianyu robot to step aside, then walked over to the robot without its outer skin. Tianyu. Yes, master, what are your orders? You two go over and carry the table down. Zhong Li said. Okay, master. As soon as Zhong Li gave the command, the robot without skin and the nearby Tianyu robot stepped forward together and walked toward the table where they had been cutting vegetables. The 2 robots together lifted the table and walked toward the edge of the stage. Zhong Li faced the audience again. Everyone might think there is a real person inside. I take that as a compliment to our company's robot. Next is a very practical function demonstration, caregiver mode. Beside the stage, several staff members pushed a wheelchair and a small bed onto the platform. A male employee wearing a mask sat in the wheelchair. This was a live functional demonstration. When Zhong Li mentioned the elderly care function, a wave of excitement rippled through the audience. If a domestic robot could possess such a capability, it would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. The Tianyu robot can lift up to 100 kilograms, effortlessly picking up an adult of standard weight. After this introduction, Zhong Li proceeded to issue commands to the robot. Tianyu, carry him to the bed. Yes, master. The robot acknowledged and walked over to the wheelchair. It gently took the male staff member's hand, placed it on its shoulder, then lifted his legs, and stood up with ease. Under the incredulous gazes of everyone present, it carried the staff member to the adjacent small bed and laid him down. This function proved exceptionally practical. Many people hire caregivers for elderly relatives with limited mobility, yet no human caregiver can remain on standby around the clock. If a robot could fill this role, its practical value alone would secure a market. Applause engulfed the venue, persisting for a long while. Zhong Li raised his hand to quiet the crowd, and the applause gradually subsided. Beyond the demonstrated functions, there are many others. Walking dogs caring for children, changing bed linens, and duvet covers. The Tianyu robot is a fully integrated intelligent domestic robot capable of performing tasks even some human caregivers cannot, such as giving the owner a simple massage. When you return home from work exhausted, too tired to move or cook, the Tianyu robot becomes your ideal life companion. Next, let me briefly demonstrate its core functions. As Zhong Li spoke, the staff had already brought up the necessary items. A portable gas stove, cooking utensils, plates and bowls along with several ingredients, and a long table. Zhong Li pulled up a chair and sat down. Tianyu, come over and give my shoulders a massage. Yes, master. The robot walked behind Zhong Li, placed its hands on his shoulders, and began to knead. After half a minute, Zhong Li asked it to stop. I'm thirsty. Get me a glass of water. Yes, master. The familiar water pouring scene unfolded. After draining the glass, Zhong Li tossed it onto the floor. Tianyu, pick up the trash and put it in the bin. Yes, master. Tianyu, I'm hungry. Make me some Yangzhou fried rice. The seamless execution of commands elicited waves of exclamations from the audience. Especially when the robot was tasked with making Yangzhou fried rice, the crowd was utterly astounded. The earlier knife skills were merely a display of cutting ability. The current fried rice demonstration tested multiple dimensions: chopping, cooking, seasoning, and heat control. It challenged the robot's intelligence system and its full-range dexterity. If the robot could successfully prepare a plate of fried rice on the launch stage, this moment would spread across the world and might even be recorded in the history of intelligent robotics. Upon receiving the command, the Tianyu robot walked to the table, dipped its hands in water to wash them, dried them, then retrieved corn and ham from the basket. It shelled the corn kernels, diced the ham, and cracked an egg to whisk it, all in one fluid motion. The audience stared at the robot on the big screen, their minds reeling. This scene defied their understanding. If Zhong Li claimed it was a real person, they would believe him, for the robot's movements were indistinguishable from a human's. They could hardly believe that robotic intelligence had advanced to such a degree. No one spoke. Zhong Li simply watched from the side. At this moment, words were unnecessary. Only the spectacle mattered. Such a high-end launch stage, yet it hosted a live cooking demonstration. A surreal juxtaposition, yet the scene radiated an uncanny harmony. The audience watched with unwavering attention, as if witnessing not a robot cooking, but a groundbreaking performance. This moment was 100 times more significant than the robot dance shows at the Spring Festival Gala. Heating the pan, pouring oil. Every step of the fried rice process was like a progress bar. When the Tianyu robot lifted the pan to toss the rice, the crowd erupted in astonishment. My God, this can't be real. I refuse to believe it's a robot. It must be a human in disguise. I feel like I'm witnessing history. Wow, domestic technology is rising across the board, and here I am just playing on my phone. A cooking robot tossing the pan. That's nothing new, right? The code for tossing the pan is simple, but add up all the steps: chopping, washing, prepping ingredients, and following commands, and it's another story. The live streams of major broadcasters were in chaos. The barrage comments on Xianxu Quantum's official stream were even more frantic, flooding the screen so densely that the video was almost invisible. The live viewership across all three platforms had exceeded 100,000, with Douyin alone surpassing 400,000, surpassing the hype of even top-tier tech giants' launches. Wang Hua entered the house exhausted and saw his wife on the sofa with a cooling patch on her forehead, nursing the baby. A pang of sympathy flickered across his face. Why didn't you tell me you were sick? Give me the baby. Wang Hua quickly set down his car keys, took the baby and the bottle from his wife's hands. You were on a business trip. Ooh, I didn't want to worry you or affect your work. His wife leaned weakly against his shoulder, then struggled to get up. The food is in the fridge. Ooh, I'll heat it up for you. I'll heat it myself. You rest. Wang Hua stopped her, insisting she sit. Soon soft breathing sounded beside him. After feeding and lulling the baby to sleep, Wang Hua carried his wife to the bedroom. He then surveyed the slightly messy house, rolled up his sleeves, and began cleaning. Half an hour later, after tidying up the house, he took a shower. As he retrieved the heated food, he habitually unlocked his phone. Tianyu robot Wang Hua instinctively clicked on a trending topic. Watching the video, his hand holding the chopsticks froze, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, which then grew brighter and brighter. Without hesitation, he searched for the Xianxu Quantum official livestream and clicked in. Seeing the Tianyu robot cooking fried rice on stage, disbelief flooded his expression. Had technology advanced this far? What kind of company was Xianxu Quantum? Two questions surfaced in his mind. Lin Zong, the fourth trending topic, has hit the list, Lu Xianxian announced excitedly. Xianxu Quantum, the company name, was trending, meaning many people were searching for it. Beside her, Lin Xiangjuan, after the initial astonishment, grew much calmer. The launch event was generating immense buzz, but it hadn't yet peaked. Real-time viewership across all platforms was still climbing. On Douyin alone, it had surpassed 800,000, dominating the rankings by a wide margin. Judging by the on-site reactions, once the footage of the robot cooking and caring for the elderly spread, the hype would explode even further. She had anticipated that the company's launch would skyrocket, so this level of attention was no surprise. The real test would come after the event. If orders flooded, and they would need to contact contract manufacturers. 10 minutes, not a long time. All eyes were on the robot in the center of the stage, which was cooking fried rice. This was the first time they had watched a person make fried rice so intently. As a plate of golden fried rice was completed, exclamations and thunderous applause erupted from the audience, as if witnessing a miracle. Zhong Li took the fried rice handed over by the Tianyu robot. The scene of rising steam spread across the entire network through the live stream. The color, aroma, and taste are all better than what I cook myself. He took a spoonful, a confident smile on his face. Now no one regarded him as a green student. At this moment, Zhong Li, standing at the center of the stage, was like a rising star. In Tianyu's skill library there are Chinese cuisine recipes including Sichuan Hunan Cantonese, Zhujiang Fujin, and many other flavors with thousands of recipes. During daily use, it can gradually learn to cook to your taste preferences based on your habits. The Tianyu robot has many more functions that can basically do everything a nanny can. Phew! Applause erupted, almost lifting the roof of Zhanghai Sports Center, completely different from the doubts and commotion at the beginning of the press conference. Next is the moment everyone has been waiting for, the pricing of the Tianyu robot. When it came to the price, the audience eagerly craned their necks. If this robot truly had the functions Zhong Li had announced, its price would not be low. Whether they could afford it was the key. At that moment, in the live stream rooms of various streamers, and the official Xianxiu Quantum live stream room, the screen was flooded with price guesses. Seeing everyone eagerly awaiting Zhong Li did not keep them in suspense any longer. The price of the Tianyu robot is 35980 yuan, a unified retail price. On the giant screen of the press conference, the price of the Tianyu robot appeared. Upon hearing the price, the audience erupted in clamor. They had guessed the robot would not be cheap, but when 35980 yuan was announced, they could not help but be shocked. Damn, it's so cheap. Good thing I have no money. Good heavens, I'm out. Cheaper than I imagined. I thought it would be over $1 million. Damn awesome. Will nannies lose their jobs? Buy one, let it cook noodles for me. Can I set up a stall? Great business idea. Buy it, buy it, buy it. Various comments flooded the bullet screen. Even the audience on site could not help but be shocked at the price. If the Tianyu robot truly had the functions claimed at the press conference, the price of nearly 360 yuan was definitely cost-effective. For the middle class, this was the price of hiring a nanny for 2 years. For the wealthy, it was the price of a toy. On our Xianxiu Quantum official website, there is a pre-order channel, and pre-order channels are also open on Haimeo Mall and Douyin Mall with a deposit of 300 yuan. The first batch of robots will be delivered starting in 10 days. Thank you all for taking the time to attend the press conference today. There is a robot exhibition area at the back where you can see more robot skills. Please feel free to move to the exhibition area. The press conference ended. The many self-media people and bloggers in the audience, like students rushing to the cafeteria after class, frantically ran to the exhibition area, afraid of being beaten by a second. Wang Hua had forgotten to eat. When Zhong Li announced the robot price and posted the pre-order link on the platform, he clicked without hesitation. From the video of the press conference, this robot was the robot of his dreams. His family was financially well off. Although not extremely wealthy, they were considered solid middle class. Hiring a live-in nanny was affordable but unnecessary and inconvenient. If they could have a robot that could replace 90 of a nanny's work, it would greatly reduce the trivial problems in their lives. First, there would be no privacy concerns caused by a live-in nanny. Second, it would help his wife complete over 90 of the household chores, enhancing their happiness in life. Moreover, he often traveled on business, and the robot nanny could help take care of his wife. Coincidentally, he had received a project bonus from this trip, so buying a robot should not be a problem, and it would be a gift to his wife. His daughter was only 4 months old, exactly the time when they needed help the most. After placing the order, Wang Hua continued eating. Meanwhile, after Zhong Li announced the price, middle-class families similar to Wang Hua's all chose to place orders. Some wealthy people even placed orders without a second thought, as if buying a toy. Orders are skyrocketing, 5,000 orders. Sherlin, who was monitoring the orders in the backstage, exclaimed in disbelief. 6,000, and still rising. The marketing staff shouted in surprise, and everyone began to focus on the order status. Their order page had been live for 1 minute, and orders had already exceeded 7,000 units, with the upward trend showing no sign of stopping. For a moment, everyone was ecstatic. Traffic data could only increase visibility, but orders were real performance. It's still rising. The total orders from the 3 platforms have exceeded 10,000. We've made it. Sherlin jumped up in excitement. Orders were real commitments to buy. 10,000 orders, if fully delivered, would mean nearly 3.6 billion yuan in revenue, and the growth rate showed no signs of slowing. For a startup, this was a dream start. Zhong Li walked into the backstage, and everyone looked at him, their smiles still on their faces. Boss, in 2 minutes orders have exceeded 15,000 units, and they're still rising. Sherlin came to report the good news. The effect of this press conference far exceeded expectations. In their internal discussions, they had thought they would need to buy some press releases from the publicity and PR departments to achieve such an effect. Unexpectedly, the traffic siphoning effect of the Tianyu robot was so good. Now video clips of their press conference and the robot were all over the platforms, and short video traffic was exploding. For a company's first product and first press conference, to have such a sensational effect was unprecedented. Everyone has worked hard. This is just the beginning. Keep up the effort. This month, everyone gets double salary. After ensuring stable delivery of the robots, I will allocate 50 million yuan as a bonus for all employees. Zhong Li said. Long live the boss. Boss, I love you. I love work. Work makes me happy. The entire backstage erupted into a frenzy, several times more excited than when they saw trending topics. Before long, Lin Xiangjuan, who had just finished a phone call, walked over, obviously in a good mood. Boss, how did it feel to host the press conference? Pretty good, no difficulty. It seems orders have exploded. Remember to ensure delivery. Zhong Li reminded. We have already contacted OEM manufacturers. If nothing unexpected happens, we can sign the contract tomorrow, Lin Xiangjuan said. So confident? Zhong Li asked in surprise. Boss, you invest in stocks, so you should know how much the Tianyu robot has gone viral. Getting our OEM and component contracts would have a huge impact on their stock prices. Since the Tianyu robot trended, I've received 10 calls, all from component companies and OEM factories, Lin Xiangjuan said. Then I'll leave this to you. I need to go to school tomorrow, Zhong Li said. School? Something to do. I need to register for the new semester. Zhong Li said. Ugh. Lin Xiangjuan opened her mouth, but finally swallowed her words. In the exhibition area, hundreds of people surged in, instantly filling the 1,000-square-meter space. Everyone had a clear goal to secure the frontmost positions for live streaming. Upon reaching the cordon of the exhibition area, numerous self-media personalities immediately pulled out their phones and started live streaming. They all knew the immense buzz surrounding the world's first truly intelligent robot nanny. The posts and videos they hastily published during the press conference were now experiencing explosive traffic growth, surpassing the combined views of 10 carefully crafted videos they had made before. Family, this is the intelligent robot just released by Pioneer Quantum. Here is the exhibition area. This hall seems to have dozens or even hundreds of robots. Sun Jun held up his phone for live streaming. The camera kept sweeping back and forth across the exhibition area. Incredible. It looks just like a real person. Is this really? Let them disassemble one robot and show us. I want to see the robot disassembled. Countless bullet comments flooded the screen. Sun Jun glanced at the viewership count, which had reached 30,000, 5 to 6 times his usual live stream audience. This exhibition area seems to be for tea brewing. Sun Jun glanced at the tea set and table prepared in the area, then approached the staff member in charge. Hello, could you demonstrate its functions? Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. There are 2 minutes until the demonstration. You can start your live stream or prepare to record a video. The female staff member from the marketing department replied politely. Just then a message came from the backstage. The traffic for their press conference had exploded, and the buzz had already topped the trending list. Seeing that the front of the exhibition area was already crowded, the female staff member activated the robot. Here we have a function scenario not demonstrated at the press conference. Tea brewing. Tea brewing consists of 7 steps: warming, placing, rinsing, pouring, steeping, decanting, and tasting. Our Tianyu robot has a foundation in learning the tea ceremony. Next, we will demonstrate the process of tea brewing. After the brief introduction, the female staff member issued commands to the robot. Starting with warming the tea set, each step was strictly followed. The robot's hand when holding the tea set was almost as dexterous as a human's, eliciting waves of exclamations from the surrounding self-media and bloggers. Tianyu, please serve the brewed tea to the guests, said the female staff member. Okay. After responding, the Tianyu robot picked up the cup of tea and delivered it to Sun Jun, who was standing at the front. Mr. Sun Jun, please have some tea. Oh my, how do you know my name? Sun Jun took the tea, looking at the robot in astonishment. Mr. Sun Jun, I learned your name from your invitation card, said the Tianyu robot, pointing at the invitation card on Sun Jun's chest, which bore his name. This? Sun Jun looked down at his invitation card, stunned once again by the robot up close. Then raising the cup in front of the live stream camera, he said, Family, this is the first time I've been shocked by a robot. Envious. Damn awesome. Awesome. Unbelievable. I want to marry one and bring it home. Isn't that more practical than marrying a woman with a high bride price? 35.98 Take a robot nanny home. The bullet comments in the live stream suddenly went wild. Meanwhile, similar scenes were occurring in the demonstration areas for functions like clothes drying, floor sweeping, and bed making. The entire exhibition area erupted in exclamations from time to time. Only now did they realize that the functions demonstrated at the press conference were less than a tenth of the robot's capabilities. Bai Xiaohe followed the staff member into a small meeting room. Seeing a manager from Pioneer Quantum sitting opposite, he became curious. He had been filming the robot in the exhibition area when he was unexpectedly invited by the staff to come backstage. However, he was quite familiar with this kind of situation. Hello, Mr. Bai Xiaohe, I've long admired your reputation. You're too kind. Guan Xian stood up and shook hands with Bai Xiaohe, gesturing for him to sit down. What do you think of our company's robots? A top-tier robot. Bai Xiaohe did not spare his praise. Normally very critical in product reviews, he was truly impressed by the Tianyu robot this time. Thank you for your affirmation. Actually, we have reviewed your review style, which aligns with our company's product promotion style. We are willing to provide you with one robot as material for reviews and videos. However, the payment we offer may be lower, 1,000 per piece. Are you willing? Guan Xian asked. Sure. Bai Xiaohe agreed without hesitation. He now knew the popularity of the Tianyu robot, Being able to get the first batch for review was also a status symbol for him. He could gain more exposure and followers while Pioneer Quantum would get promotional benefits, a win-win outcome. Here is the contract. Guan Xin pushed the contract toward Bai Xiaohe. It was a very typical review contract with no issues as long as there was no intentional defamation. After signing the contract, Guan Xin had someone transfer half of the review fee to Bai Xiaohe, then instructed a staff member to escort him out of the small meeting room. Soon Bai Xiaohe was led to a small hall. In the center of the hall was a box as large as a refrigerator. Brother Xiaohe, this is the test unit for you. It's identical to the mass-produced version. You can take it back for review. In 10 days we will take back the robot. During this time you are free to review it. If you need to disassemble it you can contact us, and we will send engineers to assist you. The staff member said, during the review, please go easy on it. If you find any product flaws or shortcomings we hope you can report them to us as soon as possible. Okay, I'll do it now. Let me first shoot an unboxing video. Bai Xiaohe eagerly instructed his accompanying photographer and assistant to set up the camera positions. He knew very well the current popularity of the robot. Being the first to get the test unit was a testament to his influence. With the camera positions ready, Bai Xiaohe smoothly slipped into his role and began his familiar unboxing video shoot. The only difference was that this product was somewhat special. Family, we've got the test unit of the Tianyu robot. Today I'll first shoot an unboxing video for you. Later I'll do a review as quickly as possible. Stay tuned to see what other functions the Tianyu robot has that weren't shown at the press conference. On the internet, topics about the Tianyu robot were already exploding in traffic. Shortly after the press conference ended, the People's Daily reposted relevant videos from the Tianyu robot press conference accompanied by a comment and short article titled "The Future Has Arrived." CCTV's official Weibo also released videos related to the Zhong Li press conference accompanied by the comment, "This is the future of robots." For a moment it attracted countless onlookers. Just half an hour after the press conference it had already caught the attention of state media. In addition to Weibo, platforms like Tushio, Bilibili and Douyin were also seeing explosive traffic for topics and clips related to the Tianyu robot press conference. Pioneer Quantum's official Weibo also released a poster showing the order results. In just 2 hours since the press conference, robot orders had reached 5,000 units. These were not mere inquiries, but firm orders. Paid with a deposit of 3,000 each, these were real sales. With each robot priced at nearly 3,600, in just 2 hours Pioneer Quantum had generated revenue of 18 billion. A huge wave swept across the entire internet. 5,000 orders worth 18 billion, holy cow. Isn't this a small company? Can they deliver? Can they make a Yifei edition? Looking forward to a Hanhong edition. Are there that many rich people? Incredible features. Apart from not being able to bear children, I can't find any flaws. It must be fake. Domestic companies are notorious for falsifying sales. Some people act like their parents died when they see domestic brands rising. Are you all just focusing on the robot? Don't you think the company's boss is handsome? If I had money I'd be handsome too. The first smart nanny robot mastering various life skills was full of technology and also full of buzz. In almost no time, news of the Tianyu robot occupied the top trending spot on every internet platform with an overwhelming lead. Proficient in serving tea, cooking meals, and all kinds of household chores, this was almost everyone's dream robot nanny. The robot performance at the Spring Festival Gala seemed insignificant compared to the buzz of this press conference. Morning news: last night Pioneer Quantum Corporation unveiled an assistant robot. On the press conference stage, the robot demonstrated household skills such as pouring water, caring for the elderly, and stir-frying rice. According to the press conference introduction, this robot can complete 90% of a human caretaker's work and can even accomplish tasks that some human caretakers cannot handle. Zhong Li sat at the dining table enjoying breakfast when the CCTV morning news played on the television. Beside the dining table, a Tianyu robot stood quietly. After the press conference concluded, he had brought 2 Tianyu robots back as his personal caretakers. The breakfast before him had been prepared by a Tianyu robot. With his parents and older sister having returned to their hometown, he was the only one at home, and the Tianyu robots could handle all his household chores. The news channel was playing footage from his press conference. After finishing breakfast, the Tianyu robot cleared away the dishes, and Zhong Li left home. Outside, Jiangnan mansion, Yang Che and Yu Shu were already waiting. Upon seeing Zhong Li emerge, they hurried to open the car door for him. Boss, the Tianyu robot appeared on the morning news. According to the propaganda department summary, there are an average of 5 trending topics about last night's press conference on each platform. As for robot orders, as of 10 minutes ago, there were 73,200 units. After Yushu entered the car, she gave a brief report on current affairs. The robot orders had exploded. There were already over 70,000 orders, with deposits alone exceeding 2 billion yuan. Good. Zhong Li nodded. We're not going to the company today. We're going to Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Understood, Yang Che replied. Boss, is there an important meeting or something else at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology? Do I need to prepare anything in advance? Yushu asked in surprise. The itinerary contained no plans to visit Jiangnan University, as the company's business schedule apparently had no meetings scheduled at the university. No need to prepare anything. School has started, so I'm returning to campus to register. Upon hearing this, Yushu in the passenger seat felt her eyelids twitch. Returning to campus to register. What a peculiar phrase. Who would have thought that the boss of Pioneer Quantum, who had stood before the nation's audience at a press conference the night before, would be returning to school registration today? Boss, are you a teacher at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology? Yushu's voice trembled slightly. She was a graduate student at Jiangnan University, having graduated the previous year. How could she not have seen someone like Zhong Li among the faculty? Did Director Lin not tell you? I'm a freshman at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, Zhong Li said. A freshman? Yushu's mouth hung open, speechless. During onboarding, Lin Xianjuan had not shared Zhong Li's specific background with them. They hadn't dared investigate their boss, never expecting him to be a student at Jiangnan University. Suddenly thinking of Zhong Li's age, she instantly understood. From their previous interactions, Zhong Li's words, deeds, and style of doing things had all seemed remarkably mature, leading them to automatically overlook his age. Coming out of her shock, Yushu worked hard to compose her turbulent emotions. Her boss was a junior fellow student several grades below her. No wonder Director Lin's attitude had shifted when she mentioned graduating from Jiangnan University during the interview. Boss, should you wear a mask? You appeared on stage hosting the press conference last night. If people at the school recognize you, they might swarm around you. Yushu pulled a mask from her bag and handed it to Zhong Li. Zhong Li did not refuse it. Indeed, it might well be necessary. Otherwise, he risked being treated like a zoo exhibit and mobbed by onlookers. After getting out of the car, Zhong Li headed toward the campus gate. Being dropped off at the campus entrance in a luxury car immediately drew the attention of nearby students. However, it was early morning and few faculty or students were around the gate. Nobody knew it was Zhong Li. They simply assumed he was some wealthy young master. Jianghai City Leader's residential compound. Qin Zheng had just stepped out of his home when he offered a gentle smile to his secretary waiting at the door. Yiping, sorry to keep you waiting. Good morning, Secretary Qin. Zhou Yiping returned the greeting with a smile, then deftly opened the car door, ensured Qin Zheng was seated comfortably, and closed it before moving to the passenger seat. Secretary Chiu, last night our city made quite a splash with the news. I think you need to see this. Oh, do tell. Qin Zheng nodded. Last night Pioneer Quantum Corporation held a robot press conference at the sports center, and it's gone viral online. Today's morning news also covered the event. Zhou Yiping opened a video on his phone and handed it to Qin Zheng, showing the clip reposted by CCTV. Moi. Upon seeing the robot footage, Qin Zheng immediately sat up straight, his gaze intent. An impressive robot. Pioneer Quantum. How have I never heard of them? What company is this? A startup from our own Jiangnan City. Zhou Yiping was prepared, retrieving a folder from his briefcase and handing it to Qin Zheng. The company's founder is named Zhong Li, a student at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Our local enterprise. And the boss is a university student. The usually composed Qin Zheng was visibly moved, hastily opening the folder. Inside was the basic profile of Pioneer Quantum Corporation along with Zhong Li's personal information, his age, hometown, college entrance examination score, class, and student ID number, all clearly documented. There must be some mistake. Qin Zheng found the information hard to believe. A 19-year-old freshman who had founded such an advanced robotics company. I had people look into it overnight last night. Everything checks out. I spoke with the valuation firm, and they said if the robot's capabilities match what was demonstrated at the press conference, the company's valuation would conservatively exceed 100 billion yuan. 100 billion. Excellent, excellent, ha. Qin Zheng burst into laughter. Receiving such good news first thing in the morning. Under his jurisdiction, a company worth 100 billion yuan had suddenly emerged, a gift fallen from the sky. You said he's a student at Jiangnan University. If I recall correctly, Jiangnan University starts classes today. Correct. Help me contact this company. I want to find a time to pay a visit and inspect the situation. Also look into suitable plots of land. We can't show up empty-handed. We must keep this kind of enterprise in Jiangnan City. Qin Zheng took out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and dialed a number. Old Qin, long time no see. Old Qin. What a busybody you are calling this old bookworm. Rare indeed. A robust voice came from the other end of the line. I'm here to congratulate you. Qin Zheng stated directly. Congratulate you? What for? Your daughter has taken a shine to my son. You? Qin Zheng almost cursed, but restrained himself due to his position. Drop that line. Let's talk business. Your university has produced a top-tier entrepreneur, and you didn't tell me. Our university produced a top-tier entrepreneur. How is that possible? I had no idea. The voice on the other end carried unmistakable bewilderment. Old Qin explained carefully. Go on and ask me nicely. Please tell me. Where's your scholar's dignity? Qin Zheng teased. Get to the point, already, stop torturing me. Haven't you seen today's morning news? Last night at the Jiangnan Sports Center press conference, a robot was unveiled. A robot? I heard a bit about it. What does this robot have to do with my university? You don't know? The boss of that company is a student at your university. What kind of president are you? Qin Zheng retorted sharply. A student at my university? Splendid, splendid. Old Qin, you have no idea how significant this is. Is that all the reaction you have? Qin Zheng pressed further. If the robot is genuine, this company is valued at 100 billion yuan. And the boss is one of your freshmen. Valued at 100 billion. That high. Wait. You said the boss is a freshman at my university. The voice on the other end shot up 8 octaves, disbelief lacing his tone. 100 billion enterprise and a freshman student. Such a fantastical combination of terms was truly staggering. So you didn't know either, huh? Haha. I'll have to visit your university sometime. Remember to let me meet this student when the time comes. Wait, you haven't told me which student. Before the other party could finish, Qin Zheng hung up in exceedingly high spirits. At Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Chen Xiuru heard the busy tone on the phone and almost choked on his breath. The feeling of being left hanging mid-sentence was truly unbearable. After hanging up, Chen Xiuru immediately dialed his assistant. Shall Lu come to my office? After ending the call, Chen Xiuru opened his phone to search for information about the robot Qin Zheng had just mentioned. What he found shocked him beyond measure. When he saw the robot cooking fried rice on the launch stage, he was utterly stunned. Pioneer Quantum. Chen Xiuru noted the company name in his mind. Principal, what are your instructions? The knock on the door interrupted Chen Xiuru's shock. Help me find out the name of the founder and owner of this company, Pioneer Quantum. Chen Xiuru wrote the company name for Lu Yu. Pioneer Quantum. Isn't that the company that launched the robot last night? Lu Yu exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the note. You know this company? Chen Xiuru asked. They held a launch at Jiangnan Sports Center last night, unveiling a robot. It's trending on many platforms. Lu Yu thought for a moment. I watched the launch video. The owner of this company seems to be a young man. How young? Chen Xiuru pressed eagerly. Judging by appearance, around 20, very young. Hearing this age, Chen Xiuru was almost certain that what Qin Zheng had said was true. What's his name? Let me find it. Lu Yu quickly took out his phone, scrolled for a moment, then handed it to Chen Xiuru. It's Zhong Li. Check if there's a student named Zhong Li in our school, Chen Xiuru said. Do you mean this Zhong Li is an alumnus of our school? Lu Yu asked in shock. Not an alumnus, Chen Xiuru shook his head. Secretary Qin just called me and said he is a current freshman in our school. Lu Yu's expression was one of shock as he drew a sharp breath. He quickly pulled out his work laptop and logged into the academic system. Principal, I found him. There is a freshman named Zhong Li in the School of Physics. Lu Yu handed the student file to Chen Xiuru. The photo on the file showed a slightly immature face with a crew cut different from the confident demeanor on the launch stage, but the facial features were identical. Perfect scores in advanced mathematics and college physics last semester. Chen Xiuru's expression turned surprised as he read Zhong Li's file, then darkened. That such a genius had emerged in his own school, yet he had no idea. Contact Dean Tang and ask him to come over. Yes. Lu Yu wasted no time quickly finding the phone number of the physics school dean. After hanging up, he hurriedly printed out Zhong Li's file for later use. 10 minutes later, Tang Kuei appeared at the principal's office door and knocked. His face was etched with confusion. Today was the start of the term, and he was busy with many tasks. He couldn't understand why the principal had summoned him. The principal's mood seemed both good and bad, adding to his bewilderment. Principal, Dean Tang, why didn't you report that there's a genius student in your school? Chen Xiuru asked directly. A genius who founded a robot company was a student in his school, yet he had no information about it. If it weren't for Qin Zheng's call, he would still be in the dark. Huh, genius. What genius? Tang Kuei looked completely bewildered. You don't know there's a genius in your school. Chen Xiuru's tone was harsh. Principal, I have no idea what's going on. Today is the start of the term, and I'm busy preparing for the semester's work, Tang Kuei replied with a wry smile. Take a look at this. Chen Xiuru pushed Zhong Li's file across the desk to Tang Kuei along with a video of Zhong Li's launch. Zhong Li, founder of Pioneer Quantum, a freshman in the School of Physics. Last semester he scored perfect marks in both advanced math and physics. Secretary Qin just called and said that Pioneer Quantum might be valued at 100 billion. The owner of a 100 billion company is a freshman in our school, and I only found out because someone told me. If this gets out, will I still have any dignity? Chen Xiuru's beard trembled with anger. If a reporter suddenly came to the school for an interview, and he still didn't know who Zhong Li was, he would be a national laughingstock. Tang Kuei looked at Zhong Li's file and the video of the robot cooking fried rice, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Principal, I really didn't know about Zhong Li. His homeroom teacher and subject teachers never reported it. Let me call and ask. Tang Kuei finally understood the expression on the principal's face earlier. Now he didn't know whether to be happy or worried. A super genius had appeared in his school of physics, and he had no idea. In a multimedia classroom, Li Feng, who was about to start a class meeting, saw the dean's call and was very puzzled. Without thinking much, she picked up her phone and walked out of the classroom. Dean, Teacher Li, why didn't you report the matter regarding Zhong Li in your class? Tang Kuei asked bluntly. Zhong Li. Li Feng's heart skipped a beat. Had the dean found out about Zhong Li's absence from major courses for an entire semester last semester? That shouldn't be the case. She thought the subject teachers would have told the dean. Dean, Zhong Li's situation is a bit special. I know it's special, but why didn't you report it? I, as the dean, had no idea. His absence last semester was because his learning pace was too fast and the teacher's teaching pace was too slow. So I sought permission from his subject teachers and allowed him to study on his own. Absence? What absence? Huh. Li Feng was confused. Did Zhong Li have something else besides the absence? If it's not about the absence, then what is it? Li Feng asked. You don't know? Apart from the absence, Teacher Wang and Teacher Zhou said they plan to have him participate in math and physics competitions this semester. Zhong Li is a genius, so I allowed him to skip classes. What competitions? Teacher Wang and Teacher Zhou also knew he was a genius. Yes. Why wasn't this reported? I thought it was a trivial matter not worth troubling the dean. Dean, has Zhong Li gotten into trouble? I'll talk to him. No trouble. This matter is a bit complicated. Is Zhong Li in class now? Which classroom are you in? He's here in the multimedia lecture hall on the 3rd floor of the public teaching building. Good. Wait in the classroom. The principal and I will come over. In the principal's office. Tang Kuei hung up the phone and looked at Chun Shiuru with delight. Principal Zhong Li is at school now, about to start a class meeting. Shall we go together? Good. Chun Shiuru without any airs immediately grabbed his coat and left with Tang Kuei. Not knowing earlier was one thing, a mild scolding would suffice. Now it was time to rejoice. A super genius appearing in the school was a tremendous blessing. It would benefit enrollment, their performance, and the school's reputation in countless ways. Li Feng heard the busy tone on her phone, her expression dazed. Has the principal been alerted? A student skipping class shouldn't be enough to alarm the principal. Feeling uncertain, Li Feng returned to the classroom and hurried over to where Zhong Li was. Zhong Li, did you get into trouble during the holidays? Why are the dean and the principal coming? Li Feng asked solemnly. Are the dean and the principal coming? Zhong Li immediately understood the situation. He had anticipated this moment. They must have found out about me. Is it about skipping class? Skipping class wouldn't prompt the dean and the principal to come. Is there something else going on? Li Feng said sternly. Tell me or else I won't be able to explain later, and I'll be in trouble. It's not bad news, it's good news. Zhong Li took out his phone, opened the video of his press conference, and handed it to Li Feng. Li Feng instinctively looked at the screen. Hello everyone, I am Zhong Li. The founding principle of Pioneer Quantum is to be at the forefront of technology and become a pioneer of the era. Today marks the first press conference since Pioneer Quantum was established, and it will be a historic one. Next is the first product we are launching, a groundbreaking one, the Tianyu robot. Pioneer Quantum. Zhong Li. A robot. Li Feng was stunned, her mind went blank for a minute. When she came back to her senses, she looked at Zhong Li in disbelief. Are you sure this is you? If it's fake, I'll pay triple compensation, teacher. Zhong Li nodded. You? Li Feng couldn't utter a word for a full minute, unsure what to say. She had yet to digest this information. This gifted student who had missed his specialized courses had founded a company and launched a robot, even attracting the attention of the principal. She knew the principal's level, trivial matters wouldn't reach his attention. Why didn't you tell me you started a company? Li Feng asked, calming herself down. I was just messing around before. Zhong Li said. Messing around. Li Feng opened her mouth, but couldn't find any words to respond. Sometimes the gap between people is truly indescribable. The principal and dean are on their way. You should prepare. All right. Zhong Li nodded. Li Feng didn't leave. Instead, she sat down in the seat next to Zhong Li and used her phone to search for information about the Tianyu robot and Pioneer Quantum. After searching, Li Feng was shocked. From last night until now, it had been trending. This morning, it even made it onto the national morning news. No wonder it had alerted the principal. Before long, commotion came from the classroom door. Chun Shiuru and Tang Kuei, accompanied by an assistant, entered the multimedia classroom. The students, already puzzled, became even more confused at this sight. Who was that? The principal. Didn't you see him at the opening ceremony last semester? The principal. Did Zhong Li alert the principal? The classroom became noisy. The principal, whom they had only seen once in their university life, was now in their classroom. Soon the classroom fell silent. Everyone looked toward Zhong Li. Earlier, when the homeroom teacher returned from her phone call, she had seemed strange. It must be related to this. Principal Dean. Li Feng mustered her courage and brought Zhong Li over. She was now both pleasantly surprised and anxious, but more surprised than anything. Hello, Principal. Hello, Dean. Zhong Li smiled and greeted them without any servility or arrogance. Chun Shiuru sized up Zhong Li, his eyes bright and sharp. If nothing unexpected happened, Zhong Li would surely be on the list of distinguished alumni. For the school, this was a great opportunity to shine before the whole nation. So this is Zhong Li. Good, very good. Chun Shiuru praised repeatedly. Over the years, the school had produced many high-level talents, but a rare top-tier genius like Zhong Li was almost non-existent. Now they had one, and he was still a student. As long as this news spread, Jiangnan University of Science and Technology would gain immense recognition. Principal Dean, to be honest, I only found out about him starting a company just now. He never mentioned it to me before. Li Feng explained with a wry smile. She had been shocked as well. As his homeroom teacher, she was the last to know about such a big event as her student founding a high-tech company. Chun Shiuru waved his hand, indicating it was fine, then turned to Zhong Li. Zhong Li, why didn't you say a word about starting a company? The school could have helped you get some conveniences. Thank you, Principal. It's actually not a big deal. I was just messing around before, and I didn't want to trouble the school, Zhong Li explained casually. This isn't a big deal, eh? Chun Shiuru smiled helplessly. If reporters come to the school this afternoon or tomorrow to ask about you, and the principal and teachers don't know anything, that would be a big problem. The school would lose face in front of the whole country. I didn't think about that, Zhong Li said honestly. He really hadn't considered it. It's fine, it's not too late now. Chen Shuiru said with relief. How is your company doing now? Are there any difficulties the school can help with? The company is operating normally. We'll be expanding and need a lot of talent. Next week's spring recruitment fair we should come to promote, Zhong Li said. Good. Shall we make a note? When Pioneer Quantum comes for spring recruitment, do everything you can to help. Help them promote in every class, Chen Shuiru instructed. Thank you, Principal. Zhong Li thanked politely. Great, very great. I'm in a hurry today. Another day I'll visit your company. If there's an opportunity the school can collaborate on a project with your company, Chen Shuiru said with satisfaction. I'll be delighted to welcome you. Ha, good. You can have your class meeting now. I'll be in touch later. If you need any help you can report it to the school. The school will do its best to assist you. If you need resources or help in other areas, I still have contact information for some of your senior alumni. They might be able to give you a hand. Chen Shuiru was in an exceptionally good mood, his smile, never fading, adding 2 more crow's feet. Since becoming the principal of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, he had never felt so elated. His entire demeanor seemed younger. A first-year genius student birthing a company worth hundreds of billions. This was an unprecedented achievement for any university. Truly unparalleled. Even if he stood before the presidents of Tsinghua and Peking University, he could now boast about it. Principal, how about we add each other on WeChat? Zhong Li immediately seized the opportunity. The principal's level was equivalent to the city's top official. The resources and connections in his hands could be very useful sometimes. As Lin Xiangjuan said, they were businessmen and convenience matters. Chen Shuiru was taken aback, then burst into laughter and readily took out his phone. When Zhong Li added WeChat, he also added the dean of the School of Physics and the director. This way he wouldn't even need to inform his homeroom teacher when skipping classes in the future, and he might even gain access to the school's top laboratories. Let me say a few words to the other students. Chen Shuiru turned to the students in the multimedia classroom. Hello everyone. Happy new semester. I received a piece of good news today, so I'm interrupting your class meeting. Zhong Li has started a company outside the school and achieved some success. As the principal of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, I am very happy and relieved. Young people should be bold and daring. That's the spirit of youth. You should all learn from Zhong Li. No way. He's a hidden talent. What company? Everyone is studying hard, and you're secretly starting a business. Wow, what company got the principal's attention? The classroom erupted in excitement as students looked at Zhong Li in shock. They finally understood why such a big commotion had occurred. There was a genius among them. Zhong Li, would you like to say a few words to your classmates? Chen Shuiru asked. Principal, I don't think so. I'm not prepared, Zhong Li said. All right, no need. Next time on a formal occasion, I'll invite you back to give a lecture to your senior schoolmates. Would that be okay? Chen Shuiru asked. I'd be delighted. Great, very good. Chen Shuiru's eyes were full of admiration. Now I won't delay your class meeting any longer. Chen Shuiru said goodbye and led the group away. Li Feng, after the class meeting, come to the dean's office and tell me about Zhong Li's situation last semester. Dean Tang Kuei instructed sternly before leaving. All right. Li Feng nodded with a wry smile. What could she report about Zhong Li's situation last semester? That he had missed almost all his specialized courses. After the principal and others departed, the classroom fell into a brief silence, every pair of eyes fixed upon Zhong Li. Upon closer inspection, he was undeniably handsome. Several girls were already starstruck. Last semester they had barely crossed paths with Zhong Li. His major courses were often absent, and there had been no meaningful interaction between them. They had never truly taken the time to observe him closely. Now, however, he was plainly extraordinary. A confidence that radiated from him was as captivating as a goddess's poised grace. Teacher, what company did Zhong Li found? Yibo, the class monitor seated in the front row, voiced the question burning in everyone's mind. With the principal and dean present earlier, they had held their tongues, but now they could finally seek answers. Zhong Li, why don't you tell your classmates? Li Feng said, still reeling from the monumental surprise that had just struck her. My company is called Pioneer Quantum, located in the Innovation Park next door. We launched a robot last night. What? No way. Pioneer Quantum. You mean the Tiannu Robotics Company? A dozen boys burst into startled exclamations. The night before, they had been idle in their dormitory when someone happened to catch the robot launch broadcast. Words of disbelief had echoed through the room, and they had all huddled together to watch. Especially at the moment the robot began stir-frying rice. Goosebumps had risen on their scalps, and they could only murmur that it was impossible. Poor lighting had obscured the details, and since they had scarcely encountered Zhong Li the previous semester, he had only seemed vaguely familiar, not instantly recognizable. In retrospect, he did bear a striking resemblance. What's going on? Is this company really that formidable? A female classmate nearby glanced around in bewilderment at the astonished boys. How could you possibly have missed such a massive event? The Tiannu robot debuted last night, trended on every trending list all evening, and raked in 50,000 orders within a single night. Worth 18 billion, said an internet-savvy classmate eagerly. Numerous titans of the technology sector had reshared the launch footage, appending their own commentary to it. Once the robot's capabilities were verified, it would undeniably be a generational defining product. This incredible hiss, the true titan is sitting right beside me. Other uninformed classmates were stunned speechless. The revelation that 18 billion had been earned in a single night left even Li Feng breathless. Her heart skipped a beat upon hearing it. No wonder the principal had made such a grand entrance. Countless students gazed at Zhong Li with burning eyes, their admiration impossible to conceal. The female students in particular resembled hungry wolves spotting prey, barely restraining themselves from pouncing forward. Had a billionaire suddenly appeared in their midst? He was only a freshman. "Handsome Zhong Li, do you happen to have a girlfriend?" said a particularly vivacious girl. "Why let such fine fruit go to strangers? What do you think of me? With that figure of yours. I still have those photos of you, chubby and sunburnt during military training, right here." Ha ha ha. The entire class erupted into laughter. Zhong Li merely smiled at the girl's jest and replied, "Currently single. Everyone here has a chance." "Zhong Li, don't be so rigid about gender. Would a guy work?" "Honestly, I think I qualify too. I wouldn't mind sharing you with other men." Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, once more continuing until Li Feng raised her hand to hush them. Zhong Li quite cherished this atmosphere, though he seldom attended classes and had never experienced such warmth among his peers. "We are all classmates. If time permits, the teacher can arrange a visit to my company's factory. I'd welcome everyone with open arms." Zhong Li refrained from lengthy discourse. A lecture was entirely out of the question. "Excellent. It's a promise," Li Feng agreed without hesitation. They had extracurricular practicum sessions and youth league activities scheduled anyway. Zhong Li's company was, after all, the finest demonstration base imaginable. "Zhong Li, could I trouble you for an autograph?" A classmate beside him ventured hesitantly. Yes, an autograph. And a photo." Numerous classmates eagerly chimed in, and as the protagonist of the moment, Zhong Li seemed to have no way to refuse. Witnessing this scene, a tingling sensation ran up his scalp and a wry smile touched his lips. Though he had anticipated that exposing his identity would draw attention, this was his first genuine encounter with the adage, "When a pig grows fat, everyone notices." What should have been a routine class meeting had devolved into a fan meet and greet. Zhong Li signed autographs for every student, posed for individual photographs, and even arranged a group class portrait, completing every ritual expected of a celebrated figure. Not even Li Feng was spared, she clutching him insistently for a photograph. For the first time, Zhong Li experienced the treatment reserved for a true celebrity. It was not until the bell rang that his classmates finally released him. Upon leaving campus, Zhong Li immediately returned to the company alongside Yu Shu and the others. His identity being exposed might have been a trivial matter to him, but for his classmates and teachers, it was nothing short of earth-shaking news. The boss of Pioneer Quantum, the designer of the Tian robot, my brilliant student. Li Feng wasted no time. She paired the caption and photos, including the class portrait and signatures, and posted directly to her moments. Having such a student was the crowning achievement of her career. Physics, Zhou Shou. Advanced mathematics, Wen Xia Zhong Li. Teacher Li, what's going on? CAD, Teacher Wang, is this real? Cheng Jinhua, Teacher Li, is this really your student? That can't be. Professor Liu, I watched the launch livestream last night. Are you certain this student belongs to our university? Within 5 minutes, a flood of likes and comments poured in from fellow teachers alongside reactions from her former classmates and friends, each remark dripping with astonishment. Even Li Feng herself was taken aback by the scene before her. In merely 5 minutes, her post had already amassed 20 likes with even more comments following, making it undoubtedly the most liked post she had ever shared. Not only Li Feng, other classmates upon leaving class also took to their moments to share the glory. The school's confessional pages and wish walls were likewise flooded with posts about Zhong Li and the robot. The boss of Tian Robotics is my classmate. The boss of Pioneer Quantum is a student at Jiangnan University. The forum posts featuring photos alongside Zhong Li at the Pioneer Quantum launch event instantly sent ripples across the entire community. No way. Is our junior freshman really? What company is Pioneer Quantum? I told you to follow the news more and watch fewer mindless dramas, but you never listened. Blimey, that robot company from last night. I already submitted my resume, and the boss turns out to be my junior. Good heavens, a freshman who built an entire company in a single semester. Biographies of legendary figures wouldn't dare write it this wildly. I feel like my graduate studies at Jiangnan University were utterly wasted. Junior, are you reading this? Senior sister would love to get to know you. I'm wonderful, and I even wear black stockings. On the school forum confessional pages and wish walls, Zhong Li's exposed identity ignited a tidal wave of excitement, rocketing straight to the top of the forum's featured section. Students from every class forwarded the news to their own class groups and dormitory chats. Within a mere 10 minutes, the revelation had spread to every corner of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Jiangnan University had produced a super genius, and now everyone knew it. Zhao Dong was sifting through the news of Jiangnan University. A student of journalism there in the very major, Professor Zhang often derided, he now served as a reporter for the campus newspaper while also managing the school's media accounts and publishing relevant university news. Simultaneously, he ran his own personal media account, updating content daily. Suddenly, a notification from the class group chat caught his attention, prompting him to instinctively tap it open. The message contains several screenshots, captures of posts from the physics department students' moments and forum threads. Pioneer Quantum Company's boss is a Jiangnan University student. Zhao Zidong's forehead sprouted question marks, then his face filled with disbelief. Having followed last night's massive trending topic, he naturally knew about the Tianyu robot. Snapping back to reality, Zhao Zidong nearly leaped to his feet. Could the university really have such a huge story? Overwhelmed by shock, Zhao Zidong's trembling hands frantically gathered news materials. After confirming the source, he urgently sought the contact information of Zhong Li's class monitor from the physics department. A freshman genius from Jiangnan University had invented the Tianyu robot. This would be an enormous story once released. Currently, the news seemed to circulate only on the school forum and Treehole, having not yet climbed the trending lists of major platforms. Perfect. He would seize this traffic. After the class monitor accepted his friend request, Zhao Zidong directly revealed his identity as a campus newspaper reporter and expressed his desire to learn about Zhong Li. Having gathered a rough understanding of Zhong Li's situation, his thoughts flowed like a spring. Frequent reader of tomato novels, he even conceived an eye-catching title, Can't a Dumb Person Build a Robot, at 18. After preparing the content, he unhesitatingly posted it on his media accounts across various platforms. This news was too big. If someone else beat him to it, the top traffic would slip away. Ding dong. Within just 2 minutes, the first comment appeared on Tushio, followed by the second, third, and a constant stream of notifications. Unaware of the commotion at school, Zhong Li entered the Cosmic Chessboard the moment he returned to the company. From the new year until now, busy with the brain-computer interface technology, he had only accumulated 187 technology points. He entered the Cosmic Chessboard both to experience the sublime life elevation from improved physique and intelligence, and to behold, the perfect Cosmic Chessboard intelligence. As Zhong Li stood still, Xi's figure materialized, her heaven-defying long legs particularly captivating. Every time he saw Xi, he marveled at her flawless image. I'll use some technology points, Zhong Li said. All right. She raised her slender palm, and a luminous sphere appeared before him. Physique 1. Intelligence 1. Intelligence 1. A warm and comfortable sensation enveloped his entire body. This sublime feeling of life enhancement was like a heavy smoker after holding out for a week, finally lighting up a premium cigarette and taking that first puff. The most exhilarating experience he had ever known. Of course, there were other, even more thrilling experiences he had yet to encounter, only glimpsed in movies. Pioneer Zhong Li. Race humanoid. Quantum authority planetary. Life level 1. Physique 80. Intelligence 190. Technology 0.7. With physique surpassing 80 and intelligence breaking 190, the obstacles within the world seemed to diminish a little more. Exhilarating. Zhong Li let out a deep breath. This sense of life elevation was truly addictive. Stretching lazily, he turned to Xi and suddenly asked, can you appear in the outside world? I am bound to the Cosmic Chessboard, she replied. Zhong Li's eyes lit up. She hadn't denied it, meaning it was possible. However, the Cosmic Chessboard operated on a quantum level, and he was not yet capable of reaching that tier of technology. Exiting the Cosmic Chessboard, Zhong Li stretched and carefully sensed the changes in his body. His physique had reached 90, bringing a substantial boost in strength and physicality. His bones and muscles were now on par with professional athletes. After adapting to the bodily changes, Zhong Li turned his attention to the brain-computer interface technology. Yesterday, the prototype for technical verification had been completed. The data from the verification showed that the technical principles and the intelligent brainwave data parsing algorithm were viable. The direction of technical implementation was correct. The next step was the integration and optimization of brainwave sensors. Only by miniaturizing and making the brain-computer terminal portable could it achieve large-scale market application. The lack of a laboratory precision equipment and factory was his greatest constraint. Once the Tianyu robot rolled out at scale, he would need to consider the company's headquarters and laboratory. Sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of firewood. Without a headquarters building and laboratory, he would forever be hampered by the limitations of crude research conditions. Meanwhile, Guan Xian hurriedly rushed to the general manager's office holding a tablet. As he knocked on the door, he looked up to see Lin Xiangjuan on the phone. Seeing Guan Xian arrive, Lin Xiangjuan gestured for him to wait. All right, I'll make the arrangements here. Looking forward to your arrival. After hanging up, Lin Xiangjuan looked at Guan Xian. What's the matter? Guan Xian strode over to her desk and handed her the tablet. General Lin, the boss is trending. Can't a dumb person build a robot at 18? Genius student Zhong Li, Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. These 3 trending topics are about the boss. Guan Xian pointed at the entries. The newly appeared trends combined with the topics from last night that hadn't yet faded meant that topics about their company and the boss occupied half of the trending list. Isn't that good? We already arranged promotional materials to shape the boss as a genius leader. What's the problem? Lin Xiangjuan asked, puzzled. Crafting Zhong Li's genius persona to build the image of a pioneer leader was her plan for the company's branding. Convincing Zhong Li to host the press conference was part of that strategy. Now that his genius persona was trending, it should have been expected, so Lin Xiangjuan couldn't understand why Guan Xian was so flustered. I asked Lu Xianxian. Neither of our departments had started shaping the boss's persona. The trending articles aren't the drafts or promotional copy we prepared. So I came to confirm if Yulin had arranged through other channels to build the boss's image, Guan Xian said. The company's external communication must be consistent, otherwise problems could arise. It wasn't your department's promotion. Lin Xiangjuan's eyes lit up. She took the tablet again and quickly scanned the content. The article's title was laced with a teasing tone, and combined with Zhong Li's achievements, it evoked a sense of speechless self-mockery in readers. Moreover, the article included a photo of Zhong Li with classmates. This news came from Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Just then Lu Xianxian knocked and entered, her expression much more relaxed. I figured it out. This morning the boss went to Jiangnan University. His teachers and classmates learned his identity and posted on moments, causing the topic to explode. The article and video were posted by a student at Jiangnan who runs a personal media account. Upon hearing this, Guan Xian's expression eased. As long as it wasn't an internal leak from their company, there was no problem. This kind of spontaneously spread news was actually beneficial for them. It saved a considerable amount of promotional expenses, and the traffic attracted was even more effective. In that case, we don't need to intervene. Let the internet spread it naturally, and just manage a few negative articles, Lin Xiangjuan said. Alright. After the two left, Lin Xiangjuan opened the news platform to carefully examine the trending situation. Zhong Li became an overnight sensation. An article and short videos were widely shared by major media outlets and bloggers, completely exposing Zhong Li's identity. With his status as a freshman revealed, a massive wave swept across the internet. The labels of genius freshman, student designer of the Tiannu robot, and founder of Pioneer Quantum Company. Stacked together, they created this sensation. It was understandable for a college freshman to found a company. That wasn't extraordinary. But this company, established only a few months ago, had already released a nanny robot that led its era, a feat unprecedented in history. The comments section beneath the articles and short videos was bustling with activity. Elder Qian once said, no matter how slow a person is, can they not learn calculus by age 14? Zhong Li replied, no matter how slow a person is, can they not build a robot by age 18? The internet constantly reminds me I am useless. I'm feeling a bit unwell. My brain can only be used to exclaim, holy shit. Geniuses and ordinary people are indeed two different species. Zhong Li's looks can keep pace with mine, but his intelligence could hang me up and beat me with a stick. Does he have a girlfriend? If not, I'd rather live in a mansion to marry him. The person above you is male. Don't be so rigid about gender. If it comes to that, I'll take a trip to Siam. Countless comments were refreshing furiously. The fact that Pioneer Quantum Company, which went viral in just one night, was led by a college freshman, was to the outside world like a bombshell. As news spread, voices of skepticism emerged. Could he be some second-generation entrepreneur starting a business? It's fake, another persona being crafted. Don't you remember the incident at the Alibaba math competition 2 years ago? I also feel it's fake with so many marketing accounts. The comment sections under various reports had numerous sarcastic remarks, which eventually spread to Jiangnan University of Science and Technology's official WeChat account and Pioneer Quantum's official account. Jiangnan University of Science and Technology President's Office. Chen Xuefu looked at the negative comments online, his brows furrowed tightly. Since learning about Zhong Li and Pioneer Quantum, he had spent half a day reading reports on the Tiannu robot to understand this student. But he hadn't expected so many negative comments to suddenly appear. This was aimed at their university and Zhong Li. If such public opinion were allowed to proliferate, it would not be good for the university's image. Shall Lu come in for a moment? President. Lu Yu saw that the president's expression was not good and looked puzzled. Today, after learning Zhong Li's identity, the president should have been in high spirits. Why this sudden change? Before Lu Yu could voice his doubt, Chen Xuefu spoke. I just checked the internet situation. There are many efforts to smear our university and Zhong Li. Allowing this to continue is bad for both us and Zhong Li. Issue a congratulatory statement on behalf of the President's Office for Zhong Li and Pioneer Quantum to calm the internet's doubts. Understood. Lu Yu immediately understood. Not long after Lu Yu left, a congratulatory post appeared on the university's official WeChat account. Heartfelt congratulations to Zhong Li, a freshman student from our university's School of Physics, whose company's Tiannu robot is selling like hotcakes. Our university's mission is to cultivate virtue through patriotism, diligence, and integrity. We hope Zhong Li will uphold the school motto and strive for further success. Today, the university is proud of you. We hope all students at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology will take Zhong Li as a role model, work hard, and demonstrate the spirit of young scholars in their prime. President's Office, Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Hey troll, speak up. This only proves he is a student at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, not that he is a genius. Do you think it's plausible for him to take credit for the entire team's achievements? One person using a single semester to develop technology that other top companies took decades to achieve. That's bullshit. Isn't this just about crafting a persona? Don't even bother thinking about it. The persona will collapse soon. Just wait for the show. Such strong connections, already reaching out to the university for clarification. Some second-generation entrepreneur is really powerful. The voices of doubt did not die down, instead they grew louder. Pioneer Quantum Company. Guan Xian calmly observed the internet's public opinion trends. When Zhong Li's identity suddenly trended online, he had anticipated the emergence of smear campaigns. This was why he hurriedly went to confirm with Lin Xiangyuan. Now, as he expected, the smear speech against Zhong Li had already shown signs. What he hadn't expected was that Jiangnan University of Science and Technology had sent congratulations to the boss, confirming Zhong Li's student identity. But looking at the comments beneath the university's congratulatory post, it was clear that the smear and doubts against Zhong Li had not ceased. Director Lin wanted to build the boss's image as a genius leader. Obviously, she couldn't allow such smear speech to spread unchecked. Released the documentary of the boss creating the Tiannu robot. Guan Xian immediately notified the public relations department members. While creating the Tiannu robot, Zhong Li had recorded the entire manufacturing process with his phone. When those videos were originally given to their PR and propaganda departments, it was Lin Xiangyuan who requested them to be used for promoting the boss's genius leader image. Now the promotion of the genius leader had been put on hold due to this sudden explosion of popularity, but the promotional content remained. Hello everyone, I'm Zhong Li. This is my company called Pioneer Quantum. Currently, I am the only one here. Today is December 3rd. Next I will create a nanny robot codenamed Tiannu. This is the first day of building the Tiannu robot. The footage was shot by Zhong Li using his phone. It recorded exactly his entire process from assembling the frame components to hand soldering circuit boards. There was even footage of the Tiannu robot falling during its first test. The 1-hour documentary completely recorded the birth process of the Tiannu robot. Zhong Li, no matter how slow a person is, can they not build a robot by age 18? And I got it. Brain bullshit. Good guy, one person equals a whole team. Hey trolls, speak again. Arguing with those trolls is useless. Even if you slam evidence in their faces, they'll say it's forged. They live in dark corners and see the world as dark. Some people with ulterior motives, unable to bear others' excellence, want to destroy geniuses through cyberbullying. They are parasites on the internet, scum of society. It's fake, definitely fake. How can one person completely build a robot? Even if he's an octopus, he can't type out hundreds of thousands of lines of code, right? You haven't even thought about it. Now there is something called AI that writes code, giving you 10,000 lines of code in 10 minutes. He's just a college freshman. How could he know so many skills? Ordinary people always try to use their mediocre thoughts to define geniuses. Awesome. Zhong Li seems to be trying to teach me how to build robots. Once the documentary was released, it was like a loud slap in the face of the skeptics. Various smearing voices fell silent, but they didn't disappear entirely, only scattered doubts remained which were no longer significant. Various smearing voices fell silent, but they didn't disappear entirely, only scattered doubts remained which were no longer significant. At the Pioneer Quantum Factory. At the entrance, a crowd led by Zhong Li and Lin Xiangyuan was waiting. Before long, 2 black sedans led the way, and a Hongqi Guiwest stopped at the factory gate. A group of middle-aged men in administrative jackets stepped out of the cars with Qin Zheng at the forefront, surrounded by a retinue of staff, whom Zhong Li did not recognize. Secretary Qin, nice to meet you. Lin Xiangyuan hurried forward and shook hands with Qin Zheng. I am Lin Xiangyuan, the general manager of Pioneer Quantum. Comrade Lin, nice to meet you. Qin Zheng smiled and nodded. Secretary Qin, this is our boss, Zhong Li. Lin Xiangyuan introduced Zhong Li to the group. At that moment, everyone's attention finally fell on Zhong Li. A young and handsome youth. If not for the news and media exposure, they would never have guessed that it was this young man who single-handedly built Pioneer Quantum and made a stunning debut. He was still a freshman in college. Secretary Qin, nice to meet you. Zhong Li extended his hand with neither arrogance nor humility. Comrade Zhong Li, you are young and accomplished. Qin Zheng scrutinized Zhong Li carefully. Before coming, his secretary had provided him with Zhong Li's dossier, and he knew far more than the others. A freshman from an ordinary family starting from scratch, he had earned his entrepreneurial capital through stock trading and then built Pioneer Quantum with his own hands. This handsome young man was also a stock market expert. Secretary Qin, you flatter me. I merely did what I enjoyed, and it just happened to succeed. Zhong Li remarked. Just happened. Qin Zheng couldn't help but laugh at Zhong Li's description. If Pioneer Quantum could succeed by mere chance, then other high-tech companies would have to find a rope and hang themselves. Secretary Qin, it's windy outside. Shall we tour the factory first? We'll brief you on the factory's status then. Lin Xiangyuan interjected. This was her first time facing such a situation. In the past, she would have been too nervous to speak, but now with her boss Zhong Li beside her, she had some courage and had to steel herself. All right. Qin Zheng agreed readily. The purpose of this visit was precisely the robot factory. After learning about Pioneer Quantum's situation that day, he had gone back and watched the entire Tiannu robot launch event from beginning to end. In the past 2 days, he had been browsing news about Pioneer Quantum and professional opinions from robotics experts. Only after thorough understanding did he truly grasp the potential value of Pioneer Quantum. He had recently been transferred to Shanghai City and was pondering how to kickstart his work. The emergence of Pioneer Quantum felt like a delightful surprise. Before we took over this factory was a motorcycle plant. After acquisition, we updated the equipment and production lines, upgraded all basic conditions, and made it what it is today. Lin Xiangjuan explained the factory's history to Qin Zheng. Soon the group entered the workshop. The workers were still busy as per Lin Xiangjuan's request. Production should not halt because of the secretary's inspection. After acquiring this factory, we rehired the original technical workers, and their overall wages are about 30 higher than before. Lin Xiangjuan said. Good, very good. Qin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. The reason they valued Pioneer Quantum was partly taxes and partly employment. From what we've seen, Pioneer Quantum has done an excellent job. This is the robot assembly line. The factory is not very large currently. At full capacity, the production line can produce 1500 robots per month. Lin Xiangjuan said. Hearing this, Qin Zheng was taken aback. So low. I heard your company already has 50000 orders. Yes, by the end of the launch event, orders exceeded 5000. In the past 2 days, the number has risen further to about 8000. Then how will you address the production capacity? Qin Zheng asked. Yesterday, we reached cooperation agreements with LY and Lixuan. Their factories in Jiangnan City will be converted into robot contract manufacturers. They promised to retool the production lines within 10 days. We have already dispatched engineers to teach them the assembly and manufacturing techniques for the robots. Each of those 2 factories pledges a monthly capacity of 100 units, totaling 200 units per month, which will temporarily alleviate the capacity issue. The 8000 orders can be fulfilled within 3 to 4 months. Lin Xiangjuan said. Good, very good. Qin Zheng smiled. The jobs from the contract factories were also in Jiangnan City, and nothing pleased him more than that. This was just the beginning. Once Pioneer Quantum scaled up, things would get even better. You are about the same age as my son and daughter, yet so accomplished. Lin Xiangjuan responded with a smile. Soon the group arrived in front of the warehouse. After Su Yuan opened the warehouse door, a 1,000 square meter storage space was revealed. Bright lights fell, casting reflections on the neatly arranged robots, a scene reminiscent of a robot warehouse in a movie. The sci-fi spectacle was visually striking, stirring even Qin Zheng, a man accustomed to grand scenes. Several of his companions gasped in awe. The robots before them, if painted, would look like rows of soldiers. How do you manage the safety issue of the robots? Qin Zheng asked. Secretary Qin, which aspect of safety are you referring to? Zhong Li interjected. Is it about the product itself or its daily usage? More about daily usage, Qin Zheng said. Could these robots be instructed by their owners to do something against the law? In that regard, I imposed restrictions on their underlying code during the initial design. They cannot kill anything, not even chickens, ducks, or geese. Except in kitchen scenarios, they cannot touch knives. Even if they pick up a fruit knife in the living room, they will voluntarily put it down if a child is nearby, or go to the kitchen to handle the fruit. As for injuring others, they cannot strike a person. However, in special situations, for instance if a stray dog or cat shows aggression toward the owner, they will perform defensive moves, possibly even capturing the animal without harming it. Zhong Li spoke with ease. He had designed the entire intelligence system of the robot. No one knew it better than him. What about hacking? Could someone break in and control it? Qin Zheng asked curiously. I have implemented 3 layers of protection for the Tiannu robot's underlying algorithms and intelligent architecture. The first layer is encrypted code protection. Even the most elite hackers cannot breach it to gain control. If the first layer is penetrated, the attacker would encounter the second layer, the intelligent system protection. Its own code can detect malicious intrusion. Once detected, it will interrupt its current task and proactively alert the owner that it is being hacked. If even that layer is breached, the third layer triggers. It will automatically press the shutdown button, forcibly cutting off power to prevent intrusion at the physical level. That advanced. Qin Zheng exclaimed. Yes, I am confident that not even the world's top hacking techniques can break through the first layer, let alone the third. Zhong Li said confidently. The Tiannu's intelligent algorithm, though not as comprehensive and formidable as Shiha's, was still a version that current technology could not crack, even in its streamlined form. The two were on entirely different dimensions. Excellent. Qin Zheng cast a deep glance at the warehouse full of robots. Secretary Qin, please step over to the testing area. I will demonstrate the robot's functions. Zhong Li said. Zhong Li spoke. The factory testing area. When everyone arrived, they could see robots undergoing tests one after another. This was the final testing procedure after the robots came off the assembly line. Robots had to complete functional testing in the testing area before officially entering the warehouse. Seeing the robots undergoing automatic testing, the group couldn't help but marvel. If the lighting was dim, they would have even mistaken them for people walking about. The first test is actually an action and mobility test. After the tie-in robots are assembled, they will automatically walk over from the production line to the testing area. Along the way, we arrange various obstacles that they need to navigate. If they fail to reach the testing area, it indicates problems with their intelligence or mobility, and they must be reworked. Zhong Li explained to Qin Zheng. After passing the first stage, they enter the second test, the waterproof test. Zhong Li pointed to the long, narrow pool 30 meters in length and 2 meters deep. In our design, the robots have swimming capabilities. During emergencies, when accompanying their owners, they need to enter water. If they fail the waterproof test, they will also need to be reworked. Qin Zhang's eyes lit up. The swimming function hadn't been introduced at the press conference, so this was rather like an Easter egg. The robot's capabilities were indeed quite surprising. The third test covers household chore functions, including walking dogs, babysitting, pushing strollers, cutting fruit, pouring water, sweeping floors, and carrying heavy objects. Only after passing all these tests can they enter the warehouse. If they fail, they need to relearn and retake the tests. 3 consecutive failures mean they must be reworked. Listening to Zhong Li's introduction, Qin Zhang and his party were thoroughly impressed. The advanced nature of the robots far exceeded their expectations. No wonder the tie-in robots had caused such a stir on the internet. 3 failures. Wouldn't you suspect an algorithm problem? Qin Zhang asked. The algorithm possesses learning capabilities, but each robot's learning process differs. Failure to pass indicates insufficient learning, which can be remedied through relearning. However, 3 consecutive failures might indicate a hardware issue causing execution problems. If there were an algorithm problem, the pass rate would plummet. Currently, our testing pass rate is 98%, so there should be no fundamental issues with the algorithm. Qin Zhang listened intently, absorbing the nuances, and nodded repeatedly. Before coming, he had heard some information about Zhong Li and worried about whether the tie-in robot's technology was mature enough. Now it seemed his concerns were unfounded. Zhong Li directly selected a robot and brought it to an indoor testing scenario. The testing area was scattered with children's toy blocks. The television was on the bed, had rumpled covers, shoes and clothes were strewn about, and a glass of water had been spilled on the floor. Director Qin, you can command it to perform some housework. Use tie-in to activate it. Let me try. Qin Zhang readily agreed, turning his gaze toward the tie-in robot. Tie-in. Yes, sir. How may I assist you? Put away the toys, clean up the mess and water on the floor, and straighten the bedding on the bed along with the clothes and shoes on the sofa. Very well. After responding, the tie-in robot promptly fetched a mop and wiped the water from the floor, then retrieved a toy storage basket to put away the building blocks and toys. It did not execute in the order Qin Zhang had specified. Instead, it organized the bedding, clothes, and shoes first, and finally fetched a vacuum cleaner to sweep the floor. The series of operations were incredibly smooth, leaving the watching crowd thoroughly impressed. It took only 15 minutes for the tie-in robot to complete all household chores in the testing area. What an extraordinary robot. After experiencing it firsthand, Qin Zhang couldn't suppress his astonishment. Previously, he had watched videos of Zhong Li's press conference on his phone, but direct personal experience was altogether different. The robot gave him the feeling of having stepped into a future world. Excellent, truly excellent. Qin Zhang smiled with satisfaction. Having reached his current position, his perspective and discernment were undoubtedly keen. Before this inspection, he had worried about whether the robot's functions were stable, but now those concerns vanished completely. This robot possessed limitless potential. As long as Pioneer Quantum developed smoothly, matching DJI's scale would not be a dream. Pioneer Quantum could become Jiangnan City's flagship enterprise. Comrade Zhong Li, what are your company's plans for the future? Qin Zhang asked, looking at Zhong Li. Our next product is currently in development and already has a prototype. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhang was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Zhong Li to address plans for the company headquarters, which would have given him a natural opening to offer Pioneer Quantum land for headquarters development. Pioneer Quantum was still in its expansion phase, with its headquarters not yet determined. His purpose in coming to visit Pioneer Quantum so hastily was precisely to keep the company's headquarters in Jiangnan City. He never expected Zhong Li to pick up on the question of the next product. What is the next product? Can we take a look? Qin Zhang asked. That product is quite special. It's at the company in the Science and Technology Park in my studio. If it's convenient for you, you can go take a look. Zhong Li said. I was just about to go visit your company. Qin Zhang readily agreed. His intuition told him that there were more surprises waiting today. The group left the factory and hurried toward Pioneer Quantum's company. On the way, Zhong Li sat opposite Qin Zhang, with Lin Xiangjuan beside Zhong Li. Comrade Zhong Li, I hear you are still a student. Qin Zhang asked with a smile, breaking the silence in the car. Yes, Zhong Li replied. You are remarkably accomplished at such a young age. When I was your age, I was still in university, worried about failing courses. Qin Zhang reflected briefly, then continued. How do you handle your school courses after starting a business? My professors allow me to skip classes. Zhong Li's answer instantly piqued Qin Zhang's interest. Why would they allow you to skip classes? Last semester I used 2 weeks to complete all the physics and advanced mathematics coursework, scored perfect marks on the tests, and told them the teaching pace was too slow, so I studied independently. 2 weeks. Yes. Strictly speaking, 1 week would suffice, but I was doing other things in between. Zhong Li did not mention that he had actually completed the freshman year curriculum in just 2 days, otherwise others would have looked at him as though he were some kind of monster. Hearing the answer, Qin Zhang's expression was one of shock. He was not amazed by Zhong Li's perfect scores. For a genius like Zhong Li, that seemed almost normal. What astonished him was the time frame Zhong Li mentioned. Completing physics and advanced mathematics in just 1 week and achieving perfect marks was beyond the realm of ordinary genius. He had encountered the nation's top-tier scientific researchers and had never seen anyone so extraordinary. Beside him, Lin Xiangjuan, hearing Zhong Li's answer, sat with her mouth agape in sheer disbelief. She knew Zhong Li's IQ was abnormally high, but this was simply too absurd. What struck her as even more unbelievable was that hearing such an unimaginable answer from Zhong Li, she harbored not a single shred of doubt. Could completing a freshman year's coursework in 1 week be something a human being could accomplish? The officials accompanying Qin all felt their scalp tingle upon hearing Zhong Li's answer. Everyone present was a highly educated individual who had attended university and understood the difficulty of university coursework. What struck them as most absurd was that they did not doubt the truthfulness of Zhong Li's words, as though everything he said was entirely reasonable. "We've arrived." As the car came to a stop, the driver's reminder brought everyone back to their senses. Through the window, they could see Pioneer Quantum's small office building. The group stood outside the modest 3-story office building of Xianxiu Quantum. Their expressions varied. It was hard to imagine that such a small edifice had nurtured a company valued at hundreds of billions. I used to think the story of Jobs founding Apple in his garage was just a legend, but now this very legend is unfolding right before my eyes. Qin gazed at the building with admiration. It seems my grandchildren will one day hear the legendary tale of Comrade Zhong Li. A ripple of light laughter spread through the crowd, easing the tension. "Actually, the real garage isn't here. It's a small shop at the end of the food street on my campus," Zhong Li said. "Oh, there's more to the story, it seems." "It's nothing." Zhong Li did not elaborate, but led the group into the company where the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Police officers were maintaining order outside, while official personnel moved inside. They had just been notified that the city's party secretary would be visiting their company. The first encounter with such a high-ranking official made their nerves undeniable. As the group entered, they were greeted by the Tianyu robots and by Yi. After the Tianyu robots' launch, they could now be openly displayed, so 2 robots had been placed in the company as administrative assistants and greeters. "Welcome." The 2 robots spoke in unison with Bai Yi and other greeters. Having witnessed the robot's sophistication at the factory, Qin found the scene rather ordinary. Suddenly struck by a thought, Qin asked, "As far as I know, the hardware cost of the robots isn't very high. Why is the price set at over 300,000? "Secretary, we must consider employment issues," Zhong Li replied in a low voice. The answer immediately dawned on Qin. Seeing the robots and the receptionist, he had realized the problem, and it turned out to be exactly as he suspected. It was truly astute of Zhong Li to have anticipated this before launching the robots. With the current capabilities of the robots, if they were too cheap, hotels, restaurants, and factories would purchase them in bulk, dealing a catastrophic blow to low-end service workers and laborers. The company was small, and the crowd made it feel cramped upon entry. After a brief inspection, Qin, his secretary, the director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, and the district chief of Linjiang followed Zhong Li and Lin Xiangjuan to the 3rd floor, while the rest waited on the 2nd. Stepping into Zhong Li's workspace, the visitors were filled with curiosity. This very studio had created a robot that transcended its era, yet it appeared no different from an ordinary workshop, just with more robots, robotic arms, and equipment they couldn't identify. Zhong Li led them to a device, and all eyes instinctively fell on the peculiar helmet resting on the platform. They could not fathom what it was. Even Lin Xiangjuan had no idea what this machine was. "This is a prototype I completed just a few days ago. Our company's next product, a non-invasive intelligent brain-computer interface device." Non-invasive intelligent brain-computer interface. Qin raised an eyebrow, then suddenly gasped. "Is this the brain-computer interface technology mentioned in the National 5-Year Plan?" "Yes." Zhong Li nodded. A collective sharp intake of breath echoed through the room as the enormity of this technology sank in. They might not understand the technology, but they understood the National 5-Year Plan. It differs from the brain-computer interfaces being developed by other companies. It's a non-invasive type. Invasive brain-computer interfaces require craniotomy to implant terminals into the brain for better signal reception. This device requires no surgical implantation. Zhong Li placed the device on his head, and as he moved the robotic arm on the platform, began to mimic his actions. Watching him complete a complex series of chopping motions, the onlookers were astounded. "Secretary Qin, would you like to try?" Zhong Li removed the device and offered it to Qin. "All right." Qin agreed readily. He had only heard of brain-computer interfaces before, never seen one in person, and now, in this unassuming studio, the most advanced technology was on display. After donning the device, Qin looked puzzled. "How do I control it?" "Try moving your hands," Zhong Li instructed. Qin moved his hands, and the robotic arm on the platform mirrored his every gesture, even the exact amplitude. "Comrade Zhong Li, why is it controlled this way?" "I assumed I could just imagine the movements," Qin asked, perplexed. "Secretary, the brain-computer interface is intended for disabled individuals or patients with mobility impairments. Many of them were once fully able-bodied. Walking, grasping objects, or moving their hands are conditioned reflexes. If control relied on imagination alone, for example, imagining walking, The user would be unable to divert their thoughts, or the prosthetic limb would fail, causing great inconvenience. This method uses the brain's conditioned reflex action potentials for control without requiring the mind to focus on imagined commands. It functions like a natural limb responding reflexively, Zhong Li explained. I see. Qin Zheng suddenly understood, deeply impressed by the device. It effectively provided disabled individuals with a natural limb. If this product could be brought to market, it would be a monumental contribution to humanity. At that moment, Qin Zheng truly grasped the potential and value of Xianxu Quantum. Economic value aside, its social value was immeasurable. How soon can this device be mass-produced? Qin Zheng asked eagerly. I don't have an advanced laboratory at the moment, so miniaturization is not possible. With a proper lab, mass production should be achievable soon. The technological path is clear, only hardware issues remain. Zhong Li said. Qin Zheng's eyes lit up. Comrade Zhong Li, what are your plans? Or if there's anything you need, just say the word. He was now determined to see the non-invasive brain-computer interface become a reality. This technology would benefit the nation and its people, carrying immense social value. Once realized, Xianxu Quantum would gain both fame and fortune, bringing glory to Jiangnan City, and it would certainly attract attention from higher authorities, a boon for his own career. The others turned to Zhong Li, awaiting his answer. I need a plot of land to build the company's headquarters and laboratory. Zhong Li stated his need directly. He had anticipated this step when Lin Xiangjuan told him about Qin Zheng's upcoming visit. The issues of headquarters and top-tier laboratories were unavoidable and urgent. Without them, constraints would be significant. The Cosmic Chessboard had many more technologies to realize, and his current small space would not suffice. Hearing that Zhong Li wanted land, Qin Zheng broke into a smile. At the factory, he had hoped to hear about the company's headquarters planning, but Zhong Li had instead unveiled the new product. Now the new product had given him a tremendous surprise. Comrade Zhong Li, you've hit the nail on the head. I didn't come empty-handed today. Qin Zheng took the prepared map from Zhou Yiping's hands and spread it out. Clearly displayed on it was a piece of land in Linjiang district beside the CBD of Jiangnan City, only 3 or 4 kilometers from the central business district. Qin Zheng traced a shape on the map with his finger. This plot of land will serve as the headquarters for your Pioneer Quantum, offered at 30% of market value. Qin Zheng threw out an irresistibly tempting offer. The location he had marked was arguably the finest available, and he could hardly believe Zhong Li would resist such temptation. Having learned about the non-invasive brain-computer interface device, he now had to keep Pioneer Quantum's headquarters in Jiangnan City, or he would deeply regret it. Zhong Li was not swayed by the 30% discount. His full attention was fixed on the map. This area appeared to be one slated for future development in Jiangnan City. According to the map, the entire zone spanned over 110 mu, while the portion Qin Zheng had drawn for him was only 200 mu. The location looked excellent. Transportation, supporting facilities, and environment were all impeccable. However, there was a problem. Once this land was taken, other plots would go to different developers, meaning that if Pioneer Quantum ever wanted to expand its headquarters, it would have to spend time finding new land for construction. He was extremely confident about Pioneer Quantum's future. If with a cheat in his mind, he still couldn't make Pioneer Quantum the world's best, he might as well hang himself on a crooked tree and stop bothering to start a business. He understood Qin Zheng's desire to keep Pioneer Quantum in Jiangnan City, which was precisely why he had openly brought Qin Zheng to see the brain-computer interface device. This was all to increase his bargaining chips. 200 mu might satisfy a typical enterprise, but for him, it was not enough. Zhong Li gazed at the map, lost in thought. Everyone else waited in silence, even Qin Zheng, making no move to disturb him. From the moment he had encountered Zhong Li, this young man had repeatedly shattered his preconceptions about youth. Earlier he had assumed that offering a piece of land would delight Zhong Li into accepting it, but now he realized it was not so simple. Zhong Li must have other considerations. He wanted to see how Zhong Li would respond next. After all, in such a prime location, acquiring 200 mu of land at 30% of market value would make any real estate developer in Jiangnan City grin from ear to ear. Yet Zhong Li was still pondering, and his expression made it clear he was far from satisfied. After 2 minutes had passed, and Zhong Li remained motionless, the admiration in Qin Zheng's eyes only deepened. Facing such a massive opportunity and maintaining such composure, his future achievements would be limitless. Keeping Pioneer Quantum's headquarters in Jiangnan City was something he had to secure on this trip. Pioneer Quantum's potential represented not only the city's tax revenue growth for the coming years, but also the employment of top-tier talent. Especially after seeing the non-invasive brain-computer interface device, he became even more determined that Pioneer Quantum could not leave. Without the ability to use artificial intelligence for simulation, Zhong Li was running calculations over the map. What he needed to consider was not Pioneer Quantum's short-term stability, but its future scale. In the future, once Pioneer Quantum grew large enough, it might need to establish industrial parks and research institutes in other cities. But for Jiangnan City, he wanted to get it right in one go. Could you provide a larger plot of land? Zhong Li asked. Oh, is 200 mu not enough? Qin Zheng traced another section on the map, adding more land. If you commit to investing 3 billion over the next 5 years in Jiangnan City, and creating 3,000 jobs. I'll include this additional plot for you. Another 100 mu. Not enough. Zhong Li shook his head. Still not enough. Qin Zheng was stunned. How much do you need? All of it. Zhong Li licked his lips, his gaze blazing. Everyone present was shocked by Zhong Li's demand. The entire plot spanned 110 mu, and even international tech giants would not dare make such a request. 300 mu was already in exceptionally favorable condition. Even knowing Zhong Li would push for more, hearing he wanted it all still caught them off guard. Under different circumstances, he would have thought the person had lost their mind. But Zhong Li clearly radiated confidence. You want all the land. Tell me what conditions would convince me. Qin Zheng asked curiously. A bet. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a shock. Even Qin Zheng could not help but narrow his eyes, a hint of anticipation in his expression. Jiangnan City sells me this land at 10% of market value and provides Pioneer Quantum with a low-interest loan of 20 billion, which we can collateralize with our robot patent technology. Pioneer Quantum will fully fund and own the development of this land. Pioneer Quantum commits to paying no less than 2 billion in taxes annually after 3 years. If this is not met, Pioneer Quantum will purchase the land at 130% of current market value. Over the first 3 years, Pioneer Quantum pledges to create 8,000 jobs, and in the 5 years following, another 20,000. The laboratory and factory for the non-invasive brain-computer interface device will also be located in Jiangnan City. After the 3-year term ends, Pioneer Quantum commits to an additional investment of no less than 10 billion. The moment the betting terms were stated, a deathly silence fell over the room. They were astounded that a student would dare propose such outrageous conditions, yet equally stunned by the sheer boldness behind it. Qin Zheng's pupils contracted sharply. Before visiting Pioneer Quantum, he had anticipated Zhong Li might make special requests, such as asking for more land, and those expectations had been reasonable. But he never imagined Zhong Li's demands would be this absurd. Despite his extensive experience, even he felt shaken by these terms. He quickly composed himself. This bet was incredibly risky. It was essentially wagering on Pioneer Quantum's future. If Pioneer Quantum failed to take off, everything would be for nothing, but if it succeeded, Jiangnan City would have a chance to rise to prominence. Pioneer Quantum, like a python eyeing 1,100 mu parcel of land, showed an enormous appetite. Qin Zheng fell into deep thought. This land was worth over 5 billion at market rate. He had originally planned to offer Zhong Li a quarter of it at 30% of market value, 300 mu worth over 3 billion, but never expected Zhong Li to want it all. 50 billion worth of land sold to Pioneer Quantum for 5 billion, plus a 20 billion low-interest loan. If the bet failed, Pioneer Quantum would buy the land at 65 billion. Such audacity. What do you think? Zhong Li asked. Qin Zheng understood Zhong Li's intention, to secure everything at once and use a large sum of cash to enable Pioneer Quantum's rapid expansion. I need to consult my team, Qin Zheng said. This was too significant to answer on the spot. After all, he was not managing a company, but an entire vast city. Very well. Zhong Li had anticipated this response. If the deal fell through, they would start with the 300 mu plot to build the company headquarters first and later relocate when better land and conditions became available. Whether Qin Zheng had the courage to match that ambition remained to be seen. Descending from the third floor, Qin Zheng's party was still buzzing with excitement. The news they had received was monumental, and this trip back would surely involve substantial work. Only when the Hongqi Guiwest started and the car pulled away did Lin Xiangjuan gradually compose herself from the shock. Today's information overload had been overwhelming. The non-invasive brain-computer interface device was significant news, but it was the revelation that Zhong Li intended to swallow the entire 110 mu plot that truly stunned her. On the way back with Zhong Li, the numerous employees dared not meet Lin Xiangjuan's gaze. At that moment, she radiated an aura that made them feel a sense of danger. Zhong Li did not notice Lin Xiangjuan's unusual mood. At that moment, his mind was occupied with the miniaturization of non-invasive brain-computer interface devices. As for the land issue, Qin Zheng would naturally make a decision. He could not influence the other's decision. If it worked out, he would be delighted. If not, he would not care. He would just use the 300 acres for now, and once Pioneer Quantum grew stronger, he would have new bargaining power. Overthinking would only add unnecessary worry. The Tianyu robot had been successfully launched, so he needed to consider the next product. The technology for non-invasive brain-computer interface devices was already complete, but the miniaturization of hardware required some ingenuity. The device he had could not be miniaturized, so he could only rely on design and precision machining, which would cost more money. As soon as he sat down on the third floor, Zhong Li sensed a tense atmosphere. Lin Xiangjuan followed him up and looked at him with a reproachful gaze. What's wrong? Why are you making that face? Zhong Li asked instinctively. Such a big matter, and you didn't discuss it with me. Lin Xiangjuan leaned over the table, her hands supporting her as she stared straight at Zhong Li. She tried to calm herself down. After all, she was an employee and Zhong Li was the boss. Company decisions were ultimately his call. But acquiring over 1,000 acres to build the company headquarters was indeed too big a move. Given their current strength, they could not possibly handle such a vast piece of land. The robot orders alone were already overwhelming her. If they really took that land, they would be in a complete mess. Thinking of her fate as a wage slave, Lin Xiangjuan's chest heaved with indignation. What big matter? Zhong Li asked, blinking. Let's set aside the new product for now. That plot of land is over 1,000 mo. How can our company afford it with our current strength? And there's such a huge performance-based bet. You didn't even consult us. If you keep doing this, our management won't be able to keep up, and it will lead to chaos. Zhong Li didn't even realize this was a big deal, which made Lin Xiangjuan both angry and anxious. Pop! Suddenly a snapping sound came from Lin Xiangjuan's chest. The button, strained to its limit, could no longer withstand the violent heaving of her chest, and instantly burst open. At that moment, Lin Xiangjuan was leaning over the table, looking down at Zhong Li, offering the perfect angle. A fresh fragrance drifted into Zhong Li's nose. Well, that is indeed a big matter. Zhong Li's eyes were fixed on her. What are you looking at? Furious Lin Xiangjuan noticed his expression, looked down, and froze in place. Coming to her senses, Lin Xiangjuan's cheeks flushed bright red. She instantly straightened up, her anger turning into embarrassment. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Now she had no time to question Zhong Li anymore. Covering her collar, she turned and fled. Take it slow, Zhong Li reminded her. Lin Xiangjuan stumbled, then quickened her pace, her ears burning red as blood. On the second floor, Yushu, who was organizing files, saw Lin Xiangjuan rushing out of the elevator, and a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. She noticed that Lin Xiangjuan's collar had burst open, nearly exposing her, and her face was flushed. Could the boss have done something like that right after the first secretary's party left? Yushu's imagination ran wild, and she wore a gossiping expression. But the next moment, she dismissed the messy thoughts from her mind. The boss didn't seem like that kind of person. She looked up just as Lin Xiangjuan approached her. Manager Lin, Yushu, go buy me a shirt. The button popped off. Lin Xiangjuan's face was still flushed. Her mind was still replaying the expression on Zhong Li's face at that moment. She wished she could leave Earth and go live on Mars. Bring it to my office. Okay. Yushu had already pictured the scene of Manager Lin dying of embarrassment in front of the boss, but she dared not laugh or her job would be on the line. The news about the Tianyu robot continued to explode. Within just 1 week, orders surged to 1,000, fully igniting the market. Everyone at Pioneer Quantum was working around the clock. The popularity of the Tianyu robot particularly ignited the financial sector. Stock prices of its component suppliers soared with consecutive daily limit ups, doubling the company's stock value. To successfully secure orders and OEM contracts from Pioneer Quantum, they told stories in the stock market, which made OEM cooperation and component procurement go very smoothly. In just 2 days, Pioneer Quantum finalized all cooperation details, with Lingyi and Li Xuan moving into the production line renovation and manufacturing phase. Once the news of the cooperation was released, both companies hit their daily limit ups immediately, once again igniting the financial market. Beyond component suppliers and OEMs, distribution partnerships followed. 3 online channel distributors, Godong Haimeo and Douyin Mall, successfully reached cooperation agreements with Pioneer Quantum as online sales channels. 4 offline channels, after discussing with Xiao Qingfeng, Lin Xiangjuan decided not to use appliance dealer channels, but instead adopt an authorized store and official flagship store model, because the company would not have only one robot product in the future. Especially after Lin Xiangjuan learned that Zhong Li's lab also had a non-invasive brain-computer interface device, the official flagship store model had to be implemented. The first batch of authorized experience stores was set up in 4 cities: the capital Magic City, Goat City, and Shin City. 20 experience stores and dealers were authorized as initial offline delivery points in these 4 cities. After finalizing the sales model, 5 super flagship stores in the capital Magic City, Goat City, Shin City, and Shanghai City simultaneously began searching for store locations and preparing for construction. The company's mere 100+ employees were working double shifts, too busy to find their bearings. Yet Pioneer Quantum staff were both pained and happy, because the boss was paying them generously. After the successful launch of the Tianyu robot, Zhong Li allocated 50 million yuan as bonuses. On average, each employee received 200 yuan, leaving them giddy. He also promised to double this year's year-end bonus. Overtime was compensated. All salaries and benefits were fully provided. Driven by money, every employee was as energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline, not even watching the clock when working overtime. Meanwhile, the company leased the 2 adjacent office buildings, completed their renovation and decoration as planned, and put them into use. The number of workstations increased sharply. Within 10 days after the Tianyu robot launch, Pioneer Quantum's headcount grew from over 100 to more than 240. Adding the 60+ interns recruited from Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, the company's office staff tripled in just 1 week. This was only for the office staff. The factory also added over 50 people. They needed to train maintenance engineers and technical support engineers, otherwise they would be shorthanded for the flagship stores and after-sales service. This expansion showed no signs of slowing down. Training for after-sales personnel, super flagship store sales staff, technical staff, and middle management had to be prepared to support the company's even larger expansion ahead. As time passed, the first delivery date for the Tianyu robot arrived. At the Shanghai City Sports Center. As the venue for the first batch of Tianyu robots offline delivery, the location was still the Shanghai Sports Center. The initial delivery amount was 2,000 units. The robot inventory of the Pioneer Quantum Factory suddenly dwindled by 70%. Outside the Jiangnan Sports Center at that moment, a sea of people gathered. Apart from users coming to pick up their robots, there were also television stations, media personnel, self-media bloggers, and reporters from various channels, making it incredibly lively. Sun Jun held up his phone and walked into the delivery site while live streaming. Folks, I'm now at the first delivery site of the Tianyu robots. Let me tell you good news. I also ordered a Tianyu robot, and it's part of the first batch of deliveries. Holy crap, you sneaky bastard, you actually got a robot, and it's the first batch. Fake, definitely fake. This is bad news. Please be gentle with my second-hand robot. Seeing the barrage messages, Sun Jun grinned. The review videos of the Tianyu robots had brought him considerable traffic. With the promotional fees from Pioneer Quantum and the live streaming revenue, he had more than enough to afford a Tianyu robot. So the moment the robot reservation channel opened, he didn't hesitate to place an order. Now, as one of the first batch of users to pick up the robot, he was in the spotlight again. After receiving his seat number, Sun Jun successfully entered the delivery site. The next moment, as he took in the scene before him, he froze, his expression filled with shock. Your expression is off. What happened? There's drama. Viewers in the live stream immediately noticed Sun Jun's unusual expression, and the barrage comments flooded the screen. This is the first time I've seen this. Folks, take a look too. Sun Jun turned his live stream camera, revealing the vast open space of the sports center neatly lined with 2,000 robots. If they were painted in camouflage, they would look from a distance like an army. Phew, what the hell? Holy crap. Case solved. Zhong Li wants to rule the world. Good heavens, it gives me chills. If these robots could take weapons to the battlefield, I'd feel sorry for the enemy. You know, that's really just a matter of a few lines of code. Robot army. Invincible. Invincible. Awesome. Barrage comments instantly flooded the screen. The sight of 2,000 robots neatly arranged sent chills down everyone's spines. Users and media who had entered the site were now frantically taking photos of the 2,000 robots, a scene rarely seen. Sun Jun watched the spectacle secretly awed and found his seat according to the number plate. Backstage at the sports center, Zhong Li and Lin Xiangjuan were in the backstage of the delivery site. This was the first delivery of the Tianyu robots, and it attracted immense external attention. And Zhong Li, the top-tier genius, was also one of the focal points of public interest. Many users hoped that Zhong Li would personally hand them their robots. Do you want to go on stage and try? Zhong Li looked at Lin Xiangjuan and asked. You go up, Lin Xiangjuan said. At this critical moment of shaping Zhong Li's image as a genius leader, Lin Xiangjuan insisted that he must appear at all important occasions. This attendance at the first delivery event was also Lin Xiangjuan's request. Seeing that the time was about right, Zhong Li didn't decline any further. After a brief introduction by the host, Zhong Li appeared on stage amid applause. He's really young. What you see online doesn't do him justice. Zhong Li in person is truly young and truly handsome. A genius student founder of a billion-dollar company, handsome and wealthy. He's the perfect man. I wonder which woman is lucky enough. The crowd at the scene marveled at the sight of Zhong Li up close. It wasn't until Zhong Li stood still and began to speak that everyone stopped their chatter. Hello everyone, I'm Zhong Li. Thank you for taking the time to come to the first delivery ceremony of our Tianyu robots. Since the launch of the Tianyu robots 10 days ago, we have received 100 orders. Zhong Li spoke eloquently on stage. He talked about the orders, the development process of the robots, reintroduced the robots' functions, and some daily features that were not covered in the launch event. Many users are eagerly waiting for the robot delivery. I'm very glad that everyone likes these Tianyu robots. Starting today, the Tianyu robot delivery officially begins. Thunderous applause erupted. The delivery ceremony officially commenced. Batch after batch of robot users received their units and took commemorative photos, filling the atmosphere with intense excitement. After more than 10 days of circulation, the buzz around the Tianyu robots had somewhat cooled down. But when the scenes from the robot delivery site hit the internet, the traffic exploded again. The image of 2,000 robots neatly lined up waiting for delivery was uploaded to Weibo and Douyin, instantly igniting the traffic. On the day of the Tianyu robot launch, they had only seen a limited number of robots on stage. Apart from that, there were reviews and leaks from tech bloggers. This time, the 2,000 robots appearing in perfect order delivered a visually stunning impact. With Zhong Li, the top-tier genius, making another appearance, the topic meter was maxed out. Unbelievable. Is Pioneer Quantum going to establish a robot army? If this were on the battlefield, wouldn't the enemy be panicking? I'm the Songhan Wu Yanzu, a Zhong Li poses a threat to me at the peak of my looks. Oh, give it a rest. Brother Zhong Li, just take one more look at me. I bet you won't see empty eyes. The guinea pig upstairs stopped being in heat. I'm getting chills right now. Thank goodness technology is in the hands of the civilized world. Doesn't this look like the scene when gunpowder was used for fireworks in the Tang and Ming dynasties? Oh, give it a rest. You're the only one who's awake. How long have robot dogs and robot wolves been exposed, and you're still kneeling there? Within half an hour, the images of the robots at the delivery site had become a trending topic and a hot subject. At the Jiangnan City Administration Building, Qin Zheng watched the live broadcast of the delivery scene, occasionally lost in thought. During this period, they had been studying the feasibility of Zhong Li's betting agreement. Now it was at the final stage. The piece of land over 1,000 acres was actually a minor issue. The low-interest loan of 20 billion yuan was the real heavy matter. Pioneer Quantum was a startup, its creditworthiness uncertain, and its profitability not yet stable. Once 20 billion yuan was lent out and spent, if it couldn't be repaid later, it would be a terrifying situation. The decision-makers would all be implicated. Over the past week, he had been following up on Pioneer Quantum. He had already obtained the material cost of the Tianyu robot. The entire machine cost only a little over 500 to manufacture. Yet the selling price was 360,000, a profit margin of 600%. This profit margin was absurdly high. After deducting costs for materials, OEM channels, logistics, and sales, the profit per robot was still at least 2,000. Zhong Li had just announced that orders in 10 days had reached 1,000 units. This meant that the orders on hand at Pioneer Quantum would bring in 20 billion yuan in profit. The home service robot market was currently a completely blank one. This was practically a cash cow for Pioneer Quantum. The company wasn't short of money, but it needed several months or a year or two to come up with tens of billions in one go. If Zhong Li were willing to seek financing, it would be even faster. He believed that if Zhong Li were willing to offer 20 of Pioneer Quantum's shares, those top investment institutions would not hesitate to give him 20 billion yuan. Because the home service robot business was too profitable. The terms of the betting agreement proposed by Zhong Li were clearly aimed at buying time and accelerating Pioneer Quantum's growth. Based on actuarial calculations, he personally leaned toward agreeing to Zhong Li's bet. Their votes had also gone in his favor. Now just one final step remained. The bank. Even with their guarantee, the 20 billion yuan low-interest loan still needed the bank's approval. After all, it was the bank that would actually provide the funds. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Qin Zheng's thoughts. Zhou Yiping entered quickly. Secretary President Qian sent word that they are willing to offer Pioneer Quantum a low-interest loan of 3.8 up to 22 billion yuan. Good. Qin Zheng immediately slammed the table and stood up. Good, we have been preparing for this on our end. I will send the preliminary agreement over, and if there are any differing opinions, we can refine it further. Good. Looking forward to our next meeting. Lin Xiangjuan put down her phone and let out a deep breath, feeling overwhelmed. Qin Shiji had agreed to Zhong Li's conditions from last time. 1,100 mu of land, 20 billion yuan in low-interest loans. She had thought Zhong Li's proposals were outrageous, yet they had been accepted. This world had gone mad. She had assumed that after a week Qin Zheng would not agree, but he suddenly called to say that Zhong Li's earlier proposal was feasible and asked them to prepare the details of the betting agreement. She had never managed a large enterprise before and was still learning many things. The company's rapid expansion had already left her overwhelmed, and now Zhong Li had brought her an even bigger headache. That fellow didn't manage the company, he just talked while they had to run around like headless chickens. If she had known, she would have argued with him to the end last time. Thinking back to that argument, Lin Xiangjuan felt the urge to cover her face. After that incident, she checked her buttons every day before going out and avoided wearing anything too tight, afraid of another wardrobe malfunction. Shaking off those distracting thoughts, Lin Xiangjuan took a deep breath, reminding herself to stay calm, then dialed Xiao Qingfeng's number. Currently within the company, only Xiao Qingfeng had the most experience in this area. President Lin, came Xiao Qingfeng's steady voice over the phone. Are you at the company? I'm at Zhonghai Plaza. The location for the flagship store has been secured. The other party is willing to transfer it, and the spot is excellent. Xiao Qingfeng said. Leave that matter to your subordinates. There's something important that's not convenient to discuss over the phone. Come back first. All right. After hanging up, Lin Xiangjuan began to contemplate her strategy. Zhong Li had proposed a betting agreement, and after careful consideration, Qin Zheng found it feasible, so there was no way to decline. Unless they couldn't reach a consensus on fundamental terms. But since Zhong Li's outrageous conditions had been accepted, Pioneer Quantum had to take it on, and the only remaining issue was how to arrange the company's affairs. An hour later, when Xiao Qingfeng returned, Lin Xiangjuan informed him that Qin Zheng had agreed to Zhong Li's betting agreement. The terms of the bet had been shared with Xiao Qingfeng on the day itself. At the time, she had only wanted to prepare him for the worst. She never expected the worst to actually happen. Quite insane, Xiao Qingfeng remarked, astonished after hearing Lin Xiangjuan's account. He marveled not only at Zhong Li's audacity, but also at Qin Zheng's boldness in agreeing to such a bet. This situation was comparable to the legendary snake-swallowing elephant case of Geely's acquisition of Volvo. You're well-versed in investments. Do you have any countermeasures? Lin Xiangjuan asked. Actually, there's no need to worry too much, Xiao Qingfeng said. Even if the bet fails, our losses are limited. The company's current state can handle it. If the bet failed, they would buy the land at a price 30% above market value, costing them an extra 2 billion yuan. But securing 1,000 mu of prime land would never be a loss. Moreover, the 20 billion yuan in low-interest loans was even more advantageous. This money would provide Pioneer Quantum with ample cash flow for expansion in the short term, and the interest was manageable, fully covered by their robot sales profits. The boss seems crazy, but he's actually very clever, Xiao Qingfeng said. How so? Given the sales of the ferry-made robot, it would take the company a year or so to accumulate 20 billion in cash. By proposing this bet, the boss secured over 1,000 mu of land for 600 million and obtained 20 billion in cash loans. Essentially, he advanced the company's development by a year. The boss knows that our company's biggest shortage right now isn't money, but time. That piece of land is unique. Once it's officially zoned, finding another location with such a prime spot and large area would require moving to another city or settling for a more remote area. Opportunities are fleeting. The conditions regarding company operations and taxes in the bet are actually easy to meet. Even without the bet, we would still generate taxes and jobs. Through this bet, the boss bought us a year, and the cost is just low-interest loans or even a discount on the land price. No matter how you look at it, we come out ahead. Xiao Qingfeng analyzed the pros and cons. But our company is too small and management can't keep up. I'm afraid of chaos, Lin Xiangjuan expressed her concerns. Actually, the company isn't small, Xiao Qingfeng said. Our company's situation is exactly like the boss's, young in age, but immense in potential and foundation. Hearing this, Lin Xiangjuan's eyes lit up. She was quick-witted and understood immediately, which was why she had grown so rapidly in these 2 short months. Xiao Qingfeng's words were spot on. The company mirrored the boss. Young in age, yet strong in foundation and potential. Like a balloon just beginning to inflate, not yet reaching saturation, they had no fear of expansion. As long as Zhong Li was there, the company's cohesion remained, and the ferry-made robot's profitability supported them. They could expand swiftly. Though it had swollen 3 or 4 times, it was only the beginning, not yet the company's limit. Su Yun is in the capital. Call her and book a flight back tonight. Then have the legal department prepare the detailed terms of the betting agreement based on the conditions the boss mentioned that day. Even if we refine it, we must adhere to the conditions the boss proposed. The day after tomorrow, we will discuss the details of the betting agreement with them. I'll go find the boss upstairs. He came up with this betting agreement, so he must have considered the arrangements afterward. With Xiao Qingfeng's analysis, Lin Xiangjuan felt much more confident. At least regarding the betting agreement, she no longer felt as tense. After Xiao Qingfeng left, Lin Xiangjuan turned and walked out of the office. 3rd floor. Zhong Li was focused on the integrated design of the brainwave sensor. If not for the aesthetics, the current non-invasive smart brain-computer interface device would already be usable. The main issues were its unsightly appearance and size. Without hardware integration, the current device was the size of a motorcycle helmet. With Shiha's assistance, the wiring for integrated circuits progressed quickly. He only needed to handle the placement of chips and functional electrodes. After integration, the brainwave sensor could be reduced to the size of a coin, and the amount of brainwave data it could capture would be more than 20 times that of the current prototype sensor. At that point, the non-invasive smart brain-computer interface device would evolve from usable to user-friendly, all in one leap. Brotherly Yushu said, President Lin wants to see you, reminded the Shiha robot beside him. All right, let her come over. Zhong Li paused his work. Will do. 5 minutes later, Lin Xiangjuan appeared in the workshop. Boss, about the betting agreement you mentioned to Qin Shuji last time. They considered it seriously and found it feasible. They want to discuss the details in a couple of days. Oh, that was fast, Zhong Li said in surprise. He had expected Qinzheng to take a month to consider, but the answer came in less than 10 days. I came to ask, after we secure the land and loans, what are your plans? The land will be used for the headquarters and laboratories. I'll handle the headquarters design myself since I don't have much to do these days. You focus on finalizing the betting agreement and show it to me when it's ready. Hearing that Zhong Li would personally participate, Lin Xiangjuan breathed a silent sigh of relief. Though she knew Zhong Li had no experience in such matters, she inexplicably trusted him. Zhong Li always gave her a sense of security, allowing her to act boldly, because there was someone to back her up. That was why she had dared to take risks over the past 2 months. Secretary Zhou said, we'll meet in 2 days to discuss the details of the betting agreement. I plan to bring Xiao Qingfeng and Su Yun. All right. Zhong Li agreed immediately. After Lin Xiangjuan departed, Zhong Li returned to his desk and awakened Xia. Word arrived from Qinzheng that they were considering the valuation adjustment mechanism and discussing the specifics. It was nearly certain the other party would agree to the conditions Zhong Li had originally proposed. Securing that 1,000-acre parcel of land would pose no problem. The only variable might be the price. Xia? Yes, brotherly. How may I be of service? Xia hopped out of the desktop, spinning and dancing across the surface with a bright smile. Use the land Qinzheng mentioned to design our company headquarters. Zhong Li said. With sufficient computing power now at their disposal, and having undergone extensive machine learning over this period, Xia's capabilities had undergone a dramatic transformation. The current Xia was a true all-rounder, proficient in every field of knowledge. Do you have any particular requirements for the style, feng shui, layout, and architecture of the headquarters? Xia did not begin generating immediately, but instead posed a question to Zhong Li. You can handle feng shui, eh? Zhong Li was taken aback. Indeed. Feng shui is a discipline within architecture, and certain feng shui considerations can be quantified. Xia explained. Very well. Zhong Li had no background in architecture and was unfamiliar with its intricacies. The headquarters should have a distinctive style. Design the main building as a landmark structure incorporating our pioneer quantum entanglement fish motif. Design a separate laboratory for me and allocate the northern portion of the land for employee dormitories and recreational facilities. Zhong Li shared all his ideas with Shiha, asking her to combine optimal layouts and data to create the design. Having stated his requirements, Zhong Li watched as the scene on the computer screen shifted. A three-dimensional CG animation materialized depicting precisely that parcel of land. With the area demarcated, construction rose from the ground starting at the headquarters building, spreading outward in all directions. 2 minutes later, the complete rendering of the headquarters appeared before Zhong Li. Roads, factories, dormitories, laboratories, and more, all rendered in stunning detail on the CG display. Fearful the screen might not be large enough, Shiha projected the rendering onto a nearby 100-inch monitor. The headquarters building was not particularly tall, rising only a dozen stories, shaped like a circular ring. Instead of ground-level connections at its ends, the structure was linked via underground passages. From the surface, it bore a resemblance to the Pioneer Quantum logo, the quantum entanglement fish. At the positions of the fish's eyes stood 2 spherical buildings, one black and one white, seemingly entangled across the void. The design was highly distinctive and steeped in technological allure. The enclosed area of just the headquarters building alone reached 400 mu, imposing and majestic, yet unmistakably futuristic. At the center of the quantum entanglement fish ring's empty space stood a building adorned with classical bronze tripod and bell motifs, square, solid, and dignified. This was the independent laboratory. Beyond that, the other factories, buildings, and road designs seamlessly connected with the riverside leisure area, all maintaining a unified aesthetic. The entire quantum town was nestled not far across from the Jiangnan City Central Business District, resembling a secluded paradise. This headquarters design is excellent. Keep it. Zhong Li surveyed the design with satisfaction. It was distinctive rather than monotonous, naturally embodying the elements befitting Pioneer Quantum. Released into the market, it would certainly be a design award contender. Generate the CAD drawings and interior designs for all these structures. Remember to account for architectural mechanics. Brotherly Shiha is meticulously rigorous and would never make such a basic error. As soon as Shiha spoke, the adjacent CAD software began frantically drafting structural drawings. The blueprints for the entire 1,000-acre headquarters town, all architectural designs, were completed within a mere 30 minutes. Any top-tier architectural designer witnessing this would have felt their days numbered. After all, this was a project that would occupy an international premier design team for a year and a half. The efficiency of advanced artificial intelligence was terrifyingly formidable. Jiangnan City Administrative Building Office. The atmosphere inside was charged with intensity as negotiations on the specific terms of the valuation adjustment agreement had already commenced. Lin Xiangju and Xiao Qingfeng and Su Yun were present. Across from them sat a bespectacled middle-aged man, Director Lu Jinyue, who was responsible for negotiating this valuation adjustment agreement. Regarding the first condition, we believe some revisions are warranted, Lu Jinyue said calmly. What revisions? Lin Xiangjuan inquired composedly. Director Lu, why don't you lay out all your proposed changes at once? That way we can expedite proceedings on both sides. Let us be straightforward and discuss matters with complete candor. Well said, Comrade Lin. You are indeed a heroine among women. Lu Jinyue regarded Lin Xiangjuan with appreciation, his spirits remarkably buoyant. We require Pioneer Quantum to commit to remitting no less than 2.4 billion yuan in local taxes to Jiangnan City annually after 3 years. Additionally, the second condition, create 8,500 new jobs within 3 years and an additional 2,000 jobs in the 5 years thereafter. Upon completion of the 3-year period, Pioneer Quantum must further commit to an investment of no less than 12 billion yuan or invested directly in Jiangnan City to establish a top-tier research laboratory. And the most critical condition, the non-invasive brain-computer interface device, must reach the market within 5 years with at least one manufacturing facility established in Jiangnan City. Finally, the low-interest loan provided under this agreement will be issued by ICBC Jiangnan branch. Pioneer Quantum's corporate account transactions must be settled through ICBC until the loan is fully repaid. Lu Jinyue presented all the requirements in one sweeping statement. Since this valuation adjustment was overwhelmingly favorable to Pioneer Quantum, they were effectively the party assuming greater risk. It was hardly unreasonable to extract additional conditions. He had arrived bearing a mandate to secure as many advantageous terms as possible beyond the original agreement. Qin Zheng had given him a baseline based on Zhong Li's proposed conditions, but he could not simply accept those terms verbatim. To do so would reflect poorly on his professional competence. An increase of 400 million in taxation and 2 billion in investment. The terms are somewhat stringent, Lin Xiangjuan said, furrowing her brow. Not excessive. As for the brain-computer interface factory clause, we can keep it confidential to protect your products and will not disclose it publicly. Listening to the modifications proposed across the table, Lin Xiangjuan examined the agreement's details. The tax requirement had increased by 200 million compared to the previous terms, with 500 additional jobs, a 2 billion yuan increase in the 5-year investment commitment, and a top-tier laboratory requirement. Beyond that lay the matter of brain-computer interface production. While the other conditions pertained to financial matters, only the brain-computer interface factory clause made them uneasy, because at present the brain-computer interface device remained a laboratory-stage product for their company. Only the boss knew whether mass production and application were feasible. Regarding the amended terms, we need to consult our boss, Lin Xiangjuan said. Very well. We await your response. Director Liu, apart from these provisions, are there any other clauses requiring modification? I will report everything at once. Lin Xiangjuan did not rise to leave immediately, but instead posed a counter-question. Not at present, Lu Jianyue replied. Very well. Lin Xiangjuan stood and exited the meeting room, heading to the adjacent lounge to call Zhong Li and relay all the alternative conditions proposed by the other party. Accept their terms. Zhong Li's answer was swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. The valuation adjustment conditions he had originally proposed were inherently favorable to himself. Land valued at over 5 billion yuan acquired for merely 600 million, coupled with a 20 billion yuan low-interest loan. If the other party agreed to such extraordinary terms and did not seize the opportunity to extract additional commitments, he would have suspected their negotiators lacked ability. As for taxation and investment, neither posed a problem. Within 3 years he was confident he could grow Pioneer Quantum's revenue to exceed 300 billion yuan. What Pioneer Quantum lacked at present was simply time. Hanging up the phone, Lin Xiangjuan turned and returned to the meeting room. When Lin Xiangjuan returned to her seat, she did not immediately inform them of Zhong Li's answer. She had obtained Zhong Li's permission, but there was still room for negotiation. Every bit counted. After all, even a slight reduction would mean hundreds of millions. Our boss said, could the tax commitment and the investment commitment in 5 years be reduced somewhat? The tax commitment for the first item was adjusted to 1 billion yuan. The investment commitment after 5 years was set at 5 billion yuan, which would include the construction of a top-tier laboratory. Lin Xiangjuan remarked. Lu Jianyue shook his head, clearly disagreeing with these terms. We understand the strength of Tiannu robots. We believe this tax commitment would be easily achievable for you. The investment commitment of 12 billion yuan after 5 years is also reasonable. Building 2 additional factories and laboratories would make it easy to fulfill. Hearing this, Lin Xiangjuan hastily rebutted. On the basis of the original agreement, we've already added a top-tier laboratory, which requires an investment of several hundred million yuan. If we increase the 100 billion yuan investment by another 20 billion, our company would face tremendous financial pressure. In that case, let's compromise once more. We agree to 15 billion yuan in taxes and commit to 8 billion yuan in investment, while keeping the condition for the top-tier laboratory unchanged. Lu Jianyue's eyes brightened, though his expression remained composed. Secretary Qin had set his bottom line at the conditions Zhong Li had promised. Anything beyond that would depend on his negotiating ability. Now the tax commitment had increased by 150 million yuan and the investment commitment by 800 million yuan, plus an additional top-tier laboratory. But it was still far from his asking price. Wait a moment, let us consult with each other. Lu Jianyue rose from his seat and stepped aside with a colleague to the lounge, where he dialed Qin Zheng's number. Almost immediately he received a clear answer. In that case, 2 billion yuan in taxes and a rounded 11 billion yuan in committed investment. The terms for the top-tier laboratory remain unchanged, and we agree to an additional 1 billion yuan in low-interest loans. Deal. Lin Xiangjuan made the call immediately. With the agreement finalized, both sides wore satisfied smiles. This collaboration clearly represented a mutually beneficial outcome. Each side had secured what they wanted. The signing of a valuation adjustment mechanism agreement between Pioneer Quantum and Jiangnan City sent shockwaves across the internet. Though not the most favorable terms they'd encountered, it was the most staggering deal they'd ever witnessed. A 1,000-acre plot of land combined with 20 billion yuan in low-interest loans. Was this really going to a company that had been established for only a few months? Pioneer Quantum's Tiannu robot had only just launched. Jiangnan City, securing such generous conditions, sent ripples of astonishment through the industry. Countless articles and video analyses of this deal dominated the front pages of every platform, ranking in the top 3 trending topics across all networks. The Tiannu robot already commanded significant attention, and this agreement sent fresh shockwaves through the public. Has Pioneer Quantum lost its mind, or has Jiangnan City? An earth-shattering deal. Good heavens, discounted land and a 20 billion yuan loan. Jiangnan City is offering absurd terms just to secure Pioneer Quantum. They still claim Zhong Li isn't some second-generation elite. They wouldn't dare offer this much to their own children. Looking at the terms, 8500 jobs, a world-class research institute, 2 billion yuan in annual taxes and 11 billion yuan in investment commitments. If you can meet these conditions, Jiangnan City will treat you like family. Other cities can't even get a chance to negotiate. It seems the leadership of Jiangnan City truly has the courage to make bold decisions. But something feels off about this. Pioneer Quantum is still relatively new, and despite the Tiannu robot, they shouldn't warrant such favorable terms from Jiangnan City. There must be undisclosed clauses hidden in the agreement. If the boss of Pioneer Quantum doesn't have powerful connections behind the elite, Well, live on stream. Stop trying to con your way into free meals here. Pioneer Quantum, despite rapidly launching the Tiannu robot, simply lacks the commercial credibility to justify 1,000 acres of land and 20 billion yuan in low-interest loans. The online debates grew increasingly heated. Numerous economic experts were weighing in on Jiangnan City's latest decision. Analysts examined everything from the Tiannu robot's market performance to Pioneer Quantum's market valuation, attempting to piece together the rationale behind this wager. As external criticism of the agreement intensified, a news story suddenly emerged across all platforms, capturing widespread attention before Pioneer Quantum could issue any response. The news featured a man speaking directly to his camera, recounting the events of the previous night, with tears streaming down his face as he expressed profound gratitude to Pioneer Quantum and the Tiannu robot. Posted late at night, and given several hours to gain momentum, the video dominated the trending charts across major platforms by morning when people were heading to work. The news sent shockwaves through the internet. No way. Pioneer Quantum deserves immense credit. I was skeptical about the robot before, but that slap to my face came fast. I apologize for my previous doubts about Pioneer Quantum. It's fabricated, undoubtedly fabricated. To divert attention, Pioneer Quantum will stop at nothing. The news of the Tiannu robot rescuing a pregnant woman completely ignited public discourse, with the topic reaching hundreds of millions of views within just a few hours. Media outlets descended upon the parties involved like cats drawn to fish. At Jiangnan City Maternity Hospital, Wu Liyuan slowly regained consciousness from her deep sleep. She still felt a lingering sense of dread recalling the events of the previous night. She had been jolted awake by sudden abdominal pains, stumbled to the bathroom in the middle of the night, and discovered her water had broken. The pain became unbearable, and in her panic, she sprained her ankle, collapsing onto the bathroom floor. Her husband slept through her desperate calls. Just as hope seemed lost, the Tiannu robot heard her voice and came to the bathroom. After assessing her condition, it rushed to the master bedroom to wake her husband. Throughout the descent, the robot carried her in its arms. After giving birth the night before, she had collapsed into exhaustion and only now stirred awake. "Madam, you're awake. Let Tiannu fetch the doctor." The Tiannu robot appeared before her, its voice impossibly gentle. Having said this, it turned and left the ward, approaching a nurse passing in the corridor. "Miss Nurse, my wife has awakened. Could you please bring a doctor to examine her?" "Huh?" The nurse stared in shock at the robot. In all her years of service, this was the first time a robot had addressed her as nurse sister. Coming to her senses, she quickly called for a doctor. Within moments, the doctor and nurses arrived at the ward, followed closely by Wang Hua, who had rushed back as soon as he received the news. Wang Hua looked exhausted. The previous night had brought joy. Both mother and daughter were safe, but he'd been so overwhelmed with gratitude that he filmed a thank you video for the Tiannu robot and stayed awake all night, never expecting it to go viral. Now those reporters were gathered at the hospital entrance. The hospital had asked him to go out and respond, but before he could give an interview, his wife woke up. Upon receiving notification, he had rushed back immediately. "Doctor, how is she?" Wang Hua asked anxiously as soon as he entered the ward. "Her condition is stable now. She should be able to go home after a few days of rest," the doctor replied with relief. He understood the family had become an overnight sensation. The video expressing gratitude to the robot had already spread throughout the hospital. With the patient recovering, it also served as advertising for their hospital. Thank you, doctor," Wang Hua exclaimed excitedly. "This robot is quite remarkable. Very good, very intelligent." The doctor glanced toward the Tiannu robot, standing nearby, saying with emotion. Throughout his entire medical career, he had never before encountered a robot performing rescue operations. And according to Wang Hua, during the entire escort journey, it was the robot that had reminded him of important precautions and helped the pregnant woman regulate her breathing and emotions. "This has been the most correct and valuable investment of my life." Wang Hua smiled warmly. If the Tiannu robot had not awakened him the previous night, his life would have been ruined. Outside the hospital, a crowd of reporters and social media influencers had gathered. Besides journalists who had come specifically to cover the story, many content creators trailing behind were following the robots that had rescued the pregnant woman. With so many people, the hospital feared disrupting medical staff, so they couldn't let all the reporters and influencers in. Instead, everyone was corralled here. After a while, Wang Hua appeared in their sight. His face was unkempt with stubble. He hadn't slept through the night, but his spirits were high and a smile of joy played on his lips. Protected by hospital security, Wang Hua finally reached the reporters' cameras. "My wife just woke up. I had to step back for a moment. Sorry to keep you waiting." Wang Hua bowed to the crowd. "Mr. Wang, you said your wife was rescued by a Tiannu robot. Can you walk us through what happened?" An urgent question from a journalist at Jiangnan TV. "Could you tell us about it?" The company's presence in the city made this story a major boost for their reputation. He'd been waiting here for 2 hours just to get an interview with the person involved. "Last night my wife had stomach pain. She went to the bathroom on her own. I've been working hard those past couple days and slept deeply, didn't notice. She discovered her water had broken in the bathroom and sprained her ankle in the panic. She called for me, but I couldn't hear her. It was the Tiannu robot that caught her cry for help." Once the Tian robot realized what was happening with my wife, it went back to the bedroom to wake me. When we left, the robot even helped her into the car. I don't even want to think about what would have happened without the Tian robot. His voice caught, and his eyes grew wet. His only comfort now was knowing he'd ordered the Tian robot without hesitation to take better care of his wife. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. It wasn't until dawn that my wife came out of the delivery room, mother and daughter both safe. In my excitement, I recorded that thank you video. Thank you all for your attention, but I can't keep taking up social resources. Afterward, I'll release the home surveillance footage. Thank you, everyone. Wang Hua bowed once more to the crowd, and the next moment erupted into applause and cheers. Many influencers broadcasting live found their streams buzzing with activity. What happened to those who doubted Pioneer Quantum? Tech companies like this that benefit society should get strong support. Why prop up online lending and gaming companies instead? The Tian robot is truly a blessing. This is what the future should look like. This convinced me to order one immediately. I've got a pregnant wife and elderly parents at home too. It's probably staged right. Are you kidding yourself? Would you use your pregnant wife as a prop? What's going on in your head? Once Wang Hua's interview hit the internet, public opinion shifted dramatically. The very people who'd questioned the wagering agreement between Pioneer Quantum and Shanghai City were now completely stunned. Public sentiment did a complete U-turn. Skeptics became cheerleaders, celebrating not just Pioneer Quantum, but also Shanghai City's leadership for having the courage to spend big and keep the headquarters there. At Pioneer Quantum's PR department, the team erupted in celebration, as though they'd won a decisive victory. Since the wagering agreement surfaced, the internet had been flooded with attacks, and PR was ordered to contain the fallout. Their original plan was to manage the negative coverage, let things cool down, then respond. But at dawn, someone stumbled across Wang Hua's video. That person contacted godlike in the middle of the night to push the video through paid promotion and shares. By morning, it had hit the trending topics. And so the public narrative flipped entirely. The wagering agreement went from criticism to praise. It was a victory for PR, and the midnight recall to work had been worth it. Amid the celebrations, someone walked in. godlike was still smiling, clearly in high spirits. He'd just come from President Lin, who praised the PR department's performance. Xiao Tan discovered and reported that video. Bonus of 50,000. Everyone in PR gets double bonuses this month. Tonight's dinner is on me. Long live. Nice. Boss, we love you. The entire team erupted in celebration after their decisive victory. The marketing department wasn't left out. Watching orders for the Tian robot surge wildly, they felt struck by enormous surprise. Marketing had market research data showing why many potential buyers were hesitating. Pioneer Quantum was still new. The Tian robot had only just launched, and people worried about product reliability and technical support. When news of the Tian robot rescuing the pregnant woman spread, it ignited public discourse and completely transformed the product's reputation. Hesitant buyers placed orders and sales surged. Within 3 hours, they gained 30,000 new orders. Subsequent orders grew steadily, the momentum reminiscent of the Tian robot launch day. 10 billion has been deposited. Lin Xiangjuan reported the wagering agreement account status to Zhong Li. According to the agreement, the first installment of 10 billion would be transferred to the designated account within a week of signing. The remaining 11 billion would be transferred in tranches over 6 months with strict oversight from ICBC to prevent misuse. After the wagering agreement went public opinion remained volatile and banks held back. It wasn't until today's news about the Tian robot rescue that sentiment shifted dramatically, giving banks the confidence to release the first installment. The land use rights were also successfully transferred to Pioneer Quantum. Only now, with both the agreement and land secured, could the wagering deal be considered fully realized. While they avoided responding to online speculation about the wagering agreement, the company remained busy with other operations. The same day the deal was confirmed, Lin Xiangjuan acquired several office buildings nearby at premium prices. Office space tripled overnight in preparation for expansion. Simultaneously, the robot manufacturing facility added 2 production lines with corresponding growth in technical workforce training. They were positioning for larger-scale expansion, building out technical and management roles. Assembly lines from Liyi and Lishuan were complete, beginning trial production yesterday. With office expansion underway, Tian robot production capacity resolved. The first installment of the wagering agreement received, and public sentiment shifted favorably. The company's reputation soared. This was the company's strongest position yet. What's next? Lin Xiangjuan asked. These are the headquarters design blueprints. Zhong Li retrieved a document bag from the safe and handed it to Lin Xiangjuan. Commission a firm to survey that land, then find a design team to review the drawings for any errors or omissions. Once the survey data and construction drawings pass review, they can initiate the bidding process for headquarters construction. Where did you get the headquarters design plans so quickly? Lin Xiangjuan opened the document bag and was stunned by what he saw. These intricate, complex drawings couldn't possibly be completed without a top-tier team working for months. In just half a month since the wagering agreement was proposed, Zhong Li had already produced the complete headquarters design set. What if I told you these were AI designed? Would you believe me? Zhong Li said earnestly. Is this a design drawing completed by artificial intelligence? Lin Xiangjuan examined the document bag in her hand with an expression of utter disbelief. She even flipped through the drawings once more, and indeed there were architectural structural design drawings, and quite a few at that. This is only part of it. There is also a hard drive inside. That's right, Zhong Li nodded. Which company's artificial intelligence is this powerful? Lin Xiangjuan asked in shock. An artificial intelligence that could rival a top-tier engineering design team. If this news were to be released, it would surely cause a huge sensation. This artificial intelligence would trigger a wave of unemployment among designers. From our company. From our company. Lin Xiangjuan's voice rose several pitches. Tianu's intelligent system also has the function of drawing design drawings, and its level of professionalism rivals that of top design teams. How could she not know? If I can create the intelligent system for the Tianu robot, why can't I create it too? 0 version. Zhong Li retorted. Lin Xiangjuan thought for a moment, and it seemed to make sense. She seemed to be unfamiliar with the company's products. No, rather she was unfamiliar with Zhong Li. First the Tianu robot, then advanced ERP management software, then non-invasive brain-computer interface devices, and even now artificial intelligence. She had no prior knowledge of any of this. Can this artificial intelligence deploy large models? Yes, it's specifically for deploying large models. However, our company's current conditions do not allow it to be open to the public. It is only sufficient for internal use. Last time I mentioned deploying artificial intelligence for the company, but the server room wasn't ready. Zhong Li said. Chuanu. This is an artificial intelligence built on the foundation of Tianu with added specialized capabilities. Its capabilities are not even 1% of Shiha's, yet when faced with the large AI models on the market, it still delivers a dimensionality reduction strike. This is an artificial intelligence specifically designed for public release, used to conceal the existence of the advanced AI Shiha. Lin Xiangjuan nodded in understanding. Such a valuable asset would naturally not be easily open to the public. Even if it were, it would not be free like the AI large model platforms on the market. It would undoubtedly be a paid service. Boss, the online public opinion surrounding this betting agreement has been intense and highly targeted. Although it has subsided for now, I still need to remind you to pay attention to your personal safety. Before leaving the studio, Lin Xiangjuan specifically issued this reminder. The company's pie is gradually growing, and it has begun to tread on the interests of some people. The public opinion storm over this betting agreement is a sign. In the future, they might also enter the AI large model market, and even other technological fields. By then, conflicts of interest with other capital and their backers will only intensify. This time it was online public opinion, next time it might be a traffic accident. Hearing this, Zhong Li raised an eyebrow and immediately understood why Lin Xiangjuan had suddenly said this. In daily life his safety was certainly fine, but he couldn't guard against malicious people playing dirty tricks, or even those afflicted with jealousy. He maintained an optimistic attitude toward the world, but was not naive enough to believe in world peace. Zhong Li immediately awakened Xia. I'm here, brotherly. Xia popped out smiling. What can I help you with? You regularly monitor the network. Pay attention to the espionage issues around the company, as well as my safety. Zhong Li instructed. Okay, there are indeed spies around the company, Xia said. Oh, why didn't you mention this before? Brotherly, you never asked about such matters, so I thought you didn't care, Xia said, blinking her eyes. All right, Zhong Li said helplessly. He really hadn't thought about this before. Which country's spies? Both Japan and North America, targeting the company's robotics technology. Analyzing their communication with their handlers, they are looking for employees in the company who can access the robot's intelligent code and are using inducements. Send their information anonymously to the state security. In the future, if any spies target the company, you package their information and send it anonymously to the state security. Zhong Li said. Okay. After things quieted down, Zhong Li pondered the company's next development. Xinsu Quantum now seemed powerful, but in reality, it was also fragile. The company was being carried forward by him alone. All technology was developed by him, and there wasn't even a decent technical expert. If he so much as sneezed, the company would catch a cold. This did not conform to the laws of corporate development. No matter how strong he was, his personal energy was limited. Inside the Cosmic Chessboard, still the familiar starry river scene, Zhong Li appeared, and Xi's form materialized before him. Before he could speak, Xi raised her palm, and the quantum brain orb appeared. Not using technology points today. Zhong Li waved his hand, signaling her to withdraw the quantum brain. I want to ask, since you know the predetermined cosmic achievements of Lin Xiangjuan and Xiao Qingfeng, you should also know that there are many undiscovered talents in this era. Can you recommend a few? Xi's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. The Cosmic Chessboard has a talent retrieval function, 50 technology points each. Give the technology points to me. So expensive. Zhong Li's face showed a pained expression. During this period, he had many opportunities to read in his spare time, but his technology points hadn't increased much. Some of the knowledge points in the books were ones he had already learned, relearning them did not earn technology points. Up to now, he only had 230 technology points. At 50 technology points each, he could only learn about 4 talents. This is a rule set by the Cosmic Chessboard. I cannot violate it. She explained. Zhong Li had no choice but to accept the rule. Give me information on one talent first to test the waters. All right. She raised her palm, recondensing the quantum brain orb. Zhong Li injected 50 technology points without hesitation. But this time the light points fed back by the quantum brain did not enter Zhong Li's body. Instead, they flowed along Xi's palm and merged into Xi's body. After she absorbed the technology points, a look of pleasure appeared on her face, extremely alluring, leaving Zhong Li dumbfounded. Can an intelligent agent feel this comfortable? Pioneer used talent retrieval function technology points -50, remaining technology points 180. Name Wu Yang. Identity in the predetermined timeline, future founder of an international security company. Proficiency firearms, proficiency combat, security operations management. Profile in the predetermined timeline, Wu Yang will go to the Middle East and North Africa as a mercenary in 5 years and will form an international security force in 10 years, starting international security operations. Providing international security in the Middle East, North Africa, and Europe. Related person, sister Wu Cece, disabled, left leg lost in a car accident, currently a senior at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, majoring in Chinese language and literature. Current status, Wu Yang, because he needs to take care of his sister Wu Cece, is currently working as a laborer on a construction site in Zhanghai City. After reading the acquired talent information, clearly Zhong Li was stunned. A security talent. Lin Xiangjuan had just reminded him to pay attention to safety, and now it retrieves a security talent for him. How thoughtful. As if knowing Zhong Li's thoughts, she explained, by default it retrieves talents based on the nearest principle. If you don't specify a field or region, it defaults to all fields. Can I specify? Yes, 60 technology points. The more detailed the field, the more technology points required. So 50 is the minimum. Yes. Hearing the answer, Zhong Li opened his mouth, but with his IQ of 190, he actually didn't know how to refute it. Coming out of the Cosmic Chessboard, Zhong Li was pondering how to recruit the other party. Security talents are also talents. He couldn't waste the information that cost him 50 technology points. Telling him to go to the construction site and talk to Wu Yang about wanting to hire him as a bodyguard or employee didn't fit the logic of his identity. She had given him information about related people, so he could start from there. Jiangnan University was exactly his alma mater. How to approach Wu Cece in a way that felt natural and reasonable. Chen Xiuru was looking at this year's teaching achievements with satisfaction. Whether this year's results were better than last year's was another matter. Because of Zhong Li's meteoric rise, all other achievements had become mere foils. Last week, the university presidents had a meeting to report to the higher authorities. The higher-ups specifically praised their school, clearly paying attention to the matter of Zhong Li. This gave him immense satisfaction. Seeing the presidents of several universities who used to be smug in front of him now dare not boast, he felt like laughing. Feeling relaxed lately, he even ate an extra bowl of rice. Ding dong. A phone message interrupted him. Principal, this is Zhong Li. I've been working on a special product recently and need some special people to help test it. I wanted to ask, does the school have any students with disabilities? Seeing that it was a message from Zhong Li, Chen Xiuru immediately perked up. This student, whom the school was proud of, had actually taken the initiative to message him. What special product? Chen Xiuru immediately replied. Principal, I'll tell you, but you have to keep it confidential. Okay. Chen Xiuru agreed without hesitation. Although his name was Xiuru, he was not a literature student. He had a genuine science and engineering background and had participated in classified technology research, so he understood the importance of technical confidentiality. I'm researching a non-invasive brain-computer interface device. With this device combined with robotics, I want to create a smart limb for people with disabilities. The technology is at a critical stage right now, and I need a few disabled people to test it. Originally, I wanted to recruit publicly, but considering that I'm a student of Jiangnan University, I thought I'd do something for the school first. If there are seniors or juniors in the school who have physical disabilities or inconveniences, I can hire them to become the first users and testers of the smart limb. Zhong Li made his point very clear. After reading the message, Chen Xiuru felt gratified. This is the benefit of having talented students. I know of one person. Whether there are more, I need to check. Chen Xiuru replied. He had been paying attention to the situation of special students. There was a female student in the School of Liberal Arts who got a scholarship every year. He was impressed by that student, even somewhat sympathetic. Such a promising young life affected forever just because of an amputation. After exiting the conversation with Zhong Li, Chen Xiuru hurriedly called for Lu Yu. Shall Lu go check how many students in the school have physical disabilities or mobility issues? Okay. Lu Yu didn't ask further and turned to leave. Before long he returned. Principal, I've checked. There are only 2 disabled students. One is a female in the School of Liberal Arts senior year. The other is a sophomore male in the School of Economics and Management. Lu Yu handed 2 printed files to Chen Xiuru. Currently, there are only 2 special students. Can you give me the contact information of the 2 class advisors? I'll ask them to inquire whether the 2 students can be testers for my product. Zhong Li said. Of course. Chen Xiuru immediately sent the contact numbers to Zhong Li. Jiangnan University School of Liberal Arts. It was already senior year. Many classmates had already received internship offers and were now interning off campus. Those preparing for civil service exams or graduate school were also in the library studying hard, not required to attend class. At this time there were only a little over 20 people in the classroom, and most were playing on their phones or sleeping out of boredom. Wu Cixi was also daydreaming. Her brother was currently earning money to support her education. She wasn't planning to take the graduate entrance exam, but due to her physical condition, she had been politely rejected when she went for interviews during campus recruitment. She was thinking about what job she would do after graduation. It was hard for liberal arts graduates to find jobs, which was her worry. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the classroom door. The class advisor was at the door smiling apologetically at the teacher, then beckoning to Wu Cixi. Cixi, come out here for a moment. Oh, okay. Coming out of her daze, Wu Cixi stood up amid everyone's attention and slowly walked toward the classroom door. Wu Cixi was 1.68 meters tall with a face that was class beauty level. Her skin was fair and delicate, her eyes clear. She would be considered a beauty anywhere. On her left leg, a metal prosthetic was particularly noticeable, extending up to the thigh. It disrupted the overall aesthetic, but added a quality of strength and resilience. This was caused by a traffic accident at the school gate when she was in junior high. Up to now, she had gotten used to it and dared to confidently face this fact. Teacher. Wu Cixi was puzzled as to why the teacher suddenly called her out. How are you doing lately? How's the progress on your thesis? The class advisor asked softly. I'm fine. The thesis is basically done, but I haven't found an internship. Wu Cixi answered truthfully. Good. The class advisor smiled and nodded. Just now a staff member from Pioneer Quantum contacted me saying their company needs a product tester. Because of your special situation, they want to hire you. Would you be willing? That robotics company? Wu Cixi asked in surprise. Yes. Why would they want to hire me? Wu Cixi immediately snapped out of her surprise. Such a big company had no reason to pay attention to an ordinary student, and she was disabled. It must be due to the product's specificity. The principal has contacted Pioneer Quantum, so it's not a scam. If you agree, Pioneer Quantum will give you the treatment of a regular employee. It's a rare opportunity, the class advisor said. Okay. Wu Cixi thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Work hard. Last spring recruitment, many students wanted to join Pioneer Quantum, but were all rejected. The class advisor advised earnestly. After school, take your resume and go to Pioneer Quantum to report on your own. From now on, you'll be on internship. Until the graduation defense, you don't need to attend class. Okay, thank you, teacher. Wu Cixi bowed slightly to the class advisor. Throughout these 4 years of college, the class advisor had been silently taking care of her, and with the help of her classmates, her college life was not so miserable. Life has many wonderful things. Be brave and confident on the road ahead. The class advisor patted Wu Cixi on the shoulder and turned to leave. Watching the class advisor's back, Wu Cixi still felt unreal. She had just gotten a job offer like that. Returning to the classroom, she was still distracted. It was not until school ended that she packed up her things and left. Jiangnan Quantum Technology Company. Wu Cixi secretly glanced at the person across from her. A strikingly pretty girl who appeared young, barely older than herself. We are fully informed about your situation. This product is our company's key priority moving forward, so we need you to sign a product confidentiality agreement. During the testing period, you cannot disclose any product specifications or data to outsiders. Can you manage that? Certainly. Wu Cixi nodded firmly. Please review the labor contract. If there are no issues, sign it along with this confidentiality agreement. Yu Shu slid a labor contract and a confidentiality agreement toward Wu Cixi. Wu Cixi glanced at the contract. When she saw the salary, she found it hard to believe. As a senior university student, her first job would typically come with an intern's wage. Yet the contract before her offered a base salary of 8,000 yuan minimum plus various allowances and bonus commitments. The salary is correct, rest assured. Noticing Wu Cixi's hesitation, Yu Shu smiled and explained, your role is somewhat unique. The process may be rather demanding, and the boss has specific requirements. You'll need to be flexible and cooperate at all times. Oh, okay. Wu Cixi quickly nodded, and only after confirming the contract contained no unreasonable clauses did she sign her name and press her fingerprint. The terms of the confidentiality agreement were quite strict, but as long as she did not voluntarily disclose information, she would not breach it. Let's go. Yu Shu collected the labor contracts and led Wu Cixi toward the elevator. The boss is a student at Jiangnan University, essentially our junior, and he's very easy to get along with. There's no need to be so tense. Okay. Wu Cixi paused, looking at Yu Shu in surprise. You're also from Jiangnan University. I graduated a few years ahead of you. I've been out of graduate school for over a year now. There are quite a few Jiangnan University students in the company. Last spring recruitment drive, we hired dozens of them, Yu Shu said. Yes, I'm aware of that. Wu Cixi nodded. Jiangnan Quantum's campus recruitment primarily targeted STEM students, especially those majoring in computer science, physics, digital control, and telecommunications. She had not dared to submit her resume back then. She never expected to join Jiangnan Quantum in such a manner. Soon the two of them reached the third floor. Wu Cixi surreptitiously surveyed her surroundings, full of curiosity. Although Zhong Li was a couple of years her junior, he had already become a legendary figure on campus. Even before in the girls' dormitory, she had overheard female classmates discussing Zhong Li, their words filled with admiration. Boss student Wu Cixi has arrived. The other candidate didn't show up. Her family is well off, so she declined our offer, Yushu said. It's fine. Wu Cixi is sufficient, Zhong Li replied. His goal was to recruit Wu Cixi first and later bring her brother on board. Zhong Li's gaze fell upon Wu Cixi. She was pretty with clear eyes, fair skin, and a flawless figure. The only pity was her left leg. It was heartbreaking to see such a youthful and vibrant girl missing her left leg. I'll talk to student Wu Cixi. You may return to work. Zhong Li dismissed Yushu and then led Wu Cixi to the workstation for the non-invasive brain-computer interface equipment. No need to be so tense. Just think of me as an older brother next door. Wu Cixi stole a glance at Zhong Li. He was her junior at the same university, in fact younger than her by a couple of years. Yet he asked her to treat him as an older brother, which felt like he was taking advantage of her. Nevertheless, the thought lightened her mood considerably. This is equipment our company is currently developing. It's called a non-invasive intelligent brain-computer interface device. MHM. Wu Cixi stared at the device bewildered. She had never encountered such advanced technology. Even the term brain-computer interface was somewhat unfamiliar to her. And this as well. Zhong Li pointed to a pair of mechanical legs on the platform. These are smart prosthetics. MHM. Wu Cixi's eyes lit up. She had dreamed of having a pair of healthy legs, though it seemed there was no hope for that in this lifetime. Our product uses non-invasive brain-computer interface technology combined with smart prosthetics to enable people with disabilities to live like anyone else. This product requires usage testing to collect data. You are now the tester for this product. I will customize a pair of smart prosthetics for you. Afterward, you can move about as normal with occasional special scenario tests requiring your cooperation. Okay. Wu Cixi agreed without hesitation. She had never imagined her job would involve this. No wonder they needed to recruit her. She had secretly followed news about mechanical prosthetics, but had never dared to hope for one given the exorbitant cost and uncertainty about their effectiveness. Work diligently. Once the product matures, the company will provide you with a pair of smart prosthetics free of charge, Zhong Li said. Although they had just met, Zhong Li could judge from her words and expressions that Wu Cixi was a remarkably optimistic girl. Otherwise her countenance would not be so bright. If she had been consumed by inner turmoil and negativity over her missing leg for so long, her eyes would not be so clear. Thank you, boss, Wu Cixi said, genuinely moved. Next, I need to scan your leg data to customize a smart prosthetic tailored for you. Please remove your current prosthetic and lie down on the platform. All right. Wu Cixi sat on the platform, rolled up her shorts, and removed her prosthetic, placing it aside. The sight of her amputated leg was fully revealed before Zhong Li's eyes. Half of her thigh had been amputated, the remaining stump was soft and lacked bone structure. Do you experience phantom limb pain regularly? Zhong Li asked. Yes, about once a week, Wu Cixi replied. I see. Zhong Li nodded slightly. Memories of those internet videos featuring Yu Hua and Shi Taixing flashed through his mind. Using that soft stump as a makeshift massager during phantom pain episodes. How absurd. Zhong Li shook off the ridiculous thought and refocused his gaze on Wu Cixi's leg. Pull your pants up a bit higher so I can scan your leg. Wu Cixi's cheeks flushed as she tugged at her shorts. The situation was awkward. Zhong Li was not a doctor, but a boy 2 or 3 years younger than her, and she couldn't help but overthink it. Meanwhile, Zhong Li was focused on adjusting the laser scanner. As he activated it, Wu Cixi's leg data rapidly appeared in the computer's model. In mere moments, he had captured complete data. All done. Go downstairs and find Yushu. She'll arrange some simple tasks for you at the company. I'll notify you once the smart prosthetic is customized and ready for testing. Okay, thank you, boss. Wu Cixi bowed sincerely to Zhong Li. After Wu Cixi left, Zhong Li finally turned his attention to the data model on the computer. In the holographic display, Wu Cixi's right leg was long and straight. Having supported her body for so long, her thigh had no excess flesh, perfectly toned. The only sorrow was that there was only one. Zhong Li briefly glanced at the data, then mirrored and copied it on the computer, rendering a perfect image of Wu Cixi with both legs intact. The storm over the valuation adjustment mechanism gradually subsided after news broke of a Tiannu robot rescuing a pregnant woman. The robot's reputation was established through this incident, and with orders surging, the outside world no longer questioned Xianxiu Quantum's profitability. Public opinion online regarding Xianxiu Quantum entered a brief period of calm. Occasional minor smear articles appeared from time to time, but they garnered little traffic. Half a month drifted by in the blink of an eye. A few minor events occurred during this period. Xianxiu Quantum's flagship store in Jiangnan City officially entered service. The flagship store adopted a service model combining Tiannu robots and human staff. On opening day, thousands lined up to witness the event, creating a sensation at the commercial plaza where the store was located. With the opening of the first flagship store, over 20 authorized experience stores sequentially opened in 5 major cities: Beidou, Modu, Yangqing, Xinshi, and Hangqing. The unique demonstration of nanny robots ignited a wave of enthusiasm. Tiannu robots experienced another surge in orders. Both contract manufacturers successively reported good news. Robot trial production was completed and full-scale mass production began. The delivery volume of Tiannu robots skyrocketed. The problem of robot production capacity was resolved. Major robotics companies and listed enterprises privately studied Tiannu robots as a product development direction for their own humanoid robot research. As numerous companies frantically dismantled Tiannu robots for reference and research, they discovered that the dexterous hand patents and sophisticated intelligent control system were insurmountable barriers in their technological advancement. The core technology barrier became Tiannu robots' most formidable moat. During this period, Tiannu robots sold explosively, and Xianxiu Quantum's valuation surged accordingly. After confirming that other robotics companies could not replicate Tiannu robots, various consulting firms and investment banks adjusted their valuations for Xianxiu Quantum. A top-tier investment team valued the company at 350 billion yuan. Several investment banks conducted due diligence at Xianxiu Quantum and offered financing plans valuing the company at 400 billion yuan, investing in shares without seeking voting rights in company decisions. Zhong Li rejected the financing proposal. Another matter concerned Zhong Li himself. Based on the latest valuations from authoritative investment banks and consulting firms regarding Xianxiu Quantum, the newest edition of the Huruan Rich List was released. Zhong Li entered the top 5 with an estimated fortune of approximately 300 billion yuan. At under 20 years old, he shattered the record for the youngest billionaire in Huaxia, becoming the nation's youngest centibillionaire. The news shocked the world. Outside, things were bustling. Yet in Zhong Li's studio there was quiet concentration. For the past half-month, he had devoted himself to crafting a smart prosthetic limb for Wu Cixi along with a non-invasive brain-computer interface device. Before Zhong Li now stood a perfect lifelike long leg. It was an intelligent mechanical prosthetic meticulously crafted as a mirror image of Wu Cixi's right leg. The skin covering was made of simulation silicone, even replicating the veins on the thigh. To the untrained eye, it would be indistinguishable from a real limb. Some might even call the police. Inside the smart prosthetic lay mechanical structures and intelligent control systems. Electric motors were positioned at the ankle, knee, and toe joints capable of real-time intelligent adjustments based on the owner's movement patterns. Combined with non-invasive intelligent brain-computer data signal control. The smart terminal and control terminal achieved data fusion, delivering optimal execution plans. It was a truly intelligent prosthetic limb in every sense. Latency remained stable below 40 milliseconds, imperceptible to normal human perception. The built-in battery enabled the prosthetic's micromotors to operate for 12 hours, allowing the wearer to walk 50 kilometers. When depleted, ordinary shared power banks could recharge the intelligent prosthetic. Range anxiety was never a concern. The main structural support of the prosthetic consisted of 90% carbon fiber, with the remainder being aluminum alloy. The entire prosthetic weighed only 8 g. This represented the optimal solution achievable with current technology, balancing battery weight and cost. Longer endurance and lighter weight would require breakthroughs in battery material technology. Knock, knock, knock. The studio door was interrupted by a knock from Zhong Li. Wu Cixi slowly walked into the studio from outside. Seeing the intelligent prosthetic displayed before Zhong Li, her attention was instantly captivated, unable to look away. Was this the custom prosthetic made for her? So beautiful. Wu Cixi suppressed her inner excitement and stood before Zhong Li. Boss, the custom prosthetic for you is complete. Let me fit it on now, said Zhong Li. All right. Wu Cixi managed to suppress her excitement, nodding vigorously. What should I do? Remove your current prosthetic and take off your pants, said Zhong Li. This prosthetic came with an auxiliary securing strap system that needed to be fastened around the waist to prevent it from coming loose during movement. Additionally, the thigh band should not be tightened excessively, which would facilitate long-term use. Okay. Wu Cixi looked slightly uneasy, her cheeks gradually flushing red, but she plucked up her courage and unbuckled her pants. She knew her boss would never harbor improper thoughts toward her, yet, as a young woman, the situation was unavoidably awkward. Seeing Zhong Li turn away to prepare the smart prosthetic, Wu Cixi felt a slight easing of her embarrassment. Boss, I'm ready. Zhong Li turned around and saw Wu Cixi's face flushed with embarrassment. Below her waist, she was wearing only briefs. Her left leg's condition alone stripped away any sense of aesthetics. Zhong Li composed himself, fitted the intelligent prosthetic onto Wu Cixi's leg, then lifted the transparent straps and had her wear a belt-like fastener around her waist to secure it firmly. After completion, Wu Cixi's legs underwent a dramatic transformation. The smart prosthetic featured simulated skin matching the thickness and straightness of her right leg, flawless in every way. Zhong Li had also thoughtfully employed transparent securing straps. Without close inspection, one would never suspect this was a prosthetic. Very beautiful. Perfect. Zhong Li seemed to transform into an old artist admiring his flawless creation. What lay before him was not merely a leg. It was an irreplaceable work of art. He found himself involuntarily reaching out to touch it. Zhong Li gazed intently at the leg, while Wu Cixi's face burned crimson, though her inner joy could not be concealed. Since her left leg amputation, countless nights had been filled with fantasies of what it would be like to have both legs intact. Now her boss had given her the answer. Boss, is it done? Wu Cixi's voice carried a mixture of shyness and delight. Shyness came from her current state of being watched by Zhong Li, while delight stemmed from the fact that her leg now appeared complete. Huh. Zhong Li snapped back to reality, realizing something was amiss, and hastily rose to rub the back of his nose. Alright, put your clothes back on first. Boss, this prosthetic doesn't seem to move right now. How am I supposed to dress? Wu Cixi wished she could sink into the floor. She had regretted not wearing a dress today. Tiannu, come over and help her dress, said Zhong Li, directly summoning the Tiannu robot to assist, while he awkwardly walked back to his desk and pretended to drink water. He had seemingly touched it involuntarily. Though he had only touched the intelligent prosthetic, it still felt rather strange. Moments later, with Tiannu's help, Wu Cixi had already pulled up her pants. She wore shorts which normally exposed her prosthetic. Now fitted with the smart prosthetic at a distance, one could not tell her left leg was artificial. Only a pair of long fair legs was visible. Seeing her flawless left leg, Wu Cixi's heart surged with emotion, and she forgot the earlier awkward moment. Don't get ahead of yourself. What comes next is the most critical part. Zhong Li's words brought Wu Cixi back to reality. Though the new prosthetic was identical to her right leg, it still could not move. It could not yet be controlled. There is a button on the inner thigh. Reach in and feel for it. Press and hold it for 3 seconds to activate. When you hear a beep, it means startup was successful. Okay. Wu Cixi explored carefully and felt a different texture. She pressed and held. Beep. A crisp electronic sound made Wu Cixi immediately sense a difference. Her leg no longer felt stiflingly hot. This intelligent prosthetic incorporates multiple advanced technologies. Now let us test the most important function, the brain-computer control interface. Zhong Li picked up a device resembling a cap from nearby and handed it to Wu Cixi. Put it on. After putting on the hat, Wu Cixi deliberately felt around. Apart from this hat being slightly heavier than her daily ones, there was nothing unusual about it. Be careful when using this hat in your daily life. It's worth 2.0 inch, Zhong Li said. Hearing the price, Wu Cixi shivered and stood frozen in shock. 20,000 on her head. Use it normally, don't deliberately damage it. If it gets worn out from normal use, I'll replace it for you free of charge. Zhong Li said. Okay. Wu Cixi nodded dully. The essence of her entire device setup was this cute-looking hat. The custom smart prosthetic limb, with its full carbon fiber structure and various technologies, cost only 3.0 per set. But the customization cost for this adorable hat reached 2,000. The main reason was that manufacturing the miniature brainwave sensors was prohibitively expensive. His laboratory lacked the facilities, so producing the brainwave sensors could only be done through precision contract manufacturers for small batch testing. Without a mass production line, the customization costs were quite high. This batch of test brainwave sensors cost 5 million, enough to produce only 30 non-invasive smart brain-computer terminals. Including other material costs, each non-invasive smart brain-computer terminal came to 2,000. Once the miniature brainwave sensors were confirmed stable and met his expectations, they could be finalized for mass production. After mass production, the costs would drop dramatically. Now let's start collecting data. First, try lifting your right leg, then pause. Zhong Li directed Wu Cixi to try moving, and as her limbs moved, a steady stream of motion data would flow in. Walk slowly, don't rush, just like a baby learning to walk. We're currently in the phase where the smart prosthetic is collecting your walking data. The more data we gather combined with your brainwave signals, the better the prosthetic will coordinate with your body movements. Focus on each step. Zhong Li offered occasional reminders throughout. The smart prosthetic featured joint articulation and soft silicone padding in the sole that flexed and supported with each movement, replicating the biomechanics of a human leg. It moved exactly like a real human limb would. After an hour, fine beads of sweat appeared on Wu Cixi's forehead, but her smile remained bright, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. The process of relearning to walk was truly remarkable. Her movements were gradually becoming smoother and more natural, reminiscent of an infant's early steps, as though her left leg responded directly to her thoughts. Because whenever she subconsciously lifted her left leg, the smart prosthetic would follow her intention and step forward. The previous prosthetic had been more like a crutch, but now the smart prosthetic felt like a genuine limb. It had been nearly a decade since she last experienced walking, and now she felt it again. Try going up and down the stairs. Seeing that Wu Cixi could walk normally, now Zhong Li pointed toward a small staircase nearby, previously used for robot testing. Throughout the afternoon, Wu Cixi worked on adapting to her smart prosthetic. Beyond normal walking, she also practiced light jumps and slow jogging. In short, as long as she avoided strenuous activity, Wu Cixi's movements were indistinguishable from a normal person's. After walking 20,000 steps, she felt no fatigue. In fact, her energy seemed to grow. Her phone rang, jolting her out of her excited state. Wu Cixi noticed Zhong Li had been interrupted too, so she glanced at the caller ID before quickly ending the call. What's wrong? Zhong Li asked. It's my brother. He sometimes picks me up after work. Today's his birthday, and I promised to have dinner with him. He should be waiting outside the company. Wu Cixi hurriedly explained. Oh, it's already after work. Zhong Li glanced at the time. Without realizing it, it was already 7:30. The company had long dismissed, and she was technically working overtime. She had been so focused on testing the brain-controlled smart prosthetic that she completely lost track of time. Since your brother is here, let's meet him. I'm off work too. Zhong Li smiled. Oh, huh. Wu Cece stared in disbelief at Zhong Li, bewildered why her boss wanted to meet her brother. What's there to be surprised about? He's family. There are certain precautions you need to follow with this brain-controlled smart prosthetic in daily life. I need to remind him, Zhong Li said. The real reason he'd recruited Wu Cece was to bring on Wu Yang. There hadn't been a good excuse to meet before, but now was the perfect opportunity to connect with this future international arms broker. All right. Wu Cece nodded quickly. Outside the company, Wu Yang watched the call disconnect, his concern deepening as he kept craning his neck to peer inside. He'd been waiting below the company for an hour and a half watching people leave, but not seeing his sister. He'd finally lost patience and called. Suddenly a message notification chimed. Seeing it was from his sister, the worry in Wu Yang's brow instantly melted away. Brother. A familiar voice made him instinctively turn around. A familiar figure came into view. It was his sister. But today she was different from before. Suddenly remembering something, Wu Yang's gaze locked onto Wu Cece's left leg, and then he was struck as if by lightning. Are you? Cece. Wu Yang's voice trembled, caught between hope and fear of a different answer. Brother. Wu Cece smiled sweetly at him. It's really you, Cece. Wu Yang's hands shook as his eyes fixed on his sister's left leg, his eyes growing red. What happened to your leg? Brother, this leg of mine is special. Wu Cece glanced at Zhong Li beside her. She was bound by a confidentiality agreement and couldn't reveal anything about the smart prosthetic. Zhong Li had been studying Wu Yang since they emerged, the future international arms broker. His appearance was unremarkable, the kind of face you'd overlook in a crowd with dark skin. Judging solely by his exterior, it would be hard to imagine that in the established timeline, he was a big shot running an international security firm. But from the muscle definition visible on his forearms through his t-shirt, one could tell his physique was lean and hardened. Relying on his formidable observational skills, Zhong Li determined that since appearing, Wu Yang's gaze had swept over him 5 times, lingered on Yushu once, and settled on Yang Ming 3 times. He'd essentially confirmed that Wu Yang was rough on the outside, but sharp on the inside. Let's grab coffee at the cafe next door and talk, Zhong Li suggested. Sounds good. Wu Yang agreed without hesitation. Over the short distance to the cafe, his attention never left Wu Cece's left leg. Since she walked just like a normal person now, he secretly pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Wu Cece's leg is our company's latest product. It's called a brain-controlled smart prosthetic, Zhong Li explained. A brain-controlled smart prosthetic. Wu Yang turned the unfamiliar term over in his mind. Zhong Li removed the hat from Wu Cece's head and handed it to Wu Yang. Cece's left leg is now mechanical with a built-in intelligence system. It was installed this afternoon. This hat is the brain control device. Cece can transmit her brainwaves to her left leg through it, which is why she can walk normally now. Wu Yang's hands trembled as he took the hat, suddenly handling it with extreme care. This device controlled his sister's left leg. He feared damaging it. Thank you both. How much is this equipment? I'll buy it. Wu Yang carefully returned the hat. Zhong Li handed it back to Wu Cece. This equipment is still undergoing stability testing and hasn't been released yet. Cece is one of our employees serving as a product tester. Once the product matures, we'll provide her with a set free of charge. Thank you. Wu Yang rose and bowed deeply. I notice your physical condition is excellent. You must have training experience. Are you a martial artist? Zhong Li asked. I trained in martial arts during childhood and served in the military for several years. After Cece's accident, I stepped back and I've been doing freelance work these past years, Wu Yang answered honestly. To have more time for caring for his sister, he needed greater flexibility, which is why he'd never taken on formal employment. My brother used to serve in the military and earned a 3rd-class merit for competition martial arts. He's very capable, Wu Cece said proudly. With a resume like that, would you be interested in working with me? I happen to need a bodyguard, and our company's security team is also short on talent, Zhong Li said, directly extending an offer. Zhong Li's sudden job offer left Wu Yang dumbfounded. His sister Wu Cece, seated beside him, was equally stunned. She had never expected the boss to recruit her brother directly. A bodyguard for the boss. This was a job countless professionals dreamed of. The compensation must be far better than what her brother earned moving bricks at construction sites or doing odd jobs. Noticing her brother's gaze, Wu Cece quickly nodded. Brother, the boss is a wonderful person. If he's offering you a position, I think you should accept it. You're already so capable. All right. Wu Yang agreed without hesitation. Having received the mechanical prosthetic from Zhong Li, he had never had a chance to repay him. Being a bodyguard for Zhong Li seemed like a fine arrangement. Moreover, his sister also worked at this company, so he could look after her during his free time. You should take note of this. When he reports to the company, make sure everything is arranged properly for him. Zhong Li glanced toward Yushu beside him. Got it, she replied with a quick nod. Happy birthday, we'll head out now. With those words, Zhong Li and Yushu departed, leaving the siblings to enjoy their time together. Only after watching Zhong Li's figure disappear did Wu Yang turn to his sister. Cece, what kind of person is your boss? He's wonderful. Wu Cece gathered her thoughts carefully. We attend the same university. He's a freshman, so technically my junior. He's an incredibly brilliant genius who founded this company and is also my boss. And this smart prosthetic limb, I owe it all to him. Whenever she spoke of Zhong Li Wu's Cece's words flowed effortlessly, her eyes gleaming with unmistakable admiration and reverence. Watching his sister's radiant expression, Wu Yang couldn't help but feel his lips curl upward into a gentle smile. It had been a long time since he'd seen his sister this joyous. Though she had always been cheerful in the past, he knew there was a shadow lurking beneath her brightness. This vibrant version of her, that was the sister he remembered from before. Let's go celebrate today and enjoy a proper feast, Wu Yang said with a smile. All right, brother, I want to wear a dress. Will you gift it to me? What? Today's my birthday, and you want me to buy you a present? You're my brother. It's the same thing. Jiangnan Mansion. When Zhong Li arrived home, the Tianyu robots had already prepared the meal. After finishing dinner and washing up, Zhong Li entered his study and settled into his chair to access the universe chessboard. During this period, he had made time to finish reading that Engineering Cybernetics, the legendary supreme cultivation technique of the sect, which he had now cultivated to completion. Beyond that, he had also studied algebraic geometry and topology in mathematics. His knowledge in physics and mathematics had now reached the level of a true expert. He currently had 428 technology points to utilize wisely. She searched for talents, Zhong Li stated directly. Understood. Do you have any requirements? Related to robotics, currently unemployed based in China, Zhong Li specified. He provided 3 conditions, each additional constraint consuming 10 technology points, as he needed to precisely identify the talent he required. Pioneer used talent search function technology points -80, remaining points 348. Name Ji Qi. Identity currently a junior at Central China University, gold medalist in the National University Robotics Competition, designer of intelligent nanny robots in the fixed timeline. Expertise intelligent algorithms, mechanics, microcontrollers, C80, drafting, robot design, computer science, data analysis. Background in the predetermined timeline. Ji Qi will join Tianqing Robotics upon graduation, then establish his own robotics company 3 years later. 2 years after that, he will break through in robotic dexterous hand technology and intelligent systems, successfully developing the nanny robot. Current status: junior at Central China University. A well-rounded prodigy capable of handling an entire team single-handedly. This was truly a student genius. Zhong Li was overjoyed. His decision to seek talent in robotics stemmed from his desire for the company to have a credible technical representative in this field beyond himself. From his resume, Ji Qi was precisely the person who could serve as the company's robotics technology representative. Find one more. A talent in brain-computer interface based in China. Zhong Li instructed. Pioneer used talent search function technology points -70, remaining points 278. Name Qin Fu. Identity founder of Brain Cloud Studio, inventor of the core algorithm for brain-computer interface technology in the predetermined timeline and promoter of BCI technology. Expertise: data analysis, intelligent algorithms, brain-computer sensing technology. Background in the predetermined timeline. Qin Fu will succeed in breakthroughing the brainwave analysis algorithm 20 years from now, advancing brain-computer technology from functional to highly effective. Current status: has founded Brain Cloud Studio and is currently seeking investment for the studio while attempting to advance brain-computer interface technology. Another industry pioneer. Zhong Li nodded with satisfaction. These technology points were well spent. Find a third one, Zhong Li urged, gritting his teeth as he initiated the third search. Management talent: currently unemployed domestic with experience managing large-scale real estate projects for companies. Pioneer used talent search function technology points -90, a remaining points 188. Name Zhang Guihai. Identity: former deputy general manager of Huafu Real Estate, founder of Jiangnan Engineering Company in the predetermined timeline. Expertise: construction, cost management, enterprise administration, finance, bidding, and procurement. Background in the predetermined timeline. Zhang Guihai will establish Jiangnan Engineering as a contractor 2 years from now. Over the following decade, Jiangnan Engineering will grow into a publicly listed company with a market capitalization of 20 billion. Current status: resigned prematurely due to dissatisfaction with Huafu Real Estate's financial fraud, choosing to protect himself. Currently residing in Shanghai. Zhong Li reviewed the profile and nodded approvingly. He sought such talent because the company headquarters was undergoing bidding requiring someone specifically dedicated to overseeing the construction project. None of the current staff possessed experience with large-scale real estate projects. However, 3 talents would suffice for now. With 188 remaining technology points, Zhong Li channeled them directly into his quantum brain. Intelligence 1, Constitution 1. A familiar sensation washed over him as tremendous information surged into his consciousness. Upon discerning its contents, Zhong Li was filled with ecstasy. Mass production formula and process for multi-state sodium sulfide battery materials and color laser holographic projection technology. 2 groundbreaking technologies. One represented advanced battery materials, the other a truly epoch-defining holographic projection system. Zhong Li directed his focus toward the latter. This technology existed only within science fiction films. If he could realize it, it would undoubtedly revolutionize the world's understanding of reality. Zhong Li took a deep breath to quell his elation. With Pioneer Quantum's current scale, unveiling the battery material technology posed no risk. But releasing such an earth-shattering holographic projection technology would raise serious concerns about their safety. Once exposed, this technology would spark a revolution in display technology, much like smartphones had rendered keypad phones obsolete. It represented an entirely blank technological landscape and an unexplored blue ocean of market opportunity. Such potential held boundless wealth alongside grave danger. He needed to ensure he possessed sufficient strength before revealing this technology to the world. After composing himself, Zhong Li's gaze fell upon his latest status. Pioneer Zhong Li Race Humanoid Quantum Authority Planetary Level Life Grade First Level Constitution 86 Intelligence 200 Technology Points 8. Having gained 10 intelligence points and 6 constitution points, Zhong Li's intelligence breakthrough to 200 made him feel the membrane of the world dissipating another layer. His thoughts flowed as smoothly as his breathing, as though he could perceive the essence of matter at a single glance. Was this how the world appeared through the eyes of a genius? Xia. Stepping out from the cosmic chessboard, Zhong Li awakened Xia. For trivial matters nowadays, he preferred to entrust them to Xia to save time. Xia was remarkably easy to work with. Help me look up the phone number of Jiang Guihai, former deputy general manager of Huafu Real Estate, and compile information about the Brain Cloud Studio, including its current status and members. All right, brotherly. Jiang Guihai's phone number is 180-0413. Xia immediately provided the number. Zhong Li glanced at the time, picked up the phone, and dialed. Soon the call connected, and a deep, mature voice came from the other end. Hello, who's this? Is this Mr. Jiang Guihai? I am Zhong Li, the owner of Pioneer Quantum Company. Zhong Li introduced himself forthwith. Zhong Li. The voice on the other end carried a hint of puzzlement, as if he was recalling who Zhong Li might be, and his tone grew more cautious. Pioneer Quantum, from Jiangnan City. Correct. Mr. Zhong, what do you need me for? Jiang Guihai's voice was laced with confusion, for the two had no prior connection, and they were separated by 1,000 miles. He could not fathom why Zhong Li would suddenly call him. I heard you have stepped down from your former company. Would you be interested in joining my company? The compensation would be 10 higher than at your previous employer. Zhong Li said. As far as I know, Mr. Zhong's company appears to be in the technology sector while I work in real estate. Mr. Zhong should have heard about the wagering agreement between me and Jiangnan City, as well as the bidding for our company headquarters construction project. Zhong Li did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Our company lacks a manager familiar with large-scale projects. Upon hearing that you had retired, I sought out your contact information and sincerely invite you to join Pioneer Quantum. There was no immediate response from the other end of the line, as if the caller was considering. After a brief pause, he spoke up. I have plans with a friend tomorrow, but I will come to Jiangnan City the day after tomorrow to discuss this. Is that acceptable? That works. See you in 2 days. After hanging up, Zhong Li's gaze fell upon the computer screen. It displayed the records of the Brain Cloud Studio. Including Qin Fu, there were only 6 members at present, a typical early-stage startup. He had not contacted them directly. It was not that he lacked the desire to recruit them, but rather that their status did not warrant it. Jiang Guihai had served as a deputy manager and was considered a person of some standing who, for Zhong Li to make a personal call to him, was entirely appropriate. However, to Zhong Li, Ji Qi and Qin Fu were but unknown figures. No matter how brilliant they might be now, Zhong Li had no reason to pick up the phone and call them personally. Setting down the phone, Zhong Li cast his eyes upon the bookshelves in the study. There were 2 large bookshelves. The one on the left held books he had already read, while the one on the right contained those yet to be perused. They were all works on science and engineering spanning various disciplines, and included even a few volumes in minor foreign languages. After a moment's consideration, Zhong Li withdrew a book on materials science. He had just obtained a new battery material from the Cosmic Chessboard and needed to acquaint himself with relevant knowledge in materials science. As for the color laser holographic projection technology, he would release it at an opportune moment once the company headquarters was built and the enterprise had grown larger. The following day, when Zhong Li rose, Yushu was already waiting at the entrance. Since Zhong Li rarely traveled for business, she had little to occupy her time, and every day she would come to the Jiangnan mansion together with Yang Ming to accompany him to work. This was now one of her duties. Have you had breakfast? I ate on the way, Yushu replied. Zhong Li quickly finished the breakfast prepared by the Tiannu robot, then went to the study and retrieved 2 documents to hand to Yushu. There are 3 matters. Hearing this, Yushu's spirits lifted noticeably. It had been quite a while since the boss had assigned her so many tasks at once. Sometimes she wondered whether she truly deserved her high salary with such little to occupy her days. Thus, she occasionally sought out tasks on her own to better understand the company's affairs. Jiang Guihai, former deputy general manager of Huafu Real Estate, will arrive in Jiangnan City tomorrow. I intend to recruit him into the company to oversee the bidding and construction of our headquarters. Please inform Lin Xiangjuan about this. The second matter concerns the Brain Cloud Studio. You should tell Xiao Qingfeng to contact the studio's person in charge and convey that our company wishes to acquire them along with hiring all their technical personnel. If the opportunity arises, I would like to meet their founder. The third matter is for the PR department to reach out to 8 disabled social media influencers or celebrities and enlist their assistance in product testing. Like the custom prosthetic made for Wu Cece? Yushu asked. Correct. Upon arriving at the company, Yushu promptly went about arranging the matters Zhong Li had just mentioned. Zhong Li had barely reached the 3rd floor when Wu Cece followed close behind. Boss, thank you for giving my brother a job. Wu Cece expressed her sincere gratitude. That morning her brother had successfully joined Pioneer Quantum Company, appointed as the boss's bodyguard and assistant. His salary was substantially higher than what he used to earn from casual odd jobs, and the work was far less arduous. Your brother is highly qualified. Hiring him was a natural decision. Zhong Li said. Regardless, thank you very much, Wu Cece replied. Zhong Li did not linger on the topic and instead turned his attention to Wu Cece's legs. At this moment, she was wearing a long dress and white canvas shoes commonly worn by young women, appearing no different from an able-bodied person. Unless assigned to special positions, the company did not mandate any particular attire for its employees. Wu Cece's outfit was new, complemented by a hat disguised as a brain-computer interface device, and the overall combination looked quite pleasing. Let me check your leg. Alright. Hearing Zhong Li's easily misinterpreted words, Wu Cece's cheeks flushed slightly. She lay down on the platform from the previous day and lifted her skirt. Both long straight legs were revealed, wearing identical shoes and socks. Without close inspection, one could not discern any difference. How did your leg feel after using it all last night? Zhong Li asked. As long as I do not remove the hat, I feel as though this leg belongs to me. Wu Cece carefully chose her words. My brother and I went shopping and tried on dresses, and none of the sales staff suspected that my left leg was prosthetic. When I shower, all its functions remain intact. The only issue is that moisture accumulates at the connection point on my thigh. After drying off and putting it back on, everything is fine. Zhong Li retrieved his computer and inspected the data from Wu Cece's left leg, confirming that everything was within normal parameters. Could there be a discrepancy in leg length? A feeling of walking unevenly? Not at present. Hearing this answer, Zhong Li nodded. Physiologically speaking, within a single day, a person's height can fluctuate by nearly 2 centimeters. Tallest in the morning and shortest just before stopping activity to rest. That 2-centimeter difference required the intelligent prosthetic to self-adjust and adapt accordingly. When Zhong Li designed it, the maximum adjustable height was 3 centimeters. From the looks of it, the height auto-regulation function was indeed effective. After outlining a few minor precautions, he dismissed Wu Cece. For the non-invasive smart brain-computer interface and the intelligent prosthetic limb, the current priority was simply to verify their stability. Time would tell. Once validation was complete, they could proceed to study the mass production line. Xia helped me organize 2 sets of technical documents. Zhong Li awakened Xia. Holographic projection technology is a display technique that utilizes the principles of light interference and diffraction to record and reconstruct 3-dimensional images of objects. This technology allows observers to view 3-dimensional stereoscopic images of objects with the naked eye without the need for glasses. The application scope of this technology spans numerous fields, including medical imaging, engineering, design, education, film, and gaming, where it finds diverse use cases. According to traditional theory, realizing a holographic image requires the creation of a hologram through the principle of laser interference. Subsequently, under the illumination of coherent laser light, the original image and its conjugate image are projected via light diffraction. The reconstructed image possesses a stronger sense of 3-dimensionality than traditional photographs and is commonly applied in encryption and anti-counterfeiting. The holographic technology bestowed by the Cosmic Chessboard is true holographic technology. Instead of using holographic film, it employs laser ablation of air molecules to create micro-explosions of air molecules. The superposition of multiple such micro-explosions forms a 3-dimensional image. This technology imposes extremely high demands on laser technology, requiring the laser to deliver high-power continuous output within microseconds or even nanoseconds to complete the ablation of air molecules and generate micro-explosions. The output frequency of the laser determines the pixel resolution of the holographic projection. This is a game-changing technology. Once it is introduced to the market, it will be nothing short of an industrial revolution for the display industry. The technical difficulty lies in the manufacturing of the laser devices. A large number of precise high-power microlasers are required. With the current rudimentary laboratory conditions of Pioneer Quantum, it is utterly impossible to accomplish this technology. Even the most advanced laser companies would need to undergo technological upgrades to meet the requirements. It took Zhong Li an entire day to organize the holographic projection technology data. Compared to the color holographic projection technology, the mass production technology for battery materials was much simpler. After organizing both sets of technical documents, Zhong Li stretched with satisfaction. The battery material technology could be released at an opportune time, but the holographic projection technology would have to wait until the company was sufficiently strong. Xia encrypt and store the holographic projection data. Okay, brotherly. Off work time to eat. Jiang Guihai stepped out of the car, carefully examining the company before him, his expression filled with admiration and emotion. Several buildings in the vicinity all belonged to the Pioneer Quantum office area. The peripheral areas of these buildings were enclosed by fences and equipped with access control, designating this as an independent zone for Pioneer Quantum. Pioneer Quantum had risen so rapidly that before anyone could react, it had already become known to the world. Such a young startup, barely beyond its infancy, had been the center of internet discourse in the country for the past 2 months. Now Pioneer Quantum had entered into a betting agreement with Jiangnan City. This meant it had official endorsement in the city and was seen as a beacon of hope for future tax revenue growth, deterring any rash actions. After expressing his emotions, Jiang Guihai followed the receptionist into the building. Upon entering the meeting room, he saw 3 young people inside: Zhong Li, Lin Xiangjuan, and what appeared to be a secretary. Yesterday, he had reviewed the basic status of Pioneer Quantum. Zhong Li was the absolute core of the company, while Lin Xiangjuan, though a novice as a female president, had performed admirably in her role, in his personal opinion. Welcome. I've heard so much about you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Xiangjuan slid a document across the table to Jiang Guihai. It was a labor contract and a non-disclosure agreement. So direct. Jiang Guihai showed a hint of surprise. Aren't you going to ask me any questions? Mr. Jiang, you have more work experience than all of us combined. The fact that you were willing to come all the way from Shanghai shows your sincerity for this job, and this is our sincerity, Zhong Li said. Jiang Guihai took a deep look at both Zhong Li and Lin Xiangjuan. No wonder Pioneer Quantum had grown so fast. This duo indeed possessed remarkable courage. It even earned the admiration of an experienced former vice president of a real estate company. Is the salary for a vice president at your company at this level? Jiang Guihai asked, pointing to the salary figure on the labor contract. Zhong Li had even investigated his previous salary, truly resourceful. No, Lin Xiangjuan said. Since you've shown sincerity, let me offer some in return. I can join your company, and I'll accept the standard compensation for a vice president here, Jiang Guihai said. In truth, he was not foolish. Although it seemed he was taking a pay cut, he was betting on his future. The potential of Pioneer Quantum was immense. It had the makings of a giant. Once the company stabilized, salaries would surely rise, and he would gain much more in the long run. Deal. Zhong Li saw through Jiang Guihai's intentions and agreed immediately. This was a talent. As long as the other party wanted to stay, he had no reason to refuse. The task of onboarding Jiang Guihai and familiarizing him with the company was handed over to Yushu. Lin Xiangjuan followed Zhong Li up to the 3rd floor. She had been busy with the headquarters bidding process, so she had been staying in Jiangnan City, leaving business trips to Suyun and Shaoqingfeng. Only after getting involved in engineering matters did she realize how troublesome it was. Truly, every profession has its own expertise. Now that Jiang Guihai had joined, she no longer needed to expend energy on this unfamiliar field. Before she could feel relieved, one sentence from Zhong Li shattered her composure. You need to prepare to acquire a battery material production plant. Are you planning to manufacture batteries? Something like that. Boss, I beg you, let's take a breather first. Lin Xiangjuan's face, which had just relaxed, instantly fell, and she spoke almost pleadingly. Zhong Li, the absentee boss, was comfortable, but she was not. The business of tie-in robot was expanding, and then Zhong Li threw a betting agreement at her, giving her quite a shock, followed by a near public relations crisis. Now the company headquarters was under bidding, staff were being massively recruited, and the workload was terrifying. During this period, she had been constantly on edge, working overtime late into the night. Even with Jiang Guihai now responsible for the headquarters, her workload remained substantial. Before she could catch her breath, Zhong Li wanted to acquire a factory to manufacture batteries. Even a perpetual motion machine couldn't be pushed this hard. The company has already bitten off more than it can chew. We can't choke it all at once. Let's stabilize the robot market first, and let the company grow stronger, or we won't be able to keep up with your pace and speed. Huh. Zhong Li realized his rhythm was indeed a bit too fast. It might not feel fast to him, but everyone else in the company was spinning non-stop, overwhelmed, especially since many new employees were still unfamiliar with the business and had limited efficiency. Adding another battery business at this point would only cause more chaos. How about you take a vacation, boss? Read some books or go back to enjoy campus life. There are plenty of beautiful campus queens at school. Go back and enjoy the treatment of a protagonist in a slick novel. Bask in the joy of having beauties at your beck and call, Lin Xiangjuan said sincerely. Zhong Li didn't know how to respond, gave an awkward smile, and quickly changed the subject. How about we go out for dinner together after work today? Jiangnan City CBD. Zhong Li's chauffeur-driven car pulled into the underground parking lot. The group of 4 made their way up to the Sky Garden restaurant on the 88th floor. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, one could overlook the most prosperous district of Jiangnan City. Zhong Li gazed out the window, a wave of emotion stirring within him. Half a year ago, this was a place he wouldn't have dared to imagine. Now, everything lay at his feet. What are you thinking about? Lin Xiangjuan, having specially applied light makeup and swapped her work attire for a dress, asked. This is my first time here. Zhong Li gave a wry smile. Now that he thought carefully about it, since becoming wealthy apart from purchasing the 2 apartments at Jiangnan Mansion, he hadn't truly enjoyed himself in any other aspect. When he was in school, he either ate at the cafeteria or frequented the food street nearby. After moving out of the dormitory, he simply ate fast food near the office. This was his first time visiting such an upscale restaurant. Boss, you are too young. Exposing yourself to new things, experiencing more of them, and demystifying certain aspects will benefit you greatly. Lin Xiangjuan said meaningfully, especially women. Zhong Li glanced at her, sensing there was something more beneath her words. What do you mean? Lin Xiangjuan paused, then said, you achieved fame at a young age and are truly a distinguished gentleman, yet you lack romantic experience and remain a passionate youth. In the future, when you attend various social occasions, you will inevitably encounter all kinds of people. You must be cautious of women with ulterior motives. Many celebrities have fallen from grace because of women like that. Men of your caliber are the prime target for top-tier enchantresses. Then I'd best be on my guard against you. Zhong Li replied earnestly. Beside them, Yu Shu and Wu Yang tilted their heads upward, staring at the elevator ceiling. They wanted to laugh, but dared not, deliberately pretending not to hear. Lin Xiangjuan had an overwhelming urge to strangle Zhong Li, but he was her boss, her source of livelihood, so she could only grit her teeth in frustration. The group of 4 arrived at the restaurant. The moment they entered, the restaurant manager warmly greeted them, his face nearly bursting with a practiced smile. Mr. Zhong, welcome. As a prominent figure in Shanghai City, he was certainly someone the manager of an upscale restaurant would be obliged to recognize. Other diners in the restaurant instinctively turned their gaze, and upon recognizing Zhong Li, their expressions shifted to surprise. In recent times, Zhong Li had been everywhere in the spotlight. As residents of Shanghai City, they had at least heard of Pioneer Quantum, and many among them had robots in their homes. It's them. As Zhong Li appeared, a man in a corner of the restaurant fixed his eyes on their direction, his brow furrowing with hesitation. Young Master Liu, do you know Zhong Li? The woman beside him, noticing his changed expression, asked curiously. Not personally, but that will change soon. There was a calculating undertone in the man's voice. Let's go and leave before they spot us. I didn't expect them to come here. The person I'm meant to meet would find this inconvenient. With that, the man rose and departed. As Zhong Li took his seat, his gaze drifted toward the direction the man had left, tinged with suspicion. With an IQ of 200 and a photographic memory, he could discern every detail upon entering the restaurant. He was certain that when he walked in, that man's look toward him had been off. The others gazing at them showed curiosity and surprise, but the man's look carried worry and hesitation. He did not know the man. It was the man's first time seeing him, and yet that expression should not have appeared. What's wrong? Lin Xiangjuan followed Zhong Li's gaze, but only caught sight of a man and woman walking away. Someone you know? No. Zhong Li shook his head. It was only when the pair disappeared through the restaurant entrance that he redirected his attention. He felt something was indeed amiss, but there was no way to verify it here. Before leaving, the man had deliberately cast a glance in his direction. A single lingering glance from across the crowd was enough for him to sense the person was problematic. Zhong Li shook his head, took the menu from the waiter, and handed it to Lin Xiangjuan. You order. Bring us your signature dish along with this crab meat coral tremella black swan pastry and a well-done steak. Make it 2 sets. Zhong Li added. Certainly, please wait a moment. After placing the order, both Zhong Li and Lin Xiangjuan turned to gaze out the window. This vantage point offered a level view of Shanghai City's most vibrant nightscape. Gazing across the flat tract of land on the opposite bank of the river was the site of their wager with Shanghai City. However, it was night, and since that area had not yet been developed, they could not see it. Once the Pioneer Quantum headquarters was built, they would be able to see the building directly from here. Boss, have you ever taken a girl out to dinner before? Lin Xiangjuan asked, breaking the silence curiously. No. Then in high school, did you have a secret crush? Personal matters regarding the boss are off limits. Hearing this, a knowing smile played on Lin Xiangjuan's lips, and she chose not to press further. The meal proceeded smoothly, though 2 minor incidents occurred during it. One involved a customer approaching Zhong Li to request a photo together, while the other featured a woman who, taking advantage of Lin Xiangjuan's trip to the restroom, came over to ask for Zhong Li's WeChat. He agreed to the first, but had Yu Shu intervene to block the second. After finishing their meal, Zhong Li and Lin Xiangjuan wandered briefly through the mall, but due to being recognized, they were forced to leave early. Such was the downside of fame. Being spotted in public made them easy targets for onlookers. Upon arriving home, Zhong Li sat on the sofa, still feeling uneasy. The image of the man who had left the restaurant flashed through his mind, along with that lingering glance back. An ordinary person would likely dismiss it as nothing, but his intellect, surpassing that of even the sharpest detective, and his eidetic memory both told him something was wrong. Xia. Zhong Li went to the study and activated Xia. Check the security footage from the Sky Garden restaurant today. I need to know the identities of that couple who left around the time I arrived. One of the advantages of advanced artificial intelligence was its ability to gather information undetected without alerting the target. Brotherly, I found it. Xia materialized from the desk, and simultaneously 2 dossiers appeared on the tabletop. Liu Ruyun, female, 23 years old, graduated from Jiangnan University. She has had 8 boyfriends, and is currently maintaining contact with 3 men simultaneously asking them all for money to buy gifts. A gold digger. Zhong Li scanned the woman's profile in one glance and determined her nature immediately. His judgment and observational skills were comparable to those of a top detective. Lu Hongtao, male, 27 years old, graduated from California American University, son of Jiangnan City real estate tycoon Lu Hongyun, with a violent and temperamental personality and a history of aggression. Every flaw typical of a rich second generation. Quite the match made in hell. Zhong Li examined their backgrounds and confirmed that he had no prior connection with them. Investigate who Lu Hongtao has been interacting with recently. Go through his call records and communications over the past week and look for any anomalies. Zhong Li wanted to determine the source of his unease. He had no connection with the man. They were strangers, yet the man's worried and hesitant expression upon encountering him at the same venue made no sense. An anomaly has been found, Shiha reported. 2 files appeared on the computer screen. Zhong Li's gaze narrowed. 2 dossiers on foreigners. Roger Cody, 40, Harvard graduate, ostensibly a hedge fund investment manager at Wall Street, a deputy head of the BlackRock AI investment management team, international investor, and a member of the Illuminati. Chris Tao, Roger Cody's deputy, also a member of the Illuminati. Zhong Li automatically ignored their resumes, his attention fixated on the identity of the Illuminati. He had heard of the Illuminati before only in online video commentaries, but this was the first time he had seen the files of its members. Shiha's internet investigation capabilities were unquestionable. As long as something was connected to the network, even the dark web, it was transparent to her. The fact that Shiha could flag the two as Illuminati members indicated that matters were far from simple. In the restaurant, his intuition had been correct. From the subtle expressions on Lu Hongtao's face, he could tell that the man was likely plotting against him. Where are these two now? Zhong Li asked. At the Jiangnan club. Lu Hongtao is there too, meeting with them, Shia said. Zhong Li was now certain about the hesitation and worry he had seen in the other party last night. They were afraid of being seen by him during their meeting. What are they discussing? Can you hear? No, they aren't carrying phones or electronic devices, and there are no surveillance devices nearby. Shia said, but there is a recording from Lu Hongtao's dashcam. Play it. Young Master Lu, you said earlier you had a way to get to know Zhong Li. Yes, but not now. Pioneer Quantum won't be proud for long. This is their conversation after leaving the Sky Garden restaurant. Shiha explained. Zhong Li nodded and continued listening. Oh, why? Aren't they very strong? Lu Ruyun asked. Evergrande was strong, wasn't it? They still died. If they didn't borrow, they might be safe, but they borrowed 20 billion trying to take a big bite and get fat. That's different. Young Master Lu is so amazing. There's more amazing stuff. Come, let me have some fun first. What followed was the sound of eating ice cream, lasting only a minute before ending in Lu Hongtao's impotent rage. He couldn't learn the conversation between Lu Hongtao and the two foreigners, but he already knew they were after him. Knowing the enemy made the next steps much easier, especially the Illuminati behind them. This conspiracy organization entrenched in every corner of the world possessed immense power, and he dared not underestimate it. Zhong Li pondered for a moment and asked, Shia, how much did we sell from those 300 bitcoins last time? We sold 200, and that account now has 15 billion US dollars. In the coming days, try to sell the remaining bitcoins, then use the account to make some money in the international stock market and be prepared at all times. All right, brotherly. Investigate the information and industrial structure of all Illuminati members, as well as their scandals. Also look into the industrial status of Lu Hongtao's family. Zhong Li's gaze became sharp. Someone wanted to mess with him, and he was no pushover. He couldn't just sit idle. Jiangnan Club. Inside an extremely luxurious room, 3 men were holding glasses, wearing fake smiles on their faces. They were Lu Hongtao, Roger Cody, and Chris Tao. Their original plan today was to have dinner at the Sky Garden and then come to the private club for fun. But unexpectedly, Lu Hongtao had seen Zhong Li at the Sky Garden, forcing them to change their plans and come here. Now Lu Hongtao was holding his glass, a smile on his face. Cody, how do you plan to deal with Pioneer Quantum? Can you tell me in advance? I need to be prepared. Once their headquarters starts operations, we'll arrange for an accident to happen to the Tian robot. The media we control will collectively attack and smear them, forcing the banks to stop lending. Then we'll further propagate that Pioneer Quantum is about to go bankrupt. I doubt anyone will still dare to buy their robots. If they can't sell their robots and their loans are cut off, we'll approach them for an equity stake. In your Chinese saying, it's sending coal in the snow. At that point, Pioneer Quantum will fall into the hands of the Illuminati. After this succeeds, can I join the Illuminati? Lu Hongtao licked his lips and asked with a smirk. Of course, my brother. Some things need to be executed through your hands. But that's for later. For now, let's have some fun. Find a couple of easy girls. Ha ha ha. The room was filled with unbridled laughter. They had no idea that Zhong Li was already aware of their existence. The next day, everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Zhong Li had breakfast as usual and headed to the company. She has started a new project codenamed Tianwang to develop bodyguard robots. After learning last night that the Illuminati was targeting Pioneer Quantum, Zhong Li had to be more cautious and put the bodyguard robot project on the agenda. Compared to nanny robots, bodyguard robots came with offensive capabilities which involved many gray areas and regulations. He hadn't developed them before, but now he had to. Relying solely on Wu Yang and Yang Ming as driver bodyguards was sometimes insufficient. Since he couldn't find more reliable bodyguards, quickly robots would have to serve as substitutes. Qin Fu stood at the entrance of the Pioneer Quantum Company, unable to conceal the astonishment on his face. Yesterday he had received a call saying someone wanted to invest in his studio and asking him to come to Jiangnan City to meet the investor. To save a few hundred yuan, he had booked a red-eye flight and waited at the airport for 4 hours. After dawn, he rushed to the agreed address as soon as possible. Now seeing the name of Pioneer Quantum, he confirmed the address 3 times before accepting the fact. This company had been making waves recently. The tie-in robot was all the rage, and the betting agreement with Jiangnan City was even more shocking. The genius boss of Pioneer Quantum, like the protagonist of a power fantasy novel, rose at a dizzying speed. Pioneer Quantum was now a legendary existence in the eyes of countless startups. Pioneer Quantum wanted to invest in his project. Hesitating for a moment, Qin Fu dialed the contact number. President Xiao, I'm outside the address you gave me. Is this Pioneer Quantum? Yes, wait a moment. I'm not at the company, but someone will receive you. Xiao Qingfeng explained on the other end of the phone. Okay. After hanging up, Qin Fu still felt dazed. It really was Pioneer Quantum. A minute later, a young woman with a delicate appearance came out of the company and stopped in front of Qin Fu. Are you Mr. Qin? Yes. Qin Fu nodded. Follow me. Wu Cixi led Qin Fu up to the 3rd floor of the company. Along the way, Qin Fu's heart was filled with emotion. Such a company had become a unicorn in just a few months. He had once dreamed that his brain-computer interface technology would make a breakthrough and his studio would soar like Pioneer Quantum, but when he woke up, it was all just a dream. Miss President Xiao said he's not at the company. Who am I meeting? Can you tell me in advance? Qin Fu asked. Our boss Zhong Li. Wu Cixi said. What? Qin Fu exclaimed in surprise. Are you sure? Yes, it's the boss who wants to see you. Wu Cixi smiled. When the elevator stopped, Qin Fu's heartbeat skipped a beat. This was his first visit to Pioneer Quantum, and he was summoned by the big boss himself. How was this any different from a novice stepping out of the tutorial zone only to face a supreme powerhouse? It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. Even though he'd heard Zhong Li was younger than him, the man's reputation preceded him. Stepping out of the elevator, a celestial-like robot awaited at the door, guiding them into the workshop. Hello. Zhong Li greeted Qin Fu, who inexplicably felt a wave of relief. He knew Zhong Li was young, but seeing him in person, he truly was young. At their age, no one willingly conceded to another. After Zhong Li's identity was revealed, Qin Fu had entertained the thought of catching up to him, but when the news of Zhong Li's bet with Jiangnan City broke, he was utterly convinced. He had been tense moments ago, but now the tension had dissipated. Hello, Qin Fu responded. I heard you're researching brain-computer interface technology. Zhong Li cut straight to the point. Sort of, just starting out a fledgling team. Qin Fu's voice carried a hint of bitterness when he mentioned the fledgling team. Zhong Li's startup had become a unicorn in just a few months, while his own team after months still numbered only a handful of people. I want to acquire your studio and hire everyone in your team. Zhong Li stated. Why, oi? Qin Fu asked after calming down, his voice laced with confusion. Because I'm also researching brain-computer interface technology. I need brain-computer interface technicians to help test my equipment. You're researching it too. Qin Fu suppressed his shock and said, can I see your product? You've already seen our product. I have. Where? Qin Fu's expression was full of bewilderment. Far in the horizon, yet right before your eyes. Zhong Li glanced at Wu Cixi beside him, who pointed at her left leg. This leg of mine is prosthetic. A smart prosthetic limb. A prosthetic leg. Impossible. Qin Fu stared at Wu Cixi's left leg in disbelief. He couldn't find any evidence from its appearance to prove it was artificial. Wu Cixi had led him in earlier, and he had walked half a step behind her the entire way. Recalling the process, he couldn't identify any sign that she was disabled. It really is a prosthetic leg, Wu Cixi said with a smile. She was accustomed to people commenting on her leg and didn't feel upset about it. Now with the smart prosthetic, she lived a normal life. Should I take it off to show you? No need. Zhong Li stopped her and led Qin Fu to the brain-computer interface workstation. A dazzling array of mechanical hands and arms along with brain-computer control devices caused Qin Fu's pupils to dilate, followed by ecstasy. Try it. Zhong Li handed Qin Fu a brain-computer device. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Fu put it on and stared at the mechanical hand in front of him for a long time, confusion in his eyes. Why isn't it working? Wrong approach. Zhong Li put on another device nearby, and as he moved his hand, the mechanical hand mimicked his movements. This device isn't controlled by imagination, but by the reflexive consciousness of the brain. Qin Fu began moving his hand as well. At first, the mechanical hand responded sluggishly, but as time passed, the response speed became so fast that the human eye could barely detect any lag. Qin Fu's expression shifted from initial hesitation to shock, and finally, to wild joy. The reason he was so obsessed with developing brain-computer interface mechanical hands was deeply personal. His mother had lost an arm in a workplace accident, a crushing injury that led to amputation. During his school years, he researched technologies that could help disabled individuals regain normal lives. In college, he deliberately chose a major that would enable him to develop brain-computer interfaces, and after graduation, he immediately started a studio to explore this field. His goal was to give his mother a normal life. Now he saw hope. Zhong Li's brain-computer interface device almost perfectly matched the one he had envisioned and even surpassed his expectations in terms of controlling human limb movements. Qin Fu's eyes reddened, but he quickly composed himself. You said earlier you wanted to acquire my studio and hire our team. Qin Fu spoke. Yes. My studio isn't worth much. I can give it to you for free and I'll join your company, but I have one request. Qin Fu said. Go ahead. Can I customize this device for my mother? The cost can be deducted from my future salary. Qin Fu said earnestly. You can, but there's no charge for customization. Zhong Li shook his head. We're currently looking for testers. You can have your mother come, and I'll customize one for her. Thank you. Qin Fu bowed gratefully. Lu Yu got out of the car and looked curiously at the surroundings of Pioneer Quantum. She was a popular internet influencer from Sichuan province who had lost her right leg in an earthquake. With the rise of the internet, she became famous for her sunny demeanor, now boasting millions of followers. Where her right leg should have been, there was only a prosthetic. Life had its share of accidents and misfortunes, but she chose optimism. With her positive attitude, she found love, a firefighter, and enjoyed both career and romance. A couple of days ago, a staff member from Pioneer Quantum contacted her proposing a collaboration. After arranging her affairs, she rushed to Zhonghai City. This was her first collaboration with such a large company, and she felt a bit nervous. Brother Yu. A surprised voice rang out. Lu Yu turned to see a pretty delicate girl staring at her in astonishment. Judging by the name badge, she was likely a Pioneer Quantum employee. Brother Yu was Lu Yu's Douyin account name. The newcomer was Wu Cece. She recognized Lu Yu. During her college years, Lu Yu's experiences and attitude had been a source of optimism for her. Seeing Lu Yu find love had made her especially happy. Today, meeting the internet influencer who had encouraged her for years felt like a unique kind of fan success. Hello, little sister, you're so beautiful. Lu Yu greeted Wu Cece. Hello, I'm actually your fan, Wu Cece said with a smile. Thank you. Let me show you around the company. This collaboration is special. It might be a pleasant surprise, Wu Cece said mysteriously. What kind of collaboration? Lu Yu asked curiously. You'll need to sign a confidentiality agreement first. Wu Cece led Lu Yu to the conference room. In the conference room, Yushu received her. After signing the confidentiality agreement, she had Wu Cece take Lu Yu away. It's Brother Yu. Yes, the internet celebrity Brother Yu. She must be here to test that product. Not just must be, definitely. When Lu Yu appeared in the company's office area, some employees were surprised. Seeing Wu Cece beside Lu Yu, they immediately understood the reason for her visit. The company had strict confidentiality requirements for products, and many had witnessed Wu Cece's initial condition, knowing about a special product. Now that Lu Yu had arrived, those in the know quickly guessed the reason. Hello everyone. Lu Yu smiled and greeted the crowd. Having been an influencer for so long, she was used to this. She responded to friendly greetings and smiles from passers-by. Little sister, what's the product being tested? I'm getting excited, Lu Yu asked curiously. It's definitely a surprise. I won't spoil it, Wu Cece whispered. Now I'm even more curious. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled. Is it the latest robot? Third floor. Led by the robot, the two entered the studio. Along the way, Lu Yu felt like a curious child. Since entering the company, she had encountered no fewer than 10 robots. Cleaning bots and administrative receptionists alike were all robots, and even the guard at this third-floor studio was a robot. Qianqiu Quantum truly lived up to its reputation. Her family had purchased a Tiannu robot, which served as her assistant whenever she had difficulty moving around. It could even massage her when phantom limb pain struck. The Tiannu robot was exceptionally easy to use, which was one of the reasons he looked forward to this collaboration with Qianqiu Quantum. Hello. When they stopped, Lu Yu smiled and greeted Zhong Li. The name Zhong Li, the super genius, was one she had long heard of. Hello, Brother Yu. Zhong Li smiled and led her toward the brain-computer workstation. I asked you here because I need your help testing a product. It's rather special. I call it the brain-controlled smart prosthesis, which combines brain-computer control with intelligent mechanical limbs to help disabled people return to normal lives. Hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Brain-controlled smart prosthesis. The name alone sounded incredibly impressive, and it was specifically for disabled people. Can this product be used now, eh? Lu Yu stared fixedly at the mechanical prosthesis on the workbench. She had initially assumed it was merely robot parts, not expecting it to be an intelligent limb. It works, and so far it functions quite well, Zhong Li replied. Boss, may I demonstrate for Sister Yu? Wu Cece volunteered, eagerly, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. This was the first time she had ever volunteered to showcase something for Lu Yu was her online idol, and she wished to witness Lu Yu's moment of astonishment. Very well, Zhong Li nodded. Sister Yu, look at my leg. Wu Cece lifted her skirt, revealing the position of the thigh fixation strap. She raised her skirt directly, entirely unbothered by Zhong Li's presence, eager to showcase the smart prosthesis to Lu Yu, caring nothing for the risk of exposure. After all, the boss had already seen it, and she was wearing safety shorts underneath. Wu Cece lifted the interface of the smart prosthesis and said, "This leg of mine is a smart prosthesis." Lu Yu stared in disbelief at Wu Cece's leg. The girl who had escorted her up moments ago was missing a leg just like her. Throughout Wu Cece's entire escort she had noticed nothing. So perfect, so beautiful. Lu Yu couldn't help but reach out and touch Wu Cece's left leg, her heart surging with emotion. "Miss, could you walk around for us?" "All right." Wu Cece pulled down her skirt and walked a few steps in front of Lu Yu, even hopping. "So perfect." Lu Yu was once again astonished. After composing herself, she turned to look at Zhong Li. She was momentarily unsure how to address him. Zhong Li was too young. Calling him President Zhong felt outdated, while handsome guy was equally unsuitable. "Mr. Zhong, how did you achieve this?" "Brain-computer interface control." Zhong Li pointed to the cap on Wu Cece's head. "This cap is a disguised brain-computer interface device. So remarkable, so brilliant." Lu Yu took the hat from Wu Cece and examined it closely, her tone brimming with amazement. This was her first encounter with such advanced technology, especially one dedicated to disabled people. "Does your company intend to promote this product?" "I can promote it free of charge, truly free, or even at my own expense," Lu Yu said, gazing at Zhong Li. "Thank you, but this is not about promotion at present. It is about testing. We are verifying the technical stability and require sufficient data samples, which is why we invited you here." "Then I will unconditionally cooperate with you," Lu Yu said solemnly. After all, since rising to fame, her sunny image had been well known, and she now served as a representative of Sichuan province dedicated to advocating for disabled people. Now Qianxu Quantum had a product concerning disabled people. This was a tremendous surprise. If this product could be mass-produced and promoted like robots, it would be truly groundbreaking for the disabled community. "I will commission a custom smart prosthesis for you to use in your daily life. Our backend system will continuously monitor data, allowing us to gather more information across various scenarios." "Understood," Lu Yu agreed immediately. Shortly after Lu Yu's arrival, other influencers and content creators began to arrive. Their astonishment upon seeing the brain-controlled smart prosthesis was no less than Lu Yu's. Almost without hesitation, they agreed to unconditionally cooperate with the testing. This technology gave them hope of returning to a normal life. To them, it was nothing short of a miracle. Qinfu Studio was successfully integrated into Qianxu Quantum. After providing simple training to them, Zhong Li assigned them to coordinate with Lu Yu and the others responsible for collecting testing sample data from those influencers. All 6 members of Qinfu Studio were top graduates of Hangzhou University. Their learning speed was extraordinary. When Zhong Li explained thoroughly, they could even draw inferences and apply the knowledge flexibly. Zhong Li's training for them was remarkably straightforward. Afterward, he simply had them begin working directly responsible for the product data of the brain-controlled smart prosthesis. The non-invasive smart brain-computer interface, combined with the smart prosthesis project, was advancing steadily. In Zhong Li's workspace, 2 towering robots stood silently. These 2 robots differed greatly from the Tiannu robots. Standing nearly 2 meters tall with a steel-like texture, anyone approaching would certainly feel the oppressive aura emanating from them. However, the material was not steel, but carbon fiber and aluminum alloy. To minimize weight as much as possible, Zhong Li spared no expense using lightweight, yet high-strength materials. The 2 robots alone cost 2 million. These were bodyguard robots, codenamed Tianwang. For Zhong Li, the distinction between nanny robots and bodyguard robots lay only in materials and intelligent algorithms. Nanny robots were restricted at the Code's foundation, prohibited from attacking humans in any form. Bodyguard robots had this restriction lifted. Modifications had been made to the Intelligent Code's foundation, allowing them to attack enemies within limited scope when their master faced danger. However, the methods of attack were specific, only electric shocks and sound waves. Electric shocks and sound waves could only subdue enemies, never reach lethal intensity. Furthermore, at the database foundation, Zhong Li had implanted information about human acupoints and anatomical structure, enabling them to identify the body's weak points and vital areas, thereby restricting attacks to certain body regions. Regulatory constraints forced the bodyguard robots to operate along the edges of legality, but since he was not mass-producing or releasing them, using them personally ensured no one would know their true capabilities and strength. "Brotherly, the smart system writing is complete," Shihi reminded. "Very well. Upload the movement data, combat data, and martial arts data for Tianwang to train on." "Understood," Shihi acknowledged. Within moments, the 2 Tianwang robots began to move, walking toward the open space nearby. Bang! The 2 robots struck almost without hesitation, their fists colliding with a deep, muffled resonance. The next instant, they engaged in fierce combat, explosive sounds echoing throughout the studio. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions continued unabated, yet Zhong Li focused solely on the data. The force of the fists was strikingly intuitive. With a single casual punch, the Tianwang robot could surpass the heavy blows of Tyson himself. An ordinary person could not withstand even one strike. Even a professional boxer trained in impact resistance would be rendered helpless after a single punch. The whip kick's power exceeded 1,000 kilograms. Zhong Li fed the robot data from Bajikwan martial arts techniques, Muay Thai, Sanda freestyle, fighting jiu-jitsu, and karate. The Tianwang robot was now a humanoid beast. Stop! Zhong Li commanded. At once the two robots halted instantly. Zhong Li inspected the wear and tear on their bodies. After nearly 15 minutes of combat with flesh-to-flesh strikes, the loud explosions were intense, yet the surface showed no significant damage. The strength of carbon fiber endowed the robots with formidable impact resistance. Unless an attack possessed absolute destructive force, ordinary blunt trauma could not breach the robot's shell. At the joints where the robots endured the greatest stress, Zhong Li employed ultra-high-strength steel to support their high-intensity movements. Beyond structural robustness, their functionality was equally top-tier. The Tianwang robot was equipped with two of the largest thread LiDAR units currently on the market, along with 6mm wave radars. Thanks to Zhong Li's intelligent algorithm improvements, the data acquired by the LiDAR reached image-level clarity, allowing every detail to be seen with precision. In addition to radar, the Tianwang robot featured 6 200-megapixel cameras positioned front, back, left, and right, along with 4 wide-angle lenses, 4 macro lenses, and 2 telephoto lenses. The powerful lenses, combined with the intelligent optical computing algorithm developed by Zhong Li, granted the robot a 360-degree unobstructed machine vision. Within the robot's field of view, there were no secrets within 150 meters, and it could clearly see a sparrow on a rooftop 2 kilometers away. It could intelligently identify snipers, gunmen, knife wielders, and wanted criminals. Atop the robots had a laser emitter was installed with enough power to burn through the shell of a small drone. The Tianwang robot's functions were all tailored to serve as a bodyguard. Tianwang activate all functions except weaponry, maintain them, and proceed to the treadmill for endurance testing. After confirming the robots were intact, Zhong Li issued further testing commands. The workshop fell silent save for the sound of the robots running on the treadmill. Time stretched on until nightfall. After 5 days of repeated charging tests and assessments of various functions under different scenarios, the endurance data gradually became accurate. With the accumulation of high-performance components, the battery emerged as the Tianwang robot's weak point. Zhong Li manufactured the battery using commercially available semi-solid-state materials, achieving an energy density of up to 400 Wh/kg. With all functions active, the bodyguard robot's endurance was only 6 hours. In daily standby mode, it could last 30 hours. A few hours of high-intensity protection was sufficient for escorting the owner during outings, and once away, a portable charger in the vehicle could ensure uninterrupted operation for 24 hours. Zhong Li calculated that if he used the multi-sodium sulfide material provided by the Cosmic Chessboard to manufacture the battery, the Tianwang robot's endurance could double. Then the Tianwang robot would become truly convenient. While he was immersed in testing, the Tianwang robot, Lin Xiangjuan approached with an invitation letter. Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Zhong Li was taken aback upon seeing the host's name on the invitation. His company was just emerging and had no prior contact with the chamber. He hadn't expected them to extend an invitation. The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce holds a gathering once a year, alternating among different cities in Jiangnan province. Each year it invites the province's more outstanding enterprises to join. This year we are invited, Lin Xiangjuan said. Attending meant accepting the invitation and becoming a member of the chamber henceforth. Not attending meant declining the invitation. The chamber's resource platform would not extend to Pioneer Quantum Company, and if there were competing enterprises, it might even aid them in seizing market share. This year the venue was in Jianghai City, and the invitation targeted 3 enterprises, including Pioneer Quantum. Prominent entrepreneurs and wealthy figures from Jiangnan province would all be present. It's a platform and opportunity for the elite to network. Where is the venue? Zhong Li asked. The Jiangnan Manor, but I don't know much about its specifics. There's very little information. Lin Xiangjuan smiled wryly. Within her limited experience, she had never encountered such an exclusive private club, let alone detailed information about such places. Information about such clubs never appeared on the internet. She only knew a few details through word of mouth from business partners. The chamber's president is Chun Fingyun, a pivotal figure in Jiangnan province. As our company's business expands across various cities in the province, it intersects with Chun Fingyun's resources. He has access to a vast array of market and channel resources. Though not well known among ordinary people, he is a prominent figure in Jiangnan's business circles. Lin Xiangjuan shared all the information she had gathered. What are the downsides of joining the chamber? Currently none. On the contrary, it would bring more connections and resources, making cooperation and exchanges smoother. Simply put, it's a networking platform. Accepting the invitation means making friends. Declining means refusing to be friends, Lin Xiangjuan explained. Let's go and broaden our horizons, Zhong Li said. For a businessman, convenience was paramount. He still remembered Lin Xiangjuan's words. Sometimes having an extra friend did no harm. Though he was a technician, he was also a merchant. After Lin Xiangjuan left, Zhong Li summoned Xia. Look up information on Chun Fingyun and the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Just a moment, brotherly. Xia responded, and within 10 seconds several documents appeared on the computer screen. Chun Fingyun, president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, 53 years old, the eldest son of the Chun family. The Chun family. Zhong Li heard the term family for the first time. In this era, noble families truly existed, but the information cocoon kept ordinary people from ever seeing them. In Jiangnan province, the Chun family was one such legendary family. They kept a low profile and were unknown to the outside world, but at a certain level intersections occurred. The momentum of Pioneer Quantum Company's growth had already drawn attention. Jiangnan Manor, a property under the Chun family, was an exclusive private club. Without a membership card or invitation, one could not enter. It was a venue for high society gatherings and banquets in Zhonghai City. Such top-tier clubs existed in other cities of Jiangnan province, as well serving as activity grounds for the wealthy elite. Beyond the Chun family, the documents also contained information about the chamber. The chamber was rotated among the three families, Chun, Huang, and Yang, whose networks in Jiangnan province were as extensive as capillaries permeating every corner. These families might not have the most money, but they likely possessed vast land and could mobilize extensive resources. Among the materials provided by Shiha was also the list of invitees to this year's chamber event. Zhong Li glanced over at Lu Hongtao's father. Lu Hongyun was on the list along with several well-known entrepreneurs. Zhong Li sat in the van scrolling through his phone, catching up on the latest news, occasionally glancing at the scenery outside the window. Beside him, Lin Xiangjuan was still flipping through company documents and reports. Inside the vehicle, only the soft music and the rustling of papers as Lin Xiangjuan reviewed documents remained. Lin Xiangjuan today was dressed in a custom-made cream-colored long gown that perfectly accentuated her figure. With her exquisite makeup, she already exuded the elegant and noble aura of a future female tycoon. It wouldn't be long before she would be fully cultivated as a female tycoon. Zhong Li thought with a hint of mischievousness, an involuntary smile spreading across his face. "What are you laughing at?" Sensing Zhong Li staring at her with a smile, Lin Xiangjuan asked somewhat awkwardly. Her intuition told her that Zhong Li must be thinking of something unkind. "Just think you look especially beautiful today," Zhong Li said dismissively. "Thank you for the recognition, boss," Lin Xiangjuan replied with a smile. They chatted idly, and 20 minutes later the car arrived at Jiangnan Manor. Since the attendees were all wealthy and influential, security was exceptionally strict. As soon as the vehicle entered the manor gate, it underwent a high-level security check. Only after confirming there were no explosives were they allowed to drive into the manor. Then, under the guidance of security personnel, they proceeded to the hall where the banquet was held. As Zhong Li stepped out of the car, a hostess led them along the red carpet inside. This time Zhong Li brought two companions, Lin Xiangjuan and his secretary Yushu. Lin Xiangjuan was among the invited, while Yushu came as an accompanying staff. At this moment, Zhong Li, rarely seen in formal attire, combined with his confident demeanor and impeccable physique, gave off the full impression of a charming gentleman. However handsome as the suit looked, it gave Zhong Li a sense of confinement which he didn't quite like. As they walked, Zhong Li occasionally felt a soft sensation on his arm. Lin Xiangjuan was holding his arm with half of her body leaning against it, the touch particularly pleasant. Under the guidance of the hostess, the two met Chen Fengyun, the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, who was hosting the banquet. Chen Fengyun was middle-aged with a slight paunch, but he looked very energetic. As the convener of this banquet, Chen Fengyun was at the welcome position, greeting each guest with a smile. At this moment, there was no trace of the aristocratic air of a noble family. Instead, he appeared very amiable. Yet no one would believe this was genuine kindness. As the eldest son of a prestigious family, the current head in power managing the vast Chen family estate with connections spreading everywhere, he was never as simple as he appeared. Beside Chen Fengyun stood a middle-aged man, clearly his assistant. When he saw Zhong Li and Lin Xiangjuan appear, Chen Fengyun's eyes lit up, and he personally went forward to greet them. "Honored guests have arrived. Young brother Zhong Li is a prodigious genius, adding another boost to our nation's technological prowess. I was just thinking how to make your acquaintance, and now my wish is fulfilled." Zhong Li knew Chen Fengyun was merely being polite, and he didn't mind the address. The man was several decades older, so the term was fine. Besides, he didn't like being called President Zhong, as it made him feel old. "You flatter me, President Chen," Zhong Li said with a smile. "I was merely lucky." His words were neither humble nor arrogant, fully displaying a confidence and composure beyond his years, which was refreshing. Even the well-traveled Chen Fengyun couldn't help but show admiration at Zhong Li's demeanor. "Young brother Zhong Li is indeed a prodigy. At such a young age, it's no accident that you've built such an enterprise. And Miss Lin, I've long heard of your name." Chen Fengyun's gaze fell on Lin Xiangjuan, nodding appreciatively. The profiles of Zhong Li and Lin Xiangjuan were no secret to him. Zhong Li's genius mind explained his achievements, but Lin Xiangjuan, a relatively inexperienced woman, dared to take on the responsibility of managing Pioneer Quantum Company. Her talent was yet unknown, but she certainly had guts. "You're too kind, President Chen. I have no great reputation, just a little stir," Lin Xiangjuan laughed. "Your little stir would make countless people envious." Chen Fengyun laughed heartily, then said, "There are many guests today, so I may not be able to attend to you properly. I'll pay you a personal visit another time. Please go ahead, President Chen." Zhong Li smiled and nodded, then entered the hall with Lin Xiangjuan. The surrounding guests instinctively looked at them, curious why Chen Fengyun was so warm to them. Soon someone in the crowd recognized Zhong Li. "It's Zhong Li from Pioneer Quantum. I never expected him to look so handsome and formal, where I almost didn't recognize him. Although I recall your daughter is about the same age. Perhaps you could introduce them." "I'd like to, but I'm afraid it's not that simple. I think Pioneer Quantum isn't stable, yet so it's not wise to casually get involved. Brother Hongyun, what do you mean by that? Several people chatting turned to the pot-bellied middle-aged man beside them looking puzzled. The performance-based agreement hasn't been fulfilled yet, Lu Hongyun said vaguely in response to their gazes. Everyone was whispering about Zhong Li and his companion. Before long, a middle-aged man in a suit stepped out from the crowd and stopped in front of them. Ms. Lin, long time no see. Mr. Yao, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be here, Lin Xiangjuan said with a smile, then introduced. This is our company's boss Zhong Li. And this is Yao Tianming, a major shareholder of Zhanghai Plaza. Our company's first flagship store in Shanghai was helped by Mr. Yao. Thank you, Mr. Yao. You're too kind, President Zhong. Cooperating with you is an honor for our mall. Your flagship store brought a huge influx of customers. We should be thanking you for choosing our mall for your first flagship store. Yao Tianming laughed. I bought 2 robots for my home. The product quality is outstanding. My kids love them, and it gives me peace of mind when I'm away. There will be more products in the future, Zhong Li said. That would be wonderful. Yao Tianming's eyes lit up. President Zhong, could I have your contact information? Sure, I'll have Xiangjuan share it with you later, Zhong Li nodded. Haha, it's an honor. I have 2 friends over there, so I won't disturb you for now. Let's talk in detail another time. Yao Tianming raised his glass to Zhong Li and took his leave with a smile. Inside the hall, occasionally someone greeted them. Lin Xiangjuan responded with a smile, and Zhong Li also exchanged polite pleasantries before moving on. How do you feel? Lin Xiangjuan asked in a low voice. Socializing is a bit tiring. Zhong Li thought for a moment and said, everyone around is smiling, but you can't tell which ones are genuine and which are fake. It's more exhausting than calculating mathematical formulas in the lab. At least formulas don't lie. You're quite insightful. But this is business. It's not shameful, Lin Xiangjuan said. Zhong Li didn't argue. After finding 2 seats, Zhong Li asked a waiter to bring some food and quietly enjoyed the cuisine. It had to be said the food at such banquets was absolutely impeccable. All were prepared with the finest ingredients and top chefs unobtainable even at starred restaurants outside. I'll go look for some potential cooperation resources. Lin Xiangjuan took a simple bite, then stood up and headed toward the clusters of people. As some renowned entrepreneurs arrived, the crowd's attention shifted away from Zhong Li. Zhong Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he thought he could enjoy the food in peace, a gasp came from the entrance. 5 or 6 young dandies appeared at the door. The leading young man was very handsome, exuding the carefree charm typical of wealthy science. At this Chamber of Commerce banquet, many wealthy individuals brought their sons and daughters, hoping to connect with peers from similar backgrounds. The handsome young men drew cheers from many girls present, thus attracting attention. Chen Fengyan saw the leading young man and hurried over with a smile. Why are you so late? Uncle Chen, I had arranged to meet some friends and came over together, the young man replied. Didn't your father tell you not to make friends recklessly? Follow me. Chen Fengyan led the leading young man into the hall, sparking many guesses among the crowd. But those who knew the young man's identity remained tight-lipped. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Fengyan took the young man and headed toward Zhong Li. Zhong Li was enjoying his meal and watching the lively scene when he saw Chen Fengyan leading a young man toward him. Having no desire to be stared at like a monkey, Zhong Li felt a sense of helplessness as the pair drew everyone's attention. Yet his face remained expressionless as he watched Chen Fengyan bring the man to his side. Brother Zhong Li, let me introduce you to a promising young talent. His surname is Qin, given name Yi. You know his father. This is the genius of Jiangnan City, Zhong Li. Chen Fengyan introduced them to each other. You two chat while I'll go attend to some guests. Chen Fengyan turned around and instructed the person in charge of banquet order to prevent others from approaching the two, then left. Qin Yi sized up Zhong Li with curiosity, his previously serious and aristocratic demeanor instantly vanishing to reveal a flippant nature. So this was the recent legend of Jiangnan City, more handsome than him, wealthier, and even smarter. Comparisons truly infuriate. Before he never conceded to anyone, and now he conceded to Zhong Li. No wonder his father had been finding fault with him lately. He must have been looking at other people's children and then at his own unworthy son. Hello, brother Zhong Li, Qin Yi said with a grin. Zhong Li was also sizing up Qin Yi. The other was clearly several years older, yet calling him brother felt odd. Don't call me brother, I'm younger than you. Qin Yi was taken aback. That seemed to be true. Zhong Li's words and accomplishments easily made one forget his age. Calling you President Zhong is too cliché. Oh, calling you little brother would get my legs broken by my dad. How about brother Zhong Li? Qin Yi said. Zhong Li was momentarily speechless, letting him call whatever he wanted. Does your father know you came to find me? He didn't know beforehand, or he would have broken my legs. Afterward he'll just scold me. Qin Yi chuckled. Zhong Li didn't dislike this seemingly flippant Qin Yi from his words and actions. He wasn't arrogant or frivolous, not the type of playboy. You came to see me? What's the matter? First, I wanted to get to know you. Second, I'm planning to partner with friends to open several robot-authorized stores, and I hope to get a license from you. Qin Yi rubbed his hands together. Upon hearing this, Zhong Li didn't agree immediately. Instead, he looked at the several young gentlemen who had entered with Qin Yi, among whom was one he recognized. Lu Hongtao. This involved the bright society which to Qin Yi was a ticking time bomb. Once it detonated, it wouldn't spare the innocent bystanders. Add my secretary's contact information and come to my office tomorrow, Zhong Li said. Okay. Qin Yi immediately added Yu Shu's number and Wei Xuan. Remember, come alone tomorrow, don't bring those friends of yours. Zhong Li glanced at the young gentleman. Hearing this, Qin Yi looked puzzled, but still agreed. After a brief exchange, Qin Yi stood up and left. The several young gentlemen immediately gathered around him. Young Master Qin, how did it go? With young Master Qin making the move, how could it possibly fail? Lu Hongtao said. That's true. But the group still waited for Qin Yi's definite answer. It's too crowded here, not convenient to discuss. He invited me to his office tomorrow to talk in detail. Qin Yi smirked. That's right, cheers. Let's toast to our prosperous business. The group laughed and raised their glasses. Meanwhile, Zhong Li seemed unaffected and continued to enjoy his meal. Suddenly, the hall's lighting changed, and everyone returned to their seats. Lin Xiangjuan also returned and sat down beside Zhong Li. The banquet's program was about to begin. I saw a young gentleman came over just now. Which company is he from? His name is Qin Yi. Qin. Lin Xiangjuan immediately understood. What did he want from you? He wants a license for robot-authorized stores. Zhong Li said. Did you give it, eh? I told him to come to the office tomorrow. We'll talk about it later. The situation is a bit complicated. Zhong Li said in a low voice. The banquet was crowded and full of prying eyes, not a place for business discussions. Soon 2 executives with their female companions sat down at Zhong Li's table. Qiu Hualong, chairman of Jiangnan Investment, and Jing Tianxin, president of Date Group, both were powerful executives in Shanghai City. Jiangnan Investment was a capital group that had invested in many projects in Jiangnan province and other parts of the country with a capital scale of hundreds of billions. Date Group's business covered supermarket retail, clothing, leasing, and so on with equally formidable strength. When the two saw Zhong Li and Lin Xiangjuan, they were both curious and amazed. Too young. I've been wanting to meet President Zhong, and I never expected to see you here. Truly a hero is born young. Qiu Hualong exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, President Qiu, what were you and I doing at this age? Asked Jing Tianxin from the side. In college, skipping class to go to internet cafes. Ha ha ha. The two opened up the conversation, and the atmosphere at the table became much better. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they swapped business cards and contact information. President Zhong, if you have any good projects in the future, please take care of our Jiangnan investment. Technology is the future, and the future belongs to you young people. I really like investing in tech startups. Qiu Hualong said. There will definitely be opportunities, Zhong Li replied. President Zhong, President Lin, our company owns many shops. If you're interested, we could cooperate. Your robot flagship stores are expanding rapidly, and we can offer you some prime locations. Jing Tianxin said. Good. Zhong Li agreed without hesitation. As they exchanged pleasantries, the hall's lighting changed. On the small stage ahead, a beautiful woman stepped up amid applause. She was the current pop diva Zhang Bingbing. After Zhang Bingbing sang a song under Chun Fingyun's hosting, they went through the traditional Chamber of Commerce charity auction, after which everything returned to normal. Excuse me, do you mind if I interrupt? A portly middle-aged man appeared beside their table holding a glass of wine with a beaming smile. Both Qiu Hualong and Jing Tianxin naturally knew the newcomer, an old acquaintance. Zhong Li also recognized him. It was Lu Hongyun, whom he had been keeping an eye on recently. President Zhong, sorry for the intrusion. I'll drink a toast as a penalty. Lu Hongyun drained his glass, then took an empty seat at the table. He handed his business card to Zhong Li and Lin Xiangjuan, saying, Could I have a word in private? Not interested. Zhong Li shook his head. He knew Lu Hongyun was preparing the ground for his next move, but he couldn't be bothered. In his eyes, Lu Hongyun was nothing but a convict. Lu Hongyun was stunned. Qiu Hualong and Jing Tianxin at the same table were also stunned. In the business world, when someone lowered their stance, they would usually give some face. Now it seemed that Zhong Li was still too young and didn't understand the ways of the business world. The two immediately adopted a watchful attitude, waiting to see how Lu Hongyun would save face. Lu Hongyun's face turned dark, but he couldn't lose his temper at this moment. Two elder brothers, give me some face. Lu Hongyun looked at Qiu Hualong and Jing Tianxin. The two knew that Lu Hongyun had important matters to discuss with Zhong Li. Since they all moved in the same business circles and would inevitably meet again, they had to give him this face. So they excused themselves to go to the restroom and stood up to leave. After they left, Lu Hongyun spoke. I am Lu Hongyun. I used to be in real estate, but recently I want to transition my business, so I came to seek cooperation with President Zhong. I am willing to invest at a high price into Pioneer Quantum Company. A very sincere high price based on a valuation of 400 billion. I am willing to invest 20 billion for a 5 stake. An investor approached me before with the same offer, and I turned it down, Zhong Li said calmly. Then 5 is fine. I'll take a loss. Not interested. Zhong Li refused again. This is a very sincere offer, President Zhong. Won't you consider it? No. Zhong Li shook his head. Lu Hongyun's face stiffened. He hadn't expected Zhong Li to show no face at all, and he felt a surge of anger. Acting high and mighty now. In a few months, I'll make him come kneeling to beg me. President Zhong, your company is at its peak now and can sell at a high price. Raising funds and going public later is the best choice. My offer is very sincere. My company doesn't need money. Not needing it now doesn't mean you won't later. Here's my card. I am very sincere about investing. I hope President Zhong will seriously consider it. If you change your mind, you can talk to me. The price is negotiable. Lu Hongyun left his business card and departed with a dark face. Only after Lu Hongyun had left did Lin Xiangjuan cast a puzzled glance toward Zhong Li. Throughout their acquaintance, Zhong Li's temperament had always been gentle. When approached by various venture capital firms and investment banks seeking funding, he had politely turned them all down. His rejection of Lu Hongyun today, however, was strikingly blunt, leaving no room for face or an easy out. That was hardly Zhong Li's usual style. Do you hold a grudge against him? Lin Xiangjuan asked softly. Not at present, but that will change soon, Zhong Li replied. What do you mean? Lin Xiangjuan's confusion deepened. This isn't the place to discuss it further. Zhong Li shook his head. He couldn't be certain whether the banquet hall harbored any listening devices, or if there were ears everywhere, and matters involving secrets were never safe to discuss openly at events like this. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangjuan refrained from pressing further. All she could do now was wait until they returned home to get the full explanation. The banquet itself offered little of substance. It was simply a gathering of merchants networking, negotiating partnerships, and expanding their social circles within elite society. After the event concluded, Zhong Li and Lin Xiangjuan departed directly. Along the way, Lin Xiangjuan finally voiced the questions that had been weighing on her mind throughout the evening. Ever since Lu Hongyun's conversation with them that night, many people had kept their distance. Zhong Li's refusal had been so direct that it left no face for anyone. Those present who overheard the incident were hesitant to approach them, fearing reputational damage and the loss of valuable connections. Lu Hongyun is plotting to dismantle our pioneer quantum. Upon hearing this answer, Lin Xiangjuan's expression shifted with alarm. She had received no prior intelligence about this. How could Zhong Li confine to the laboratory know such matters? Who told you? That young Master Qin from today? No. Zhong Li shook his head. The source doesn't matter. All you need to know is that Lu Hongyun is colluding with foreign capital, plotting to destroy Pioneer Quantum so they can acquire it. Hearing that foreign capital was targeting their company, Lin Xiangjuan's pupils contracted sharply. She now understood why Zhong Li had shown such contempt toward Lu Hongyun. If she were in his position, she wouldn't have offered any courtesy either. Which capital? Wall Street. Lin Xiangjuan's expression changed instantly. Within the financial world, Wall Street was a realm all financiers both revered and dreaded. It stood as the highest sanctuary that every financier yearned to reach. Now those international capital powers had set their sights on Pioneer Quantum. A formidable challenge indeed. Don't worry. I have a way to handle this. Continue with your regular management duties, but keep an eye on public sentiment online. They'll launch attacks against us when construction begins at headquarters. Zhong Li said. Since we know about this, can we report it to the police and take them down beforehand? Report what? With what evidence? If we alert the authorities now, it won't harm them. It will only make them lie low, which will make things harder to eliminate. I have my own moves ready. I'm just waiting for them to make their first move and reveal their weakness. Once they do, I'll crush them openly and legally, and in the process we'll gain significant exposure, Zhong Li said. Should we inform the rest of the management team? Lin Xiangjuan asked. Not yet. I plan to use this opportunity to test their adaptability and identify reliable talents to promote. Zhong Li said. The company's management team was scarce. They had progressed too smoothly so far, and anyone could navigate favorable conditions. It took a trial by fire to reveal true gold. For the company to continue growing, dependable leadership was essential. Aren't you afraid something will go wrong? Lin Xiangjuan asked. Not at all. Zhong Li answered with certainty. Lin Xiangjuan nodded. She found herself trusting Zhong Li unconditionally. Even facing Wall Street capital, she felt no fear, an impossibility she recognized with disbelief at her own transformation. She herself found it hard to believe. By the time they returned home, Zhong Li had washed up and entered the study to awaken Shihi. Shihi, did you capture Lu Hongtao and Qin Ye's conversation? I did, brotherly. Shihi placed over a dozen audio files on the desk. Over this period, Shihi had maintained close surveillance on Lu Hongtao's family and the two foreigners. Whenever they carried their phones or were near cameras, Shihi could detect their presence. Shihi had not previously reported Lu Hongtao's conversations with Qin Yi and the others to Zhong Li, as nothing particularly sensitive was discussed, nor did the topic concern Pioneer Quantum. Zhong Li listened quietly to the recordings. Once he had confirmed the sequence of events, he shut them off and went to sleep. The next day, Qin Yi arrived as promised. Yushu led him directly to Zhong Li's studio, where, like everyone else, Qin Yi couldn't help but feel curious about the space. Young Master Qin, there were some things I couldn't ask last night at the banquet, but now feels like the right time. Zhong Li cut straight to the point. Do you know Lu Hongtao? Qin Yi's eyes lit up. You know him too? Zhong Li ignored the question and pressed forward. Did he approach you about partnering on robot authorization stores? He already knew the full story from last night's recordings. This was merely formal confirmation. Something like that. Qin Yi paused to consider. During their recent outing, it was indeed Lu Hongtao who had brought it up, suggesting how popular robots had become and how profitable an authorized store could be. His father had been giving him a hard time lately, and he had been looking for something meaningful to do. Did they also suggest lending you money if you lacked sufficient funds, or letting you run the store on credit and repay once it started making profits? When you're dealing with a guaranteed profitable venture, you don't need upfront capital, Zhong Li continued. Qin Ye's pupils contracted sharply. Zhong Li actually knew about their private discussions, conversations that had only been hashed out 2 days ago. The exact wording might differ, but the meaning was unmistakable. Combined with his father's recent disapproval and his own desire to find something worthwhile, he had arranged through Qin Fengyun to meet Zhong Li the previous day. Though somewhat carefree, he was not foolish. Under Zhong Li's pointed words, something clicked into place, though he remained uncertain. Your father seems like a decent man, and I don't want him caught in this. Let me give you some advice. Stay away from Lu Hongtao. Otherwise your father won't just break your legs. He might actually kill you, Zhong Li said with heavy implication. Zhong Li's warning struck Qin Yi like thunder from a clear sky. Having grown up in a complex environment where he had absorbed the nuances of such conversations from an early age, he immediately understood the hidden meaning beneath those words. In an instant his gaze hardened. You're saying this is a trap? You're not entirely hopeless, Zhong Li replied with an approving nod. How could this be a setup? Qin Yi frowned. He couldn't see where the trap lay. Robot businesses were booming and physical stores were nowhere near saturation. On the surface it looked like a profitable venture. What if I told you that after you open your store it would fail? Would your father not be dragged into your debts? Zhong Li countered. Why would it fail? Aren't robots selling well? Then let me ask you this. What if someone wants to target my Pioneer Quantum Company? Your authorized store could get caught in the crossfire. What would you do if someone deliberately sabotaged your shop or used other tactics to disrupt your operations? Zhong Li continued. But how dare they? Qin Yi trailed off mid-sentence, suddenly realizing the impropriety of his question. He stopped himself, a chill running through him as his expression shifted. They had already dared to use him. Why wouldn't they dare anything else? Zhong Li did not disturb Qin Yi, allowing him to think on his own. Lu Hongtao intended to collaborate with Qin Yi to open a robot franchise store, planning to later shut down the store when establishing his own company, thereby causing Qin Yi to fall into debt, dragging him into the quagmire and directing Qin Ye's anger toward him. At that time it might affect Qin Shuji. Pioneer Quantum Company would be caught in a pincer attack. From Qin Ye's perspective there was no issue because he was unaware of Lu Hongtao's plan to target Pioneer Quantum, and under normal circumstances a robot store would not encounter problems. Under normal conditions the robot store was profitable. He simply did not consider the abnormal possibilities. Zhong Li knew the inside story. Although he was certain Pioneer Quantum would be fine, he could not guarantee the safety of the store Qin Yi opened, as there were too many underhanded methods. Once Qin Yi entered the game, there would be ways to set him up. Qin Yi could fail in other matters, but he could not stumble here. Qin Yi's usual carefree demeanor vanished, his expression darkened, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. If what Zhong Li said was true, he had been unknowingly used as a pawn. And all of this seemed perfectly legitimate, leaving no trace. If it came to that, he might even affect his father's future. At that point his father would truly hang him up and beat him, not to death, but he might be bedridden for a few months. Lu Hongtao wants to deal with you. His family lacks the capability. Zhong Li rarely showed disdain. The force behind him wants to deal with me. Who is behind him? Wall Street Capital. Zhong Li did not mention the Illuminati. Qin Yi did not need to know, as the nature of the matter was different. Qin Yi fell silent. He had not expected the stakes to be so high. If Pioneer Quantum encountered trouble, and an investigation by higher authorities uncovered the Lu family's ties to foreign capital and then linked him to Lu Hongtao, he would be finished. Should I tell my father about this? Qin Yi asked. This matter seemed to be of great importance. Tell him about your plan to open the store. I will inform him of the rest. You'd better cut off ties with Lu Hongtao, or this will affect you, Zhong Li said. Qin Yi left Pioneer Quantum Company and no longer mentioned the franchise store. At the leadership apartment in Zhanghai City, Qin Zheng arrived home from work, hung up his coat, and saw Qin Yi sitting gloomily on the sofa. Beside him was his wife, looking somewhat tense. Seeing this, Qin Zheng furrowed his brows, sensing a bad premonition. In trouble? No. Zhao Riyue quickly shook her head. The situation is complicated. Xiaoye, tell your father the truth. Dad, I want to see Zhong Li. Qin Yi stood up, not daring to meet Qin Zheng's eyes. In front of others he was a carefree and unbridled playboy, but before Qin Zheng he was a docile child, never daring to act out. Because he had grown up under the loving discipline of the Seven Wolves Belt. Upon hearing that he had visited Zhong Li, Qin Zheng's expression changed drastically, and he flew into a rage. You little brat. Dear, calm down first. Let him finish. Zhao Riyue hurriedly pulled Qin Zheng back. Speak. A while ago I made a few friends and they. Qin Yi recounted the plan to jointly open a robot franchise store. He did not repeat what Zhong Li had told him. As Zhong Li said, he would explain himself. Did he agree to your franchise request? Qin Zheng asked sternly. No. Upon hearing the answer, Qin Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Zhong Li sent you back to tell me, didn't he? Ugh. Qin Ye's scalp tingled. He dared not speak, effectively admitting it. You little brat, why did I have such a useless son? Don't associate with those people anymore. If you mess around again, I'll put you in a wheelchair to save me the trouble. After scolding him, Qin Zheng turned and walked into the study. It's okay. Zhao Ryue comforted him. Qin Jing's lack of further scolding indicated that the matter was not that serious. Don't go out too much lately. I'll ask Aunt Li to arrange a blind date for you. Qin Yi looked miserable. He would rather be beaten. In the study, Qin Zheng did not relax his furrowed brows, but instead dialed Zhong Li's number. As a secretary, he had seen too much in his career. Under normal circumstances, Qin Yi would not have brought this up to him. For Qin Yi to obediently come home and endure a scolding, there must be other hidden reasons. Comrade Zhong Li, I heard from Xiaoya that he went to see you. Yes, he wanted to open a robot franchise store and asked me for authorization, but I didn't give it to him. Is there anything else? There was a moment of silence on the other end before Zhong Li's voice came through. Sort of. He should have told you that it was Lu Hongtao who proposed opening the franchise store. There are some special circumstances. I have reliable information that the Lu father and son are planning to target my company. If his store runs into trouble, by then it might be hard for him to extricate himself. Zhong Li explained the situation to Qin Zheng. This was no trivial matter, the implications were too great. Lu Hongyun wants to target you. Why? What other reason could there be? He has his eyes on my company. Zhong Li replied. Qin Zheng frowned, his mind racing through Lu Hongyun's profile. As a secretary, he had some understanding of the major company heads in Zhanghai City. Lu Hongyun was among the notable figures. He had seen him at work meetings, a real estate mogul. But from his knowledge of the real estate market, Lu Hongyun simply did not have the capability to go after Zhong Li. Although Pioneer Quantum was newly established, its current strength was not to be underestimated. In business, money makes the world go round. Pioneer Quantum held tens of billions in cash reserves. No fool would dare to provoke it. With Lu Hongyun's situation, can he even touch you? He can't, but that doesn't mean others can't. Who? Wall Street Capital. At the mention of Wall Street, Qin Jing's expression changed drastically. At that moment, the nature of the matter shifted. On a small scale, it was a normal business move. On a larger scale, it was collusion with the enemy and treason. Pioneer Quantum possessed cutting-edge intelligent robot technology, unique in the world. If that technology fell into the hands of North America, it would be a catastrophe. Where did you get this information? Qin Zheng asked seriously. I cannot disclose the source, but I can assure you it is reliable. I have a plan. Once they show their hand, I will deal with them. I will keep an eye on this. If you need any help, let me know. If we can secure evidence, I will make sure they regret it. After hanging up, Qin Zheng's face was grim. Lu Hongyun and his son had dared to scheme against him. Quite audacious. This was a first. He did not press Zhong Li for the source of the information, but from his tone, it was clear he was confident. He knew Zhong Li was not simple. Besides his intelligence, he must have other means. Otherwise, how could a young man from an ordinary family achieve such success in such a short time? Thinking of Zhong Li, and then his own useless son, he grew angry. But this time Zhong Li had spotted the trap, preventing Qin Yi from being used as a pawn, which was a help. Otherwise, the subsequent trouble would have been messy. With that thought, Qin Zheng turned and left the study. This matter ends here. And stay out of trouble. If I hear you've been hanging around shady characters again, I'll beat you to death. Seeing Qin Yi in the living room, he pointed and scolded. Look at Comrade Zhong Li. He's younger than you. And look at yourself. If you had even a tenth of his intelligence and achievements, I would bow a few extra times at the ancestral rites. He's younger than you too. Qin Yi muttered. What did you say, you little bastard? The living room erupted into chaos. In Zhong Li's workshop, 4 Heavenly King robots stood silently. This was the finalized form of the Heavenly King robots. After this period of testing, the functions of the Heavenly King robots had been fully tested and were ready for deployment. Zhong Li had originally intended to name the 4 robots after the 4 demon generals, but later thought better of it and used simple numbers instead to avoid unnecessary complexity. From now on, the 4 robots would serve as his personal bodyguards, standing by his side, exuding a strong sense of security. Brotherly Yushu is outside and has something to report. The Shiha robot beside him reminded. The robots in his workshop all shared information. If someone was outside the workshop, the robot by Zhong Li would report to him. Let her in, Zhong Li said. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed in the workshop. Yushu stopped before Zhong Li, instinctively glancing at the several Heavenly King robots beside him, then took out a hard drive and handed it to Zhong Li. Boss, the headquarters bidding has concluded. The bids from various engineering teams have been delivered. As you instructed, a copy of each bid has been made, totaling 57 copies. The construction plans from the top domestic engineering teams are all in there. A top-tier project of 110 mu with a generous budget. No engineering team could resist such temptation. After Yushu left, Zhong Li activated Xia. Analyze these bids and pick out the best 9 proposals, 3 for each construction zone. Zhong Li didn't bother to read the bids and simply handed them over to the AI. To speed up the headquarters construction, the 110 mu site was divided into 3 zones, tendered separately and constructed simultaneously. The construction of the Quantum Entanglement Fish headquarters building was the most eye-catching. It was a landmark project, the most essential and lucrative part of the entire plan. Among the 50-plus bids, 28 were competing for the headquarters building zone. Xia's reading speed was incredibly fast. It took less than a minute to go through all the bids. 5 minutes later, the 9 best proposals were divided into 3 groups and displayed on the computer desktop. The main zone containing the headquarters building and central laboratory had 3 optimal proposals from different dimensions. One had the fastest construction speed with a planned duration of just 12 months, but the budget was significantly higher than the other 2, costing 7 billion yuan. Another had the lowest budget, costing only 5 billion yuan, with an 18-month timeline. A compromise proposal offered a project cost of 6 billion yuan and a 15-month timeline. All 3 companies were top-tier engineering teams, choosing any of them would be fine. During the headquarters bidding, Zhong Li had set a condition that the faster the construction time, the better. The first proposal was the fastest, requiring 12 months, a year to completion. That was the bid from China Construction 8th Engineering Bureau. Apart from the headquarters building zone, the other 2 zones included factory buildings, employee dormitories, and other laboratories. Similarly, 3 different proposals were presented to Zhong Li. So fast. Jiang Guihai looked at the results, utterly astonished. He had just handed the bids to Yu Shu, and in less than half an hour the boss had already given the answer. These bids had been collected today, sorted, and delivered to the boss. Yet in half an hour the boss had made a decision. The people responsible for the bidding, who were supposed to review the bids, hadn't even finished organizing the details. The boss's choice is the one with the highest price but the shortest construction time, an engineer told Jiang Guihai. What is the total cost for the 3 phases? 11. 5 billion yuan. Zone A, 7 billion bid from China Construction 8th Engineering Bureau. Zone B2. 5 billion bid from Jiangnan Construction. Zone C, 2 billion bid from China Railway. Are there any issues with the bids? No. When the bidding was initiated, General Manager Lin required that the shorter the construction time, the better. Therefore, the bids were all tailored to construction time. It's reasonable that the boss chose the one with the fastest construction time. A bidding manager said. Jiang Guihai dialed Lin Xiangjuan's number. The boss's decision was too fast, which made him uneasy. He needed to ask Lin Xiangjuan and Xiao Qingfeng. A project worth tens of billions was no joke. The boss used AI to analyze the bids. He probably made the decision based on the AI's recommendations. It's normal that it was fast. Lin Xiangjuan gave Jiang Guihai a definitive answer. The company's headquarters design was done by AI. Analyzing bids is a piece of cake. AI making decisions. Won't there be problems? AI only helps screen the bids the boss needs. The boss makes the final decision. Our company now relies on AI as its foundation. Lin Xiangjuan said. Jiang Guihai paused, thought carefully, and realized it was true. The company appeared to have started by selling robots, but it actually sold the intelligent system at the core of the robots. That intelligent system was the true soul of the robots. Without it, they were just big toys. With such an intelligent system, it was only reasonable that the boss had an even better advanced AI model. Xianxiu Liangzi HQ cost. As Xianxiu Liangzi announced the winning bidder for its headquarters construction, the headquarters cost quickly sparked heated discussions on the internet. The project, with a total cost of 11.5 billion yuan, caused an uproar in the engineering community. A technology headquarters project of such magnitude was rare in the country. The last one of similar scale was Huawei's RD Center Town in Shanghai. This headquarters rendering is so beautiful. This is Xianxiu Liangzi's logo, called Quantum Entanglement Fish, combined with the Central Independent Research Institute, implying a sense of round heaven and square earth. It's definitely a landmark. Costing 11.5 billion, so extravagant. Spending so much on building a headquarters, hasn't Zhong Li thought about donating some money to children in the mountains? There are still so many people in our country who don't have enough to eat or wear. Why are these internet sanctimonious hypocrites everywhere? They pop up from time to time to disgust you. Another domestic tech company has risen. It's a blessing for our Huaxia. I wouldn't mind having a few more such tech enterprises. The comment section about the Xianxiu Liangzi headquarters topic was very lively and diverse. Meanwhile, in another corner of Jianghai City, someone was secretly watching the commotion. Lu Hongtao sat on the sofa by the window of the Rose Hotel in Jianghai CBD, gazing at the plot of land for Xianxiu Liangzi's headquarters, a smile never leaving his face. He had just seen the news that the bidding for Xianxiu Liangzi's headquarters had been finalized. This was the day they had been waiting for. The announcement of the winning bidder meant that construction would soon begin. The company had been established for less than half a year, yet it dared to launch an 11 billion yuan project. Truly bold, he had to admit that Zhong Li was incredibly daring. But thinking that he would be the president of Xianxiu Liangzi in the future, his smile deepened. All of Zhong Li's efforts were just working for him. Genius, so what? Even Steve Jobs, a genius, was kicked out of Apple. No one can go against capital, not even a genius. Click. The bathroom door opened. A woman in a nightgown walked toward him, directly straddling his thighs, and smiled coquettishly. Master Lu, what's making you so happy? Tell me, and let me share the joy. I'll make you happy right now. The view from this window is nice. You lean against the window and look at that plot of land. It will be mine in the future. Lu Hongtao pushed the woman to the window, and just as he was about to lift her nightgown, he was interrupted by a phone ring. Damn. Lu Hongtao cursed darkly, but when he saw the caller ID, his expression immediately transformed into a fawning smile. Mr. Roger, is there something you need? Lu Hongtao's voice was extremely servile, like a mere servant addressing his master, completely stripping away any trace of the arrogant young master attitude he used to carry. He suppressed his restless desires, but the woman before him kept rubbing against him, fueling his frustration. Come to Jiangnan Club to talk. It's not convenient to discuss over the phone. Alright, I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Lu Hongtao turned his full attention back to the woman in front of him, and the desire he had just suppressed instantly flared up again. Young Master Lu, the view from the window is truly beautiful. Why don't you come in and take a look? 5 minutes later, Lu Hongtao emerged from the hotel fully dressed, while the woman beside him in her sexy dress still wore an expression of dissatisfaction, though she kept quiet about it. Shortly after they left, the door to the adjacent room opened. A couple stepped out and followed Lu Hongtao from a distance, the woman's cheeks still slightly flushed. This was her first time eavesdropping on something like this, making her feel rather uneasy. Lu Hongtao had no idea he was being watched. Jiangnan Club. Roger, Cody, and Crystal were browsing their phones in the lounge area, each accompanied by a beautiful woman. Upon seeing Lu Hongtao arrive, they dismissed their companions and waved him over. After the accompanying women were sent away, Lu Hongtao cautiously took his seat across from them, his servile smile never fading. Mr. Roger, do you have new arrangements? Yes. Roger set down his phone and nodded. The funds for acquiring Pioneer Quantum are ready now. Over the coming period, they will gradually flow into the country. Once Pioneer Quantum encounters problems, we will have your father step forward to acquire it. Just follow our arrangements when the time comes. How much money? $1 billion, Roger stated bluntly, without hesitation. Upon hearing this figure, Lu Hongtao's eyelids twitched. Although he was a wealthy second-generation heir, his usual expenses only reached $1 million or $2. $1 billion was a fortune beyond his current comprehension. Mr. Roger, I have a question, Lu Hongtao said hesitantly. Can such a large sum of money actually enter the country? Lu, you are greatly underestimating our Order of Light's capabilities, Roger replied with a confident smile. Not to mention $1 billion, even if it were more, they would have means to raise it. Also, even if Pioneer Quantum encounters problems, how can we ensure they sell to us? Many domestic capital groups appear to be watching them closely. Do they have money, or do we have money? Roger asked with a proud expression. Seeing Lu Hongtao could not refute it, he continued. As long as money can solve a problem, we can solve it. Even if they sell to other capital, we have ways to obtain it. Excellent. Lu Hongtao's face broke into a satisfied smile. When will we make our move? Wait for now. Once they begin construction, just follow our instructions. We will not directly acquire Pioneer Quantum. We will have you step forward on our behalf. As long as the outside world does not know we are behind you, the resistance to your acquisition of Pioneer Quantum will be greatly reduced, Roger said. He was not concerned about the Lu family father and son betraying them. When Lu Hongtao was partying abroad, he was having a wonderful time, and the Order of Light held leverage over him. They were confident they could keep this wealthy heir in line. If he disobeyed, they could send him to prison or make him vanish without a trace from this world. For this kind of lustful and arrogant young master, the Order of Light had plenty of methods at their disposal. What about public opinion? Should I go find someone? Lu Hongtao asked hesitantly. You do not need to. You must remain completely untainted. No one can trace these actions back to you, otherwise your acquisition will not succeed. We have others handling public opinion. In terms of manipulating media, we are the pioneers. Good he. Lu Hongtao burst out laughing, already envisioning the successful acquisition of Pioneer Quantum. From then on, he would be the president of a tech unicorn, a rising star in China's business world. However, they had no idea that their conversation, captured through the microphone on their nearby phones, had already been transmitted to another corner of Zhanghai City. Pioneer Zhong Li. Race humanoid. Quantum authority planetary level. Life grade first tier. Constitution 92. Intelligence 211. Science .7. Zhong Li gazed with satisfaction at his updated status panel. Unnoticed by his own senses, his intelligence had climbed past 211 and his constitution had reached 92. Yet there remained a considerable gap between his current state and the maximum 500 points achievable at the first life tier. Zhong Li contemplated setting aside time for a proper break, hoping to read more and accumulate additional science points. After bidding farewell to Shi, Zhong Li turned and departed from the Cosmic Chessboard. Brother Li, there's the latest intelligence. As soon as Zhong Li emerged, the robot controlled by Shi and stepped beside him to report. What intelligence? Regarding Lu Hongtao, Shi and played the recorded conversation for Zhong Li to hear. Upon hearing the opposing side had prepared $1 billion, Zhong Li couldn't help but admire their boldness. Converted at the exchange rate that amounted to 70 billion yuan. Such a sum would be enormous anywhere. The other side was truly going to great lengths to acquire his Pioneer Quantum. With knowledge of the opponent's resources, Zhong Li stroked his chin, contemplating how to retain this 15 billion. He certainly could not absorb such a massive sum of $1 billion. The amount was too large and would draw too much attention. But diverting it to the national treasury could also serve as a meaningful contribution, could it not? Even Wall Street's capital would feel the sting of having $1 billion confiscated in one stroke. This time he would deal them a significant blow. And do you have information about their account? Zhong Li asked. Yes, their funds are currently distributed across multiple accounts. Keep monitoring these accounts. Understood. Which channel did they mention for manipulating public opinion? It should be the North America Foundation. Roger has been in contact with them regarding this matter, Sheehan reported. Keep tabs on who they're contacting. Public opinion was the critical factor here. These people intended to attack Pioneer Quantum, and they would inevitably start by manipulating the media since they lacked other viable avenues for action. After Pioneer Quantum announced the winning bidder for the Quantum Town project, public attention briefly surged online before quickly subsiding. With the construction contract between Pioneer Quantum and the engineering firm smoothly finalized, the nation's premier engineering teams operated at full speed, driven by the promise of payment. Pioneer Quantum proved generous with its payments, offering a 35% advance that far exceeded industry norms. Subsequent payments would follow according to the agreed milestones at rates surpassing typical industry standards. With this guarantee in place, 3 top-tier engineering firms energized, as if by stimulants, rushed their machinery to the Quantum Town site overnight. Construction on Quantum Town began with great momentum. Following the commencement of the headquarters project, the volume of negative coverage targeting Pioneer Quantum online noticeably decreased. The outside world appeared to be accepting Pioneer Quantum as a newly emerged technology innovator. Yet this tranquility proved short-lived. A single news report emerged, striking like cold water into hot oil, and public opinion erupted suddenly. A surveillance video appeared online. In the footage, the Tianyu robot was holding a knife, slashing towards a little girl playing with toys. The sound of the girl crying alerted an adult who came out and stopped the robot from continuing its assault. Within less than a minute of appearing online, the video exploded in popularity, instantly topping the trending list on every platform. Various bloggers and media outlets followed suit, reposting and commenting. Xinjiang News: Tianyu robot wields knife to injure someone. Nanny or killer? Dawa Daily: a robot injury incident occurred in China. The company was established less than half a year ago. Dongya Daily: the robot technology stolen by Pioneer Quantum Company has resulted in an injury incident today. BBC: this is the world's first robot injury incident. Tianyu robot harms children. Pioneer Quantum or Pioneer Killer? Wall Street Journal: robot harms children. Many Eastern robot stocks plunge to limit down. In an instant, numerous domestic and international media influencers and pundits joined in, reposting and commenting with a deluge of doubts and abusive remarks. What a disgrace, bringing shame abroad. A company only a few months old dares to launch a robot and borrow 20 billion yuan. I'd die before believing he didn't use backdoor connections. Yeah, right. Here, even Hawking would have to stand up and toast. I've been saying it all along. Trash domestic products. Demand a thorough investigation of Pioneer Quantum Company. How did they get a 20 billion yuan loan from the bank? Wow, today I saw what a saturation attack looks like. Go to hell, still sympathizing with such a harmful company. Why didn't the robot cut you with a knife? Anyway, I dare not use this immature industrial garbage. The entire internet seemed to have detonated a troll nuke in an extremely short time. Even rational voices were instantly drowned in a sea of spittle. Within just half a day, abusive voices flooded almost every internet platform, overwhelming even the official Weibo and Douyin accounts of Pioneer Quantum Company. Finally, it also affected the official Weibo account of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, where countless curses poured in, forcing it to close its comments section. In the meeting room of Pioneer Quantum Company, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. This was the strongest cyberbullying the company had suffered since its establishment, and they had almost no chance to defend themselves. President Lin: should we launch PR now? Guan Xin's face was grim, his mood terrible. He knew someone would attack them, but hadn't expected it to be this fierce, almost overwhelming. In the past hour, the topic of Pioneer Quantum's robot injury on Weibo and Douyin had skyrocketed in popularity, surpassing 100 million. Looking at the current situation, the heat won't subside in the short term. Leave it for now. Suyun, go get the identity information of the bloggers on this list. When the time is right, send them in for a cup of tea. Lin Xiangjuan handed Suyun a list. This was the list given to her by the boss, containing the most aggressive bloggers on the internet. Suyun was about to say something, but seeing the long list, she swallowed her words. The list contained over 100 blogger names, big and small, including several with millions of followers. Remembering that Lin Xiangjuan had told her earlier that someone would target Pioneer Quantum, she immediately knew there was a backup plan. At a time like this, suing a few bloggers won't help, will it? Lu Xianxian spoke up. The boss said, "Don't move, just watch the show." Hearing this, everyone in the meeting room was stunned. They hadn't expected this to be the boss's idea. It seemed the boss was confident. Meeting adjourned. Everything as usual. If anyone wants to resign, let them. Other operations continue as normal. This is just the beginning, Lin Xiangjuan instructed. Indeed, it was just the beginning. Those who wanted to bring them down would not stop at this level of firepower. Worry flickered in everyone's eyes, but they had to execute. Over at Zhong Li's place, it was calm and peaceful. He sat leisurely in a chair reading a book, as if the online attacks didn't exist. In his view, it was just a group of disgruntled people being led by the nose, venting some accumulated resentment from their lives. Once the truth emerges, these people will hypocritically apologize, but they simply don't want to admit they were led. Such people are not worth paying attention to. He could still figure out these trivial matters. Seeing Lin Xiangjuan come up, Zhong Li put down his book and gestured for her to join him for tea. Aren't you worried at all? Lin Xiangjuan was greatly puzzled by Zhong Li's nonchalant attitude. She had thought Zhong Li had a backup plan to stop the cyberbullying, but he was doing nothing. No rush, the fish haven't taken the bait yet, Zhong Li said. Can you level with me? Lin Xiangjuan was also at her wits' end with many things she couldn't start. She knew who was targeting them, but didn't know Zhong Li's countermeasures. Zhong Li only told her to be cautious, and even didn't let her intervene with the online attacks. If we take the heat, we can make them lose $10 billion. Isn't it worth it? Zhong Li asked. Lin Xiangjuan was shocked. Could this make the Liu family lose $10 billion? Where would they get so much money? Lin Xiangjuan asked. They don't have it, but the people behind them do, Zhong Li said. Don't rush. This is just the beginning. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Over the past few months, Pioneer Quantum had developed too smoothly, without any difficulties, and we had no idea which smiling faces around us were good and which were bad. This time we'll flush them all out, and it will be much quieter in the future. All right, Lin Xiangjuan agreed through gritted teeth. After all, the company was Zhong Li's, and she was just an employee. Lin Xiangjuan could only console herself like that. How many have you sorted out? Brotherly, there are 15 already. I ignore the tiny ones. Besides, many IPs from Taiwan and Southeast Asia are useless even if sorted. Continue. After saying that, Zhong Li went back to reading. What she has sorted out were the addresses of the troll companies, the profiles of the troll leaders, and evidence of group chat screenshots. The North American Foundation had raised many dogs in China, and they all jumped out this time. If we don't kill them all at once, they'll jump out and bite again later. The online attacks and abuse did not stop because of Pioneer Quantum's silence. Instead, they grew more vicious. Seeing Pioneer Quantum silence those people went to pressure the official Weibo accounts. Accounts like Jiangnan Cultural Tourism and Transportation were flooded with jeering crowds. It seems Zhong Li really is some big shot son. Master Zhong's connections are truly impressive. Robot injures someone and no one responds. Is Jiangnan City so dark now? This is a sky-covering umbrella. Ha ha ha. Watching the overwhelming mockery and abuse on the internet, Lu Hongtao laughed heartily in the club. Now the attack had officially begun. It all depended on how long Pioneer Quantum could hold out. Once the other side couldn't bear it, it would be his turn to strike. Mr. Luo Jie, your move is truly ruthless. Lu Hongtao gave Luo Jie a thumbs up. How we can use public opinion to bring down entire countries, now it's just a company. Luo Jie smiled contemptuously as if he had just done an ordinary thing. If they don't respond in a few days, we can proceed to the next step. I want to see how many attacks they can withstand. Come, let's toast to the success of our plan. Lu Hongtao raised his glass. 1 day passed. Pioneer Quantum remained silent. 2 days passed, still no response. Online, all sorts of revelations about Pioneer Quantum continued to explode with endless streams of abuse. After 3 days, new trending topics took over the hot search list. Pioneer Quantum mass resignations, consumers mass cancel orders for temp robot. These two trending topics appeared simultaneously, striking from the aspects of employee turnover and cash flow, initiating a new wave of attacks. With the same intensity as before, nearly the entire internet was hurling insults. Under immense public pressure, Pioneer Quantum issued a lukewarm, rumor-dispelling statement on its official Weibo account. Serves you right. Companies like yours deserve to go bankrupt. Die sooner, be reborn sooner. Garbage company harming the nation. Those who are fleeing now are the clear-headed ones. Following such a company, you lose your conscience. Don't you find this suspicious? Suspicious, my ass, still defending such a company. The young Master Zhong now rules Jiangnan City with an iron fist. Any rational comment at this moment on the internet attracted endless attacks and abuse. No one dared to speak up publicly for Pioneer Quantum. President Lin, I've received 30 resignation letters, and 12 more have verbally resigned. Chang Xian, in charge of HR, was somewhat anxious, but it seemed futile. The company currently had only 500 employees, and losing 1/10 was significant. Several were from the technical department, rumored to have been poached by other robotics companies. Previously, only 1 or 2 were occasionally poached, but this time, it was a concentrated raid. Those competing companies, seeing such a golden opportunity, would not let it slip. Especially at the factory, several skilled technicians and engineers were reportedly poached. If this continued, the HR situation would be dire. It's fine, let them go. Approve all resignations immediately. No hesitation, no persuasion. Lin Xiangjuan said. Zhong Li had mentioned letting Pioneer Quantum undergo a great wave that washes away the sand, and simultaneously use this incident to promote some reliable middle management. Prepare for campus recruitment. Lin Xiangjuan instructed. Soon it would be graduation season, the company's first campus recruitment since its founding. All the malleable talents were in campus recruitment. No other measures. Chang Xian hesitated. No. If it rains, it pours. If a mother wants to remarry, let her go. Let them be. Lin Xiangjuan said nonchalantly. All the technical engineers only knew how to assemble robots. As for truly understanding robotics technology, that was pure nonsense. The The complete set of robot technology and patents was all with Zhong Li. Only one person in the company truly understood robots. The others had never participated in robot development or research. They could leave however they pleased. She didn't even bother to have them sign non-compete agreements to avoid having to pay them during their resignation period. As for consumers canceling orders, it had some impact, but not much. Currently, the information she received indicated only about 300 to 400 people were clamoring for refunds, with some organizing dozens to create a scene and generate online hype. After this storm, those who wanted to buy would still buy. Consumers who could afford robots had their own judgment and would not be swayed by such online violence. At the leadership compound in Zhonghai City, when Qin Zheng arrived home, he massaged his temples to relieve fatigue. He had been following Pioneer Quantum's situation these days, as the gambling agreement was his decision, naturally affecting him. But these issues were minor. The Municipal Bureau reported that they had found some clues and evidence, and they only needed Pioneer Quantum to file a police report to make the arrest. Now they were waiting for Pioneer Quantum to handle it. Zhong Li had told them to hold off, as there were bigger fish, so they had remained inactive. Seeing Qin Yi at home, Qin Zheng's face darkened. This prodigal son had escaped disaster this time. If Zhong Li hadn't warned him, and he had sought authorization through other connections, it would have been a complete disaster. At this moment, Qin Yi's scalp was tingling. He had been following the online events these days, and now thinking back, he was still shaken. If he had actually listened to Lu Hongtao and opened a shop together, his shop would probably have been smashed for no reason, and his identity might have been exposed. At that time, it would have truly affected his father. Dad, don't go out much lately, Qin Zheng warned. Alright, how are you handling Pioneer Quantum's situation? Qin Yi asked. This has nothing to do with you. Stay out of it, Qin Zheng said, irritably about to scold this prodigal son, but was interrupted by a phone ring. Seeing the caller ID, Qin Zheng raised an eyebrow and turned into the study. The abuse continued for 2 more days. Amidst the countless insults, another short article appeared online. An insider revealed, according to internal sources at Pioneer Quantum, due to funding security issues, the bank had frozen the company's loan funds and Pioneer Quantum was seeking financing. As soon as the news broke, the capital that had been eyeing Pioneer Quantum like hungry wolves catching a scent all contacted the company. Internet users were easily swayed, but as capital they naturally understood the situation. Some even subtly fanned the flames. Their goal was simple: to get a piece of the pie. The robot market was enormous. Currently, only Pioneer Quantum possessed the intelligent technology for nanny robots. If they could invest, they could share in the robot market. Zhong Li's share was too large and tempting. Ha, can't take it anymore. What a piece of trash. Seeing the insider news about Pioneer Quantum, Lu Hongtao burst into laughter. He was almost certain the news was accurate because he had a friend inside the industrial and commercial bank who seemed to know that the bank's senior management had an ambiguous attitude and did not deny the story. At this timing, not denying was equivalent to admitting. Even if they denied, it could be a cover-up. He knew this industry's rules too well. Such news never came out of nowhere. Because everyone knew that recently many robot users had given up on picking up their robots and were demanding their deposits back. The trending topic about canceling robots was their handiwork. They had people order robots, then concentrated on canceling orders these days. Since deposits were non-refundable per contract, they could gather other customers who also wanted to cancel and cause a stir. With many cancellations plus Pioneer Quantum's recent expansion and headquarters construction, a lot of funds had been used. If the bank froze the gambling-related funds, Pioneer Quantum's cash flow would dry up quickly. If they didn't secure financing in time, and when the headquarters construction reached a milestone requiring payment, the company would collapse completely. So at this juncture, they had to raise funds. Opportunity had arrived. Ring, the phone rang, interrupting Lu Hongtao's joy. Dad, do this well, and you'll be ready to take over my position. Okay. Hearing that he would soon take over, Lu Hongtao felt less anticipation and surprise than before. Because if he could take down Pioneer Quantum, his family's real estate business would become irrelevant to him. Robotics had far more potential and profit. His achievements would definitely surpass his father's. A total of 33 investment banks and funds had sent us emails, all expressing interest in financing, plus dozens of individual investors. Xiao Qingfeng looked at the list, secretly amazed. A fake news had attracted so many investment institutions. If they had officially released real news, the company would probably be swamped with visitors. So everyone knew the news about Tian's robot was false and guessed that someone was targeting them. Perhaps this online storm even had these people fanning the flames. Now the boss had thrown out the bait and was waiting for the fish to bite. Suddenly an employee knocked and entered the office reporting, President Xiao, there are several investors outside who want to chat with you. The fish has taken the bait. Xiao Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lu Hongtao surveyed the office area of Pioneer Quantum, a hint of disdain in his eyes, though he concealed it. Such a small office, normally, he wouldn't even bother to step inside. He had already envisioned how he would manage this company in the future. Once he took over Pioneer Quantum, his first move would be to relocate to a luxurious office building and hire as many beautiful women as possible. As he was lost in his fantasy, the group was led into the reception room. Before long, a tall and elegant beauty appeared in the reception room. Lin Xiangjuan, accompanied by Xiao Qingfeng and Yu Shu among others. Catching sight of Lin Xiangjuan, Lu Hongtao's eyes lit up. He had only heard that Pioneer Quantum had a strikingly beautiful female general manager. He had previously seen her only in photos. Seeing her in person, she was indeed stunning. Hello, General Lin. I'm Lu Hongtao. Lu Hongtao rose, extending his hand with a smile, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiangjuan with an aggressive intensity. Hello. Lin Xiangjuan nodded slightly, ignoring his outstretched paw, and sat down on the sofa opposite Lu Hongtao. You've come to our company. I hear you're here for financing. Yes. Lu Hongtao returned to his seat, unfazed by Lin Xiangjuan's rudeness. He actually preferred women with character. I've heard your company is facing financial difficulties. Coincidentally, I have some idle capital. Why not let us invest in your company? A win-win cooperation. It seems Mr. Lu is quite familiar with our company, Lin Xiangjuan said coolly. When investing, one must gather some preliminary information, isn't that so? Then I'm curious, Mr. Lu, how much are you prepared to invest, and what share do you expect? Lin Xiangjuan asked again. My investment advisor will discuss that with you. Lu Hongtao gestured to the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses beside him. At that, the man smiled at the group, took a document from his briefcase, and handed it to Lin Xiangjuan. Before coming, we had Citibank conduct a valuation of your company. The Tianyu robot is currently embroiled in a major controversy due to its immature technology. Originally, your company was valued at 300 billion, but given the technological shortcomings, the market value has essentially been halved or even reduced to a tenth. We chose to invest here, taking on considerable risk. We are confident we can help the company fix the technical flaws and relaunch the robot. Valuation at 80 billion. Lin Xiangjuan glanced at the document's conclusion with interest, then set it aside. You're really bold. General Lin, this is the valuation from a professional investment institution. You may question us, but do you have the right to question Citibank? The gold-rimmed glasses man said with a smile. I'm not questioning them. Everyone has a different perspective on value. I simply don't accept their valuation. It seems you're not genuinely interested in financing. Please leave. Lin Xiangjuan stood up. General Lin, please don't be hasty. Lu Hongtao spoke with a smile, his frivolous gaze subsiding. The price is negotiable. Actually, I also scoff at those foreign institutions' valuations. In my opinion, the technical flaws of the Tianyu robot are just minor issues. Then what does Mr. Lu think our company is worth now? At least 150 billion, double that. Those foreign institutions just want to drive down the price and force a fire sale of our country's assets to them. Lu Hongtao said. It seems Mr. Lu is quite sincere. Lin Xiangjuan smiled and sat back down. You are the one among all the suitors who has given us the highest valuation, though it still falls short of our expectations. May I ask, Mr. Lu, how much do you intend to invest? And how much equity? We plan to invest 50 billion for 33 of your shares, Lu Hongtao said confidently. 50 billion should be enough to see you through this crisis. But we have one condition. What condition? After the investment, we need the right to appoint several executives. After all, with 50 billion, we need some oversight. Which executives? CFO, HR director, and a deputy general manager in charge of market channels. 3 is enough. Lu Hongtao said. These conditions were all pre-prepared, as someone had arranged everything for him. He only needed to appear and negotiate the price, acting as a mascot to sign the contract. The conditions sound quite reasonable. Lin Xiangjuan maintained a faint smile, seemingly satisfied with the terms. Naturally, we are sincere. Lu Hongtao waved his hand grandly. This money can directly pay off the VM loan and leave a large amount of working capital, allowing the company to focus on R&D and fix the technical flaws. Mr. Lu seems quite knowledgeable about technology, Lin Xiangjuan asked with feigned surprise. Absolutely. In this era, technology is king. I've worked with my father for years, so I know how to respect technology, Lu Hongtao said with a proud smile. However, I cannot accept your conditions. Lin Xiangjuan shook her head. Hearing this, Lu Hongtao's smile vanished, and his eyes turned gloomy. Before he could speak, Lin Xiangjuan added, the company belongs to our boss. The shares are with him. Our boss believes the company is worth 180 billion. With 50 billion, you certainly cannot get 33 of the shares. Lu Hongtao raised an eyebrow, then restored his smile. She hadn't directly refused, so there was still hope. Can we meet your boss? I'll negotiate directly with him. No, because of company matters, the boss is in a bad mood lately and has a lot on his plate. He doesn't want to discuss financing these 2 days. So come back in 2 days. Then we can have a more formal meeting to discuss the financing. All right. Lu Hongtao agreed immediately. Then I won't keep you, Mr. Lu. See you the day after tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Lin Xiangjuan saw them out. We need a copy of the latest financial statements. Do you have one? The gold-rimmed glasses man said. We need to reassess your company. Then we can properly discuss the valuation. Sorry, not possible. Lin Xiangjuan shook her head. Fine. The gold-rimmed glasses man gave Lin Xiangjuan a deep look, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lin Xiangjuan saw the group out calmly, watched them get into their cars and leave, then told everyone to return to their posts. She turned and went up to the 3rd floor. Upstairs, Zhong Li stood by the window, silently watching Lu Hongtao's car disappear into the distance. Only when Lin Xiangjuan came up did he turn around. Why did you ask him to come back in 2 days? Lin Xiangjuan asked curiously. All of this was orchestrated by Zhong Li. She didn't know Zhong Li's exact intentions. They clearly didn't need financing, yet he agreed to negotiate. Zhong Li had said he wanted to swindle the other side out of $10 billion, nearly 70 billion RMB. If they were genuinely negotiating financing, it would be impossible to cheat them out of 70 billion. They knew that the company's current market value was far more than 180 billion. Everything was an act. To catch a big fish, you have to let it run. If you agree too readily, the other side will smell a trap, Zhong Li said. Lin Xiangjuan was stunned. Thinking it over, it seemed to make sense. After the group left, Lu Hongtao headed straight to the Jiangnan club. After meeting Roger and Chris, he briefly recounted what had happened at Pioneer Quantum. The gold-rimmed glasses man was an assistant sent by Roger. He would have already reported everything, so there was no need for details. Mr. Roger, they asked me to come back in 2 days. It seems they're not in a hurry, Lu Hongtao said. No, not necessarily. Roger shook his head. I received intelligence that the money they have at ICBC hasn't been touched recently. It's almost certain that the funds have been frozen. But the robots they sold earlier should have brought in several billion in cash. Is several billion a lot? Their headquarters construction has started. When the construction period ends, they'll have to pay the contractors. The headquarters construction takes a year. Within that year, they need to prepare at least 10 billion in working capital, Roger said. So you mean they might be pretending not to be anxious? No, it's that many people are approaching them for financing, and they want a higher price. Roger said. Lu Hongtao looked as if he finally understood. Then what should we do? Lu, don't rush. They didn't reject our condition of appointing financial and HR executives. That makes things easy. Even if we give them a bit more money now, we can take it back later. Roger patted Lu Hongtao on the shoulder, looking confident. 2 days passed, a very short span of time. When Lu Hongtao returned to Pioneer Quantum, he brought a professional team with him, including lawyers and investment experts. The group of 8 had barely entered the door when a robot ushered them into the conference room. Shortly after, Zhong Li and Lin Xiangjuan appeared. Zhong Li looked different from before. He deliberately left some stubble and had pulled an all-nighter the previous evening, making every effort to appear fatigued and stressed. When Zhong Li appeared, all eyes turned to him. Seeing his disheveled appearance, several of them exchanged knowing glances. The look on his face made it clear that recent events had weighed heavily on him. It was only natural. Zhong Li was so young, and he had enjoyed such smooth development before suddenly facing such intense cyberbullying. This state of affairs was to be expected. From Zhong Li's demeanor, it was nearly possible to deduce that Pioneer Quantum was truly short on funds. If so, they held the upper hand in these financing negotiations. Let us get to the point, Lin Xiangjuan said. We value our company at 200 billion. If you wish to invest 50 billion, we can only offer 25% equity. Hearing this, the members of Lu Hongtao's side exchanged glances. The bespectacled man beside Lu Hongtao shook his head. The valuation is too high. After reassessing your company, our maximum offer is 150 billion. That's too great a difference. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Lin Xiangjuan shrugged. Before anyone could rise, Lu Hongtao spoke to stop them. The valuation matter is open to negotiation. 200 billion is indeed too high. Your company currently has product defects and operational issues, so we certainly cannot offer such a high valuation. But let us meet halfway, 170 billion. 5 billion in investment for 30% equity. No. Zhong Li shook his head. Brother Zhong Li, 5 billion in cash. This sum alone could bring Pioneer Quantum back from the brink and elevate it to become a top-tier technology company in China, rivaling giants like DJI, Lu Hongtao said, tempting him. Our company's products have no issues, Zhong Li stated. Recently, the market is full of robot-related scandals. The incident involving robots injuring people has yet to subside, and yesterday, I saw news reports about robot battery fires. 170 billion is already an extremely generous offer on our part. Lu Hongtao sat upright, but a sly smile played at the corners of his mouth. The robot injury incidents had been fabricated by his own side, and naturally the robot fires were also manufactured by them. Those are just online smears against us. Zhong Li defended. Lu Hongtao leaned back in his chair and smiled. Whether it's true or not, we do not care. We only see the numerous flaws and immaturities in your company. Introducing our experienced capital and management would be highly beneficial for your company's development. Very well, 180 billion. That is the lowest we can go. Zhong Li relented slightly. Hearing this, several people across the table felt a surge of joy. Zhong Li's willingness to negotiate meant he was implicitly acknowledging those fabricated robot accidents. Lu Hongtao glanced at the bespectacled man beside him, who gave him a subtle nod signaling acceptance. 180 billion will suffice, but we have conditions. As previously discussed with Mr. Lin, we require 3 executive appointment positions. Last time it was 33% equity. Now with 5 billion, you would only receive 27.7%. We will give you 2 executive positions instead. Then I will increase my offer. 6 billion for 33.4%. All eyes turned to Zhong Li. His expression had lightened considerably compared to when he first entered, suggesting the pressure had eased somewhat. We need cash paid in full up front. Impossible, the bespectacled man rejected. After signing the contract, only a portion of the financing will be transferred. The remainder will be distributed in installments based on your financial situation. We have risk control requirements. An oppressive silence fell over the conference room, with everyone's attention fixed on Zhong Li. 6 billion. This was the test they were setting. They wanted to see whether Zhong Li could resist such temptation. Under different circumstances, they themselves would certainly not refuse these terms. However, based on my understanding, Liu family's Jiangnan real estate could never produce such a large cash flow. How am I supposed to verify whether you actually possess these funds? That is not something you should be considering. After the contract is signed, if the money fails to arrive, that constitutes a breach of contract on our part. Once again, silence descended upon the conference room. They could all perceive Zhong Li's immaturity and inexperience in these matters. But upon reflection, this was entirely reasonable. They did not believe a genius student who had succeeded through sheer luck should demonstrate such sophistication. What he was displaying now was exactly what one would expect from someone his age. The shrill ring of a telephone broke the silence in the conference room. Everyone turned to look at the source, the phone in Yushu's hand. Before anyone could question this, Yushu's expression changed abruptly. She hurriedly handed the phone to Zhong Li, saying, "Boss, this is from Qin Shuji." Zhong Li took the phone, glanced at it, and immediately answered, walking toward the door of the conference room. Inside, the others exchanged puzzled glances as the atmosphere grew quiet once more. Lu Hongtao and his companions frowned deeply. They recognized who Qin Shuji was when Yushu mentioned the name. Something seemed to have shifted. Minutes later, Zhong Li returned to the conference room, looking remarkably relaxed, a faint smile playing on his lips. "We are no longer pursuing the financing. Apologies to everyone." Upon hearing this, Lu Hongtao and his party's faces turned drastically pale. "Why?" Lu Hongtao demanded immediately. "Earlier, the state-owned assets agreed to invest in us. Their valuation is higher than yours. They are willing to offer 200 billion, Zhong Li stated directly. "Brother Zhong Li, this cannot be done. We were getting along so well," Lu Hongtao said, his face darkening. If Zhong Li accepted the Jiangnan state-owned assets investment, all their extensive efforts would ultimately serve to benefit the state-owned sector. If Pioneer Quantum fell into the hands of other companies, perhaps they could find ways to acquire it. But in state-owned hands, they did not dare even imagine it. "Business is fundamentally about the highest bidder winning," Lin Xiangjuan interjected. After receiving a signal from the bespectacled man, Lu Hongtao hastily rose to his feet to prevent Zhong Li and his party from leaving. "We can also offer 200 billion. Damn it. Fuck." At the Jiangnan club, Lu Hongtao smashed his wine glass, venting the fury churning within him. They had been on the verge of finalizing the deal with Pioneer Quantum at a valuation of 180 billion, but state-owned capital had suddenly thrust itself into the picture. Now they were forced to raise their offer. Still fuming, Lu Hongtao hurled the ashtray beside him against the wall, only slightly pacifying his rage. Beside him, Roger and Chris wore equally grim expressions. The team had already briefed them on the negotiation process, confirming that Zhong Li was in urgent need of funds, and that the 180 billion valuation had genuinely tempted him. But at the critical moment, the Jiangnan State Assets Department had called, prompting Zhong Li to completely overturn his previous favorable terms. "Do you think Zhong Li might be lying to us?" After venting his frustration, Lu Hongtao had calmed somewhat and resettled on the sofa to ask, "What could he possibly deceive us about?" Roger took a sip of wine, his face darkening as he replied, "The authorities must have discovered that someone deliberately smeared Pioneer Quantum. Knowing that financing was underway, they simply moved ahead of us." "Damn those opportunistic vultures," Lu Hongtao cursed angrily. They didn't believe the smear campaign against Pioneer Quantum went unnoticed. What surprised them was that the authorities, aware of the situation, chose not to act themselves, but instead seized the opportunity to finance Pioneer Quantum. That bunch was more cunning than him, hoping to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. "We'll have the money ready. 5 days is more than enough. As long as we secure shares in Pioneer Quantum and obtain key executive positions, siphoning off their technology will be trivial," Roger said. Although this meant spending an extra 20 billion beyond their initial plan, Wall Street's true valuation of Pioneer Quantum approached 1 trillion. The empty robotics market was one thing, but the intelligent core and algorithms inside were what truly held value. The market hadn't yet realized it. People only saw that robots were profitable, failing to recognize that intelligent algorithms were the genuine core value. They needed to acquire that intelligent algorithm before the outside world caught on. Wall Street had invested hundreds of billions of dollars in AI large models, but the application layer had never achieved a breakthrough. If they could obtain Pioneer Quantum's intelligent algorithm for $10 billion, it would propel Silicon Valley's AI technology to a higher level. Their previous investments would not be in vain. That was why they cared little for this $10 billion. They only sought the intelligent technology behind the Tiannu robot. Online attacks against Pioneer Quantum continued, though they had lost their initial ferocity. Within Shanghai City, an eerie silence reigned. Normally, a company facing such severe cyberbullying would immediately call the police. But Pioneer Quantum had remained silent, seemingly preparing for something. Other investment banks appeared to catch wind of developments and sent teams to establish contact with Pioneer Quantum. None of this was hidden. The professional firms watched everything unfold. 5 days later, when the appointed time arrived, Lu Hongtao and his group once again stood at the entrance of Pioneer Quantum. Shi, seal off the phone signals of the Liu father and son, those two foreigners, and everyone on this team. Don't let any calls disturb them, Zhong Li instructed. Understood, Shi replied. Now send all the evidence anonymously. Make sure to disguise the IP addresses, Zhong Li added. Roger that. Time to close the net. Director Qin, the bureau has received a special document. Zhou Yiping hurried toward Qin Zheng, his expression grave as he delivered the news. The documents contained damning evidence of Jinhong Real Estate's cutting corners, money laundering, tax evasion, bribery, and illicit transfer of domestic assets. Pages upon pages of it. The financial problems within Jinhong Real Estate were severe and shocking. Additionally, there was evidence of the Liu father and son embezzling funds and misappropriating company money. Who sent this? Qin Zheng asked gravely. Anonymous. The IP traces overseas. No way to trace it, Zhou Yiping replied. Send people to seize control of Jinhong Real Estate immediately. Qin Zheng made his decision without hesitation. Is Pioneer Quantum currently in financing talks with people from Jinhong? Detain the Liu father and son right away. Make it fast. Yes. Zhou Yiping quickly departed. Qin Zheng instinctively thought of Zhong Li. This was no coincidence. This young man was becoming increasingly fascinating. Throughout the cyberbullying and defamation campaign, Zhong Li had never asked for their help, not even filing a public police report. It must have all been building toward this moment. Pioneer Quantum headquarters. After Lu Hongtao and his party entered the reception room, Zhong Li and his team failed to appear, leaving him somewhat puzzled. He had a nagging feeling that something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint what. The entire group waited in the reception room for a full half hour before someone finally came to escort them to the conference room. Inside the conference room, Zhong Li and Lin Xiangjuan were already seated. Seeing this, Lu Hongtao's expression darkened. He could sense the ominous atmosphere. Brother Zhong Li, shall we discuss the financing details now? Though uneasy, Lu Hongtao suppressed his discomfort. Sure, let's hear the details. Zhong Li leaned back in his chair, calmly observing Lu Hongtao as though watching a clown perform. Upon completion of the financing, the initial funding will be transferred to your designated account on the same day. The man with wire-rimmed glasses began detailing the terms. Zhong Li barely responded, simply listening quietly. After roughly half an hour, the man with glasses had exhausted all his conditions. We've prepared 70 billion in cash. As soon as the financing agreement is signed, the money hits your account today, Lu Hongtao said with a proud smile. Any additional conditions? Zhong Li countered. Not at present, Lu Hongtao replied. Very well. A smile curled Zhong Li's lips. No sooner had he spoken than the conference room door burst open. A contingent of police officers streamed in, plunging the room's atmosphere to freezing point. Everyone instinctively turned to the lead officer. Comrade Zhong Li, apologies for the disturbance. Gao Ming glanced around the room, then turned his gaze to Lu Hongtao. We've uncovered certain cases requiring Comrade Lu Hongtao to come to the bureau to assist with our investigation. Your cooperation, I'm afraid, cannot proceed for now. What's this about? Does it involve my Pioneer Quantum? Zhong Li asked curiously. We need to investigate before I can answer you. Very well. Please proceed. Zhong Li showed no concern, as though everything unfolded exactly as expected. Lu Hongtao's face contorted in shock. His body trembled like trembling leaves, his finger quivering as he pointed at Gao Ming. I haven't committed any crime. What do you mean by this? Whether you've committed a crime or not isn't determined by your own words. Take everyone back with you. Gao Ming waved his hand. Several officers immediately slapped handcuffs on Lu Hongtao while the rest of the party was detained. Meanwhile, at Jinhong Real Estate, Lu Hongyun was in his office embracing his secretary and savoring tea, awaiting good news from Pioneer Quantum. Suddenly his office door was violently kicked open. A manager scrambled in, crawling and rolling, his face etched with terror. What's all this rushing about? Lu Hongyun shoved the secretary off his lap and roared, his face dark with anger. The police are here. The manager seemed to have expended his last ounce of strength. Before the words had fully left his mouth, several officers appeared in his office. Comrade Lu Hongyun, we are the Economic Crime Investigation Division. There are matters requiring your assistance at the station. The officer presented his credentials. Lu Hongyun stiffened. His face already flushed with fury, visibly drained of color, and he collapsed into his chair. It was over. At the Jiangnan Club, Roger and Chris were leisurely drinking wine, enjoying massages from beautiful women. They occasionally pinched the masseuses, letting out cackling laughs. They were waiting for Lu Hongtao's return with champagne already prepared nearby. When Lu Hongtao came back, they would celebrate. Do you think they'll succeed in the negotiation? Roger asked. Chinese people are very foolish. Just stir up a little trouble online, and they'll bite each other. Pioneer Quantum is facing financial difficulties now, so they'll definitely need financing. We're offering more money, so there shouldn't be any problem, Chris said. I completely agree with you, haha. Roger laughed heartily. Financing Pioneer Quantum, though somewhat bumpy, had gone smoothly enough. They didn't believe that Zhong Li, a young man, could be unmoved by 70 billion in cash. Clatter, clatter. The noisy footsteps interrupted their leisure. A dozen plainclothes police officers approached them, startling the masseuses, who immediately stood up, crouched down with their heads in their hands, their movements remarkably practiced. Arrest them. The leading middle-aged man gestured, and his team quickly moved forward handcuffing Roger and Chris. The two who had been enjoying massages were instantly dumbfounded. Shit. On what grounds are you arresting me? I want to see my ambassador. Let me go. Their struggles were futile. Take them away. The middle-aged man said unceremoniously, ordering the pair to be escorted out. Wait. A manager in a suit rushed over, sweating on his forehead. Officers, what crime have they committed? Who are you? The middle-aged man stared coldly at the newcomer. Under that gaze, the club manager felt a chill, his expression turning grave. He stammered. I'm the manager of Jiangnan Club. Could there be some misunderstanding? These two guests are foreigners. They couldn't possibly have committed a crime, right? Do I need to explain their crime to you? Are foreigners your fathers? The middle-aged man snapped coldly. Move aside. If you obstruct justice, I'll deal with you too. The manager instinctively stepped back. The group escorted the struggling pair away, leaving the manager drenched in cold sweat. 70 billion. Upon hearing Zhou Yiping's report, Qin Zheng's expression shifted. The Jiangnan real estate account held 70 billion yuan intended for purchasing shares in Pioneer Quantum. After the Liu father and son were placed in the interrogation chairs, they confessed everything, hoping for leniency in exchange for cooperation. The 70 billion was foreign money. Wall Street wanted to buy Pioneer Quantum through the Liu family attempting to acquire the intelligent robot technology. Moreover, the recent cyberbullying and smear campaigns against Pioneer Quantum were all orchestrated by two foreigners preparing for this financing. This involved the North American Foundation. But it was unexpected that just as they were about to reach an agreement with Pioneer Quantum, they were arrested. Liu Hongtao confessed that the two foreigners were waiting at the Jiangnan Club for news while they were negotiating with Pioneer Quantum, Zhou Yiping said. He left the decision to Qin Zheng. There might be deeper implications. Qin Zheng tapped his fingers on the desk, contemplating his next move. Zhong Li had told him before that the people behind the Liu family's attempt to target Pioneer Quantum were from Wall Street in North America. He wasn't surprised by the foreign involvement. Just then the phone on Qin Zheng's desk rang. They both paused. After answering, Qin Zheng's furrowed brow relaxed and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Yiping is Jiangnan real estate involved in money laundering and tax evasion? Qin Zheng asked, looking up. Yes, from the evidence exposed in that document, it's almost certain. We're auditing Jiangnan real estate now. The full details will be known in a couple of days, and there might be more. Zhou Yiping said. Qin Zheng nodded. 70 billion. If that money were handled as money laundering or used to cover Jiangnan real estate's years of tax evasion and unfinished projects, it would be just right. Zhong Li had tricked the Wall Street capital out of 70 billion, presenting it as a gift. The National Security Comrades just called. The two are suspected of espionage, money laundering, and have been detained. You spread the word, investigate this case thoroughly. Find out the truth as soon as possible to give the public and Pioneer Quantum an answer, Qin Zheng said sternly. Understood. Zhou Yiping hurriedly turned and left. In the upper-class circles of Shanghai City, a shadow seemed to loom. The arrest of the Liu father and son and the investigation of Jiangnan real estate involved too many things. The upper circles had caught wind of the news from their own channels. An eerie calm settled over the entire city. The black articles and comments cyberbullying Pioneer Quantum seemed to vanish overnight. The overwhelming attacks of the previous day were gone without a trace. Sensing something amiss, many influencers and experts began deleting their posts and comments targeting Pioneer Quantum. But it was too late. That day, the hashtag Pioneer Quantum reports to police quickly topped the charts. Here it comes. The past 2 weeks have been so frustrating. Just now reporting to the police. Your PR team should all resign. I saw that expert deleting his posts, haha. Deleting now is a bit late. Pioneer Quantum has probably already secured all the evidence. The internet was once again dominated by news about Pioneer Quantum. The repercussions of this police report didn't stop there. 3 days later, the owner of the account that first broke the robot injury story was arrested in a dark, shabby rented room. He eventually confessed that someone had sent him a video and paid him 2,000 yuan to post it online. The buyer of the robot also admitted under police investigation that the robot had been privately modified and used a remote control to cause the injury. Even the recent incident of a robot battery catching fire was revealed to be a deliberate act of removing the battery's heat sink and igniting it. The truth came out, attracting countless netizens. Here we go, let's watch the drama. Indeed, the living environment of online trolls is those dark, unseen corners. Where are those who mocked Pioneer Quantum before? Come out and take a bow. I've been feeling wronged for Pioneer Quantum over the past 2 weeks. Damn, I once defended Pioneer Quantum in a QQ group, saying not to jump to conclusions, and got swarmed by trolls. Today I finally have the chance to fire back, and they're all hiding like turtles. I feel this is more than just cyberbullying. There's definitely something deeper we don't know. A wave of enthusiasm swept the internet. The media that had followed the trend to smear Pioneer Quantum saw their comment sections flooded with netizens, accompanied by endless mockery. Those who bully online will be bullied in return. The netizens who had stayed silent, holding back their anger, now let loose, completely turning into raging warriors. But the news didn't stop there. Pioneer Quantum's counterattack exceeded everyone's expectations. Shinsu Quantum commissioned 3 top-tier law firms to sue 218 bloggers. The hype from Xianxiu Quantum's police report had not yet dissipated when another trending topic appeared on the top of various platforms. Xianxiu Quantum entrusted 3 prestigious law firms, Jiangnan, Fenghua Daxing, and Tianxing, to file lawsuits against 218 bloggers, prominent experts, and media enterprises involved in the dissemination of rumors and cyberbullying targeting Xianxiu Quantum. If Xianxiu Quantum wins the case, the 218 bloggers will jointly bear the 1 billion in goodwill damages and partial order losses claimed by Xianxiu Quantum. Each blogger will bear no less than 5 million in economic loss compensation. The news instantly ignited the internet. While Xianxiu Quantum's reckoning has begun. Over the past half-month, I witnessed an unprecedented cyberbullying event. Now Zhong Li has finally begun to settle accounts with these trolls. Xinjiangbao deleted their article and apologized. The official Xianxiu Quantum replied below, "Go talk to the lawyers, haha." A certain expert who admires foreign things also deleted his post, but it seems a bit late. His name is on the list of those sued. Law firm, thank you all for the business. 3 years' income has been completed in one go. The goodwill and economic losses of Xianxiu Quantum this time are enough to bankrupt these bloggers. Another person has posted an apology begging for mercy. Xianxiu Quantum's single move made the bandwagon marketing accounts tremble with fear, closing their accounts and fleeing overnight. Some bloggers fled abroad overnight, daring not to stay in the country. After the situation escalated, Xianxiu Quantum applied for case filings against some bloggers for spreading rumors and cyberbullying, restricting them from leaving the country. The news continued to ferment. Those who had previously thought Xianxiu Quantum was a soft persimmon to be squeezed that will now realize they had kicked a steel plate. Many of those sued deleted their articles and apologized, but were publicly rejected by Xianxiu Quantum. That's right, what's the use of an apology? If apologies worked, why would we need the police? Xianxiu Quantum's counterattack this time is so satisfying it cleared my blocked ducks. 2 bloggers have already been caught at the airport. This is the internet satisfaction story I've been waiting for. Ha ha ha. I apologize for my previous remarks mocking Xianxiu Quantum. What use is your apology? It's worthless. With just a few words from your lips, you want to ease your conscience. It's because of trash like you that some people are driven to suicide by cyberbullying. Hypocrite. Those who can be swayed by online rumors are brainless. The above is not entirely correct. They may not be brainless, but rather dissatisfied with life and need to vent their grievances online. All kinds of opinions spread, and no one sympathized with those bloggers because over the past half-month they knew the intensity of the attacks Xianxiu Quantum had suffered. Wang Suijun felt his scalp tingle as he watched the trending news online. 2 weeks ago, he received an order of 500 yuan, the content of which was to forward and fabricate negative articles about Xianxiu Quantum regarding the robot injury incident. Such matters were no novelty to him. He was a seasoned professional, so he took the job without hesitation. In the past, the companies he had attacked would usually send him a warning to delete the posts, or if the claims were factual, they would pay him some money to take them down. But this time, Xianxiu Quantum made no move at all, not even sending him a single message. Now, with Xianxiu Quantum suing 218 bloggers, he realized the gravity of the situation. Last night, he had already ordered the deletion of all the negative articles, but he still felt uneasy. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the studio. Several police officers burst through the door. Everyone crouch down with your hands on your heads. Don't move. Behave. Wang Suijun felt a blackness before his eyes. It's over. News law enforcement in multiple provinces received reports and successfully dismantled several paid poster studios. At the peak of public sympathy for Xianxiu Quantum online, another news story emerged, adding fuel to the existing fire. The news revealed a large amount of information. These paid posters had participated in the negative articles and cyberbullying targeting Xianxiu Quantum over the past 2 weeks. 16 paid poster studios, 182 key personnel, over 300 mobile phones and computers used as tools, nearly 100 accounts issued more than 200 negative articles, and hundreds of thousands of defamatory comments across various platforms, earning over 5 million yuan. The numbers were staggering. Netizens who were just watching the drama were shocked by the data. As soon as the news was released, the organized cyberbullying against Xianxiu Quantum suddenly vanished, and online public opinion took a complete reversal within a few days. With the press conference of the Jiangnan City Public Security Bureau, the public opinion was pushed to its climax. Recently, our city has cracked multiple cases of foreign espionage. Some enterprises in our city acted as accomplices to foreign spies attempting to finance and acquire high-value local enterprises to obtain core technologies. Jiangnan Real Estate is suspected of money laundering, tax evasion, asset transfer, etc. The company is now under supervision, and Lu Moyun and Lu Motao have been detained. The specific case is under further investigation. Regarding the cyberbullying incident against Xianxiu Quantum, we have investigated and clarified that it was a conspiracy orchestrated by foreign spies attempting to obtain Xianxiu Quantum's core technology. We hope that netizens will keep their eyes open and not be deceived by online rumors. After the press conference of the Jiangnan City Police, a huge wave erupted on the internet. While foreign elements are involved, where are those fools who followed the crowd to curse? Come out and show yourselves. I said earlier that something was fishy, but I was chased and cursed for 3 days. Which enterprise exactly colluded with foreign personnel? Why not disclose it? Isn't the above information clear enough? Xianxu Quantum's counterattack this time was really thorough. Bloggers, experts, and now the paid poster studios, none of them escaped. Even the spies didn't get away. I always felt that many internet influencers were paid to smear our country. This time it's confirmed. The reversal of online public opinion significantly reduced the negative news about Xianxu Quantum from the earlier period. North America, Manhattan. Baylade Group Headquarters, AI Investment Management Team Office. Bang bang bang. The sound of breaking glass kept coming from the office of the team leader Dagash Mehta. The people in the office area could only twitch their eyelids, not daring to approach. After a moment, the sound of smashing things in the office stopped. The office was now in a mess. The anger on Dagash Mehta's face had not yet dissipated. News had come back from China that Roger, Cody, and Chris Tar had been arrested, and the $10 billion they had used to finance Xianxu Quantum were all frozen. That was the fund of their AI Investment Management Department. The entire department's funds were only $160 billion, and much of it had been invested in various artificial intelligence large models around the world through various channels. Investment has its wins and losses, he accepted that. But this time he lost the most. He had tasked Roger with the financing of Xianxu Quantum to obtain its shares in technology, but unexpectedly $10 billion were completely wiped out. Roger was caught, and even the funds they intended to use to finance Xianxu Quantum were frozen, likely to be confiscated. They lost everything. That money had entered China through special channels, and was even deposited into the account of a certain real estate company in China, leaving no chance to explain or retrieve it. How to explain? Should they say that Baylade Group engaged in espionage to obtain Xianxu Quantum's technology? If other capital dared to swallow Baylade's funds, he had ways to make the opposing boss return them personally. But this time it was the Chinese authorities who acted. Now he could only rage helplessly. Damn it. The more Dagash thought, the angrier he became, and he casually smashed the only remaining pin holder beside him. Suddenly the phone rang, dispelling half of his anger. After composing himself, he answered the call. Bitcoin is in trouble. At the digital assets department of Baylade Group, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Bitcoin had just plummeted by 20, only to recover to its original level within less than half a minute. Such violent fluctuations were not ordinarily a major concern, as their positions were sufficient to withstand the crash without liquidation. However, the problem arose when during the Bitcoin crash, all computers in the department suddenly malfunctioned. Several accounts inexplicably had their leverage increased 20-fold and executed sell orders. Just as they sold, Bitcoin instantly rebounded to its original level. This entire process lasted less than a minute. By the time they regained their composure, the outcome was already sealed. The round trip resulted in a loss of $15 billion. Bitcoin, once worth $50 billion, was now worth only $35 billion after a single minute. In the digital currency department, everyone remained eerily silent, afraid to leave their seats or even touch their computers. What happened? Someone tell me what happened. Robert Mitnick roared at the staff as he arrived at the office area. Since the establishment of their digital assets department, such an absurd incident had never occurred. They had always been the ones harvesting the market, but this time it seemed they had been harvested themselves. Half a minute, $15 billion. His heart was bleeding. He was uncertain whether he could retain his position as head of the digital assets department. The computers malfunctioned. We suspect a hacker infiltrated our system, a trading manager responded reluctantly. Computer malfunction. Are you out of your mind? Our security system at Baylade is 10 times stronger than that of the White House and the Pentagon. Which hacker could infiltrate without a trace? Mitnick roared at the manager who had spoken. Shortly after, the technical department personnel hurried in and began taking over the computers in the office area. This incident was significant. Without uncovering the cause, there was no way to account to the group. Technical experts were examining the computers, and the office staff waited anxiously beside them every second to torment. An hour later, the technical experts stopped examining the computers and looked at Mitnick. Director, we found no internal cause within the computers. Then how did this accident occur? Where is the network security? Or should I believe there is a mole within the company? Mitnick asked with a dark expression. We checked the firewall and logs. There were no signs of any tampering. Our company's network security is 10 times stronger than the Pentagon's. It is impossible to breach. The technical expert stated confidently. Baylade Group managed assets worth trillions of US dollars, and its network security requirements were higher than any other place in the world. Even giants like Microsoft, Google, and the Pentagon had records of internal servers being breached by hackers, but Baylade Group had never experienced a hacker intrusion that went completely unnoticed. Damn it, call people in to investigate all traitors, Mitnick said grimly. As the news spread, the office area became agitated, but given the magnitude of the incident, no one could refuse to be investigated. None of those present knew that the source of this phantom intrusion would never be found. On the other side of the ocean, at Jiangnan Mansion, Zhong Li was in the study listening to Shiha's report on the situation. The content was precisely what had happened at Baylade Group. The sudden 20 drop in Bitcoin, followed by its recovery in the global financial circle, was orchestrated by Shiha. Through this round trip, she had earned $17 billion and completely cleared the Bitcoin previously held in the accounts. Under Shiha's control, Beilade Group suffered a loss of $15 billion in this fluctuation. Combined with the $10 billion lost in the earlier scheme against Xianxu Quantum, the total loss amounted to $25 billion. It could be said that Beilade Group had suffered extremely heavy losses this time. Such losses were the kind that could not be publicly disclosed, as doing so would easily trigger external doubts about their professional competence. Currently, the external funds total $37 billion, she has said. Distribute them across different accounts to avoid attention. Zhong Li instructed. This money would serve a purpose when necessary. The outside world would only perceive it as a mysterious capital harvesting the financial markets, but never suspect him. I will. Go to sleep. The next day, when Zhong Li arrived at the company, he could clearly sense a different atmosphere. The company had suffered cyberbullying, and everyone had been affected to varying degrees, feeling immense oppression. Now that the truth was out, the atmosphere was slightly lighter than before. But Zhong Li could clearly feel that they were still holding back a surge of emotion. Yu Shu informed Qin Fu to come here. Okay. Yu Shu immediately contacted Qin Fu via her phone. When Qin Fu arrived at Zhong Li's studio, he was still preoccupied with the brain-controlled smart prosthetic limb. During this period, he had been the most focused. He had not paid attention to the company's cyberbullying incident. Instead, he led his team immersed in the brain-controlled smart prosthetic limb project. He believed in letting professionals handle their own affairs. He never doubted that a company with such advanced technology would collapse under a wave of online abuse. How is the testing of the brain-controlled smart prosthetic limb going? Zhong Li asked directly. Very well, very stable. When mentioning the brain-controlled smart prosthetic limb, Qin Fu's face unconsciously lit up with excitement. It can even handle chopsticks. His mother was among the testers, having lost one hand. The brain-controlled smart prosthetic limb could perform such incredibly detailed daily tasks as holding a bowl with the prosthetic limb and picking up chopsticks. And it improved with use. This proved that the brain-controlled technology was very mature. Currently, the product has no bugs or anomalies. I personally believe it is now ready for practical application and can be launched onto the market. Qin Fu said. This period had been the most fulfilling time of his career. His mother had returned to a normal life. Next, they would help countless disabled individuals like his mother regain normalcy. This product was a great blessing. I called you here to discuss this. You should coordinate with the production department to prepare for the launch of the brain-controlled smart prosthetic limb. During this time, Zhong Li had taught Qin Fu all the technologies he could. Now, aside from the brainwave data analysis algorithm for the non-invasive smart brain-controlled device, Qin Fu was clear on all other techniques and no longer required Zhong Li's personal presence. Okay. Qin Fu straightened his chest in agreement and then hurried away. After he left, Zhong Li called for Lin Xiangjuan. The brain-controlled smart prosthetic limb project is ready. You prepare the launch event for the smart prosthetic limb. I'll provide an outline for the technology and content, and you can have someone liaise with Qin Fu. Lin Xiangjuan felt a surge of energy. Having just endured the cyberbullying with its aftermath, not yet fully dissipated, launching the brain-controlled smart prosthetic limb at this time would be a powerful shot in the arm for the company. When do you plan to start? Where will it be held? Can it be arranged in 1 month? Zhong Li thought for a moment and asked. Yes, right now everyone is at their most motivated. Lin Xiangjuan gave a definite answer without hesitation. Then it's set for 1 month. Start preparing the outsourcing of brainwave sensor manufacturing now. For technical matters, consult Qin Fu. If he can't solve it, then come to me. Zhong Li said. Smart prosthetic limbs cannot be mass-produced to a standard. They need to be customized for each individual. However, the non-invasive smart brain-computer interface device can be mass-produced. With the new work, Xianxu Quantum, like a freshly activated precision machine, quickly went into motion. The cyberbullying incident had left the entire company holding back a surge of frustration. Although the truth had come to light, they still felt deeply aggrieved. A sufficiently stunning technology launch event would allow everyone in the company to vent their pent-up feelings thoroughly. A teaser for the new product launch appeared on Pioneer Quantum's official Weibo and Douyin accounts. Pioneer Quantum new product launch teaser. The event's theme slogan, "Think what you think, do what you do," was directly presented in the preview. Unlike the previous robot launch, this one followed a standard preheating process. Given the recent surge in topic popularity and heat around Pioneer Quantum, the launch teaser was immediately shared by all sides. Guess what product is being released this time? Pioneer Quantum started with robots. I think it's a modified version of the Tianyu robot, an industrial robot. I hope Pioneer Quantum releases a firefighting robot. Some firefighting tasks are too dangerous. Upvote this comment. The theme is think and do. It should be related to those 2 words. Maybe a mechanical exoskeleton. The crowd began a prize-winning guessing game in the comments. The acrimony of the past half-month did not appear on the official Weibo comments. Oh, everything seemed to return to normal. Everything will be arranged over here. The company is fine. After hanging up the phone, Zhong Li immediately called for Yu Shu. The call just now was from Qin Zheng. He said a colleague wanted to talk to him, but his identity was special, and he also wanted to see the products of Pioneer Quantum, so he would bring an assistant. From Xinjiang's words, Zhong Li could roughly guess the other party's identity and background. You Shu, 2 people will come to visit later. Their surname is Wei. Go wait and greet them outside, then bring them up to the 3rd floor, Zhong Li instructed. Okay. Yu Shu sensed that the visitors were somewhat special and immediately agreed. Previously, when visitors came, Zhong Li never specifically asked to receive them on the 3rd floor. They would meet in the reception room or conference room. After giving the instructions, Zhong Li started tinkering with something new. The non-invasive intelligent brain-computer interface technology had matured, and its applications extended beyond smart prosthetics. Smart prosthetics could earn the company a good reputation, but the scale of production would never be very large. The truly profitable areas lay in industrial applications and the entertainment sector. Brain-controlled AR games were one direction, and another was brain-controlled industrial robots. Once non-invasive intelligent brain-computer interface devices were mature, these directions would become derivative. He only needed to make prototypes, and other manufacturers would develop on their own. At that time, they would only need to sell the brain control system and solutions. After getting out of the car, Wei Rong tugged at his tie to adjust to the tight feeling, then looked up at the office building of Pioneer Quantum. Compared to the office buildings of other top tech companies, these small buildings could only be described as crude. Yet the technological advancement of Pioneer Quantum was undeniable. Hello gentlemen, how should I address you? A gentle voice sounded, and Yu Shu was smiling at them. My surname is Wei, this is my assistant. Wei Rong glanced at Yu Shu and said, I have an appointment with your boss. Yes, Mr. Wei. I am the boss's secretary, Yu Shu. He asked me to bring you upstairs. Yu Shu gestured for them to follow, and led the two into the company. At the entrance of the small building stood 2 robots for welcoming guests. Additionally, they could see robots in the office serving tea and water to the staff. It was their first time seeing such a scene, and they felt more anticipation about meeting Zhong Li. Exiting the elevator on the 3rd floor, Wei Rong's eyes fixed on the 2 large robots standing at the entrance of the workshop. These 2 robots were somewhat special, different in build from the Tianyu robots, clearly a new model. Silently noting this, Wei Rong followed Yu Shu into the workshop. Comrade Zhong Li, I've admired you for a long time. Wei Rong extended his hand, first a smile on his face, looking Zhong Li up and down, feeling a surge of emotion. When he was as young as Zhong Li, he was still a common soldier, while Zhong Li's achievements had already shocked the world. Zhong Li led Wei Rong to his desk, and Yu Shu withdrew to wait outside the workshop. Tea service was handled by robots. Mr. Wei, Secretary Xiao mentioned that you have something very important. Zhong Li got straight to the point. I work at an equipment base. We purchased a Tianyu robot for testing and found that your robot technology is very advanced and unique. It seems there might be other applications, so I came to talk to you. Wei Rong stated openly. What do you need me to do? Zhong Li was not surprised by Wei Rong's identity nor by their visit, because the existence of the Tianyu robot made it only a matter of time before they came for a thorough assessment. Can it be developed technologically to function as a battlefield soldier? Wei Rong asked. In their tests, they found that the Tianyu robot would rarely touch other knives except fruit knives and kitchen knives, and would never touch any other weapons. This scene is empty or contains only a closing quote. The content is part of the previous dialogue. According to the input, scene 30's content is a single double quote character. The robot's underlying safety code forbids it from causing any harm to humans. All Tianyu robots are of little use to their equipment base, but if they could be modified, it would be a different story. Theoretically, yes. Zhong Li did not deny it. This involves the underlying safety code of the robot. The code that prevents harming humans and other life would need to be removed. For intelligent robots, this poses a security risk. We understand that. So we want to obtain the full source code of the robot. Under the premise of safety, we will modify and research it ourselves. But we won't take it for free. What conditions do you have? If we can meet them, we will. Wei Rong said seriously. Conditions? Can I be a bit excessive? Zhong Li thought for a moment and asked. Tell me your excessive condition. Wei Rong was curious about what condition Zhong Li would propose that he himself considered excessive. Give me the qualification for aerospace RD. Zhong Li said after thinking. With the existence of the Cosmic Chessboard, he would inevitably have to get involved in space in the future. By preparing now and clearing the obstacles, it would be a natural progression when he did that later without having to wait a long time just for a qualification application. Huh. You want to be China's Elon Musk? Wei Rong said in surprise. No. I am who I am, a different kind of firework. Zhong Li shook his head. Upon hearing this, Wei Rong did not agree immediately. After all, this qualification was relatively sensitive. Although some private companies in China were researching aerospace, the qualification review for aviation-related fields was particularly strict. Besides this, is there anything else you want? Wei Rong asked. Actually, yes. The company headquarters is under construction and I need a batch of precision laboratory equipment. Buying through normal channels might take 2 or 3 years to get everything. Can you help me procure a batch? Zhong Li was short on time and felt that others' efficiency was too slow. I can agree to this condition now. Make a list and I'll send it to you. Wei Rong readily agreed. For them, just some precision experimental instruments. These were very simple issues. Anything else? No. For now, anything that money can solve, I should be able to solve. Huh. Wei Rong was startled, then laughed heartily. It seemed to be true. Now Zhong Li had 20 billion in cash on hand. The Tianyu robot sales had been somewhat affected by the online harassment incident, but not much. Pioneer Quantum had a large cash inflow every day. If money could solve it, it wasn't a problem. I have two more things. Qin Zheng said you have a special product here, and this new robot. Can you show me their functions? Wei Rong pointed at the two bodyguard robots standing behind Zhong Li. When Wei Rong entered the room, he had already noticed the distinctiveness of the guard robot. Standing at over 1.9 meters tall with a physique significantly larger than the Tianyu robot, it loomed behind Zhong Li like a guardian deity. He was certain that this robot was far more advanced than the Tianyu model. If he could procure two of them for research, their value might exceed that of the Tianyu robots. This robot is called Tianwang, and it's not a mass-produced model. It's a robot I developed for personal guard and security purposes. Zhong Li glanced at the Tianwang robot as he spoke. Wei Rong's eyes immediately lit up. The difference between a guard robot and a maid robot was only a single word, but the implications were worlds apart. This meant that this robot was specifically designed for combat. They had been contemplating how to modify the underlying code of the Tianyu robot to enhance its combat capabilities, turning it into a battlefield soldier. Now the guard robot presented a far superior alternative. What functions does it have? Wei Rong inquired. Zhong Li turned to the two guard robots behind him. Number 1, Number 2, demonstrate a sparring session for Mr. Wet. Yes, sir. The two robots acknowledged and moved to the open space in the workshop. The next moment, both robots simultaneously threw a punch. Bang! The solid impact sent a shiver down Wei Rong's spine. Before he could recover from his shock, the robots twisted their torsos, delivering a roundhouse kick that collided again, and in the face of the immense force their fists met once more. The crisp clatter of carbon fiber materials echoed through the open space. The robots' movements were as swift as those of martial arts masters in television dramas, and the intensity of their sparring rivaled scenes from a movie. Watching from the sidelines, Wei Rong's mouth fell open involuntarily. He had seen nearly every advanced piece of equipment, and many of them were even produced by his own base. But he had never witnessed robots fighting with such fluidity and ferocity. The sophistication of these robots seemed to surpass their expectations. If such robots could be transformed into a mechanized army, the very thought of that image was awe-inspiring. 5 minutes later, the two Tianwang robots ceased their combat. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Wei Rong applauded with excitement. He had come seeking the technology of the maid robot only to discover the technology of the guard robot. He knew that the gains from this visit might exceed all expectations. What other functions do they have? Wei Rong asked. Quite a few. I've equipped them with weapons such as electric shock, sonic waves, and lasers. Zhong Li instructed the Tianwang robots to demonstrate their weapon systems. Theoretically, without using thermal weapons, they can defeat any human. Remarkable. Wei Rong's eyes gleamed. This was exactly the robot they were looking for. They had thought they would need to invest considerable effort into modifying the Tianyu robot's technology to turn it into a qualified soldier. Now with a ready-made technology, they only needed minor adjustments to put it to use. Comrade Zhong Li, do you have any plans to release the Tianwang robot onto the market? Wei Rong asked after calming down. This is for personal use. It's impossible for this to appear on the market. I understand what can and cannot be done. Zhong Li replied. The underlying intelligence of the guard robot treads on the edge of regulations, and the legal framework regarding robots striking humans remains a blank area. Can you share this technology with us? Wei Rong's eyes never left the guard robot. Yes. Zhong Li agreed without hesitation. Do not release or disseminate this technology. The aerospace equipment qualification you requested should not be a problem. Wei Rong said solemnly. This technology was exceptionally sensitive. He was now considering sending personnel to provide covert security and safety measures. After all, the current office of Pioneer Quantum was still too rudimentary, vulnerable to theft. There's more. Zhong Li led Wei Rong to the workbench of the non-invasive intelligent brain-computer interface device. Looking at the mechanical limbs on the platform, Wei Rong emerged from his earlier excitement and carefully examined the object before him. Before coming, he had asked Qin Zheng to act as an intermediary to give Zhong Li a heads up. Qin Zheng had told him that there was a special product here, and it was because of that product that he had agreed to the bet with Zhong Li. This must be that product. This is the product we will unveil at our next press conference. Zhong Li picked up a brain control device and handed it to Wei Rong, saying, it's called a non-invasive intelligent brain-computer interface device, and the complete set is a brain-controlled intelligent prosthetic. Brain-computer interface. Intelligent prosthetic. Wei Rong's expression shifted. As a core member of the equipment base, he was familiar with the most cutting-edge technological equipment, and he had naturally heard of brain-computer interface devices. In the helmets of top-tier fighter jets, experiments had even been conducted, though the technology was not yet mature enough. He hadn't expected Zhong Li to have it here as well. This technology should be related to neuroscience. The brain-computer interface teams he knew of all included experts in neurobiology. Is it operational? Wei Rong asked with doubt. It is operational. Zhong Li nodded, put on the brain-computer interface device, and under his control the mechanical limbs on the platform began to move. How mature is it? Wei Rong inquired curiously. Let me show you our test footage. Zhong Li turned to activate the projector in the workshop, displaying footage of the brain-controlled intelligent prosthetic being installed, trained, and tested. The footage included scenes of them walking on the streets, shopping, and dining. Watching disabled individuals living normal lives in the video, Wei Rong's mind exploded with a jolt and goosebumps rose on his skin. Is it really this mature? Wei Rong grabbed Zhong Li's hand and asked excitedly. Yes, we've announced our next press conference for next month, and we'll start accepting custom orders then. Can you give me a hint of the price per set? Wei Rong's eyes burned with intensity, his expression filled with delight. Suddenly realizing he had lost his composure, he quickly released his grip and smiled wryly. To be honest, the reason I'm so excited is that I have a friend who lost an arm in an accident years ago and has been in low spirits ever since. With this, he should recover quickly. I understand. The pricing for this won't be too high, around 100,000 or so for a custom order. I don't intend to profit from this. Zhong Li didn't give a specific price. The brain-controlled intelligent prosthetic was designed for disabled individuals. This group, due to the challenges they face in employment, mostly struggle financially, so he couldn't set a high price, nor would it sell at a high price. Because many people in this group wouldn't be able to afford it, and setting too high a price would defeat the purpose. Good. Comrade Zhong Li, you are accomplished at such a young age, and it is a blessing for our nation. Wei Rong offered sincere praise. Before coming, he had been curious about Zhong Li, but now he was full of admiration. Young, and yet understanding of greater principles and propriety, his future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless. This technology is quite special. I'll take a set back for research. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be a batch of orders. Wei Rong said. Over the years, the nation may have appeared peaceful, but there were always those silently guarding. When they carried out missions, trained, or handled special incidents, they sometimes suffered injuries, some of which were irreversible. Given the current state of the country, it would certainly provide customized brain-controlled intelligent prosthetics for these individuals. This would allow their daily lives to be largely unaffected. Good. Zhong Li agreed readily. Wei Rong left satisfied. That same day, a container truck appeared at the entrance of Pioneer Quantum, and 4 or 5 large crates carefully packed were loaded onto the truck and transported away. Northwest Province, a certain equipment base. As the transport aircraft touched down, ground crew immediately unloaded the cargo containers and rushed them to the nearby research institute. Wei Rong, who had accompanied the shipment, had no intention of resting. He boarded the vehicle and set off without delay. The journey from Jiangnan City to the base took 4 hours, and he was eager to deliver the technical documents to the research institute as soon as possible. Inside the research institute, the robot research team, who had been waiting anxiously, wasted no time opening the containers upon their arrival. 2 Tianwang robots, 1 Tianyu robot, along with a set of robotic limbs and peculiar helmet equipment awaited their inspection. The team members were momentarily stunned. Why do these robots differ from what we expected? Pei Linchuan, the lead researcher, curiously examined the newly delivered machines. They were well aware of the origins of these robots, as it was their team who had proposed sending Wei Rong to Pioneer Quantum to find Zhong Li, a decision that had received approval from higher authorities. What they hadn't anticipated, however, was that Wei Rong seemed to have brought back several remarkable pieces of equipment. These are Tianwang robots developed by Zhong Li as personal bodyguard units for himself, Wei Rong explained. They possess combat capabilities and offensive potential, making them far more valuable for our research objectives than the Tianyu models, which is why I brought them back. Bodyguard robots. Pei Linchuan's expression shifted with surprise. The difference between a bodyguard and a caretaker lay in a single character, yet the implications were worlds apart. If it truly possessed bodyguard capabilities, it would indeed align perfectly with their research direction. And what functions does this equipment possess? Pei Linchuan approached the case containing the brain-controlled smart prosthetic and asked curiously. This is called a brain-controlled smart prosthetic. Let me demonstrate. Wei Rong activated the helmet, which powered up the mechanical hand beside him. As he moved his own hand, the mechanical hand followed in perfect sync. Pei Linchuan struggled to conceal his astonishment. As the demonstration progressed, his expression transformed from surprise to delight, then suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him like lightning, leaving him frozen in place. Director Wei paused for a moment. Step further away and try again, Pei Linchuan instructed. Understood. Wei Rong moved to a distance and continued his movements. The mechanical hand mirrored every gesture flawlessly. This is a brain-computer interface, a neural control device. Pei Linchuan stared at the equipment on Wei Rong's head in disbelief, as though gazing upon a rare treasure beyond price. Director Wei, where did you obtain this neural control device? Pei Linchuan asked urgently. It also came from Pioneer Quantum. This is their upcoming product scheduled for release next month. A brain-controlled smart prosthetic developed specifically for disabled individuals. Wonderful. Pei Linchuan was overcome with joy. Noticing his excitement, Wei Rong raised an eyebrow. He knew all too well that every member of this team were absolute research maniacs. Currently, the majority of robotic equipment in their arsenal, including the already deployed robotic wolves, had been developed by this very team. Professor Pei, what inspiration have you stumbled upon? Wei Rong asked. Inspiration. A great inspiration. Pei Linchuan grabbed Wei Rong by the arm and pointed toward the Tianwang robots nearby. Director Wei, what if we connect this neural control device to these robots, then have soldiers wear the equipment and remotely control the robots on the battlefield? Upon hearing this, Wei Rong's pupils contracted sharply. Coming from a military background, he immediately grasped the implications of Pei Lingquan's idea. If soldiers could access the robot's sensory perspective and control their movements through neural interface, this would truly constitute a mechanical soldier. No artificial intelligence programming would be necessary. They could fight directly through the soldiers, creating a mechanical extension of themselves. This concept shared similarities with unmanned aerial vehicles, except this operated on the ground rather than in the sky. I'll report this immediately. Meanwhile, you should thoroughly examine the Tianwang robot's functions. I brought the instruction manual with me. Wei Rong handed Pei Lingquan a copy of the user manual, then ordered the brain-controlled prosthetic to be returned to storage. Carrying a hard drive containing the intelligent system code, he made his way to the Institute's core data center. After Wei Rong departed, the research team finally turned their full attention to the Tianwang robots. Let's begin testing. After reviewing the manual, Pei Lingquan issued his orders. Units 5 and 6 commence sparring drills. Demonstrate unarmed combat capabilities. Pei Lingquan relayed the commands from the manual Zhong Li had compiled, which detailed functional specifications and control instructions. Understood, sir. The two robots responded in unison, then launched toward each other with blinding speed. A thunderous explosion of sound erupted upon impact, leaving the robotics researchers gaping in utter disbelief. Inside the cosmic chessboard, Zhong Li had barely stabilized when she appeared before him, her expression as cold and impassive as ever. Yet Zhong Li had long grown accustomed to this demeanor. She spent a few technology points. As you wish, Pioneer. She's response echoed, and a sphere of light materialized in her palms. Zhong Li observed that the galaxy within the orb shone considerably brighter than before, though it had not yet undergone a fundamental transformation. As his palm rested on the quantum processor, that familiar sensation washed over him once more. Intelligence 1, physical fitness 1. The familiar sense of life transcendence filled Zhong Li with profound relaxation and contentment. Suddenly, a torrent of vast information surged into his mind. Pulse laser, composite material 3D printing technology. Seeing the details of the technology, Zhong Li's heart soared with joy. This was a multi-material composite 3D printing technology capable of fabricating everything from metals and alloys to ceramics and plastics. Through pulsed laser fusion and precision engraving during the printing process, the resulting metal components achieved 90% of the strength and toughness of forged parts, with precision reaching 1,000th of a millimeter, 50 times finer than a human hair. This was precisely the technology he needed most. With this capability, he could reduce component manufacturing time by 90% during development. The process from digital model to finished product could now be accomplished with a single command. Moreover, this 3D printing technology featured external printing functionality, enabling the fabrication of oversized components without being constrained by machine size limitations. Exquisite. Upon acquiring this new technology, Zhong Li felt an overwhelming sense of bliss. The feeling of life transcendence was utterly exquisite. Pioneer Zhong Li race, humanoid, quantum authority, planetary level life, grade, first level physical fitness, 100 intelligence, 222 technology points 3. With his physical fitness exceeding 100 and intelligence reaching 222, Zhong Li felt his very life dimension ascending to a higher state. His current physical condition far surpassed that of professional athletes, though the exact magnitude of improvement remained to be confirmed through professional testing. Zhong Li had barely exited the cosmic chessboard when she piloting the robot spoke up. Brotherly, you're awake. Secretary Yushu mentioned there's a schedule arrangement that requires your input. What schedule? Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. A convoy of vehicles came to a halt at the school gate. Zhong Li stepped out of the car, flanked by Yushu Wu Yang and the others, with two Tianwang robots trailing nearby, utterly conspicuous. The sight drew the attention of numerous students gathered at the school gate. It's Zhong Li. He's so handsome. I really want to approach him and get his WeChat ID. A cluster of girls whispered excitedly among themselves, though none dared to draw near thanks to the presence of assistants and bodyguards. Gazing at the familiar school entrance, a wry smile crossed Zhong Li's face. He had never imagined returning to campus in this manner. In the past, his visits were merely for examinations, followed by a hasty return to the company. This time, however, he had been invited back by Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Yushu had informed him that the university wished for him to deliver a speech at the graduation ceremony, serving as an inspiration for the departing students. A freshman being asked to address graduating seniors struck him as something of an absurd reversal. However, his title for the occasion was not that of a first-year student, but rather the founder of Pioneer Quantum Corporation. With the principal having extended such an invitation, refusal was not an option, so he came to attend the ceremony. The academic affairs director waiting at the school gate immediately approached Zhong Li with a beaming smile, firmly grasping his hand. Student Zhong Li, welcome back. The ceremony begins in 20 minutes. It would be perfect timing to head to the square now. Very well, Zhong Li replied. Led by the academic affairs director with school security and police maintaining order, Zhong Li and his party proceeded toward the square where the graduation ceremony was being held. Students naturally gravitate toward spectacle. With the senior graduation ceremony and a day off in session, news of Zhong Li's return spread quickly, drawing nearly every student to gather around. The crowd of onlookers swelled continuously along the way. Without those maintaining order, Zhong Li feared he would scarcely be able to advance even an inch. It was only when Zhong Li entered the perimeter of the ceremony square that the trailing students finally halted, watching the proceedings from a distance. Each year, Jiangnan University of Science and Technology grants a day off during the graduation ceremony so that students from all grades may attend the festivities honoring their senior classmates. Consequently, the outer perimeter of the square was layered with students from every grade. Zhong Li's arrival was like a stone cast into placid water. Every eye turned toward him. Amidst the collective gaze, Zhong Li made his way to the guest seats arranged in the front row. When his image appeared on the large screen at the ceremony venue, it sparked a wave of breathless exclamations from the female students. "Ha ha ha, student Zhong Li, you're far more popular than I am, and I'm the principal." Chen Shuuru, seated beside Zhong Li, laughed at the cheers and teased. "Principal, please don't make fun of me," Zhong Li replied with a smile. "A gentleman of refined bearing naturally draws admiration. It's only natural. I was young once myself. Youth is truly wonderful." Chen Shuuru said, "Let me introduce you. This is our school secretary, my partner, Secretary Zhang Liren." Chen Shuuru gestured toward the elderly man beside him. "Greetings, Secretary Zhang." Zhong Li offered a polite bow. "Student Zhong Li, you are remarkably accomplished at such a young age. I regret that I've never had the opportunity to meet you before. This is truly a pleasure." Secretary Zhang Liren regarded Zhong Li with evident approval. "You flatter me, Secretary Zhang." Zhong Li replied with courteous composure, neither boastful nor deferential. "Do you have any collaborative projects in mind? Our university is brimming with talent. I believe you could establish a joint research initiative cultivating talent for your company directly from our student body. They could join your firm immediately upon graduation." Secretary Zhang proposed. "I find that highly feasible," Chen Shuuru chimed in. "As the saying goes, let the fertilized water not flow into another's field. And Pioneer Quantum is already located in Jiangnan City. To be honest with both of you, I had precisely this intention. I am preparing a pioneer initiative to identify top-tier geniuses across various universities. Additionally, I plan to establish a robotics class project with dedicated funding allocated to cultivate talent specializing in robotics." "Excellent, excellent. We can certainly establish the robotics class here at our university, perhaps pilot it during this year's admission cycle. Furthermore, we could convene other students interested in robotics and form a special experimental cohort." Chen Shuuru promptly made the decision. "If you ask me, student Zhong Li, since we're keeping things within the family, why not also find a girlfriend here at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology? Look at all those senior girls cheering just now. That should tell you everything." Secretary Zhang teased. "Ha ha ha. I must say I approve of that idea." Chen Shuuru laughed heartily. Zhong Li could only watch the two of them with a helpless smile. Indeed, those who become partners share the same frequency. Within moments, their conversation ceased. When the host announced the commencement of the ceremony, all rose to stand for the national anthem. This year, this old man will skip the usual advice. You certainly wouldn't listen to an elder's ramblings anyway. Someone else will offer you proper counsel later. I only hope that upon graduation, you never lose sight of your original aspirations. Chen Shuuru's concise address drew warm applause and enthusiastic cheers from the entire student body. Once the applause subsided, the host stepped forward and solemnly announced, "Next, please welcome this year's alumni representative, our university's prodigy, your junior, and the founder of Pioneer Quantum Corporation, Zhong Li." When the host introduced Zhong Li, thunderous applause erupted across the venue. The intensity of the response surpassed even that of a pop concert. Rising amidst the collective attention, Zhong Li made his way to the stage. "Zhong Li is so handsome. Zhong Li, I love you. Zhong Li, look this way." Some unrestrained girls called out, drawing laughter from the crowd. Yet everyone understood it was all in good fun. As Zhong Li took his place behind the small podium, the entire ceremony venue fell silent. The students gathered outside, strained to see no one daring to speak. "I was supposed to speak as the student representative, but instead I've been cast as the alumni representative. It makes me feel suddenly several years older. I'm only a freshman after all." Zhong Li opened with a self-deprecating jest, and the ceremony venue erupted in laughter and applause. "First, I wish all of you senior brothers and sisters a happy graduation. If I may indulge in a touch of vanity, my story is one you've likely heard in part or in whole, but do not follow in my footsteps. In fact, you probably won't have the chance unless you yourselves remain freshmen." Cheers and amused jeers filled the air, the atmosphere alight with warmth. "Earlier the principal said he wouldn't offer you advice, so don't go telling anyone after you leave that the principal doesn't care. In truth, he asked me to give you some counsel." Zhong Li continued in the same teasing tone. Amidst laughter and applause, his words took a different turn. "Drawing on my limited life experience, I actually have very little advice to offer. Everyone's path in life is unique. Follow your heart. A few days ago, someone asked me whether I aspire to be China's Musk. I firmly shook my head and told him I do not wish to become anyone else. I am who I am, a spark unlike any other. After the brief speech, Zhong Li returned to his seat. This was not his stage, he had only come for the ceremony. As the event drew to a close before Zhong Li could leave, a bold girl ran toward him, phone in hand. Just as she was about to approach, Yang Ming stepped in to block her, but Zhong Li raised a hand to stop him, allowing the girl to come closer. Zhong Li, could I take a photo with you? The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly asked. Zhong Li replied with a smile, then took her phone and handed it to Yushu. Zhong Li, I want one too. I'd like a photo as well. The other girls nearby immediately gathered around, fists clenched with excitement. After the first girl finished her photo, the second quickly rushed forward, pressing close to Zhong Li, and the third followed suit in the same manner. In the end, the girls lined up side by side for a group photo, their faces beaming with smiles. Mr. Zhong Li, may I interrupt? A voice suddenly spoke up, breaking the moment. A student appeared at a short distance, dressed in a master's gown, holding a document folder in his hand. Just as he was about to approach, Wu Yang intercepted him with quick reflexes. However, Zhong Li noticed him and gestured for Wu Yang to step aside. The commotion at once drew the attention of all the surrounding students. Mr. Zhong Li, my name is Chen Kai. I'm a graduate student in materials engineering from the School of Chemistry, specializing in battery materials. I would like to join your company, so I came to try my luck. Chen Kai stated his purpose directly. Hearing this, everyone looked on in astonishment. Who would have expected someone to proactively introduce themselves to Zhong Li at a graduation ceremony? I remember the school has campus recruitment. Why didn't you go? Zhong Li did not reject him outright, but instead took the resume the other party offered. A master's graduate in materials engineering. During his time at school, there were few honors or experiences. His resume was remarkably blank. During campus recruitment, something came up at home, so I had to go back. After returning, I submitted my resume, but got no response. I believe with my professional abilities, I am fully capable of handling the work at Pioneer Quantum Company, Chen Kai said confidently. Oh, Zhong Li paused slightly. He could tell that Chen Kai's confidence stemmed from a genuine grasp of his own professional capabilities. She used the talent assessment function. Pioneer used the talent assessment function. Technology points -10. Remaining one, named Chen Kai identity in the predetermined timeline, supervisor of the new battery materials RD team at Ningda Company. Proficiencies: materials chemistry, molding, and processing energy materials. Profile: in the fixed timeline, Chen Kai will join Ningda Company after graduation. He will serve as a materials researcher and 5 years later successfully lead the team to achieve a breakthrough in new battery material technology, pushing battery technology even further. The profile was straightforward, not as extraordinary as Lin Xiangjuan's or Xiao Qingfeng's, but still a talented individual. Moreover, he had been worrying about having no one to lead the battery materials technology work at hand. Chen Kai was a suitable candidate. Go to my company for an interview. By the way, we are preparing to expand our battery business. Zhong Li handed Chen Kai's resume to Yushu beside him. Thank you so much. Chen Kai left in delight. The others looked on with envy from their gazes. It was clear that a direct recruitment had just succeeded. Before anyone else could approach, Chun Xiuru and Zhang Liren appeared, dispelling the restless intentions of the classmates. Student Zhong Li, was that student here for a job application? Chun Xiuru asked curiously. Yes, a student from the School of Chemistry, Zhong Li replied. That's great. I didn't expect a live recruitment at the graduation ceremony. Shall we grab a meal together? Chun Xiuru extended an invitation. Certainly, Zhong Li readily agreed. The group set off toward the cafeteria. Jiangnan University of Science and Technology was a well-known institution in China. The dining hall's environment rivaled that of restaurants outside, complete with private rooms for exclusive use. Principal, I plan to establish a scholarship and financial aid program at the university to support students in need, and I will also fund certain research projects, Zhong Li said. Upon hearing this, both Chun Xiuru and Zhang Liren were overjoyed. Their university was not short of teaching funding, but who could ever turn down more money? Moreover, Zhong Li was a student of their school. A successful student returning to their alma mater to foster school-enterprise cooperation was precisely the kind of thing they eagerly promoted and encouraged. We welcome it wholeheartedly, Chun Xiuru said. Student Zhong Li, we have looked into your company. Since your headquarters has not yet been built, and your current laboratory conditions are rudimentary, many technical studies cannot proceed. If needed, you may temporarily borrow our school's laboratories and equipment. Zhang Liren interjected. If the school has such excellent facilities and you choose not to use them, wouldn't that be a waste? And if word gets out that our school refuses to help its own students, it would look rather bad. If I use the school's resources to conduct company research, won't that harm the school's reputation? Zhong Li asked. How could it be harmful? Chun Xiuru said seriously. Once a school enterprise cooperation agreement is signed, you may use the school's resources freely. As a student of our university, your achievements will greatly enhance the school's image. He did not mention to Zhong Li that because of Zhong Li's rise, the education funding allocated to Jiangnan University of Science and Technology by higher authorities this year had increased by 20% compared to previous years. For the entire Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, this was wonderful news. Then I shall accept your kindness, Zhong Li said. Chun Xiuru nodded with satisfaction. That's the spirit. I'll have your college assign you the title of teaching assistant, which will grant you access to all laboratories on campus. For whichever lab you need, simply ask the managing teacher for the key. Thank you, principal. You're too polite, Chen Shuer chuckled. The school had rarely produced such a gem, and they would naturally give their full support. On the way back, Yushu curiously asked, Boss, how does it feel to be surrounded by girls for photos today? During the photo session, those girls had practically wanted to cling to Zhong Li. If she hadn't reminded them to hold back, they might have gone even further. Not bad. It has the flavor of youth, Zhong Li smiled. He was a youthful and energetic student, so enjoying the moment was entirely reasonable. Fortunately, this was at school. Otherwise, rumors would likely spread tonight. Perhaps headlines about the mysterious girlfriend of Zhong Li being exposed, Yushu remarked. As Zhong Li's secretary, one of the tasks Lin Xiangjuan had assigned her was to remind him about maintaining his public image. I'll need to be more careful in public from now on. Zhong Li nodded, then continued thinking of Cheng Kai's matter. You arrange the interview. His professional abilities should be fine. Once you recruit him, contact Xiangjuan to assemble a battery team. The company needs a professional battery team. The battery material formula provided by the Cosmic Chessboard had been set aside for quite some time, and he had been unable to devote himself to it. One person alone could not accomplish everything. He could assemble a battery RD team, hand over the technology to them, and let them carry out the work. The graduation ceremony at Jiangnan University was merely a brief interlude for Zhong Li. After a day of rest, he immersed himself in the study of pulsed laser composite material 3D printing technology. This technology did not require him to start from scratch. On the market, there were mature industrial-grade metal 3D printers capable of printing complex structural components, yet they possessed inherent technical flaws. These flaws could be summarized as not large, not precise, not fast, and expensive. In terms of application, they were used in small batches in aviation and medical fields such as artificial bones and teeth, while core components and high-end materials had to be imported. Existing industrial-grade 3D printers resembled a delicate lady. The 3D printing technology from the Cosmic Chessboard, however, was far less delicate. First, the material requirements were far less stringent. The demands on alloys and metal powders were not as high, and changing materials was not too troublesome. The high energy of the pulsed laser allowed the material to instantly reach the melting point, resulting in low internal stress within the printed material, making it less prone to deformation. Moreover, there was the issue of surface precision. The 3D printing technology provided by the Cosmic Chessboard allowed for surface polishing of structural components during the printing process, eliminating the need for post-processing. Most importantly, there was the issue of component strength. Components produced by existing 3D printers could not meet the standards for high-strength usage, and their size was limited. Zhong Li focused on upgrading existing 3D printers, correcting these defects and shortcomings. Thus, Zhong Li directly ordered an Easy 3D EP M3050, using this platform as a foundation for technological upgrades. In the future, during his research and development, he could save a significant amount of time waiting for component processing. Zhong Li immersed himself in study and research, and time passed swiftly. A month passed quickly. The internet remained lively as more and more Tianyu robots were sold and videos of their daily use proliferated online. Every time a video showed a Tianyu robot doing housework or caring for people, someone would exclaim that the future had arrived. During this period, someone bought a Tianyu robot and used it to sell fried noodles on the street, sparking a trending topic and attracting crowds. Many people, out of curiosity, went to eat the fried noodles, so the robot fried noodles became popular, and the owner, who used this gimmick successfully, became an internet celebrity. Afterward, occasional videos emerged of shops using robots to replace service staff or perform other tasks. This triggered a wave of online concern about job loss. These were later developments. Over the past month, Pioneer Quantum had undergone another small expansion. At Zhong Li's request, Lin Xiangjuan established a battery team and acquired a battery factory dedicated to battery research. Once the battery team was formed, Zhong Li handed over the technology of multi-state sodium sulfide battery materials to them, entrusting them with the testing and research of batteries. As the date of Pioneer Quantum's press conference gradually approached, public attention shifted to the event. Over the past month, the outside world had been speculating about what product Pioneer Quantum would unveil. Yet no relevant information leaked from any channel. Only Pioneer Quantum's promotional posters hinted at vague clues, and from these subtle hints, the outside world could only guess it was related to embodied intelligence, but the exact nature remained unknown, leaving them to await the unveiling at the conference. Meanwhile, inside the Cosmic Chessboard, Zhong Li glanced at his technology points. 223 technology points. This was what he had earned over the past month by cramming knowledge in physics and mathematics. Delving deeper into these fields, Zhong Li realized how vast they were. When she appeared before him, his attention shifted to her. At the graduation ceremony of Jiangnan University, he had encountered Cheng Kai, and he realized that some talent reserves must be started in advance. Even if these talents were not as capable as Lin Xiangjuan or Xiao Qingfeng in taking charge independently, they could still serve as key members and pillars of a team. This time he came for that purpose. Pioneer Quantum was developing too quickly, and without enough outstanding talents, the Cosmic Chessboard could help find them. She is the talent search price, still 50. Zhong Li asked. Yes, she nodded. Can it be cheaper? I don't need top-tier talents like Qin Fu in a specific field. Oh, I just need the kind of talents who are the backbone of a team, important core experts. Zhong Li bargained. She was unusually silent for a few seconds. Seeing this, Zhong Li's eyes lit up. She hadn't refused, immediately leaving room for negotiation. Do you want talents at the level of Chung Kai? She asked. Yes, can it be cheaper? This is the mid-level talent search function costing 15 technology points. Can it be cheaper still? No, identifying a single talent costs 10 points and 15 is already the minimum. She shook her head. Then give me 14 talents in aerospace equipment, robotics, and 3D printing. Zhong Li said. With domain restrictions, add 30 points total, you can only find 12. Then 12 it is. 12 capable people would alleviate Pioneer Quantum's mid-level talent anxiety and prepare for the future, especially in the robotics business. Su Yuan was currently managing it, but there was no technical figurehead. The last talent retrieved from the Cosmic Chessboard, Ji Qi, was a junior in college, not yet a senior until next semester, so recruitment would have to wait. Talents in aerospace equipment and 3D printing needed to be reserved in advance, unlike robotics and brain-computer interface technology, which were assembled temporarily after completion. This would slow down the learning curve. It was better to invest early and nurture them, so they could be deployed directly when needed. Pioneer used the mid-level talent search function, technology points minus 210, remaining technology points 13. Name Zhou Yiqian, identity PhD in chemical materials, member of the Dynasty Battery RD team. Expertise, battery research and development. Profile: Zhou Yiqian had just resigned from the Dynasty Group Battery Research Institute. Name: Guyu, identity master's graduate from the Aerospace Engineering University. Expertise: aerospace electronics, spacecraft design. Profile: Guyu was a fresh graduate currently seeking employment. The 12 talents based on their profiles were not like Lin Xiangjuan or Xiao Qingfeng with legendary backgrounds, but they were destined to be the core of RD teams in some scientific company. Such talents were extremely crucial technical experts in any company. Exiting the Cosmic Chessboard, Zhong Li handed the list to Shihe, instructing her to send recruitment invitations to these individuals, attracting them to Pioneer Quantum for interviews. As the boss, he generally did not handle recruitment matters. Passing the list to HR would draw attention. If misconstrued as nepotism, it would be unnecessary. After arranging everything, Zhong Li found himself with some free time. The 3D printer platform was being installed, and until it was finished, he could not work on platform upgrades. The battery material technology had been handed over to the battery team. The color laser holography technology lacked laboratory conditions for development. For now, he had nothing to do. After a short rest, Zhong Li picked up a book from the table. He had formed a habit of reading whenever he had free time, accumulating technology points. Jiangnan Sports Center. The familiar venue. Bai Xiaohe and Sun Jun arrived together, and after attending the last robot launch, they had garnered a massive surge of traffic. During subsequent robot tests, they also received substantial traffic, achieving excellent promotional effects. This time they were again on the invitation list for the launch. The only regret was that they still hadn't obtained a test product, so they remained unaware of the specific details of this launch's product. Other tech companies would usually send test products to bloggers before a launch to identify flaws and shortcomings. However, Pioneer Quantum took product secrecy to an extreme. What do you think this launch will unveil? Bai Xiaohe asked. Online leaks all point to embodied intelligence, but who knows if they're true? I have to say, Pioneer Quantum's product confidentiality is truly unparalleled. Sun Jun remarked, gazing at the promotional poster. The poster only showed a robotic arm and hand with little other information. Since the emergence of the Tianyu robot, the tech circle had been fixated on this launch's product, so the mystery only heightened their anticipation rather than diminishing it. After passing verification and entering the launch venue, the two found their seats. They spotted many familiar yet unfamiliar faces, mostly fellow bloggers they rarely interacted with. The scale of invited media has increased at least fivefold, Sun Jun whispered, looking at the number of journalists present. The audience area was also much larger than last time. Robots were on-site, maintaining order and providing services, unabashedly showcasing the company's robotics technology. Bai Xiaohe's awed gaze swept over the robots in the venue. He turned and asked, Brother Jun, you bought a robot too. What's your real experience with it? The video I posted is my genuine experience. It's only one step away from a human nanny, just a layer of skin. It can even do things you might not want a nanny to do, like massages or pouring tea. It's boosted my life satisfaction immensely, Sun Jun said with emotion. Last month, during the online backlash against Pioneer Quantum, he urged netizens to stay calm. His comment section was flooded until the truth came out, finally quieting down. As a real user, he had tested the Tianyu robot with live chickens and ducks. It never harmed any living animal. It was merely a targeted smear campaign that misled some uninformed netizens. Same here. When I'm on business trips without a robot to command, I feel a bit uncomfortable, Bai Xiaohe laughed. As they chatted, the launch venue grew increasingly crowded. The 3,000-seat venue was nearly full. This time the attendees included not only media, but also some Tianyu robot users. Let's start the live stream. Sun Jun and Bai Xiaohe exchanged a word, then stopped chatting and open their live streams on their phones. Pioneer Quantum's current launches did not prohibit bloggers from live streaming. So many bloggers in the venue were broadcasting. The live stream began with a few dozen viewers, gradually rose to a few hundred, and finally stabilized at around 9,000. Brother June, what's the product? Is it a life-sized smart doll? Upstairs, your imagination is wild, but I like it. Brother June suggests to Pioneer Quantum to make a wife robot. That's traffic gold, a guaranteed hit. Strongly support. I want a custom one modeled after Bing Bing. The barrage of comments in the live stream was utterly absurd, and Sun June was amused by them. We don't know the product yet. It's quite mysterious. Barrage, Brother June, didn't you get a review unit? No, I asked other bloggers and none of them got a test product either. This launch has maximum anticipation. Let's see what groundbreaking product Pioneer Quantum will unveil again. Sun June watched the barrage answering questions while describing the scene. Meanwhile, backstage, everyone was making final preparations. Jade Brother Liu Yu Cola Boy by Xiao National Disabled Athlete Xiao Yu and other big-name disabled influencers were all waiting, including Wu Cece. Their faces were all smiles. They had disappeared from the internet for 2 months, during which they had been assisting Pioneer Quantum in testing brain-controlled intelligent prosthetics. With the intelligent prosthetics, they had truly returned to a normal life. After today, this product would be made available to more disabled friends. Are there any issues with your prosthetics? Move them, Qin Fu said. Qin Fu had matured a lot since his first days at Pioneer Quantum. With his mother back to a normal life, his biggest worry was gone. He devoted himself entirely to the test data of the brain-controlled intelligent prosthetics, becoming more confident and cheerful with a leadership aura emerging. All good. After testing, everyone gave affirmative answers. Later, you'll need to demonstrate the intelligent prosthetics. If anyone feels uncomfortable, you can speak up and rest backstage, Qin Fu reminded. Everyone shook their heads. They had become internet celebrities because of their optimistic attitude toward life. Having been active online for years, they were used to bravely showing their imperfections to the world. This time, they were even more willing to showcase because the meaning was different. The launch is starting. Someone reminded them, and all eyes instinctively turned to the big screen, hearing the host's voice from the speakers. Now please welcome Pioneer Quantum founder Mr. Zhong Li. As the words fell, Zhong Li walked onto the stage under the spotlight. Dressed casually, not in formal attire, he looked like a sunny, young, handsome man. His appearance drew a wave of applause and cheers from some female bloggers. This time, no one questioned his age. Over the past few months, Pioneer Quantum had proven its strength, and now Zhong Li was known as China's top genius. As Zhong Li took the stage, traffic in all launch live streams surged, hitting a small peak. Damn, he's gotten even more handsome. Not only is he handsome, but he's also rich. Not only rich, but also incredibly smart. Unfair. I want to bear his children. Upstairs, you can dream. Everyone move aside, I have diabetes. Let me give her a taste of sweetness. What's the product? So mysterious. On Pioneer Quantum's Douyin livestream, the barrage went wild. At that moment, the concurrent viewers had already exceeded 250, with Bilibili and Weibo each surpassing 100. Unlike the first launch that started from scratch, this one had high engagement from the beginning. It was already trending at the top of all major platforms. Under the spotlight of millions, Zhong Li stood still at center stage and slowly spoke, "Hello, everyone, I'm Zhong Li. Thank you for attending this launch. Today's launch is special. It does not belong to everyone, but to a specific group of people. The theme of this launch is think as you wish, act as you desire. To drink when thirsty, to eat when hungry. 8 simple words as easy as drinking and eating. But even things as simple as drinking and eating are tasks many cannot accomplish independently. Whether due to accidents, birth defects, or illness, they have been forced to lose part of their body." As Zhong Li finished speaking, the giant screen behind him showed images of an armless girl eating with her feet, an armless boy typing with chopsticks in his mouth, and a leg-amputated girl anxiously unable to run. For a moment, the launch venue fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned by what Zhong Li displayed. Netizens watching the live stream online forgot to send bullet comments upon seeing the video content, falling into a brief silence for several seconds. They could not understand why Zhong Li would reveal such content on stage at a product launch, nor why his presentation script moved the audience so profoundly. For some, even the simplest acts like drinking water and eating meals had become luxuries. Damn it, my eyes are suddenly stinging. Is this really a product launch? This is an emotional gathering. What exactly is the product? Seeing that little girl eat with her feet makes me want to cry. After a momentary silence, the venue erupted into commotion and the live stream chat flooded with comments. It was the first time they had ever seen someone deliver such a speech on the stage of a tech product launch, a completely different tone. Life may have flaws, but hope will never be lost. Today, our company, Tsushin Quantum, dare to challenge these very flaws. Next, we present our upcoming new product from Tsushin Quantum, the brain-controlled smart prosthetic limb. As Zhong Li finished speaking, the screen behind him changed and music began to play. Wu Cece and the others who had been waiting backstage walked onto the stage to the rhythm. Wu Cece wore hot pants and a midriff-bearing top topped with a baseball cap chosen specially by the makeup artist, radiating youthful energy and vitality. Behind her walked Lu Yu dressed in casual women's shorts, though her smart prosthetic limb was adorned with exquisite Chinese-style graffiti. Xiao Yu, a national-level disabled athlete, followed close behind. His left leg and left arm were made of cybernetic metal resembling a cyborg from a science fiction film. Behind them was Bai Xiao, known as the Cola Boy. These well-known internet personalities with disabilities who were active online all appeared on the stage of the product launch. On the massive screen behind the stage, footage showed the 11 of them walking. Many bloggers in the audience wore puzzled expressions. Isn't that brother Yu the one-legged disabled girl from Sichuan province? You must be mistaken. She walks across that stage with such confidence. You're telling me she has a leg disability? That is Xiao Yu, a national-level disabled athlete. One-legged, one-armed, he cycled around the world. I'm certain of it. And there goes the Cola Boy, the child rescued from the Great Earthquake, who once dreamed of drinking cola, now an internet celebrity with millions of followers. But that's impossible. Their hands and legs clearly look complete. The brain-controlled smart prosthetic limb must be today's product. As Lu Yu and the others were gradually recognized, those unfamiliar with them immediately searched Douyin on site, confirmed their identities, and the initial murmurs in the venue slowly turned into an uproar. Meanwhile, some viewers in the live stream also recognized Lu Yu and the others. Upon learning the truth, they went completely wild. If their prosthetics are disguised like this, no one could tell the difference between real and artificial. What brilliant technology. The first girl, she must also have the same condition. Which part of her body is affected? The team leader cannot have any issues, right? Her legs are more beautiful than my girlfriend's legs. There's no way they're fake. It must be her arms. Zhao Guodong, I know your ID. You're sleeping on the floor tonight. Huh? Zhao Guodong, you're done for. The viewers in the live stream were in absolute chaos. Many felt Wu Cixi must have the same condition as Lu Yu, but they could not locate which limb was the prosthetic. Meanwhile, in Wu Cixi's class group chat, excitement reigned. A recording of the Tsushin Quantum product launch livestream was shared along with several freshly taken screenshots. Xiao, when you share a dorm with Cixi. Look at the team leader in this video. Is that Cixi? It looks like Cixi, but Cixi. It is Cixi. What's going on? Has Cixi's leg recovered? Cixi. I remember Cixi was hired by Tsushin Quantum. This is the Tsushin Quantum product launch. The brain-controlled smart prosthetic. Is Tsushin Quantum's technology really this advanced? Messages flooded the class group chat endlessly. Flexible with Cici's 3 dorm mates finally confirmed together that the tall-legged girl on stage at the launch was indeed Wu Cixi. In Sichuan province, at a fire brigade station, with no field operation scheduled, everyone in the dormitory was comfortably doing their own thing, playing chess, scrolling on their phones, chatting. Li Hao sat to the side, glued to his phone, watching the product launch. His wife had messaged him yesterday saying there would be a surprise at tonight's Tsushin Quantum launch event. So he had logged on to the live stream promptly. Suddenly his pupils contracted as he watched, entranced, and he sprang to his feet from his seat, staring at the screen in disbelief. On his phone screen was a close-up of Lu Yu with the camera deliberately zooming in on her legs and face. That was his wife. He would never mistake her. Previously, Lu Yu had only told him that she was helping Tsushin Quantum test a product in Shanghai City, but the product details were confidential, and she could not tell him, only mentioning there would be a surprise. He never imagined it would be such a tremendous surprise. At that moment, Lu Yu walked across the stage like a model, confident and poised. If not for the deliberate decorations on her legs, no one would have guessed she was a leg amputee. Aha, what's got you so excited? The squad leader beside him walked over, looking at the agitated Li Hao with confusion. The others also turned their heads curiously. That's Ayu. Li Hao pointed at his phone screen. What's wrong with your sister-in-law? Several of them crowded around and stared in disbelief at Lu Yu on the screen, her legs appearing perfectly intact as she walked like a normal model. They knew Lu Yu and Li Hao's situation well. In the brigade, the couple was considered a notable pair. Now Lu Yu's legs looked completely indistinguishable from a normal person's. How is this even possible? Is this the Tsushin Quantum Company's product launch? It must be their product. Be quiet and watch. Several burly men huddled together, almost pressing against one another to stare at the tiny phone screen. Dingling. Just then the alarm bell rang out suddenly. The men who had been huddled around the phone a moment ago vanished from the dormitory, the next second rushing outside without hesitation. In Liaoning province in the northeast, Xiao Yu's family sat before a tablet streaming the broadcast, weeping uncontrollably. In childhood, Xiao Yu had lost an arm and a leg to high-voltage electric shock. But Xiao Yu was determined and refused to give up, eventually becoming a disabled athlete. Later he traveled across China by bicycle on one hand and one foot, gaining fame as an internet celebrity. All these years their material needs were fully met, but Xiao Yu's physical condition had always weighed heavily on their hearts like a stone. Now seeing Xiao Yu walk on stage just like any normal person, they could not help but unleash years of accumulated bitterness and sorrow. Little Yu promised us a surprise, and this is the surprise. From now on, Little Yu can walk like a normal person. We should thank this company properly and send them a banner of appreciation. The reactions from all sides were merely a microcosm At this moment, across every corner of China, disabled individuals watching the live stream on their phones saw Lu Yu and Xiao Yu walking on stage like ordinary people and ignited with fervent hope in their eyes. They all knew Lu Yu and Xiao Yu. Especially Xiao Yu, who once had only one leg and one arm, yet now walked like a normal person. If he could overcome this, then there was nothing they could not achieve as well. In that instant, countless pairs of eyes filled with hope focused entirely on this product launch event. On the stage, Lu Yu and the others had already taken their positions behind Zhong Li. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Zhong Li. They had already formed an answer in their minds, but still needed him to confirm whether it was correct. The brain-controlled intelligent prosthetic limb utilizes our company's latest non-invasive smart brain-computer interface technology, which is this cap. Zhong Li held the cap, disguised as a brain-computer device, in his hand, introducing it. This non-invasive smart brain-computer interface features our company's newly developed brainwave sensors, which contain a matrix of 100 microelectrodes. It can precisely capture microvolt-level brainwaves. Human brainwaves are rhythmic neural electrical activities with 4 frequency bands: delta waves, theta waves, alpha waves, and beta waves. When a person is focused, higher frequency gamma waves appear. Additionally, there are special sleep spindles, sigma waves, lambda waves, K-complex waves, and mu waves. I have developed an intelligent brain-computer data parsing algorithm that can decode the complex combinations of brainwave signals emitted by the brain during human activity. The brainwave signals are processed through the parsing algorithm, which filters out noise and generates clear, distinct signal waves. These are transmitted to the receiving end of the intelligent prosthetic limb, achieving the effect of brain-controlled limb movement. The receiving end of the intelligent prosthetic limb executes the brain's signals. After speaking, Zhong Li put on the cap, disguised as a brain-computer device, and paced back and forth on the stage. Beside him, the robot, used as a sample demonstration, followed his movements, reaching out and making a fist. The audience in the seats gasped and applauded in waves following his actions. But the human brain's signal waves are extremely complex. In special scenarios, there may be slight discrepancies between the parsed signals and the actions the user intends to perform. To reduce this error, we have designed a camera on the brain-computer end. The camera can accurately transmit the user's environment to the intelligent algorithm. The intelligent algorithm adjusts the actions based on the current scene, such as a kitchen environment, cycling environment, or sports environment. At the same time, the intelligent algorithm can continuously adapt and optimize the motion details of the prosthetic limb based on your daily habits, making it better with use. Zhong Li's explanation, accompanied by the scenes and data presented on the PPT, was extremely detailed. At this moment, the concurrent online viewership on Pioneer Quantum's Douyin livestream had reached 1 million, with nearly 30 million cumulative viewers dominating the popularity rankings by a landslide. Combined with the numbers from Weibo and Bilibili, the concurrent online viewership had approached nearly 1.5 million. A blessing for the disabled. Technology changes lives. Pioneer Quantum releasing such technology is truly a great merit. I swear, if I ever badmouth Pioneer Quantum again, may I be impotent. Good heavens, the guy above is going way too far. I have no education, just wow for everything. Wow, awesome. The live chat comments went completely wild. The launch event was still ongoing, and the trending topics on major platforms had already soared to the top of the charts. Pioneer Quantum launch event, brain-controlled intelligent prosthetic limb blessing for the disabled. 3 trending topics occupied the top 3 spots on Weibo's hot search list, with discussion volume still exploding. Within just over 10 minutes, the popularity broke through 50 million, and as the news spread, it continued to grow exponentially. Don't act rashly, ma'am, please don't act rashly. In Sichuan province, a certain residential area in Rongqing, Li Hao stood not far from the rooftop railing trying to dissuade her. Earlier, they had received an alert about a person attempting to jump from a building in this neighborhood. When they arrived, they found an amputee woman. Due to a car accident, she had lost her arm. Now, after drinking some alcohol, she had become despondent and was sitting on the rooftop railing with no one daring to approach. What's the point of living? I lost my arm, my boyfriend left me, and I lost my job. Whoa, why did this happen to me? I didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted to go have dinner with a friend that day. Whoa. The painful, tearful cries echoed throughout the entire residential area. At this moment, apart from the woman's anguished cries, there was no other sound in the neighborhood. Many residents stood on their balconies watching the rooftop. This isn't your fault, Xiao Yun. Don't do anything foolish. You still have me, a woman beside her shouted anxiously. That's right, that's right. You still have many friends. If you lose your boyfriend, you can find another. If you lose your job, you can find another. All of this can be overcome. The police officer nearby also tried to persuade her. It can't be overcome. I've lost my arm. Now I can't even do the simplest things. I'm just a useless person. Whoa. I might as well die. The crying continued. Everyone was at a loss. The woman was emotionally agitated, and no one dared to act rashly. They could only wait for their teammates downstairs to inflate the air cushion. Don't act rashly. There is a way to restore your arm. There really is. Li Hao shouted. At his words, everyone turned to look at him, including the police officers who had come to persuade her. They all saw that the woman's left arm was empty. Unless a deity descended from heaven, how could it be restored? Even the emotionally agitated woman, upon hearing Li Hao's shout, was stunned for a moment, and turned to look at him. You're lying to me. We're not lying. Really, Li Hao hurriedly said. Look at Pioneer Quantum's launch event. That event released a technology that can make you just like a normal person. Don't act rashly. Upon hearing this, the woman's tearful eyes stopped, and she looked at Li Hao in bewilderment. It's true. I can vouch for it. Take out your phone and see. It really exists. A teammate beside him, recalling the launch event footage they had seen in the dormitory before leaving, immediately affirmed with excitement. Yes, it really exists. We can vouch for it. Take out your phone and look. We won't come near you. Another teammate guaranteed. The woman looked at them with a mixture of doubt and belief, but her crying had stopped, leaving only sobs. Xiao Yin, it's true. Check Weibo's trending topics. It's very easy to find. It really exists. The woman's friend also shouted excitedly. The police officers accompanying them instinctively took out their phones and looked, and immediately became excited. It's true, comrade. We're not lying to you. The police officer held up his phone, showing the screen to the woman. It was the scene from Zhong Li's launch event. Our brain-controlled intelligent prosthetic limb can almost replicate the movements of a human body, and it can even perform some actions that the human body cannot accomplish. The intelligent arm adopts dexterous hand technology. Combined with our brain-control device, it can perform delicate actions such as picking up chopsticks to eat, stir-frying, and peeling fruits. In the phone screen, Zhong Li invited Xiao Yu and the Cola Boy to demonstrate on stage. At this moment, the rooftop was deathly silent, with only the sound of Zhong Li's voice introducing the functions of the intelligent prosthetic limb coming from the phone. Everyone let the woman watch the video carefully, not daring to disturb her. Really, it's real. After confirming it was true, the woman cried again. Can you come down first, please? Li Hao said gently. Okay. Seeing that the woman's emotions were no longer so intense, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Li Hao stepped forward and lifted the woman down. Everyone gathered around, completely relieved. Xiao Yin, don't do anything foolish again. I was so scared just now. The woman's friend hugged her, and they wept in each other's arms. I want to watch that launch event. The woman wiped her tears as she searched for her phone. At the Jiangnan City Sports Center launch event venue, Zhong Li was unaware of what had happened 1,000 miles away. He was fully focused on explaining the functions of the brain-controlled intelligent prosthetic limb. The brain-controlled intelligent prosthetic limbs prepared this time included intelligent arms and intelligent legs, as well as intelligent exoskeletons for those with functional impairments, but without amputation. After introducing all the technologies and functions, Zhong Li paused and swept his gaze across the launch event venue. Next is the part everyone is most looking forward to: the price of this brain-controlled intelligent prosthetic limb. All craned their necks toward the stage screen, fearing to miss any detail. For disabled people, this was an epic-making product. Zhong Li stopped teasing. The price of the brain-controlled smart prosthetic appeared on the screen, 139800 yuan. A unified custom price. The moment the price was revealed, the whole venue erupted in astonishment and thunderous applause. A groundbreaking tech product for less than 1400 yuan. For a disabled person, 1400 yuan to buy back their freedom is not expensive at all. It's even quite cheap. Pioneer Quantum is amazing. I have a friend who. Reply to above no. If this technology were released by a foreign company, it would cost at least $1 million. The boss has great vision. I'm a fan. This pricing is a great merit for Zhong Li. Such a company, yet so many people cyberbullied him before. Those people deserve death. I can't stand it. I'm going to vent in those bloggers' comment sections. I think the price is too high. Disabled people may not be able to afford it. This product is worth at most 3000 yuan. Above, do you want it for free? Pioneer Quantum goes bankrupt, gives all products free, and gives you the 200 billion loan. Do you want it? Answer me. Right, destroy him, such an internet troll. The live stream chat was flooded with various arguments. Some complained about the high price, but many understood what this pricing meant. 14,000 yuan for a smart prosthetic to bring disabled people back to normal life is already very cheap, because they all know how high the technological content of smart prosthetics and brain control devices is. The smart prosthetics are customized. We will scan the consumer's limbs and tailor them specifically. Currently, customization is only available at the Pioneer Quantum flagship store in Jiangnan. Later, we will send the scanning and customization equipment to flagship stores in other cities. After the launch event, our company's official website will open a customization reservation channel. Users who successfully reserve can bring their ID to the Pioneer Quantum flagship store in Jiangnan City to collect customization data. In the exhibition area, there are brain-controlled smart prosthetic product experiences, and our product experience officers will also be there to answer questions. Thank you all for taking the time to attend our launch event. See you next time. After finishing, Zhong Li waved and turned to exit. The audience quickly left their seats and rushed toward the exhibition area. They had experience attending robot launch events, knowing that if they were even one step slower, the crowds around the product experience area would be layers deep. In the leadership apartment compound of Jiangnan City, Qin Zheng was in his study with the live broadcast of the launch event at Jiangnan Sports Center playing on the tablet in front of him. Qin Zheng looked gratified. Zhong Li released the brain-controlled smart prosthetic faster than he had imagined. The word-of-mouth effect from the brain-controlled smart prosthetic destined Pioneer Quantum to be extraordinary. He had bet correctly. In the future, Pioneer Quantum would be a calling card of Shanghai City. At a certain equipment base in the northwest, Wei Rong finished watching the Pioneer Quantum launch event, his face full of amazement. It was hard to imagine that such a young man had developed such a special technology. After their team obtained the intelligent code of the Tianwang robot, each of them was stunned. Pei Linchuan repeatedly urged him to recruit Zhong Li as a consultant at the institute to help them develop equipment. Wei Rong rejected the idea without a second thought. They didn't want to recruit Zhong Li, but given Zhong Li's current wealth and status, it was impossible. Even mentioning it made him feel awkward. The ringtone interrupted Wei Rong's thoughts. Seeing the caller's name, he composed himself and became serious. Director Wei, the matter you reported has been decided. Come to the capital tomorrow. A very authoritative voice came from the other end of the line. Okay, that's all. After hanging up, Wei Rong hurriedly got up to prepare. Old Shin, stop working. Come here, I have something to show you. A middle-aged man stopped Shin Jinshan, who was struggling with carrying, and opened a video on his phone. Everyone in the area knew Shin Jinshan. He was honest and had a good personality, but his family was unlucky. His son was born without arms. Over the years, Shin Jinshan worked tirelessly to save some money so that if he could no longer work in the future, his son wouldn't have to suffer too much. The video playing on the middle-aged man's phone was exactly the scene from Zhong Li's launch event. What is this? Shin Jinshan watched the video transfixed, then suddenly his body trembled and his eyes slowly reddened. There is hope, there is hope. Shin Jinshan's voice trembled, containing infinite bitterness. The middle-aged man beside him felt his eyes growing hot. Over the years, they had seen how much pressure Shin Jinshan was under. Han Lele has hope. Shin Jinshan rushed home with the phone, wanting to tell his wife the news as soon as possible. My phone. The middle-aged man watched Shin Jinshan's retreating figure with a wry smile, then smiled in relief, and turned back. Forget it, he would get the phone back tomorrow. Similar scenes occurred in cities and towns across Huaxia. Neighbors with similar conditions spread the news to each other. The news of Pioneer Quantum's brain-controlled smart prosthetic spread quickly. Especially in disability mutual aid groups, many people were reduced to tears. To others, it might be just a more advanced tech product, but to them the brain-controlled mechanical prosthetic was a beam of light in their darkness. Because of their disabilities, they faced sympathetic looks when going out. Only they knew the bitterness in it. The brain-controlled smart prosthetic became a sensation. Within half an hour of the launch, it topped the trending list. By the end of the event, the topic engagement had reached 200 million. This launch event garnered 7 trending topics, with the top 3 all related to the event. On the night after the launch, Jade Brother, Lu Yu Cola Boy by Xiao Xiao Yu, and others all updated their social media accounts. They edited videos documenting their journey from being invited by Pioneer Quantum to customizing the smart prosthetic to cooperating in data collection and testing, and posted them. The videos witnessed their transformation from disabled individuals with mobility issues to ordinary people living normally. The news of the brain-controlled smart prosthetic spread thoroughly within the disabled community. Many bloggers and influencers sent messages of praise after the launch, and various information flooded the internet, stirring up waves. Zhong Li deserves to be enshrined in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Pioneer Quantum is amazing. I hope they release a product I can use. I'll definitely order. New robot has been ordered. My friend wants to ask if they can customize a mechanical arm like Dr. Octopus. Just name the price. This is the tech company we need. Does anyone know someone in need? I want to sponsor a disabled friend with a brain-controlled smart prosthetic. The friend above is righteous. Many people rushed to Pioneer Quantum's official microblog to leave comments asking whether those with complete limbs could customize a mechanical arm like Dr. Octopus's, and also inquiring about donation of smart prosthetics. The comment section was unprecedentedly harmonious. No one dared to leave negative comments, or they would be drowned by overwhelming criticism. At the Jianghai Square, the Pioneer Quantum flagship store, Hu Cheng arrived at the entrance only to be stunned by the sight before him. At that moment, a dense crowd was waiting at the store entrance. In all his years as a salesperson, he had never seen so many people gathered at the entrance of a tech product flagship store at 9 in the morning. One might have thought the store was giving away free eggs. He knew last night's launch had been explosive and that the brain-computer device had taken off, but this was excessive. As Hu Cheng approached the store entrance, the waiting crowd surged toward him, startling him so much that he hesitated to open the door. Is there something you all need? Hu Cheng asked with a forced composure. Young man, we're here to ask about that smart hand, a middle-aged man explained. Beside him stood a teenager in his teens with an arm amputated at the elbow, clearly there for the brain-controlled intelligent prosthetic. He was not alone in this. Many in the crowd faced similar circumstances. Some were accompanied by children, others by elderly parents, all with urgency written on their faces, which was why they had arrived so early. Many had driven overnight from neighboring provinces. Is everyone here for the brain-controlled intelligent prosthetic? Hu Cheng asked. Yes, me too. I want to try out the prosthetic's functions. I brought my child for data collection for the prosthetic. The crowd buzzed with chatter, falling silent only when Hu Cheng spoke. There are too many people. Please wait until my colleagues arrive to open the door. You can form a line. Those here for data collection, please go to the front. Everyone cooperate. Hu Cheng struggled to maintain order. At that moment, he dared not open the store. A rough count showed about 200 people. If they all entered, an order was lost, it would be a disaster. After Hu Cheng's words, the crowd quickly formed 3 lines. After a brief chaos, 3 long queues appeared at the entrance. Hu Cheng helped those with disabilities move to the front. He didn't forget to send a message in the work group. Everyone hurry over. There are nearly 200 customers at the store entrance, and the number is still growing. I can't hold out much longer. It's only 8:30, and there are over 200 people at the door. Yes, all here for the brain-controlled prosthetic. Their store currently only had 1 product, the tie-in robot. Counting the brain-controlled device that made 2 products. During the tie-in robot sales period, customers usually trickled in around noon. Today, before even opening, there were over 200 people, all anxious. If mishandled, there could be trouble. Good heavens. Those on the road step on the gas. If convenient, take a taxi. The fare this morning can be reimbursed by the store manager. Store manager? I'll call them all and ask them to send 2 staff members to temporarily support. I'll request a few technical support staff from the company. The group chat became lively. Staff members on their way to work unconsciously quickened their pace. Soon mall staff arrived to help Hu Cheng maintain order. After 3 more colleagues arrived, Hu Cheng finally dared to open the door. Once inside, they immediately activated the store's 4 robotic assistants to help maintain order. After entering, please take a number and order, and we'll serve you according to the numbers. Hu Cheng reminded them, allowing the crowd to enter in an orderly fashion. One staff member went to the number dispenser to help newcomers get tickets. Inside the flagship store, there was a separate room specifically for data collection. Even before the launch, the staff had received training on limb data collection. With all staff present, the flagship store's work officially began. Orders exploded. Overnight, across various platform channels, they had already received 2,000 data collection appointments. That number was still growing steadily. The queue for data collection appointments at the Shanghai Pioneer Quantum flagship store had already stretched to 4 months later. Because of this, the 6 flagship stores in Rongqing, the imperial capital, the Magic City, Yanqing, Shenzhen, and Hangzhou, had to accelerate their debugging. Within a single day, the 6 flagship stores in major cities opened data collection appointments, alleviating the queue situation somewhat, but the wait was still over half a month. The hardest hit were naturally the suppliers of carbon fiber components for the intelligent prosthetics. Since each person's condition differed, the data for customizing the prosthetics varied, and some components needed different parameters, lacking standardization, which caused them great difficulty. The only consolation was that the unit price for these customized components was extremely high, and Pioneer Quantum paid promptly without delays, so they suffered and enjoyed it at the same time. Because the brain-controlled intelligent prosthetics were custom products with non-standard components, Pioneer Quantum had to halt the robot production line in their factory, subcontracting the tie-in robot orders to OEMs, and focus their own factory on producing the brain-controlled intelligent prosthetics. Wei Rong appeared at the entrance of Pioneer Quantum. This time his mood was somewhat different from his first visit. In the imperial capital, the higher-ups had given extremely high praise and affirmation to Pioneer Quantum's intelligent robots and brain-controlled intelligent prosthetics. He knew what that meant. Barring any principled issues, the future of Pioneer Quantum would be smooth sailing. Additionally, the base had also given high marks to the brain control technology, especially the moment when the robotic hand controlled by the brain-computer device pulled the trigger of the firearm. They had stumbled upon a new path for weaponizing robots. Robot soldier avatars. Similar to drone warfare, with soldiers remotely controlling the robots. Generally, due to the complexity of ground environments, controlling robots on land is more complicated and cumbersome. A soldier operating a mechanical dog wouldn't have it as smooth as imagined. The advent of non-invasive intelligent brain-computer devices meant that robot control was no longer limited to joysticks. This technology marked a qualitative leap in robot control. As long as cameras and radar were installed on the robot, transmitting visual information back, combined with the brain-controlled device, the robot could be remotely controlled. A soldier could be in a base thousands of miles away, controlling the robot to perform ground tactical maneuvers. The combat quality of an excellent soldier would be the robot's adaptability and response speed from afar. In this mode, battlefield casualties would plummet while combat effectiveness remained unchanged. The battlefield of that time would be like a computer game. After reasoning and simulation by robot weapon experts, the conclusion was feasible. Pioneer Quantum's 2 core technologies became the key. Comrade Zhong Li, it's good to see you. Seeing Zhong Li, Wei Rong revealed a joyful smile. Mr. Wei, good to see you too. Judging by your expression, good news. Zhong Li asked. Yes. Wei Rong did not hide the answer. Then he opened the combination lock briefcase in his hand and took out a thick craft paper envelope. The envelope was even sealed with wax. We have agreed to your request. This is the aerospace qualification documentation to be used only for civilian commercial purposes, not for manufacturing weapons or export. Wei Rong handed the craft paper envelope to Zhong Li, adding special approval. Upon hearing this, Zhong Li took the heavy document bag, running his fingers over it. He knew the weight of those 2 words. It meant that the top officials had taken note of his technology and recognized its value. This bag contained his license to reach for space. Thank you, Zhong Li said. It is we who should thank you. Your robot technology and non-invasive brain-computer device represent a major upgrade for the national defense industry. Wei Rong said. The guard robot was already a surprise, and the brain control technology was an even greater gift. Oh, and one more thing. Wei Rong's expression grew somewhat serious. This time I've been asked to pass on a message. The higher-ups will conduct a unified, centralized customization of intelligent prosthetics for retired military personnel with limb injuries. You need to prepare in advance. Wei Rong came and left in a hurry. No sooner had he departed than Zhong Li summoned Lin Xiangjuan and handed her the qualification documents in a craft paper bag. What's this? Patent documents. Lin Xiangjuan weighed the craft paper bag in surprise, a puzzled expression on her face. These are the documents for aerospace equipment manufacturing qualifications. Now we Pioneer Quantum have the authority to manufacture and launch aerospace rockets and aircraft. Find Xiao Qingfeng and have him establish Pioneer Aerospace Corporation. We'll be moving into the commercial aerospace sector in the future, Zhong Li declared with an air of finality. He possessed the Cosmic Chessboard. This was merely the beginning. His technology had already surpassed the world's, and he was destined to break free from Earth, even from the solar system. He needed to lay the groundwork for the future, otherwise when the time came, he would waste precious time preparing all the necessary talent. Upon hearing that the documents were for aerospace equipment qualifications, Lin Xiangjuan's mind went blank. Was this something a normal person could obtain? Soon Lin Xiangjuan snapped out of it, took a deep breath, and accepted the reality. She guessed that Zhong Li had some sort of connection with the authorities, which was how he had secured this qualification. All right, Lin Xiangjuan nodded in agreement. The name will be Pioneer Aerospace Technology Co. Ltd. Right. Yes. Also soon the government will be placing a centralized order for brain-controlled smart prosthetics. Tell Qin Fu to prepare, he'll handle the coordination. Lin Xiangjuan's spirits lifted instantly, thinking about the aerospace qualification matter, and now this she knew her guess was correct. When Lin Xiangjuan asked. They should be waiting until our company is through with this busy period. No specific date was given, but we should hear something within 2 to 3 months at the latest, Zhong Li replied. All right, I'll pass it on to Qin Fu, Lin Xiangjuan agreed, preparing to leave. Wait, there's more. Zhong Li pointed at the 2 Tianyu robots standing beside the workstation. I'm giving you 2 robots. These Tianyu robots are built on the Tianwang platform and belong to the Bodyguard series. Take them with you when you attend daily events. Lin Xiangjuan's eyes lit up with pleasant surprise. These robots, designed as celestial maidens, were clearly tailored for her. Thank you. You're welcome. Zhong Li let Lin Xiangjuan take the robots away, and his studio fell quiet. With nothing much to do today, he picked up a book and leisurely began to read. It wasn't until the end of the workday that the ringtone of his phone shattered the calm in the studio. It was a call from his mother. Jiangnan Mansion. Upon entering, Zhong Li saw his mother and father enjoying massages from the household Tianyu robots. Both of his parents were beaming with vitality, looking at least 10 years younger than before. During this time, his sister had taken them on trips to various provinces and cities. No longer toiling under the sun or worrying about their son's future, they were much more spirited. His sister Zhongqing was also lounging on the sofa nearby, holding a fruit platter while playing on her phone. Having shed her identity as a wage slave, Zhongqing was now in a cheerful mood, relaxed and radiating youthful energy. Xiao Li. Seeing Zhong Li return, the 2 elders were overjoyed and hurriedly looked him over. You've lost weight. Zhong Li. He couldn't respond. After his physique was transformed by the Cosmic Chessboard, especially after his constitution was raised to 100, his appetite increased, and his weight followed suit. Now with his muscles and bones dense and firm, he actually weighed 160 jin. Clothed, he looked lean. Unclothed, he was all muscle. A professional boxer who threw a punch at him would end up in the hospital for a month. But in his mother's eyes, unless he was as fat as a pig, he would always appear too thin. Why didn't you hire a housekeeper to take care of yourself? His mother scolded. Mom, I have a housekeeping robot. My 3 meals a day are all scientifically healthy set meals, Zhong Li said. A robot can't compare to a human. I know you young people don't like living with your parents at this age, but go back and hire a housekeeper to look after you, his mother mused. Before Zhong Li could answer, Zhongqing interjected from the side. Mom, Xiao Li is a grown man now. If you hire a housekeeper and he's dating a girlfriend, wouldn't that be inconvenient? Zhong Li twitched the corner of his mouth and silently gave his sister a thumbs up. That's true. Alternatively, find a girlfriend who can take care of you. That works too, his mother said, her eyes brightening with calculation. Now that her own little pig had unknowingly reached the stage of rooting for someone else's cabbage, she added, I'll ask someone to introduce a girl later. Zhong Li's vision went dark, a look of utter despair on his face. Cough, cough. Beside him, Zhongqing, who was eating fruit, choked, coughing violently and turning red. Silly girl, what's wrong? I told you to eat slowly. Zhongqing caught her breath and said, Mom, it was your words that made me choke. I don't want to say this, but Xiao Li is a billionaire, now the #1 genius in China. He's only 19. If he crooked his finger, a crowd of beautiful women would come flocking. At his age, and with his conditions, you want him to go on a blind date. People would laugh their teeth out. If you ask me, stop worrying about Xiao Li's affairs. He's the smartest in the family, he'll arrange his own matters. Don't use your old-fashioned thinking to control him. Oh, that's true. His mother sighed, but quickly let it go. A son grows up and no longer listens to his mother. Shally, don't just focus on the company and work. Sometimes you need to relax, do things that someone your age should do, enjoy your youth, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you have time, go back to school, find a girlfriend, someone who can take care of you. They had heard about the online bullying incident at his company before, but when they asked Zhong Li, he said it was fine and told them not to worry. Even so, they hadn't rested well during that time. It wasn't until his innocence was proven that they felt better. All right, Zhong Li readily agreed. Then he said, shall we go out to eat together? Why go out? Eat at home. There's nothing tasty outside. Then I'll have the robot cook. I'm home now. Why use a robot? Mom will cook for you. What do you want to eat? Braised pork, shredded pork with green peppers, ginger beef, and winter melon tofu soup. All these ingredients are in the fridge. No need to buy anything. Zhong Li ordered directly. Got it. His mother cheerfully headed to the kitchen. Zhong Li had the robot assist her while he settled onto the sofa. Shally, I came this time because I saw the news about the smart hand you made. Well done, his father praised. The impact of the smart prosthetic was enormous. Several of his old friends had messaged him speaking highly of Zhong Li without reservation. Now in the village and beyond, wasn't everyone praising his son? As a father, his vanity was thoroughly satisfied. How many sets of that smart hand have been sold? His father asked. Currently there are 3 data collection reservations, Zhong Li replied truthfully. The village chief called me and asked if we could install a smart hand for an elderly villager. He lost his hand during the counterattack against the South Vietnam War when he was young. Is it old sixth uncle? Zhong Li asked. He knew old sixth uncle, not a direct uncle by blood, but a distant cousin from another branch of the family. When he was a child, his family ran a small shop and Zhong Li would go there to buy things. Because of the generational hierarchy in the village, they had always called him old sixth uncle. Yes. All right, Zhong Li nodded. Tell the village chief to gather all the disabled neighbors in the village. Consider it a donation from our family. We'll customize them for free. Although he rarely returned to the village now, it was still his roots. Good, that works. His father broke into a delighted smile. Having a successful son was a great source of pride. I came to tell you that your mother and I are going back to our hometown to stay for a while. We've grown tired of traveling these days, and living in the city is uncomfortable, his father said. All right. Zhong Li didn't object. He would hire a few bodyguards to protect them and send a few guard robots back home. That would be fine. We'll renovate the old house in the village. We're not short on money now. Okay. At the dinner table, the family of 4 enjoyed a warm meal, chatting about trivial matters, yet Zhong Li felt an immense sense of ease.